tornado warning in Georgia, these severe storms that are coming right off of the mountains in North Carolina. Those will be ones to watch because they have noted in a lot of the forecast discussions that these independent thunderstorms will pose a risk for strong tornadoes.
Yeah, potentially even long track in some cases, which is always a big concern for some of these storms. The line itself extends nearly 600 miles or so. We've got this tornado watch in place from Georgia clear over to southern and portions of Alabama and the Florida Panhandle till 9 o'clock this morning. All in all, we're watching so much in the way of the severe storms throughout the afternoon. And then we talk about what's going on to the north of there, because not only are we watching for severe storms, we also have blizzard conditions. More sites from across Marquette, Michigan. Blizzard conditions continue to lash portions of the Upper Peninsula this morning. When it's said and done, the UP of Michigan, some spots anywhere from 18 to 24 inches of additional snow on top of what you've already received. So let's get you going, because Marquette sitting at 19 degrees. You've got snow coming down. The snow goes all the way back into Chicago. Wind gusts 40 to 50 miles per hour, but some spots, especially closer to the center of low, could get to 70 miles per hour. So we've got blowing snow concerns. Take a look at these bands just through portions of central and southern Wisconsin. Heavy snowfall coming down. But Britta, you throw in some wind gusts like this and visibility has dropped significantly. Power outages are already up, and we're going to see more of those, I think, especially with this type of wind blowing through and the snow plus ice.
Even in areas where the snow is out. Iowa, for example.
Yeah.
I mean, Des Moines right now has a visibility that is up to 8 miles, but we have isolated spots across the state that are really struggling. So be on the lookout. In fact, we have blizzard conditions that are verified in northern Iowa right now. The blue is near blizzard. To be honest, a lot of this is academic. You have to have 3 hours of a specific wind speed and visibility to verify a blizzard warning. It doesn't matter. If you miss it by 2 miles per hour, it feels like a blizzard, and that's why the warning is up, is because you're going to feel those types of conditions. But this is an expansive blizzard warning in areas that just had record-breaking heat and tornadoes less than a week ago.
On top of that, you're also worried about ice, especially for central and northern portions of Michigan. That will also increase the power outage potential. You're talking about 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch of ice. Throw the gusty winds on top of that, you're guaranteed to see some trees come down, power lines come down. And when you look at the widespread snow, it's all compact. A very just tightly compact storm will bring in some impressive snowfall totals on the backside. How about the UP of Michigan? You're talking 18 to 24 inches of fresh snow plus some blowing wind.
On top of the feet of snow that you've picked up over this past weekend.
Your birthday's Tuesday? Well, happy early birthday. Happy early birthday. Whoa! Thunder snow! Woo!
You gotta love the reaction to thunder snow. It's always the same. Fox Weather's exclusive storm tracker, Brandon Kopic, that's his voice that you just heard, treated to a rare sight on the road in Wisconsin yesterday. Yes, thunder snow. Truly the perfect segue here to get us into the intense winter storm that is pounding the Midwest and the Great Lakes, giving you one of those amazing moments. If you've ever heard it, it is incredible because it has a different sound than typical thunder, just because the acoustics of the sound of the snow around you. It is incredible. Here's a look at this area of low pressure. Again, the severe weather that we're tracking this morning is very much connected to the snow story. These are two very dynamic facets of this storm. And because the temperature drop is happening so quickly, there's many spots where we are going from severe weather to snow in a 24-hour window.
Yeah, and you worry about those folks who do lose power because it is going to be cold right behind it. Taking a look at Pittsburgh, you got rain in the forecast, 60 degrees or so for the morning hours. From there, you just go down. So the high that you're going to experience is going to be early in the morning. By the time you head home for the commute home or dinner time, we're in the 30s with snow. That's how fast things change. I mean, this is springtime. Perfect setup for us, but 10 hours, that's a huge change. And that's just one example.
Drop 25 degrees. New York City actually just went through this the end of last week. So it's wild. You see these swings a lot out west, but they don't happen as much to the east of the Mississippi. Let's take a look at Pittsburgh, PA. So we got the showers and storms moving on through, some of which will produce severe weather. You guys had that potential, and then you're right into snow by the time we get to tonight. There is no break, and unfortunately, it does create a situation where it's hard to treat the roads.
Absolutely.
Can't put salt down in this type of a situation. You got to wait until the snow is actually here to treat the roads.
Yeah, and then behind that, you got those strong gusty winds, so you've got a wind chill that's not going to be very comfortable. Look at Pittsburgh, 1 to 3 inches of fresh snow through portions of the Alleghenies, a little bit more, of course, with the elevation, but widespread. Portions of western PA, 1 to 3. West Virginia, same story for you. How about you start off the morning in the 60s? You got rain throughout the day. You drop to 36, so 30, 40, 50, 30 degree spread in, 10 hours or so?
Yeah,
or 12
it's
hours.
incredible.
Yeah.
So here's a look at the visual for West Virginia. Again, watching out for severe weather today. Tornadoes are possible. Then you're into the snow by the time we get to the evening commute. So brace yourself for a lot of changes as you work your way through your Monday. And we're here for you guys. Thank you for choosing us here at Fox Weather. We do this to be a part of your life, and we really appreciate you waking up to be a part of ours.
Yeah, stay with us. We've got the severe storm threat as well as the winter threat, gusty winds affecting millions across the eastern half of the lower 48, but plus the heat out west. We'll also cover Hawaii. Stay with us. Fox Weather First will be right back.
Hey, I'm Ari Sarsalari, and today we're talking about flooding. You know, flooding is one of the top weather-related killers in the U.S. every year, which is why it's important to know the different types of flood alerts issued by the National Weather Service. So you have flooding and flash flooding. Regular flooding is when a body of water like a lake, a river, a creek, or a stream overflows onto dry land. Now, these types of floods typically don't have rushing water. A flash flood happens when heavy rain causes a big, fast rise in water levels. Now, flash flooding typically doesn't last that long, but it's so dangerous because of that rushing water. It can easily sweep away debris, vehicles, and even people. You never want to be unprepared for flooding, so make sure to download that Fox Weather app to stay up to date with the latest weather alerts. Fox Weather, weathering it together.
Big storms bringing a mixed bag of impacts today, making things very messy for travelers. We've got a live shot of Chicago O'Hare International Airport. 27 in the morning hours, feels like 14 due to some of the gusty winds, northwest at 19 miles per hour. Let's show you what's happening on the roads and runways. This is our travel forecast, and what a start to the day. Playing catch up from Sunday going into Monday, we've got hundreds of cancellations. Chicago, 304, LaGuardia, 291, JFK, 181. Those are just a few of the airports having significant problems. And this is ahead of the severe weather that hasn't even moved in just yet. We do have some more in the way of storms coming through this afternoon. Right now, the storms have been moving over portions of the Ohio River Valley back into portions of Georgia. In its wake, we've had a number of delays and cancellations from Dallas clear up into Minneapolis, Chicago, same story. If you're going to be traveling by road, it's just a no-go if you can, especially for the upper Great Lakes. We've got blizzard conditions or very close to that, blowing snow, the UP of Michigan up to 2 feet of fresh snow. Wind gusts 50, 60, even 70 miles per hour. This afternoon, watch these storms produce some strong winds, especially from the mid-Atlantic all the way down through the southeast. You're talking 60 to 80 mile per hour gusts. All this energy is just getting thrown down to the surface. Likely going to be dealing with power outages. Also, the commute home is going to be just as rough. On the back side of that, we do have some very cold air and some snow in the mix. This extends all the way down through the Carolinas and clear into Florida as far as stormy conditions throughout the afternoon. Be prepared for power outages. If you lose it, it's going to be cold right behind the system. We're going to see these delays, school cancellations, I think, for a good chunk of the day. Safe travels to you if you have to get on the roads.
Icing on an airplane is one of the biggest dangers in air travel. It messes with the aerodynamics of a plane, making flying difficult and crashing easy. Luckily, airlines have a solution: de-icing. The process is common throughout the winter, but how exactly does it work? Let's talk a little chemistry. First, they use a heated fluid. It contains pressurized water with a chemical mixture that melts off the dangerous ice. Now, once the ice is removed, crews apply an anti-icing solution.
So you'll have anti-ice on the engine, the wings, and of course the windshield.
The anti-icing fluid prevents ice from forming by lowering the freezing point on the plane. Some solutions lower it to under -50 degrees. Stay ahead of the storm with Fox Weather. Get travel alerts 24/7 right at your fingertips with the Fox Weather app, or watch us anywhere, anytime on your favorite device. Fox Weather, weathering it together.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us here on Fox Weather First. I'm Britta Merwin alongside Craig Herrera this morning. Keeping a close eye on blizzard conditions across the Midwest. It's a tough start to a Monday, and this is after a very snowy weekend at that. So there's a live look across Wisconsin. Got a couple different vantage points, but notice the visibility and also the road conditions. There's not going to be a lot of travel today. In fact, our crews are completely snowed in. The blizzard warning goes from parts of Iowa into Illinois, Wisconsin, the UP of Michigan. These are spots that less than a week ago we had record-breaking high temperatures and severe weather, even tornadoes across northern portions of Illinois. Now you're locked up in this blizzard warning. This is all the way through the remainder of today, so we have an additional 2 feet of snow for parts of the UP. It's going to be impressive. We do have blizzard conditions that are verifying in northern Iowa. Even with the snow no longer falling from the sky, we have snow that is blowing across the road and neighborhoods because these intense winds in the backside of the storm creating those ground blizzard conditions. Right now we have bitter cold temperatures, so as the storm moves out, the temperatures plummet. We are currently in the single digits across parts of South Dakota. So this is brutally cold air. This is January type Arctic air that's coming in with this storm. Currently in Green Bay, a wind gust of 44 miles per hour. We're at 48 in Des Moines, where the snow has wrapped up from this storm. So again, this is going to continue to create a huge visibility concern and a travel concern at that. Right now in the UP, it's kind of hard to see anything. That's going to be a very tough situation today on the UP, where there's no traveling happening across northern Michigan. Do notice that we do have some icy conditions across northern portions of the Mitt, so we're looking out for ice conditions across northern Michigan. Craig?
Fox Weather Alert, Britta, we've got a confirmed tornado warning now issued in Georgia. It includes portions of south central Atkinson and northwestern Clinch counties. This is in effect this morning. This, at about 5:38, they had a confirmed tornado, public confirmed tornado, located about 10 miles southwest of Pearson. It is moving to the northeast at 25 miles per hour. Pearson, if you are listening right now, we need you in your safe spot at this moment. This is capable of producing some, also some quarter-size hail. And again, public confirmed tornado. Expected to be near Pearson around 5:50 this morning. You see Highway 221 as well. We'll continue to watch this. This is just the beginning of a very active day with severe weather. Fox Weather is your Winter Storm HQ, and we have been tracking that extreme blizzard on the ground with meteorologists, correspondents, and storm trackers. Our storm trackers chasing the blizzard from the most impacted areas, and our very own Brandon Kopic spoke with us over the weekend with a play-by-play of the conditions.
Oh, yeah, we're actually on Interstate 43 right now, just southeast of Green Bay, and the conditions continue to deteriorate. As we get out of, like, the main city, the Green Bay proper area, the conditions just deteriorated rapidly. We've run into, multiple people who have already been stuck. It's just small things where, parts of the road aren't plowed, and the last person we just pushed out literally had no tread on their tires. So it's a big thing to stress not to be out today unless you absolutely have to. Thankfully, I haven't seen any emergency vehicles stuck, but that is what the woman was told, that they have to prioritize the emergency vehicles that are getting stuck. We just saw a car on the other side of the road going northbound on 43 just slide all over the road and slide off the side. Not off the road completely, but just enough that they're out of the main stretch, but it didn't look like they got stuck. So it's just the conditions continue to deteriorate. While we're not in the most intense portion where we're going to be getting 4 feet of snow like it would be in Marquette, still the Green Bay area is going to be slammed just as hard down to the south with horrible visibilities and intense snowfall rates. So it really is a big thing to stress. Just stay home if you don't have to go out. I would definitely say so. I was outside Lambeau Field talking to a few gas station clerks, and they told me that their local Fox affiliate, their meteorologist, has been here for 32 years, and he said last night these are the highest snowfall totals that he's ever put out in his forecast for the Green Bay area in the 32 years that he's been here.
Says quite a bit about the kind of winter that they have been having when you've got an experienced meteorologist putting those kind of numbers and that kind of wording out. I mean, people who live here, they're used to these types of winters, but I think it's one that you're definitely going to remember for several years to come.
No, and even if you're used to it, I've been a resident of the UP before for 2 years. It is very difficult to do anything with that much of snow, and then you have to start worrying about the weight of the snow on your roof.
Yeah, for sure.
So some real intense things can happen in the wake of these storms. We got you covered, though.
Well, we have weather whiplash on both sides of the country. The Southwest sweltering under an intense heat wave. This ridge of high pressure is pushing possible historic levels of heat to California, Nevada, Arizona, and this is going to last right through this week with little relief at the coast. You see there folks and people in San Diego trying to head to the coast, but even the coastal communities are going to be dealing with extreme heat. We do have extreme heat warnings that are in place right across portions of Central California. The heat advisories extend all the way from San Francisco, and then an extreme heat watch for Southern California, Nevada, and into Las Vegas as well. Having said that, this area of high pressure gave us a bit of a break on Saturday. We have a weak onshore flow, but it rebuilds into the week. Now, when you look at the heights and thicknesses from the surface all the way up in the atmosphere, it is very hot air all the way up. There is little relief in the higher elevations, and all of that is getting pushed down to the surface. Plus, you have a very weak offshore wind. That weak offshore wind is also bumping the numbers 20 to 30 degrees above average, and multiple cities all across the Southwest are looking at record highs. Today, when you're talking about a high in downtown Los Angeles at 89 degrees, remember there are two readings, airport and then downtown. This is at USC. Britta, when you're higher in downtown LA than you are in Fresno, and you're not talking about a marine layer or an inversion, this is significant.
It is significant. There's so many microclimates, and depending on your proximity to the Pacific Ocean, which is always chilly, those water temperatures don't really get warmer than 68 degrees in the middle of summer. You know, you can have a huge variability between towns, but this is very widespread heat getting into marine locations.
Look at San Diego.
That are feeling no buffer. San Francisco getting into the 80s in March.
That's wild.
That is wild. So unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of people really wanting to get that natural AC from Mother Nature, but not being able to pull it off.
Well, and to your point, a lot of people here in San Francisco don't have AC. In places close to the coast,
you just drive to the coast and you enjoy natural AC, but it's not an option. These record-breaking highs extend over the Rockies into much of the West. This is a big headline for Arizona. If you're not from Arizona, you might just think, oh, they always have triple-digit heat. No. And the first triple-digit day is incredibly important for folks that live in Arizona because you do have a significant number of them that you have to take on. The earliest 100-degree day ever recorded in Phoenix was March 26th. It is March 16th, and we're looking at hitting this probably on Wednesday.
Could also break an April record.
Yeah, an April record. These are significant dates that really do make a difference, and unfortunately, it means that they're going to have a prolonged season of a lot of heat ahead of them.
And let's take it across the Pacific Ocean right now as we head over to Hawaii, where a powerful and life-threatening Kona Low is currently slamming the Aloha State with flooding rains, also snow in the highest elevations out there as well. They're talking about statewide flooding. They've got some very strong winds, which have also been a concern as well. This Kona Low is basically, it's an area of low pressure that develops on the other side of the island. So typically we'd get a lot of rain on this side of the islands because those are the trade winds. They come in this direction. But we see the winds come in and the rain come in from a different direction. So a concern here when you think about this is you're talking about the leeward side of the islands that are typically drier. They're not the lush portions of the islands that you'd expect on the western side. Because again, here's where your trade winds come in and here's where you have most of the rain. This is not the case with this situation, which is why we're likely going to be dealing with flooding anyway, especially when you talk about these totals. Britta, we're talking 2 feet of fresh rain across some of these locations, and these aren't just the highest elevations.
No, and you bring up elevation. These are topography-driven islands. They are mountainous, and because you're working this rain up a mountainside, you actually increase the amount of rain that you squeeze out of the atmosphere. And rain and water, it goes to the lowest lying spot. So this is naturally really going to be a setup for flash flooding, mudslides, landslides. Everything comes with it.
Yeah, take a look at the direction of the wind. Again, it's on the leeward side of the islands, which are typically very dry. You think about Lahaina and the devastation that happened there, and if you remember images of there, the landscape is very dry. It's not the lush area, and when you have this much rain on a very dry landscape, of course, you're going to lead to flooding. Here's to your point, Britta. Look at the mountains getting a lot in the way of rain, and when you're this high up, it has to go somewhere, and it's all going down, in this case, all across the Big Island here.
We are looking at less rain for an island like Maui, so something to point out. It does look like we're going to have some pretty big impacts for the Big Island. We have some wind alerts to pass along. Wind gusts could be stronger than 100 miles per hour. Now, keep in mind, the mountainous terrain of the Big Island, you're talking about mountaintops that are well over 11,000 feet.
Yeah.
So you're going way up into the atmosphere there, allowing for those strong wind gusts. Here's a look at the forecast for Honolulu on Oahu. We have, rain that's really going to pick up in intensity, especially end of the week. Well, we want to thank you for staying with us here on Fox Weather First as we continue to track our March mania. You name it, we got it. We have snow that is amounting in feet. Severe weather, including a risk for long-track, powerful tornadoes for much of the East Coast, and then flooding rain, and if it wasn't enough, yes, a 30-degree temperature drop in 10 hours. Talk about a bingo card.
Yeah, no kidding. We've got it all. So make sure that you download the Fox Weather app and turn on the notifications. You're going to get the latest information for your location. We're with you for all seasons, for all America. Stay with us. More Fox Weather is on the way.
Do you want to gain weight? Yes, I said gain weight. Do you want more curves? Do you want to bulk up? Try CB1 Weight Gainer today, the natural weight gain pill designed for people who struggle to put on weight.
I just love the results. I'm loving the way that I look.
I was able to eat. I was able to hit the gym. I'm feeling great and I'm looking great. I put on 25 pounds with CB1.
I have curves, I have booty, and I have a chest. I've gained 20 pounds in just a couple months.
I put on over 30 pounds in 3 months. Finally, I got the curves that I've always dreamed of.
Order today and we'll include the exclusive Weight Gain Guidebook, a $20 value free. When you call now, we'll also upgrade your order to rush processing, a $6.99 value absolutely free. That's right, call now and save over $25. Gain the weight you want or your money back guaranteed.
Call 800-599-8987 or go to trycb1.com.
Are you still cleaning your floors with a broom and dustpan?
Or down on your hands and knees with paper towels?
Or dragging out your big heavy vacuum?
Hello everyone, I'm April Lufrio with another deal from Incredible Inventions called the Zippy Sweeper. Is it a broom? Is it a vacuum? It's none of the above. It's an electric broom that sweeps up messes and spills quickly and easily. Whether you're cleaning up accidental spills in the kitchen, pet hair, dust, or crumbs from hard-to-reach places, Zippy has you covered. With its 360-degree swivel head and ultra-lightweight design, you'll get your cleaning done in half the time with zero hassle. It seamlessly transitions from hard surfaces like tile, vinyl, and hardwood to low-pile carpets. Say goodbye to tangled cords. The Zippy Sweeper is powered by a long-lasting rechargeable battery, giving you up to 60 minutes of uninterrupted cleaning power. This sweeper is equipped with a self-emptying dustbin, so you can dump the dirt with just one click, no messy bags, and no fuss. Perfect for homes with kids or pets, the Zippy Sweeper is as quiet as a whisper, so you can clean anytime without disturbing the peace. The Zippy Sweeper is available on Amazon for $109, but if you scan this QR code now, you can get it for the special on-sale price of just $59. That's $50 off instantly. Zippy would normally sell to major retailers like Walmart, Home Depot, and others, but today we're cutting out the major retailers so you can enjoy these huge savings at home. Go online or scan and save big with this QR code. And oh, Zippy is also offering a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you don't like it, send it back, and we'll even cover the cost of return shipping. Nobody else offers this kind of guarantee, so get your Zippy Sweeper today.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us here on Fox Weather First. I'm Britta Merwin.
And I'm Craig Herrera on this Monday morning watching severe storms. And we've already talked about some severe thunderstorm warnings and a tornado warning confirmed. One in southeast Georgia this morning.
Yes, and on the heels of that, we have a second tornado warning. Meanwhile, this is a live look at Atlanta, just to sort of show you the grasp of what we're looking at. I mean, this is over 600 miles of severe storms that we're tracking. So the tornado warning is much farther south than Atlanta. Highlighted in purple is where we have our confirmed tornado warning, and then we have an additional tornado warning on its heels. So in Clinch County, that's where we have the confirmed tornado.
Correct. Public confirmed. It is moving northeast at about 25 miles per hour. Pearson, notice you are just to the south of the area of rotation that we're watching here. All of these folks who live in Pearson and south of Pearson, it is important that you get to your safe spot right now. Britta highlighting that broad area of rotation, and we watch these types of storms in this type of situation. It's not competing with other energy, and sometimes you see these storms cycle, if you will.
Looking at the timeline here for Bickley, Georgia, 6:25, Beach, Georgia, 6:36. Now, in addition to this, it's really important to note that this storm has actually already gone through a cycling process. When we talk about cycling supercells, sometimes we can have tornadoes that drop, they live back up in the cloud, and they drop. Looking at the signature, unfortunately, that's our situation here. Then we have this additional tornado warning on its heels. This is a separate supercell. Not confirmed, but definitely has that potential. This is just off to the east of Nashville, Georgia. This is for Berrien County and Lanier County. That's up until 6:30 in the morning. So again, tracking active tornado warnings in southern portions of Georgia this morning. In addition, these storms are producing hail greater than 3/4 of an inch in size.
Stay with us. We'll continue to track this weather right here on Fox Weather First.
Picture this. You get a warning that your tires are low on air.
Tire pressure low, and I hate it.
This is the Bullseye Pro. What do you think of an air compressor in the palm of your hand?
Now, this is light.
Easy to read, it lights up.
I'm impressed that it's this small and it can work in such a big truck.
It's convenient, it's lightweight. I can keep this in my glove compartment.
This is the Bullseye Pro Inflator. It's your anytime, anywhere inflation station. With its rechargeable lithium-ion battery, Bullseye Pro puts the power of a full-size air compressor in the palm of your hand.
You mean this can actually do my tires and I don't have to go to that old pump thing?
You do not.
Seriously?
This will do it.
If you could get 4 tires, that's awesome.
This little thing's strong enough to put air in these low-profile tires.
All 4 of them if you'd like.
No kidding. I want to put it about 42. That's my highway travel PSI.
Okay, 42. We'll pop it on there. Trigger starts it. And just set it down. And you don't have to babysit it. That will automatically shut off when it gets to the PSI.
Perfect. I don't have to stand out here and wait.
You don't really know you need it until you need it.
Geez, that was so easy.
35 exactly.
35.
Right on target here.
Now, since we first started selling the Bullseye Pro, people everywhere have been using it to keep the things they rely on perfectly inflated. It's the smarter, faster way to fill anything with air.
Oh, that was easy. It's amazing. It's really handy.
You shut it and forget it.
I can't believe I can do this on my own.
Call or go online now and get the complete Bullseye Pro inflation system, all for the factory direct price of just $79.99. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. But to really inflate this offer, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Call or go online to order now.
To order, call 1-800-403-9257 or go to getbullseyepro.com. So call 1-800-403-9257 or order online at getbullseyepro.com. Order now.
In this challenging market, you need to be innovative to navigate buying or selling a home.
That's why who you work with matters.
HomeLight's Buy Before You Sell program has been a game changer for our team.
One of our clients, a young couple, found an amazing home that was only available for a short period of time.
They were able to present a fast, non-contingent offer
before even having to think about selling their existing home and win the home of their dreams.
We had Cooper for approximately 3 days, and we ended up taking him to the emergency vet as he racked up a bill of about $3,700. We quickly learned how expensive these bills can be.
Your major vet bills are not covered by what you can put away monthly. Our friends are like, we put that money away every month, and that's great until you have like a $12,000 vet bill.
Dogs do get sick, and when that time comes, we have the peace of mind that Fetch is there to support us.
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Starting off a Monday with a Fox Weather Alert. Thank you for staying with us here on Fox Weather First. I'm Britta Merwin.
And I'm Craig Herrera. A lot of the energy this morning over portions of Atlanta and into Georgia.
Yeah, we have a ground stop at Atlanta's airport this morning because of severe weather. We have a powerful line of severe storms moving over Atlanta right now, tagged as tornado possible by the National Weather Service office.
Yeah, departures to Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport grounded there. Probability of extension 30 to 60%. Look at this line moving right over the metro area of Atlanta, right over the perimeter. Intense at that. Wind gusts to 54 miles per hour. That alone will slow traffic down anyhow. But when you're talking about that tornado warning, it's a major concern not only for the airport, but the entire perimeter. Anyone within the perimeter or surrounding communities, because this is a hugely populated area, needs to take this seriously and head to your center portion of your home, lowest portion of your home as well. This line is just extending all across the state of Georgia here. Britta, this has been moving in some cases 35 to 45 miles per hour, not real fast, but look at the amount of lightning with this as well. Again, tornado possible, that one right over Atlanta.
Yeah, it's important to treat these types of severe thunderstorm warnings like a tornado warning. We have very powerful, strong straight line winds. As we take a look at our velocity, we can kind of sense if we're getting some rotation. Again, very close to the radar site here. It looks like most of our winds are straight line. You can tell the winds going away from the radar, the ones that are going towards the radar site. I don't see any intersection. Does not mean that it cannot happen. So again, that's why that severe thunderstorm warning does include the threat for a tornado possible. So as we take a look at how big this line of severe weather is, it is massive. It is stretching 500 miles plus across the southeast this morning. So it's not just Atlanta dealing with this. It extends all the way up to portions of Virginia and then extending down into Alabama. Now, ahead of that main line, we do have multiple thunderstorms that are producing tornadoes this morning. In fact, we've had confirmed tornado warnings in southern Georgia. Right now, the National Weather Service office following this as a tornado warning.
Yeah, this one includes nearly 50,000 people here. Pearson is right smack in the middle of there. You've also got Mora, you've got Douglas, West Green, as well as Broxton, all areas that need to watch this one closely. This one, radar indicated at this point. Look at, you almost have two areas here to watch, Britta. You've got one just over Pearson or just south of Pearson, and then another one just to the south and west of there, two clusters.
And it looks like this secondary tornado warning, which is out for Clinch and Coffee counties, it looks like it's catching up to that original confirmed tornado, and it's going to steal some of that energy. So a lot of times when we have two supercells that are so close, they do end up interacting, and it looks like that's what's happening right now. Really important that you guys find that safe spot in these counties. This is just southeast of Tifton, Georgia, but we will continue to look out for these independent thunderstorms that pose this threat. They are moving quite quickly, just giving you a new draw of where these tornado warnings are going to give you some cities and some times. The one that's over Pearson is continuing out towards Alma. We're expecting it to move into Alma by 6:41. But again, it looks like that supercell is being gobbled up by the one on its heels. So a little more concern with this supercell that is off to the east of Nashville, Georgia, by the way. As we track it in the same trajectory here, we're expecting that to move into Pearson's, which just got hit. Right. You guys have that secondary supercell that's going to be moving in probably in the next 15, 20 minutes. And there was a potential that you guys got hit by that confirmed tornado. So very difficult situation when you have supercells that are so close and you get one hit after another. You have to be very vigilant.
And again, these are ahead of the main line. They're also, when we look at the history and the hail, you can see these two specific areas where they have that history producing perhaps some hail 3 inches in diameter or so. Again, showing just how intense they can get as they go through the progression of these storms. Again, moving northeast about 25 miles per hour. The line itself way back, but look at that level 4 out of 5 threat extends over portions of the Carolinas to the mid-Atlantic as well. And just listen to that wind. That's from our own Fox Weather correspondent, Robert Ray. He was capturing this footage in Marquette, Michigan, right over the weekend. And he definitely was talking about it, and we've been talking about this as well. That snow is far from over. Winter storm keeps its foot on the gas as it continues to move over the northern Great Lakes specifically, and we do have some strong gusty winds, blizzard conditions in some cases. So the northern side of the storm, very active, a very potent severe storm when you look at the severe side of it than the winter side of this. Now, we also have the concern for not only snow and blowing snow, but ice as well. And whenever you've got these big, bright bands of white there within the radar, you know you have some intense snow bands coming down. And these actually stretch a good distance all across portions of Wisconsin, north to south. And the UP of Michigan could see 18 to 24 inches of snow.
On top of what you picked up over the weekend.
Yes.
So we have insane snow totals out of the storm off of the UP of Michigan. Wind gusts right now range between 30 and 50 miles per hour. Now in Des Moines, Iowa, we're done with the snow, but we're not done with the wind. And so we can have ground blizzard conditions across Iowa just because of the strong wind. Meanwhile, in the thick of the snow, our visibility between Wisconsin and the UP of Michigan is between a quarter to a half a mile at best. So there's no traveling going on here. In fact, our crews in the Great Lakes are snowed in. We'll give you that ground truth in just a moment, so bear with us. But here's a look at the near blizzard conditions. It's very difficult. Behind this, brutally cold air. So if the power goes out, which for more than 100,000 customers in Michigan right now, we don't have power, you're gonna have to face Arctic air on the backside of this blizzard.
And with the blowing snow, you're also concerned for the winds plus the ice. There is an ice storm warning that extends over portions of central and northern Michigan, up to a quarter of an inch of ice, but that powered with some snow plus some gusty winds, you know you are likely going to be dealing with more in the way of power outages there as well. Widespread, you're talking easily 1 to 3, 3 to 5 inches of fresh snow, but you look at the UP of Michigan, portions from Green Bay all the way up and through portions right close to the lake, you've got some impressive numbers. Look at Marquette and outside. For Marquette, 12 to 18 inches of fresh snow on top of what has fallen. The blowing wind is just howling, 50, 60 miles per hour, and it's a long duration event. Cold temperatures right behind it. To your point, you lose power. We've got to stay warm. It's just going to be downright cold.
We will have lake effect snow on the backside of this. That's what you sort of see take place later tonight. It's like fingers extending over Michigan, Indiana, and Ohio. So those lake effect snow bands will also produce a visibility concern and, yes, additional intense snow. Let's go and take you outside, shall we? We just gave you the ins and outs of the forecast, but look at what it looks like. I want to call to your attention the stoplight. It's right under the banner, bottom part of your screen. We all know how heavy those guys are, and it is just blowing around in the wind. Look at the snow being lofted off the tops of the buildings in Traverse City this morning. So it's real brutal, folks. Let's take you down to the ground, get you updated.
Yeah, that's where we have Fox weather meteorologist Jane Menard, our good friend. Jane, you've been snowed in, and so have many people at your hotel. It's been a rough go this entire weekend.
It has been, and today is by far the worst go of things. My goodness, the wind, it's gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour right now, and as it kind of drifts this snow, it stings on anything that's uncovered, which happens to be my eyes right now. But, you know, this has been a real tough start to the day. Schools are closed. Now, businesses, state offices, I should say county offices, they are delayed until about 11 o'clock this morning, though I would be hard-pressed to find anybody who's really going to be able to get out and about through the afternoon because, as you mentioned, as the storm continues to pull away, winds stay strong on the backside, and we get that lake enhancement. So those snow showers are expected, where we could still pick up another half a foot of snow before the day is done. Now, we've seen anywhere between about 5 to 15 inches of snow. Those are some of the reports coming in from last night. But of course, here in Traverse City, the snow actually held off the freezing rain that was trying to creep in from the south. And so I would say we've gotten a little bit more than those 5 inches officially reported up to this point. That was recorded yesterday afternoon. But power outages, that is a huge problem. Over 115,000 customers are without power, and you just go a couple counties over, about 50 miles or so. And that is where we're seeing multiple counties, Roscommon, where almost I would say almost like 80–90% of their customers are in the dark. That's where we've seen upwards of a quarter to just about a half an inch of ice accretion in these areas. And so these are some of the same counties from last year, almost to the day, about a week removed, that also took a very hard hit from a pretty historic ice storm that crippled infrastructure and also knocked out power for days and weeks. That comes at a big price. Here we are this go around, power is out. The National Weather Service warning that this could become a serious problem, especially with the cold air that's working itself in on the backside of this for the next couple of days. Today, tomorrow, Wednesday. And so that's gonna be a very real danger for some of these folks who are sitting in the dark right now. So the hope is that these winds can start to relax. But the problem is you can watch as this area of low pressure starts to pull away. You'll see that wind direction shift in that blue. There's our snow. That is going to continue to be enhanced by Lake Michigan, and with winds whipping between 30, 40, 50 miles per hour here on the upper lower, that is where we're expecting to see enhanced snow, snow drifts. Things are just not getting better as the day goes on. I mean, these winds, Craig, Britta, they really hurt.
Yeah,
when you stand out here.
You got to get you some goggles, my friend. And I'm sure visibility is not all that great. I mean, you can't tell from that shot, but around you, visibility's got to be terrible.
Yeah, visibility is about 1.5 miles right now, believe it or not. I have to imagine it's probably down under 1 mile in some stretches. I have seen, though, everything is dead quiet. This parking lot, we are snowed in at the Delamar, and then you get out onto the main roads. I do see a couple of plows. I saw one heavy-duty snowblower off in the distance, but the thing is, and you guys know how this rolls, you can plow all you want, but this wind whipping as strong as it is right now, you're just gonna cover that road right back up.
Jane Menard, please get inside, my friend. We worry about you. Cover your eyes, and we'll check in with you throughout the day, but just be warm for now. You know, it's a tough one out there. That's from Traverse City, Michigan. Jane Menard, thank you. And still ahead, the Northeast getting doused with heavy rain. We've got a couple of cities, Boston, Philadelphia, waking up to plenty of rain. And guess what? There is more in the forecast, as well as gusty winds and severe storms. We're going to break this down when we return. This is Fox Weather First. We'll be right back.
Weather is part of the American story. Under stormy skies, down snowbanks, even at Little League. From the first heat wave to the first frost, Fox Weather is there for you when the storm breaks.
Just wreaking havoc here.
And after it passes,
there is a lot of work to get done, but there's hope to move forward.
We're with you every step of the way.
I'm gonna go see if I can help this lady out.
For all seasons, for all America, Fox Weather.
Eye bags, dark spots, wrinkles.
There's one product that can fight them all.
Only one.
Particle Face Cream.
Particle Face Cream.
Engineered for men, made for our skin,
and backed by science, and it actually works.
My eye bags before, this was me, and this is me today.
Dark spots used to be brutal. Now, they're barely there.
My wrinkles were deep. Look at the difference.
I honestly didn't think a cream could do this, and it literally takes 2 minutes a day.
1 minute in the morning.
And 1 minute at night.
Super easy.
Super effective.
And compared to everything else I considered, it's actually inexpensive.
It's everything I need
in one bottle.
If you've had enough of those eye bags,
dark spots,
wrinkles, there's only one product you need.
Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off, free shipping, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. ParticleMen.com.
I'm Jonathan Lawson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps.
The 3 what?
The 3 Ps.
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 54 and was a smoker, but quit. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I'm 65, retired, and take medications. What's my price?
Also $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80 and I'm on a fixed income. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. If you're age 50 to 85, call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan Available through the Colonial Penn program. Options start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. You cannot be turned down because of your health. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. And this plan has a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, so your rate can never go up for any reason. Options start at $9.95 a month. Plus, you get a 30-day money-back guarantee. So call now for free information, and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record your important information and give helpful direction to your loved ones with your final wishes. And it's yours free, just for calling. So call now for free information.
Call 1-800-253-3903 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-253-3903. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-253-3903. Call now.
Hey, I'm Ari Sarsalari, and today we're talking about flooding. You know, flooding is one of the top weather-related killers in the U.S. every year, which is why it's important to know the different types of flood alerts issued by the National Weather Service. So you have flooding and flash flooding. Regular flooding is when a body of water like a lake, a river, a creek, or a stream overflows onto dry land. Now, these types of floods typically don't have rushing water. A flash flood happens when heavy rain causes a big, fast rise in water levels. Now, flash flooding typically doesn't last that long, but it's so dangerous because of that rushing water. It can easily sweep away debris, vehicles, and even people. You never want to be unprepared for flooding, so make sure to download that Fox Weather app to stay up to date with the latest weather alerts. Fox Weather, weathering it together.
Waking up to Fox Weather Alert, I'm Britta Merwin alongside Craig Herrera this morning. Tornado warnings have been issued for multiple counties in Georgia, including DeKalb County right outside of Atlanta. This does impact our southeast suburbs of Atlanta. There is a live look at the airport. We got another live look-see downtown. We've had this powerful line of storms move through downtown. It's starting to exit, but look at that lightning show. Just incredible. This is a huge line of severe weather that stretches more than 500 miles across the southeast. A small portion of it intersecting right over Atlanta, and then you can see the tornado warning in conjunction to that. I do want to mention that this entire line, though, there's a potential for quick spin-ups tornadoes along the entire line. So sometimes we find ourselves in these situations where severe thunderstorm warnings kind of require us to shelter as if there's a tornado on the ground. Then we have the actual tornado warning that's out for DeKalb and Rockdale counties until 6:30.
Yeah, that storm capable of producing that tornado is about 8 miles southeast of Decatur. It is moving to the east at 50 miles per hour. So that's the concern with part of these storms this afternoon. They are going to be picking up speed. You won't have a whole lot of time to get to your safe spot. So it's important to give you these highlighted locations right now.
Yeah, for Conyers, 643, Jersey, 717, Social Circle, Georgia, 737. So find that lowest lying spot of your home. If you are in an apartment complex, you want to make sure that you're sheltering away from the windows, getting down to the lowest level apartment if you can. Meanwhile, ahead of the main line, we have these independent thunderstorms that have turned tornadic this morning. We've had a confirmed tornado warning south of Atlanta. This is in southern Georgia. Right now, no longer confirmed, and it looks like this supercell is kind of reaching its max of its lifespan, but we'll continue to watch it. We had two supercells that we're tracking. They've kind of merged, and it looks like it might be losing some steam, but we still have some rotation. So tracking this tornado warning off to the northeast, we're expecting an Alma at 629, Coffee, Georgia at 635, moving into Jessup at 656.
Yeah, and this one continues to impact about 43,000 people. When you look at this, the hail tracker, both of these, you can see where we had the two supercells we were watching, which is why you have two lines, and then they started to come together. So hail's also been a concern with some of these storms, as well as some of those stronger winds. And this has just been ahead of the front. Now, we're starting to see energy pick up this morning from Georgia all the way up into South Carolina. As we go to the middle part of the day, that extends from the Carolinas up into the Mid-Atlantic. The Mid-Atlantic, we're talking a level 4 out of 5 severe storm threat. We don't talk about that kind of storm threat this time of year. This is significant. The dew points are up into the 50s and 60s. We've got some warmer air ahead of that, and that potent front comes through with the chance for some spin-up tornadoes. And Britta, when we talk a line like this, you can often see little notches with several quick spin-ups, shallow, but nonetheless can give us tornadoes.
Yeah, Yes, the concerning thing here is that multiple National Weather Service offices mentioned in their area discussion that long-track dangerous tornadoes are possible today. That is quoted from D.C., Baltimore, Richmond. So these are very aggressive words that you need to make sure that you're taking seriously. Some of the worst threats for the mid-Atlantic will not be until late morning through the afternoon. I do want to end on this because it's significant. We have a rare level 5 out of 5 alert for strong straight-line winds. Some of these straight-line winds could be stronger than 75 miles per hour. So we can get damage and power outages just because of straight line winds. And then you throw on the fact that we could have EF2 or stronger tornadoes today.
Rough start to the morning. Let's keep it in the Northeast right now where you talked about those straight line winds. Well, what about the flooding potential? That's also there. We have flood watches that have been issued from Maine to Connecticut. We also have some wind alerts in place. Philly, good morning to you. 58 degrees right now. Action starts to pick up. A lot of you across the mid-Atlantic have gotten some rain this morning. Just a nasty start of the morning. This is not with the front. The front has yet to pass. So what you experienced this morning with perhaps some showers and just a gross feel outside, look at this. We've got some showers moving over portions of New England right now. You have a lot of snow that's been in place, and this is a warmer air mass that's going to melt some of that snow. Plus, you got heavy rainfall. That's going to lead to flooding. You throw on some gusty winds, and guess what? You're likely going to be dealing with some power outages, especially for portions of the Cape all the way to Boston, Providence. You also have some strong winds coming off of the Great Lakes here. That will also lead to enhanced or even lake effect snow as we go through this afternoon. Britta, these wind gusts are intense, but not only are they coming in from the south to get the day started, as the front passes, you change wind direction. That's a stress on trees and power lines. Plus, it is very cold behind that.
Very cold. So a couple things to think about in regards to wind damage. We're talking about a gradient wind. That means large-scale wind flow because of the storm itself. That's going to be far-reaching. But in addition to that, the cold front's going to be rolling through the Northeast later tonight, and that can create isolated strong wind gusts because of thunderstorm activity. So you have to look out for both facets. The wind advisory just for the large-scale wind that's going to be moving through. This will mess up flights later today. There's no way around it. We're waking up to rain. That's not much of a favor. But when these winds really start to pick up, airports like Boston Logan will not do well as LaGuardia. There's the flood watch. So, Craig, you were talking about this.
Yeah.
Intense rain, ice jams, thunderstorms producing too much rain in a short amount of time. It's kind of like you're taking the trifecta of everything that can cause flash flooding and putting it all in a 12-hour window. Yeah, look at the I-95 corridor. You're not talking snow at all. This is all rain through Maine. Yeah, you get a little snow on the backside once this passes overhead, but the majority of the storm is going to be rain. Again, here are the morning showers ahead of the front. As we go through the afternoon, things get a little spicy, and it will be one of those afternoons where you're like, all right, I got to duck inside. I got to make sure that I sit this one out. You'll notice as the front starts to come on through, things get a little more intense. Look at this line really picking up through 9 o'clock this evening. So you want to make sure that you stay with us throughout the day. We're going to have you covered. Turn on the notifications because you will be getting those all day long across the eastern seaboard. Active weather, snarling travel from coast to coast. We've got the concern for this powerful blizzard that's been coming on through. We also have flooding concerns, severe storms. Major hubs all across the country are wrestling with the elements to ensure safe and timely travel. Travel expert Katie Nastro joined Weather Command Weekend for the best ways to navigate travel trouble.
And we're already seeing more than 2,000 flights that are canceled, not only today, but into tomorrow. So as from your perspective, which airports are you seeing that are most impacted and which airlines?
Yeah, well, obviously Delta and Minneapolis is specifically the one that we're seeing the most strain on, as well as Chicago. And then we want to just remind people, because of the partial shutdown, that any airport, you might see some delays through security. So regardless of what's going on with the weather, you want to make sure that you're getting to those airports early. We're already hearing of Newark as well as Austin experiencing roughly an hour to an hour and a half of delays through security, even if you have those trusted traveler programs like TSA PreCheck. You just want to listen to mom and dad, get to the airport with even more time than you think during this period.
How long do you think these ripple effects are going to last?
It's likely that 24 to 48 hours, depending upon how much the snow really can impact and the clearing of the roads, not only the roads getting to the airport, but mostly those tarmacs where the flights have to take off. Now, if you are flying on a regional carrier, so think about Endeavor, if you are looking to go on those short-haul flights, you're more likely going to get impacted for longer. It's those international or those transcon flights that have those bigger jets that are able to take off, even amongst some sort of wacky weather that still could be persisting through the next 24 to 48 hours. So 24 on the good side, the positive side, 48 hours at worst.
Yeah, we're hoping for that 24-hour.
Yes.
Okay, we're wrapping things up, but let's end on a positive note. What are other things that we can capitalize on with any of these cancellations?
Well, we want people to, if they're not traveling immediately, this is a good reminder, get your summer flights booked. You should be booking those summer flights to begin with anyways. And if you're in the midst of all this sort of wacky weather again, we've had such a rough winter, what's better than dreaming about a little sun?
Speaking of travel, some planes at airports across the East might require de-icing over the next couple days. We have a massive temperature drop with this cold front that's producing the severe weather today across the eastern seaboard. And you guessed it, that means our temperatures are taking a nosedive. Today, we have 241 million Americans that have temperatures below average for this time of year. And although that number is kind of trailing as we work our way through Wednesday, it does represent that we have a lot of folks that will have to take on this cold, cold air. In fact, behind this weather system, dramatic changes in a short amount of time. Kansas City waking up almost 50 degrees colder than what they had on Sunday. So this is a massive, massive change with this cold front that's working its way across the country. We do have from frost and freeze alerts to pass along. If you got a little overzealous, did some early planting, you want to make sure that you're smart with this. Cover everything up with a blanket if you can. We have freeze warnings that have been issued for the Metroplex, Little Rock, Birmingham, Jackson, all the way over to Atlanta, Georgia. And we do have freeze watches in conjunction with this. That means it's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
Because, again, we have cold temperatures that will be in place all the way through Wednesday, Thursday morning.
Yeah, no kidding. And you think about all that we're dealing with today with the severe storms. If you happen to lose power, making sure that you're able to stay warm during the overnight hours, because we've got some cold temperatures all the way down to the Gulf Coast.
And this cold air, it sets in really quick. So especially in regards to the tornado potential we have for the East Coast. Let's say you live in Maryland, in Virginia, you know, late morning through afternoon, we have this potential for strong tornadoes. And after you get through that experience, if you're that unfortunate, you're going to have cold air. So take your coats to that safe place today if you do have a tornado warning. Tomorrow morning, bottom drops out. We're waking up in the 20s. As far south as I-20.
Man,
and you know what, for folks that live in the Great Lakes, we're going to be in the single digits. So bundle up. Here's a quick look-see for Mobile, Alabama. We'll have temperatures that are pretty down there. In fact, we could be breaking records in Tupelo, Mississippi.
And we continue with the Fox Weather Alert. March mania, 40-plus states being impacted. We've got blizzard conditions across the Midwest on the northern side of the storm. Look at the southern side, more severe storms. We've had a number of tornado warnings this morning and severe thunderstorm warnings as well. This is just the beginning of a very active day. Stay with us. Make sure you get the very latest. Download the Fox Weather app. Fox Weather First will be right back.
An important message for Americans ages 50 to 85.
You seen that life insurance thing I got in the mail?
From Colonial Penn?
Yeah, that's it.
It's over there.
The recycle bin. I sent for this.
You're buying life insurance now? Have you been to the grocery store lately? The last thing we need is another bill.
That's exactly why we need life insurance. If something happens to either of us, those bills won't go away. Life insurance can help pay them. Funeral costs, too. Take a look at this. It costs pennies a day.
That's right. Rates for Colonial Penn Life Insurance start at $9.95 a month. That's 35 cents a day. And this is one bill you know will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. Your rate is guaranteed, and so is your acceptance. That makes applying quick and easy. There are no medical questions, no physical exam. Since you can't be turned down, we don't ask about your health. And this is lifetime coverage. It never expires. Just pay your bill, and it's yours to keep for as long as you'd like.
This is the application. There's nothing to it. No health questions. What's this?
Free beneficiary planner. When we fill it out, all our important information and final wishes will be in one place.
The kids will appreciate that.
Call for more information and your free gift today. Read how easy it is to get life insurance from Colonial Penn. Even if you have pre-existing conditions or fixed income, it's easy and risk-free. Every policy we issue comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call now to learn more. You have nothing to lose.
Call 1-800-248-2839 for free information and a free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-248-2839. There's no obligation. 1-800-248-2839. Call now.
How can Consumer Cellular offer fast, reliable coverage and save you up to half? There's got to be a catch, and I'm going to find it by going straight to the CEO himself, Ed Evans. What's up, Ed?
Carrie, here's the secret. We know our customers are going to use a lot less data. We can then set our pricing substantially lower than what the big three are able to do on the exact same network.
Hang on a minute, Ed. Are you saying if I need a lot of data, you don't have a plan for me?
No, in fact, we have all kinds of plans, so you can pay for exactly what you need.
Oh, I love that.
If you're looking for value, the same quality at a lower price, nobody does it better than Consumer Cellular.
Call now and see if one of our U.S.-based Switch Pros can cut your bill by up to half. We can get you switched in about 20 minutes and save an additional $25 with code SAVE25. All on the network ranked #1 in coverage satisfaction. Call 1-800-640-0994. That's 1-800-640-0994.
Good morning. Waking up to a Fox weather alert here on Fox Weather. First, tracking tornado warnings in Georgia. I'm Britta Merwin.
And I'm Craig Herrera. We also have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings. Treat them like tornado warnings. Let's get started with what we have out there, because a lot of these, it's going to be an active start to the morning through the afternoon.
Yeah, we're going to take you outside. Atlanta, an amazing lightning show. The worst of the weather has moved through downtown, but now it's moving along Interstate 20, impacting our eastern suburbs of Atlanta. This is a long line of severe weather that is producing tremendous wind gusts, and it's tagged tornado possible for over 100 miles, meaning that we have a lot of folks that have to look out for that potential. By the way, if you're just getting breakfast ready, the camera shot out of Atlanta is incredible. Lots of lightning showing up. Here's a look at radar to give you that comparison of what it looks like, camera versus radar. Again, a fast-moving line that's produced those strong straight line winds. Looks like the tornado warning just dropped. Great news. It was right here on I-20 by Conyers and moving towards, folks that live closer to Madison along I-20. But please note that we still have that tornado tag on this severe thunderstorm warning, meaning that it can come back at any time.
Look at Athens. Athens, you are now in that severe thunderstorm warning just to the east of this line. I would get your all your folks ready in Athens, Georgia as well. Students, everyone here, as we watch and time out some of these storms and locations that they will hit. Because when you're talking about intense rain like this, you could see quick spin-ups. Also, you don't want to wait to see if you can hear it, because number one, it's dark. Number two, there's a lot of rain. Sometimes people are like, well, let me see if I can hear it. You've got to get to your safe spot. Plus, we have a couple of them ahead of the main line itself, which we've been watching across South Georgia.
Yes, which have actually produced confirmed tornado warnings this morning. Right now, we have a tornado warning in an area that's already been impacted by multiple supercells. So similar counties popping on up. But in addition to that, Bacon County, Ware County, you guys are under that tornado warning with another supercell that's moving on through. This one is radar indicated, but I will say this is the tightest signature that we've seen all morning long.
Yeah.
It's moving up towards Rockingham and Coffee. The timing for Coffee, Georgia, is 6:54 in the morning. But to show you that rotation, this is showing you the winds going towards and away from radar. When you see that tight little spin, that's definitely giving us good indication that we have a rotating storm that can produce a tornado.
And these storms that are ahead of the line, with the line, they're moving about 45 to 50 miles per hour. This one's moving about 30 miles per hour, so a little bit of a slower movement. They're not moving with that line. We had two pockets that we were watching. The purple that you see were the line, the severe thunderstorms that came through, producing some hail. The one to the south, though, you're right. Look at Valdosta. Valdosta's a place that a lot of people know very well in Georgia, and this is just to your north here of Valdosta, so you'll want to treat this as you get to your center portion of your home. Again, these severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings, this is just the beginning. Georgia's the southern side of this line, and we'll watch the mid-Atlantic as well as New England. That's not all we're watching, though. We've also got a lot of snow on the northern side of this massive storm. These are some images coming in from Marquette, Michigan. They had blizzard conditions. Those are just whipping portions of the Upper Peninsula this morning. So when we talk about this, we now have something that's come in, and there is the potential for snow rates of 1 inch per hour. This is brand new coming in, extends from Marquette, clear down into almost Milwaukee. Green Bay certainly in the mix as well. Easily going to add 5 to 8 inches of fresh snow. And with these types of bands that we're seeing, we were talking about these earlier, Britta, these bright bands here. You're with 1 inch per hour in this slow-moving system. Between now and 10 o'clock, you're probably going to add, in some cases, 4 to 5, 6 inches of fresh snow.
And with the intense wind, it's going to be blowing everywhere.
Yeah.
We have massive snow drifts, which makes it very complicated for crews to keep up with the snow removal. So this is a no-travel zone. Look at the brutally cold air behind it. Can you go back to that,
Yeah, let me go back
Greg?
to that real quick, yeah.
So air temperatures are dropping to the single digits behind this storm. So this is closer to the Arctic air that you would anticipate behind a January blizzard, not a March blizzard. It's a very different facet here. And when we have, 500,000 customers without power across the snow band area, they're going to be having to brace these brutally cold temperatures for a significant amount of time because the winds are going to stay elevated for at least 24, 36 hours. And it's not going to allow, wow, we just saw a truck skid out, by the way.
Oh, my gosh.
Watch those camera shots. Yeah, in the live shot.
Ooh,
here comes an 18-wheeler. That one did okay, but saw a pickup truck go around that corner and he completely fishtailed. So these are areas that are going to have to take on these conditions for quite some time. Just giving you guys a little attention to the car down, just sort of seeing how they navigate this morning. Visibility right now down to about a half a mile in Green Bay. We have blizzard and near blizzard conditions being verified across the zone.
Yeah, all due to those gusty winds, and you're talking wind gusts 50, 60 miles per hour, in some cases 70 miles per hour. So we do have these blizzard warnings extend for most of Iowa, up into portions of Wisconsin, northern Illinois, the UP of Michigan, where you're likely going to add another up to 2 feet of fresh snow on top of what you've received. You throw this ice storm warning in the mix for northern Michigan. Major concern again for more in the way of power outages this morning through this afternoon. And to your point, with that cold air coming in behind that, if you lose power, this is going to be one of those days where we have to figure out how to stay warm, check in on your neighbors. And this is also one of those where it's blowing. I mean, you can't really go anywhere. And you don't want to go anywhere, number one. And they're plowing, but they can't keep up with it. With these types of snow rates and that type of blowing snow, it's just almost impossible to keep up with keeping those roads clean.
Yeah, we've already picked up feet of snow over this past weekend for the UP. We're going to get an additional 1.5 feet on top of that. So these are insane snow totals. We're talking about a significant amount of snow. As the storm lifts out tonight, we have cold air going over the Great Lakes, which are back open for business. Lake Superior, Lake Michigan, we only got to about 30% coverage for ice anyways. But when you see those finger-like extensions over Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, these are going to be intense lake effect snow bands that take us through tonight through the day on Tuesday. So brutal conditions just extending for the first half of the work week.
Your birthday's Tuesday? Well, happy early birthday. Happy early birthday. Whoa! Thunder snow. Woo!
Love the reaction. Exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker Brandon Kopic, that's his voice right there. Rare sight on a road in Wisconsin yesterday. That is thunder snow. It truly is impressive to hear. It's a very different sound compared to thunder that you hear in a traditional thunderstorm. And this is the perfect segue to talk about the winter storm that is pounding the Great Lakes and the Midwest.
Hey, happy belated birthday to Brandon, by the way. He had a birthday last week, which was very cool.
He actually was just awarded for his coverage, by the way, too. So we appreciate you on our team, Brandon. This is a wide look at this area of low pressure, kind of showing you both sides here, the severe and the snow. The changes happen so quickly that we will have multiple cities go from severe weather to snow. And these are drastic changes. New York City and a lot of folks in the 95 corridor actually got a front row seat to something similar last Friday. And it's time for Pittsburgh to take it on again. So we're waking up fairly close to 60 degrees with rain.
Look at your morning commute. 60, rain.
Yeah.
Your commute home.
But
is
look
gonna
at
be
your commute
windy,
home.
Cold, snow. Completely different.
You need to bring everything in your closet in the back of your car.
I mean, this is a true spring storm. When you feel this and you experience this, you're like, man, what is going on? This weather's crazy. That's just spring. But it's one location. And when you think about this, look at that southerly flow pumping in the warmer air, the showers, the
severe
rain.
Weather possible
severe weather
for Pittsburgh.
And then you switch over just like that with that front passing up overhead. Temperatures will drop quickly. And having said that, anybody who loses the power has to be concerned because the cold air comes in right behind it. And you're talking a couple of inches of fresh snow here. Allegheny, a little bit more, of course, 4 to 5 perhaps.
Important to know also that if you're responding to a tornado warning in a place like Pittsburgh, you have to bring your winter coat and flashlights with you because we're going to have a very different evening compared to the first half of our day. Charleston, West Virginia, you also will be a spot that experiences this 10 to 12 hour craziness. Drama across the board. We're going from upper 50s to low to mid 30s in about a 10-hour window from severe weather to snow.
And a travel alert, these storms are bringing a mixed bag all to portions of the Great Lakes to the south. And we're looking live at Atlanta Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Guess what? We saw the lightning out there. Boom, there's another one. We have a ground stop in place. FlightAware reports more than 5,000 U.S. flights have now been canceled due to extreme weather hitting our country. So let's get to the big board there. Here's the ground stop for Atlanta right now. This is ongoing, likely going to be extended. They've got some strong winds. They've got some severe storms. We even had those warnings that we were talking about south of the perimeter, very close to the airport, by the way. Take a look at the cancellations. So we have 1,000 commercial flights in the air. Canceled flights, 1,753 out of Chicago. 319 canceled flights. They're dealing with snow this morning. LaGuardia, JFK, 294 out of LaGuardia, JFK 181. Now, those are canceled flights. That's just for those 3 airports. The rest of the Northeast into New England, we're dealing with red up and down on the misery board, and this is ahead of the line. Look at these scattered showers ahead of it. Here comes the front. Wait till this passes. Those numbers are going to shoot up. What a Monday. I wish we had better news for you, but Monday travel today is going to be tough. As you look at the big board and the front has passed, we have a number of delays from Minneapolis, of course, Chicago, over to St. Louis, back to Dallas, even Denver and Phoenix, major hubs being affected. And as we watch this front come through the north, well, what about the snow? It's going to be no travel here. You got some blizzard conditions, Britta, as we watch this closely. And then to the east of there, we've got the severe storms making it all the way to the eastern seaboard throughout this afternoon.
And thank you for staying with us here on Fox Weather First. We do this to be a part of your life, and we appreciate you waking up to be a part of ours. Coming up next, we'll head back to the severe side of this storm. Who is waking up to tornado warnings, and what are we going to be facing as we go into the afternoon when the severe risk increases? Fox Weather First, we'll be right back.
You know, there is something different about you today. Is it your makeup?
Not quite.
Did you do something to your hair?
It's not my hair.
Did you start a new job?
I did start a new job, but it's not that.
Became a father?
I've always been one.
Money problems?
Who doesn't have them?
What is it then? You have to tell me.
Yeah, okay, well, it's my skin.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually been using a new face cream.
Oh, really?
I really am. It fights my eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles.
Which face cream?
I use Particle's 6-in-1 anti-aging face cream for men, and I've never looked better.
Visit particlemen.com and use the coupon on your screen to get 25% off your order. Plus, free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Something illegal?
Nah, I'm good, fam.
Go to particlemen.com.
I'm Jonathan Lawson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps.
The 3 what?
The 3 Ps.
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 54 and was a smoker, but quit. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I'm 65, retired, and take medications. What's my price?
also $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80 and I'm on a fixed income. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you two. If you're age 50 to 85, call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn program. Options start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. You cannot be turned down because of your health. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. And this plan has a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, so your rate can never go up for any reason. Options start at $9.95 a month. Plus, you get a 30-day money-back guarantee. So call now for free information, and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record your important information and give helpful direction to your loved ones with your final wishes. And it's yours free, just for calling. So call now for free information.
Call 1-800-253-3903 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-253-3903. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-253-3903. Call now.
Icing on an airplane is one of the biggest dangers in air travel. It messes with the aerodynamics of a plane, making flying difficult and crashing easy. Luckily, airlines have a solution: de-icing. The process is common throughout the winter, but how exactly does it work? Let's talk a little chemistry. First, they use a heated fluid. It contains pressurized water with a chemical mixture that melts off the dangerous ice. Now, once the ice is removed, crews apply an anti-icing solution.
So you'll have anti-ice on the engine, the wings, and of course the windshield.
The anti-icing fluid prevents ice from forming by lowering the freezing point on the plane. Some solutions lower it to under -50 degrees. Stay ahead of the storm with Fox Weather. Get travel alerts 24/7 right at your fingertips with the Fox Weather app, or watch us anywhere, anytime on your favorite device. Fox Weather, weathering it together.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us here on Fox Weather First. I'm Britta Merwin alongside Craig Herrera, keeping a close eye on blizzard conditions across the Midwest this morning. And as we take you outside, we got plenty to cover. The winter side of this storm has a big grasp that is holding tight across the country. So get ready for more of it. The wind, the lack of visibility, the snow, that's a live look into Wisconsin.
Yeah, Green Bay to Waukesha, you got snow-covered roads. And you know what? It's tough for them to try to keep those clean because it just keeps coming down, or it's blowing. A lot of blowing snow out there.
The drifting makes snow removal almost impossible. We do have blizzard warnings that stretch from Iowa and Illinois all the way up to the UP, with winter weather advisories extending to the I-70 corridor. So these are spots that less than a week ago had record-breaking highs, tornadoes, severe weather, and now we get this brutal onslaught of winter weather. Right now, most of our locations are near blizzard conditions. To be honest, it's academic. It feels like a blizzard. It's awful, and we have power outages across the area. But this is what is the kicker. The cold air behind this storm and the fact that our winds are going to stay elevated. For the folks that have lost power, they're going to have to deal with the reality of staying warm in this type of weather.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough situation to experience because it will be with us through the day today and into tonight and through tomorrow. Wind gusts continue to howl across, right with that area of low pressure, right across portions of the Great Lakes. Having said that, we'll have the blowing snow. You also have visibility that has dropped. Schools likely, if they haven't been closed, I'm sure they have been closed. You're not going to be getting on the roads. You don't want to be getting on the roads. Plus, with power outages, you're not even going to have traffic lights. You're going to have four-way stops everywhere.
On the lower end of this, the travel concerns, you think about a place like Chicago, they're not going to have the record-breaking snow totals, the intense, well, they will have the intense wind, but not at the level that we're expecting for Marquette. But it's Chicago. O'Hare and Midway are going to be a mess. They have been a mess. So there's a look at radar right now out of Chicago with the snow continuing. In terms of how much snow we're going to pick up from here, we still have an additional foot of snow possible for the UP. For a place like Chicago, maybe a couple inches at that. This low is going to be moving out. In its wake, though, the wind continues to be very strong. So those ground blizzard conditions could be continuing. Heads up for folks that live on the Mitt. We do have an ice situation on Interstate 75, so please take it easy. Power outages expected to continue.
Fox Weather is your Winter Storm HQ, and we have been tracking that extreme blizzard on the ground with meteorologists, correspondents, and storm trackers. Our storm trackers chasing the blizzard from the most impacted areas, and our very own Brandon Kopic spoke with us over the weekend with a play-by-play of the conditions.
Oh, yeah, we're actually on Interstate 43 right now, just southeast of Green Bay, and the conditions continue to deteriorate. As we get out of, like, the main city, the Green Bay proper area, the conditions just deteriorated rapidly. We've run into, multiple people who have already been stuck. It's just small things where, parts of the road aren't plowed, and the last person we just pushed out literally had no tread on their tires. So it's a big thing to stress not to be out today unless you absolutely have to. Thankfully, I haven't seen any emergency vehicles stuck, but that is what the woman was told, that they have to prioritize the emergency vehicles that are getting stuck. We just saw a car on the other side of the road going northbound on 43 just slide all over the road and slide off the side. Not off the road completely, but just enough that they're out of the main stretch, but it didn't look like they got stuck. So it's just the conditions continue to deteriorate. While we're not in the most intense portion where we're going to be getting 4 feet of snow like it would be in Marquette, still the Green Bay area is going to be slammed just as hard down to the south with horrible visibilities and intense snowfall rates. So it really is a big thing to stress. Just stay home if you don't have to go out. I would definitely say so. I was outside Lambeau Field talking to a few gas station clerks, and they told me that their local Fox affiliate, their meteorologist, has been here for 32 years, and he said last night these are the highest snowfall totals that he's ever put out in his forecast for the Green Bay area in the 32 years that he's been here.
Says quite a bit about the kind of winter that they have been having when you've got an experienced meteorologist putting those kind of numbers and that kind of wording out. People who live here, they're used to these types of winters, but I think it's one that you're definitely going to remember for several years to come.
No, and even if you're used to it, I've been a resident of the UP before for 2 years. It is very difficult to do anything with that much of snow, and then you have to start worrying about the weight of the snow on your roof.
Yeah, for sure.
So some real intense things can happen in the wake of these storms. We got you covered, though.
Well, we have weather whiplash on both sides of the country. The Southwest sweltering under an intense heat wave. This ridge of high pressure is pushing possible historic levels of heat to California, Nevada, Arizona, and this is going to last right through this week with little relief at the coast. You see there folks and people in San Diego trying to head to the coast, but even the coastal communities are going to be dealing with extreme heat. We do have extreme heat warnings that are in place right across portions of Central California. The heat advisories extend all the way from San Francisco, and then an extreme heat watch for Southern California, Nevada, and into Las Vegas as well. Having said that, this area of high pressure gave us a bit of a break on Saturday. We have a weak onshore flow, but it rebuilds into the week. Now, when you look at the heights and thicknesses from the surface all the way up in the atmosphere, it is very hot air all the way up. There is little relief in the higher elevations, and all of that is getting pushed down to the surface. Plus, you have a very weak offshore wind. That weak offshore wind is also bumping the numbers 20 to 30 degrees above average, and multiple cities all across the Southwest are looking at record highs. Today, when you're talking about a high in downtown Los Angeles at 89 degrees, remember there are 2 readings, airport and then downtown. This is at USC. Britta, when you're higher in downtown LA than you are in Fresno, and you're not talking about a marine layer or an inversion, this is significant.
It is significant. There's so many microclimates, and depending on your proximity to the Pacific Ocean, which is always chilly, those water temperatures don't really get warmer than 68 degrees in the middle of summer. You can have a huge variability between towns, but this is very widespread heat getting into marine locations.
Yeah, look at San Diego.
They're feeling no buffer. San Francisco getting into the 80s in March.
That's wild.
That is wild. So unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of people really wanting to get that natural AC from Mother Nature, but not being able to pull it off.
Well, to your point, a lot of people here in San Francisco don't have AC. In places close to the coast,
you just drive to the coast and you enjoy natural AC, but it's not an option. These record-breaking highs extend over the Rockies into much of the West. This is a big headline for Arizona. If you're not from Arizona, you might just think, oh, they always have triple-digit heat. No. And the first triple-digit day is incredibly important for folks that live in Arizona because you do have a significant number of them that you have to take on. The earliest 100-degree day ever recorded in Phoenix was March 26th.
Man.
It is March 16th, and we're looking at hitting this probably on Wednesday.
Could also break an April record.
Yeah, an
We're
April
way ahead.
record.
Yeah.
These are significant dates that really do make a difference, and unfortunately, it means that they're going to have a prolonged season of a lot of heat ahead of them.
And let's take it across the Pacific Ocean right now as we head over to Hawaii, where a powerful and life-threatening Kona Low is currently slamming the Aloha State with flooding rains, also snow in the highest elevations out there as well. They're talking about statewide flooding. They've got some very strong winds, which have also been a concern as well. This Kona Low is basically, it's an area of low pressure that develops on the other side of the island. So typically we'd get a lot of rain on this side of the islands because those are the trade winds. They come in this direction. But we see the winds come in and the rain come in from a different direction. So a concern here when you think about this is you're talking about the leeward side of the islands that are typically drier. They're not the lush portions of the islands that you'd expect on the western side. Because again, here's where your trade winds come in and here's where you have most of the rain. This is not the case with this situation, which is why we're likely going to be dealing with flooding anyway, especially when you talk about these totals. Britta, we're talking 2 feet of fresh rain across some of these locations. And these aren't just the highest elevations.
No, and you bring up elevation. These are topography-driven islands. They are mountainous, and because you're working this rain up a mountainside, you actually increase the amount of rain that you squeeze out of the atmosphere. And rain and water, it goes to the lowest lying spots. So this is naturally going to be a setup for flash flooding, mudslides, landslides, everything comes with it.
Yeah, take a look at the direction of the wind. Again, it's on the leeward side of the islands, which are typically very dry. You think about Lahaina and the devastation that happened there, and if you remember images of there, the landscape is very dry. It's not the lush area, and when you have this much rain on a very dry landscape, of course, you're going to lead to flooding. Here's to your point, Britta. Look at the mountains getting a lot in the way of rain, and when you're this high up, it has to go somewhere, and it's all going down, in this case, all across the Big Island here.
We are looking at less rain for an island like Maui, so something to point out. It does look like we're going to have some pretty big impacts for the Big Island. We have some wind alerts to pass along. Wind gusts could be stronger than 100 miles per hour. Now, keep in mind, the mountainous terrain of the Big Island, you're talking about mountaintops that are well over 11,000 feet. Yeah. So you're going way up into the atmosphere there, allowing for those strong wind gusts. Here's a look at the forecast for Honolulu on Oahu. We have, rain that's really going to pick up in intensity, especially end of the week. Well, we want to thank you for staying with us here on Fox Weather First as we continue to track our March mania. You name it, we got it. We have snow that is amounting in feet. Severe weather, including a risk for long-track, powerful tornadoes for much of the East Coast. And then flooding rain, and if it wasn't enough, yes, a 30-degree temperature drop in 10 hours. Talk about a bingo card.
Yeah, no kidding. We've got it all. So make sure that you download the Fox Weather app and turn on the notifications. You're going to get the latest information for your location. We're with you for all seasons, for all America. Stay with us. More Fox Weather is on the way.
My cell phone bill kept going up. I started looking around, what are our other options? With Consumer Cellular, I'm saving over $50 a month. Same coverage, same data, same talk, same cell phone, simple.
So why am I paying way more for a big wireless plan? What am I getting for my money?
Consumer Cellular gives you the same fast, reliable nationwide network for up to half the cost of big wireless.
Same tower, same coverage.
I feel like people should know that.
They cut my bill just about in half.
I'm saving almost $100 a month.
That's over $1,000 a year.
Not only did I save money, but our coverage was vastly improved. It was fantastic.
There's got to be a catch, and I'm going to find it by going straight to the CEO himself, Ed Evans. What's up, Ed?
Because we serve primarily the 50-plus market today, we know our customers are going to use a lot less data. We can then set our pricing substantially lower than what the big three are able to do on the exact same networks.
Oh, I love that.
My job is to help you save money on wireless, even if you're on an unlimited plan.
My bill with the big carriers was over $300, and with Consumer Cellular, it's about $100.
Our customers ranked us #1 in network coverage satisfaction. And there's no long-term contracts.
When I look at what I had with Verizon, I'm not sure what I was paying extra for.
And yes, you could keep your number no problem. Want to bring your phone? That's great too. We'll have you wrapped up in about 20 minutes. Really.
We hadn't gone back. We're not going back. We're with Consumer Cellular.
Call now and see how one of our U.S.-based Switch Pros can cut your bill by up to half. That's right, up to half. When you call right now, you'll even save an additional $25. Just use the code SAVE25. And AARP members save even more. Call 1-800-381-4449. That's 1-800-381-4449.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
Good morning. Thanks for staying with us this morning at Fox Weather First. I'm Brenda Merwin.
And I'm Craig Herrera. Severe storms, since what we are watching, plus we've got a big snowstorm on the northern side of the storm, but already having travel impacts as well.
Yeah, Atlanta going under a ground stop earlier this morning. They had severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings. Here's a live look outside. We have both downtown and also at the airport, but then we have LaGrange, Georgia, and we still have lightning across the skies in Atlanta, even though we're through the worst of it, which is good news to pass along. But man, for folks that live out to the east along I-20, we got some vigorous weather, and we actually just got another tornado warning. Right on cue, right?
Yeah, all right, so let's get right to it and see what we're talking about here, because these storms are producing the line, tons of severe thunderstorm warnings. You can see all of the yellow there. Britta's going to go right into that tornado warning that's just been highlighted here, and it is radar indicated.
Look at that signature.
Okay, so she's going to go right in. You got a little bit of a little notch there. We're going to talk about this. This is just to the west of Thomaston, I believe.
It's actually one of the stronger signatures that we've seen all morning.
It's true, yeah, and this is the reason we're seeing this tornado warning coming in. This is going to be for Lamar County. This is until 7:30 a.m. this morning. It also includes Pike County, Talbot County, portions there as well. Major interstate to watch on this portion of this line. As we watch to see which areas are affected by it, we want to make sure that you get to your safe spot at this point, because right now it's a matter of timing with these storms.
Important to note that Forsyth is outside of this tornado warning, but you guys are a sizable community that's downwind, so I always like to draw out the cone to give you guys a little bit of a heads up. Timing around 7:43, so we have more than 30 minutes to watch it for Forsyth, but some of those communities that are right in line, I mean, Thompsontown, you guys have a 10-minute heads up here, 10 minutes for you to find that safe spot, as we definitely have a very strong rotating thunderstorm here producing this tornado warning.
A few more cities that have been highlighted, not popping up on the radar: Yatesville, Sunset Village, Lincoln Park, The Rock, Atwater. We've got Redbourne Crossroads, Bluff State Park as well, Pleasant Hill, Logtown, Sunnyside, and Piedmont.
We definitely have some nasty hail with this storm. As we take a look just to the west of Baker Spring, Georgia, you can tell that we're getting these signatures where you see almost that black, dark purple show up. That's showing you the hail within the thunderstorm. And as we switch to our hail product, just to give you an estimate of what radar is picking up on, we do have some sizable hailstones. We've seen 3/4 of an inch. This is 8/10 of an inch. And again, this is moving right through Baker Spring as we speak. So not only that potential for a tornado, but also the potential here for sizable hail.
This storm moving east at 40 miles per hour. Some of these have been picking up speed, especially to the north, where they've been traveling 55 miles per hour or so. So oftentimes you won't have a lot of time to get to your safe spot. Even as the sun starts to come up, look at the amount of rain with these storms. Many of them will be rain wrapped, so you will not be able to see them even when the sun comes up. This line of thunderstorms and these thunderstorms that we're watching are ahead of the line itself. These are these clusters that are eating up a lot of the energy. Earlier, we had a tornado warning that popped up over on the southern side of this over Florida. It was a waterspout that came on land and quickly fell apart. But this is the southern side of the storm, and as we continue to watch this closely, that threat continues throughout the morning, and then mid-afternoon, it goes up into portions of the mid-Atlantic. A level 4 out of 5 threat there, by the way. And this is another part of the story on the northern side, that wind. Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray captured this footage from Marquette, Michigan over the weekend. That snow definitely not over yet, my friends, and this winter storm just keeps going. We've got blizzard conditions, blizzard warnings as well, and some very cold air behind this. Look at the radar right now. Britta, we've got some intense snow bands coming down. We're seeing 1 inch per hour potentially with some of these snow bands picking up. Behind that, cold air, and we are dealing with power outages. Temperatures, air temperatures have dropped to the single digits. That's not including the wind chill, because some of these wind gusts are 40, 50, even 60 miles per hour.
Yeah, in areas where the snow has tapped off, Iowa, Minnesota, we still have those lashing winds. And so the ground blizzard conditions are just as significant as the blizzard conditions with snow that's falling. Green Bay, we have a 39-mile-per-hour wind gust, 38 in Des Moines, 25 in Chicago. So at the very best, this is a travel concern. O'Hare and Midway are going to struggle with the snow, the wind, and the visibility. But at the very dramatic side of this, you're talking about feet of snow for the UP of Michigan with snow drifts that continue to grow. So this is a no travel zone for folks that live in northern Michigan.
Yeah, we got blizzard warnings in place, and you're talking about at least 2 feet for places like Marquette. Not only that, but look at northern Michigan. We're dealing with ice storm warnings, potentially a 1/10 to maybe a 1/4 of an inch of ice possible. This does include portions of I-75. You throw on those strong winds, that is going to lead likely to more in the way of power outages. The snow still to come through the rest of the day. Again, some of the higher totals will be for the UP of Michigan. Take a look at Traverse City. You've got some heavy snowfall here on top of what has fallen already. So we'll watch throughout the rest of this morning here across Michigan and the Great Lakes, really northern Great Lakes.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take you outside, give you an above-the-ground look at Traverse City.
Oof, yeah, take a look at this. We've got some just breezy conditions. The snow has been blowing around there. If you look right where it says Winter Storm HQ on the banner, there's one of those traffic lights that's blowing in the wind as well. We have winter storm warnings for portions of Michigan. Let's head over to Traverse City. We've got our Fox Weather meteorologist, Jane Menard, our good friend. Jane, you have been there all weekend long. You've got a friend. I know this has been a big concern. A lot of you snowed in already this morning.
Yeah, no kidding. Nobody's getting in or out. I just heard the plow truck driver for the hotel here. He said that he got his plow truck stuck, and he's waiting for help from another friend who's also stuck on the roads, as are we. And Joe, who just came out to me in the parking lot in shorts, might I add. Joe, what do you think of all this?
It's great. That's the only reason we came up here from Metro Detroit area, just to see the snowstorm. Because we'll be complaining that it's too hot by summertime. So just enjoy this while you can.
Oh, right. I mean, this is just an incredible storm, right? I mean, with the wind and the snow, you haven't seen much like this in Detroit. You got to come up far
Not
far
in a
north.
long time. Haven't seen nothing like this in a long time. That's why me and my buddy and my wives did it, just to see it, because we don't get it anymore.
What do you think being out here? How does it feel?
Oh, it's nice. Yeah, look. Yeah, this can be brutal if you're out here way too long, but yeah, it's good though.
They say Michiganders, hardy folk, and
it's fun. It's fun.
It is fun. Not fun with the travel though. I mean,
no.
What's your plan getting back home? I mean,
well, we're gonna wait for the sun to come up and see what the news is saying, and then hopefully get on the road by 10 o'clock or so, and because once you get about an hour south of here, it'll be fine. So.
Yeah. It's true. You just got to make it an hour south. Hopefully these roads will open up. Well, Joe, go get inside. Thanks for coming out to talk to me. I appreciate it. Be warm.
Be warm.
Yes. Now he's about to go trudge through knee-deep snow drifts. No kidding. That's how crazy this parking lot is. And this is just a parking lot. But the thing is, Craig, Britta, I mean, maybe about 100, 200 feet off to my right. is where we have the bay shores of the Grand Traverse Bay, the West Arm. And so, you know, here I am in one of those stretches. Whenever you get so close to a waterfront like that, there's nothing to slow down that wind. It is whipping. We're seeing gusts up to 40 miles per hour. That has been consistent for the last 3-4 hours, and it's not going to lighten up anytime soon. That storm itself, it's sub 990. I think the last I looked, it was 984, beginning to lift up through the middle of the mitt. And as it continues to pull north, we're going to get eventually that wind shift out of the northwest, and that's when things are really going to get rolling for us in terms of getting more snow back on the board. We've seen anywhere from 8 to 12 inches of snow. These snow drifts, they're getting upwards of about maybe 2 feet, 3 feet in some areas. I can't believe the snowplow got stuck. I mean, can you, this doesn't even tell the full picture. I mean, this has been sitting here for a couple of hours at this point, and I'm not sure exactly how we're going to be able to get out through the afternoon, because once we see that second round of snow pick up with the enhancement, winds will stay strong. I mean, everything is just going to be shut down as we go through the day today. It's not until tomorrow. Blizzard warnings, by the way, you mentioned those up across the UP. They've expanded closer to my direction into the upper lower for tomorrow morning.
Yeah, Jane, you were there since before this all kicked off. We had a couple of rounds, but knowing this was going to be the biggest round, do you think people were prepared? It's been quite a winter for them.
It has been quite a winter, and I will say, I think for the most part, folks are prepared. You know, it's been a couple of years since we've maybe seen an event like this. I mean, things have changed. Back in December, not too far, right after Christmas, the UP was slammed by an incredible blizzard. So, you know, you don't have to go too far back into the memory book in order to experience something like this. They're hardy folks. They know what to do. For the most part, I think people are just hunkering in, staying off the roads. And that has been the case. It's been really quiet around town.
Yeah, you know, when the locals aren't driving, that's what you shouldn't be doing as well. Jane, thank you so much for the update. Go get warm for a little bit, and we'll check in with you soon. That's Jane Menard reporting in Traverse City, Michigan this morning.
And still ahead, the Northeast getting doused with heavy rain. A couple cities on the map here on the boards. We've got Philadelphia and Boston waking up to some rain. We've got more in the forecast, plus gusty winds. We're going to track that as we come back. Stay with us. This is Fox Weather First. We'll be back after this break.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You got to get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Visit or call us. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Buying and selling a home can be really hard these days. That's why who you work with matters. I recently helped a couple buy their dream home even before selling their current one. They were both very busy and didn't have time to sell the traditional way. HomeLight's Buy Before You Sell program was a game changer. They were able to buy and sell on their own schedule. It was so easy and they were thrilled. See how you can buy before you sell at homelight.com today.
Introducing the all-new Mobilizer compression socks from Copperfit, America's #1 compression sock brand. Easy on, easy off compression socks that reduce swelling and relieve tired, achy feet with built-in arch support technology for targeted relief right where you need it.
I thought all compression socks are the same, and I'll tell you, it's a world of difference. They reduce inflammation, they reduce the pain.
No more pain, no more achy feet.
These are the socks to wear to help keep the energy going. It's just been amazing for me.
And now, Copperfit compression just got even better with energizing blue infrared fibers woven into soft, breathable compression fabric to help boost circulation, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. Copperfit compression plus Lumicor blue infrared fibers Two breakthrough technologies combined to give you soothing foot relief all day, every day, so you can stay mobile.
The compression, the fit, the comfort. I love these socks. I want to have them on all the time.
I can get up every morning and do exactly what I want to do because I'm not in foot pain anymore.
I'm addicted to wearing them. Now I feel like I can get anything done no matter what it is.
Breathable, easy on, easy off design. Graduated compression for energizing support and to reduce swelling from prolonged sitting or standing. Built-in arch support technology. Plus, Lumicore blue infrared fibers to boost circulation and reduce swelling for soothing all-day relief.
They'll keep me going. They're going to keep me mobile, keep me doing the things I want to do.
The Lumicore technology works fantastic. That, to me, was the game changer.
Get mobilized, guaranteed, or your money back. Get your Mobilizer socks now at mobilizersocks.com for as low as $19.99. Plus, your shipping is free. That's right, free shipping.
The more I wore them, the better it got.
I just feel happier.
Nothing compares to CopperFit Mobilizer socks. Nothing.
You have got to get these.
Get yours now at mobilizersocks.com.
Waking up to Fox Weather Alert, I'm Britta Merwin alongside Craig Herrera this morning. We got tornado warnings in Georgia this morning. In fact, we've had confirmed tornado warnings just about a couple hours ago, so an active start to a Monday. Let's take you outside. This is a live look in downtown Atlanta. We also have a look at the airport. Now, the worst the weather's through, but we do still have lightning, some moderate rain. But I got to tell you, that main line and these thunderstorms ahead of that main line really reacting vigorously to the conditions this morning. We do have an active tornado warning that's right to the west of Macon, Georgia. This is tracking to the northeast, so moving closer to Forsyth. But this one's had some good rotation on it. It's Doppler indicated, so no confirmations of it on the ground, but taking a look at the track here, it would get it closer to Forsyth by about 7:50 in the morning. That's well outside the tornado warned area, but just something to keep in mind because that's the direction that we're going. Now, as we take a look at the conditions ahead of the main line, it does have an increasing severe potential. So, Craig, we got the tornado watch in effect. We're likely going to see more warnings pop up. But then we have to face the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Late this morning, this afternoon, our focus will leave Georgia and really move up towards the mid-Atlantic.
Yeah, and that includes the Carolinas all the way up into places like Maryland, including our nation's capital, and then throughout the afternoon, a little closer to the late afternoon, a little farther north. Tornado threat is there, and this is a big concern for this time of year. Sure, we get severe weather, but man, we've got this early. EF2 or stronger, plus the chance for some straight line winds, just a lot of energy getting thrown down to the surface. That would also cause some damage. Look at the damaging wind threat. We haven't seen this level 5 out of 5 yet this season, and look at the amount of real estate from portions of, say, close to Baltimore, clear down into South Carolina.
We're expecting these winds to be stronger than 70, 75 miles per hour, so that alone is enough to cause damage. But then you throw in the fact that we have strong, long-track tornadoes that are possible in the forecast. So multiple impacts here that you have to be very aware about. Here's the timeline. I'll kick things off at 1 p.m. this afternoon. We got that main line kind of approaching the 95 corridor with isolated thunderstorms ahead of it. And it just gets very messy all the way through the evening commute. The actual cold front doesn't roll through until later tonight. And behind it, we have a significant temperature drop. We're dropping by 30 degrees. So this is going to be a wild ride for a lot of folks that live across the East Coast. We do have a new tornado warning that just popped up. It's just heading our Fox Weather Alert board as we speak. So I'm going to pull up radar to get you back to what's happening in Georgia. North Carolina.
North Carolina.
This is our first one.
Madison County and Yancey County in North Carolina till 7:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I'm looking up at the alert board. This is separate from the one in Lamar County that we're watching in Georgia. Britta going in right now to find this specific one.
Yeah, as we take a look at this tornado warning, it's also radar indicated. It includes Madison County. This is going to be up until 7:45 in the morning. As we take a look at the rotation here, not really seeing a huge signature, but keep in mind we're also talking about some higher terrain spots. As we take a look at the tracking here and move it off to the north and east, giving you some timeline here for some communities. We're expecting it at 7:50 for Green Mountain and then 8 o'clock in the morning for Bakersville.
Yeah, look at the amount of rain with this one as well. I think that's going to be a concern with some of these storms. They're moving fast, so you won't have a lot of time this afternoon. If you do get a warning, be prepared for that. And a lot of them could be rain-wrapped at that. As we continue to watch the Northeast, we also have that flood risk. When we're talking about all of this rain, look at Philadelphia right now. The flood potential extends all the way up into portions of New England. In fact, a good chunk of New England dealing with not only rain, but some warmer temperatures. And then you've got some snowmelt, plus the potential to see some ice jams due to all of the rain and those warmer temperatures. Look at the water vapor. Man, all of this energy, all those brighter pinks that we're seeing across the Southeast, starting to fill in into portions of the Mid-Atlantic. And a lot of this slowly, as it drifts to the east, starts to fill in. Now, we have some energy ahead of the main line itself. What you have been dealing with this morning across New England and the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast is the precursor to what's to come. Boston's been dealing with some heavy rain at times. We do have wind alerts in place as well as high wind warnings. Those will be for portions of the Cape all the way to Providence. You've got Bangor, Maine, and also just off the Great Lakes, where we're going to have some, believe it or not, more in the way of lake effect. How about these winds? 50, 60 miles per hour coming in from the south. Britta, you'll see the front coming in, and this change in wind direction significant because it comes in with some colder air. But I always worry, whenever you see the winds coming in from the south and then suddenly within a matter of hours, the wind shifts and comes in from the west, any trees that are loose, power lines, it kind of shakes things up a little bit, and that leads to even more power outages.
Yeah, there's not a lot of time for a rebound, and so it's a high-stress environment, quite literally. With that wind shift, it gets significantly colder. Places like Pittsburgh, you're going to go from severe to snow in a matter of hours.
Yeah.
So it is a wild ride that we're going to encounter here. Peak wind gusts, probably up to 50, 60 miles per hour. We'll have a travel impact as well. You think about airports like Boston Logan.
Already this morning.
LaGuardia, yeah, already
so.
This morning is tough, and it's going to get worse.
Yeah.
There's a look at the flood impacts. So a couple things to think about. We're going to get a lot of heavy rain today, but also we have areas that are naturally going through their spring process of ice jams. And then you're going to throw a lot of rain on top of these rivers that are going through that process, and it just kind of adds up to too much for the system, and you start to get taxed. And then, unfortunately, you have an overflow situation.
I mean, you look at the Northeast all the way through New England, this is all the rain event. The cold air is way back behind this system. Look at the 5 o'clock hour. You've got some scattered showers, thunderstorms, gusty winds with these storms. Notice you can't treat the roads. All of that rain's coming through there, and the quick change happens just like that. You will notice the dramatic drop in the temperatures today. It's that kind of front that passes through. And look at the strong winds behind that. Britta, you still have some impressive fingers, if you will, of snow behind that with that strong wind coming in.
We have snow squalls tomorrow across much of the Northeast with that type of a setup. Here's New York City, 60 degrees and rain today. Tonight, we drop to the 30s. Tomorrow, only getting up to 41 degrees, but at least we'll see some sunshine.
That's true. Active weather, snarling travel from coast to coast. We've got the concern for this powerful blizzard that's been coming on through. We also have flooding concerns, severe storms. Major hubs all across the country are wrestling with the elements to ensure safe and timely travel. Travel expert Katie Nastro joined Weather Command Weekend for the best ways to navigate travel trouble.
And we're already seeing more than 2,000 flights that are canceled, not only today, but into tomorrow. So as from your perspective, which airports are you seeing that are most impacted and which airlines?
Yeah, well, obviously Delta and Minneapolis is specifically the one that we're seeing the most strain on, as well as Chicago. And then we want to just remind people, because of the partial shutdown, that any airport, you might see some delays through security. So regardless of what's going on with the weather, you want to make sure that you're getting to those airports early. We're already hearing of Newark as well as Austin experiencing roughly an hour to an hour and a half of delays through security, even if you have those trusted traveler programs like TSA PreCheck. You just want to listen to mom and dad, get to the airport with even more time than you think during this period.
How long do you think these ripple effects are going to last?
It's likely that 24 to 48 hours, depending upon how much the snow really can impact and the clearing of the roads, not only the roads getting to the airport, but mostly those tarmacs where the flights have to take off. Now, if you are flying on a regional carrier, so think about Endeavor, if you are looking to go on those short-haul flights, you're more likely going to get impacted for longer. It's those international or those transcon flights that have those bigger jets that are able to take off. even amongst some sort of wacky weather that still could be persisting through the next 24 to 48 hours. So 24 on the good side, the positive side, 48 hours at worst.
Yeah, we're hoping for that 24-hour.
Yes.
Okay, we're wrapping things up, but let's end on a positive note. What are other things that we can capitalize on with any of these cancellations?
Well, we want people to, if they're not traveling immediately, this is a good reminder, get your summer flights booked. You should be booking those summer flights to begin with anyways. And if you're in the midst of all this sort of wacky weather again, we've had such a rough winter, what's better than dreaming about a little sun?
Speaking of travel, some planes at airports across the East might require de-icing over the next couple days. We have a massive temperature drop with this cold front that's producing the severe weather today across the eastern seaboard. And you guessed it, that means our temperatures are taking a nosedive. Today, we have 241 million Americans that have temperatures below average for this time of year. And although that number is kind of trailing as we work our way through Wednesday, it does represent that we have a lot of folks that will have to take on this cold, cold air. In fact, behind this weather system, dramatic changes in a short amount of time. Kansas City waking up almost 50 degrees colder than what they had on Sunday. So this is a massive, massive change with this cold front that's working its way across the country. We do have from frost and freeze alerts to pass along. If you got a little overzealous, did some early planting, you want to make sure that you're smart with this. Cover everything up with a blanket if you can. We have freeze warnings that have been issued for the Metroplex, Little Rock, Birmingham, Jackson, all the way over to Atlanta, Georgia. And we do have freeze watches in conjunction with this. That means it's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
Because, again, we have cold temperatures that will be in place all the way through Wednesday, Thursday morning.
Yeah, no kidding. And you think about all that we're dealing with today with the severe storms. If you happen to lose power, making sure that you're able to stay warm during the overnight hours, because we've got some cold temperatures all the way down to the Gulf Coast.
And this cold air, it sets in really quick. So especially in regards to the tornado potential we have for the East Coast. Let's say you live in Maryland, in Virginia, you know, late morning through afternoon, we have this potential for strong tornadoes. And after you get through that experience, if you're that unfortunate, you're going to have cold air. So take your coats to that safe place today if you do have a tornado warning. Tomorrow morning, bottom drops out. We're waking up in the 20s. As far south as I-20.
Man,
and you know what, for folks that live in the Great Lakes, we're going to be in the single digits. So bundle up. Here's a quick look-see for Mobile, Alabama. We'll have temperatures that are pretty down there. In fact, we could be breaking records in Tupelo, Mississippi.
We continue with the Fox Weather Alert. We're watching these blizzard conditions across portions of the Midwest and the Great Lakes, and we don't stop there. Severe storm threat, a level 4 out of 5 for portions of the Mid-Atlantic today. To the north of there, heavy rain, snowmelt, potential for ice jams. We've got flooding concerns as well. Fox Weather First continues after this break.
Are you ready for a fresh new bath or shower? Well, now is the best time. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Hi, I'm Christina, and it's time to flip your old worn out bath or shower with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel today. Everyone knows the Jacuzzi brand. They're the most trusted name in water for more than 70 years. But did you know they can install a gorgeous bath or shower that feels incredible in as little as 1 day? It's no stress and no mess with a lifetime warranty. Now let's talk beauty. You deserve to start and end your day in a beautiful space that feels great and is custom designed just for you. So call or go online now to see the Christina preferred designs like Canyon, Farm, and Urban. Now that's the total bathroom beauty that I love at a price you can afford. And how about safety? Like an ultra low profile, easy entry shower, complete with grab bars and a custom designed seat. You deserve safety and peace of mind without sacrificing style. Because with all the worries in daily life, taking a shower shouldn't be one of them.
Every time I stepped over my old tub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
I've been trying to get him to remodel that bath for years. I called and they did in just 1 day.
And at a price we could afford.
With one call to Jacuzzi Bath Remodel, you can effortlessly transform that old, ugly eyesore into the stunning bath or shower of your dreams that you'll love for years to come.
For a limited time, we're waiving all installation costs and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-7191. That's 800-384-7191. Call now.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There is still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
Hey there, Nick Kosa here. We're back. It's time for Fox Weather Deals, sponsored by Knocking, as we're always here to help you save on products that'll keep you prepared no matter what is in the forecast. To start shopping, go to foxweatherdeals.com. Courtney Kaysen, our resident lifestyle expert, is back with another super cool, kind of futuristic product.
Oh my gosh, and they're from Minolta, which you guys know, a digital optics brand, but so much respect in the category. You've probably had their products in your home for years. These are their 4K HD binoculars, and you can choose to look through the traditional way, or you can look through on the screen, which is awesome, because say right now you're looking at foliage, but when the weather turns chilly, you're looking at wildlife, you can actually snap a picture of what you're viewing, and because these are 12 times the magnification, you're seeing what's 120 feet away, almost as if, like crystal clarity 10 feet away, which is awesome. There's an SD card here, so you can transfer it out to your computer, which is lovely. And these just fit a lot more comfortably in the hand. They're lightweight. You can travel with them, camping, cruising, you name it, and have your memories for a lifetime stored and saved.
I love it. An LCD screen on binoculars is something that's been a long time coming, I think.
Absolutely. Our deal price today, phenomenal, $149.99, saving you 50% off.
That is a deal. Courtney, thank you so much. We appreciate that. To purchase one of these and so much more, scan the QR code on your screen or check out foxweatherdeals.com. Happy shopping.
Thanks for staying with us here on Fox Weather. First, a busy start to our Monday, tracking tornado warnings across the southeast. I'm Britta Merwin.
Hey there, I'm Craig Herrera. We've got a number of severe thunderstorm warnings, and embedded within those come those tornado warnings across 3 states right now.
Yeah, we've had 3. They just dropped one in Georgia. Look at the camera in Alabama, by the way. Lightning show, horizon to horizon. So when these storms roll through, they are charged. Meanwhile, we do have tornado warnings that have been ignited in Alabama, Georgia, and North Carolina. So here's a wide look of what's going on. It's hundreds of miles of severe weather that's working its way across the southeast. Ahead of it, isolated thunderstorms are developing, and those also have produced multiple tornado warnings. Do have an update out of Georgia. We'll head south and kind of work our way north. So this is a new tornado warning out for the state of Alabama. Dale and Henry County. This is Doppler indicated until 7 a.m., but it's very close to the state line. So this will be moving into Georgia very quickly. Meanwhile, in Georgia, we've been watching this segment of the line that's just to the west of Macon, Georgia. That's going to roll through Macon probably in the next 45 minutes. So it's tough because you guys are literally between 2 lines of severe weather. If you got to get moving quickly. Otherwise, I would pause. This is tagged tornado possible for a good reason. We have had multiple tornado warnings along that line. Meanwhile, up towards North Carolina, which is kind of the northern fringe of our severe weather belt this morning, this tornado warning is in effect until 7:45 in the morning.
Yeah, this one about 5 miles southwest of Burnsville, moving east at 45 miles per hour. That's been pretty much the case for a lot of these storms, about 45 to 55 miles per hour. So not a lot of time in some cases to get to your safe spot. It is important when you get even a severe thunderstorm warning to treat it like a tornado tornado warning. Look at this increased potential right ahead of the line over portions of South Georgia. Valdosta, Macon, you're right in that. You talked about Macon just a moment ago. Well, I'd give it time. You're in the lull right now. As we go through the mid-morning hours, this shifts. We're already seeing it moving to North Carolina, so the Carolinas through Virginia, and a good chunk of our nation's capital, Maryland, as we go through this afternoon as well. We're talking not only straight line winds, but tornadoes possible, and talk in a lot of the discussions this morning of potentially strong tornadoes, long track. Yeah, exactly. And, you know, it's a situation we see in the summertime. We're early in the season for this. And look at the chance for these EF2 or greater. This is a huge chunk of real estate we're looking at.
The Storm Prediction Center really giving you the heads up that those EF2 or stronger tornadoes can be possible as far north as parts of New York State. In addition to the tornado potential, keep in mind strong straight line winds can cause a lot of damage. This is a rare 5 out of 5. So although, yes, we're looking out for those long track tornadoes, we're going to see a lot of wind reports today. Some of these wind gusts, especially this afternoon across parts of Virginia and the Carolinas, they will be stronger than 75 miles per hour. So it is a day to be very weather aware and be ready to really take safety when the warnings pop up.
Another part of this storm, take a look at this. We got a live shot from our storm tracker, Brandon Kopic, on the roads this morning. Powerful winds, snow. It's just pelting the Midwest, and he's been out in the middle of this. And we've got this from Green Bay, Wisconsin. It's not the only area. We have some strong snow bands right close to Green Bay, extend all the way to the north of portions of Wisconsin. And in some cases, we are dealing with some snowfall totals that could easily get to about, say, 1 inch per hour. And that's a concern for these areas that have already been hit so hard with so much in the way of snow over the past 24 hours. Now, having said that, you've got not only the snow that's coming down, but you also have some very strong gusty winds. And Jane Menard's been in Traverse City as well. We'll check in with her throughout the day. But look at these intense snow bands here. Those are some serious snow bands where we've got some wind gusts, 40, 50, even 60 miles per hour, Britta. Having said that, look at this. Even where we've lost some of the snowfall falling from the sky, we have wind gusts at 38 miles per hour. So that is blowing the snow around as well. Cold right behind this.
Yeah, I mean, temperatures right now in the Dakotas are in the single digits. So when you lose the power, you're going to be without power for a long time because the winds are so strong.
Sure.
But you're going to have to deal with Arctic January type cold air. Right now, our visibility is down to nothing in Marquette.
It hasn't changed all morning.
It has not. The UP is going to be a no travel zone today. There's just no way you're going to be able to get anywhere with near blizzard conditions verifying across multiple states this morning.
Yeah, and having said that, you know, we've got feet of snow on the ground. We still have these blizzard warnings that go through today for the UP of Michigan, eastern half of Iowa. On top of that, we also have the ice storm warning. So here's the blizzard warning this morning. Here is a look at the ice storm warning, including Grayling. So along portions of I-75, could see 1/10 of an inch of ice, maybe a little bit more with the stronger winds. You add the chance and the threat for power outages to go up. When you look at this bullseye here, man, that is some serious snow. An additional 1 to 2 feet of fresh snow for the UP of Michigan. Britta, this is on top of what we already have. Yeah. And as the winds switch around and come off of Lake Michigan here, you're going to see some of those numbers go up quickly on the western half of Michigan.
We'll get lake enhanced snow. So we're already getting intense snow from the storm itself, which is rather strong. That's why the winds are so intense.
Yeah.
But in the wake of that, we'll switch from lake enhanced snow to lake effect snow. Yeah. We'll just have cold air coming across those lakes, and that will develop very thin bands of intense snow rates that we'll have to deal with all the way through Tuesday.
Your birthday's Tuesday? Well, happy early birthday. Happy early birthday. Whoa! Thunder snow! Woo!
That is exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker Brandon Kopic getting the rare treat of thunder snow in Wisconsin yesterday. Kind of the perfect segue, right? As we get into these intense regions where we're seeing such a dramatic change, there's many cities that are going to go from severe to snow. And you have so much charge in the atmosphere. We're going to get a lot more reports of thunder snow, so you might be one of the lucky ones to hear it. But here's a look at that storm as it continues to progress, and it really shows you how everything is connected. This severe weather is connected to the snow. That's why we're seeing such a dramatic change. As we take a look at what this means for an area like Pittsburgh, The next 12 hours are going to get wild. I mean, you're dropping 30 degrees pretty much in a place like Pittsburgh. You're going to start your day off with rain. By the time you get home from the office today, you're going to be dealing with snow.
Snow and cold air behind that, which is why we're asking you to make sure that you've got a way to stay warm. If you lose the power, it will be tough to treat the roads because we switch over from rain to snow just like that. They won't be able to treat these roads. There's the switch over this afternoon for the commute home. Look at that cold wind coming in from the west over places across western PA. It is just one example that we are looking at. You could take this all the way up into western New York as well. How much snow? 1 to 3. So not the impressive numbers you're seeing up to the north. However, this is still pretty significant, especially when you got cold air behind it.
Absolutely. Charleston, West Virginia, similar story here, where you're going to be dropping by about 20 degrees in Charleston from this morning to tonight. And you're going to have that transformation of dealing with rain, possibly some severe weather. Rumbles of thunder wouldn't be a shock here, given the temperature difference. And then we'll bring in the snow and the wind as we go into tonight.
Yeah, and when you think about this, again, one of those days where you need everything. You need the umbrella in the morning hours. You're going to need the winter coat for the evening. There's your timestamp. By early this afternoon, things switch over. They switch over quickly. Strong winds behind that will blow some of the snow around. And you got a lot of elevation here, so that'll be a concern for a lot of these higher elevation spots. Maybe squeeze out a little bit more. And then with the wind behind that, you still have a couple of streamers.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, that's not good.
I think we'll see a lot of snow squalls tomorrow across the Northeast.
Good point. Traveling, that's just going to be tough. The higher elevations getting a little bit more than the 3 to 5 inches of fresh snow there. But we watch closely because you mentioned, streamers. That's going to be a problem. In fact, these storms are bringing a mixed bag of impacts today, making things messy for travelers. We're looking live right now at Atlanta, Charlotte, and Houston airports. All of them, guess what? They have one thing in common. It's something we don't want to see. It is a ground stop for each one. Different reasons at each location. Charlotte and Atlanta both dealing with thunderstorms. Houston dealing with wind. So FlightAware has reported that more than 5,000 U.S. flights have now been canceled. 5,000 on a Monday morning, all due to the extreme weather that is hitting the nation. There are the ground stops. We talked about the thunderstorms. How about Atlanta? Delays, not the cancellations. You got 202 delayed flights. Out of Chicago, 341 canceled flights. Out of LaGuardia, 298 canceled flights. This is just the beginning. The front hasn't even passed yet. A lot of you this morning have dealt with some sloppy conditions. This is all ahead of the front. We're already seeing red on the dials for the misery map. That means more in the way of delays and cancellations. As we go through this afternoon, you know that's going to ramp up, especially as the front continues to make its way to the east. Look what's happened in its wake. All of the red that you see on the dials, really from Dallas, we talked about Houston, clear up over to Chicago, St. Louis, dealing with delays. Some major hubs. What about on the roads? It's a no travel day for the northern Great Lakes. Just gusty winds, blowing snow, visibility down to 0 in some cases. The Northeast, you've got the chance for these severe storms. Could also see some very strong winds. These will be a crosswind for anyone trying to travel north to south. A crosswind gusting 60, 70 miles per hour is going to be a concern for anybody, especially high-profile vehicles. Behind it, the numbers drop quickly. Look at Buffalo at 39 this evening. Syracuse still at 62. You can see the difference in the air mass and what we are going to experience. Across portions of the mid-Atlantic, we have the chance for some long-track tornadoes, as well as some very powerful tornadoes here as well. Britta, we'll watch this all afternoon. Fox Weather here for you, your severe weather and your winter storm HQ.
And we appreciate you staying with us this morning on a busy Monday between the severe weather and the blizzard conditions. We do this to be part of your life, and we appreciate you waking up to be a part of ours. Coming up next, we got to talk about what's happening later today. Obviously, a vigorous start to the day between both facets of this winter storm, the spring severe, the winter snow. We'll talk about the afternoon timeline in regards to severe weather, what we're expecting up and down the 95 corridor. Stay with us here on Fox Weather First as we take a look at D.C., where we do have a chance for tornadoes today. We'll be right back.
Eye bags, dark spots, wrinkles.
There's one product that can fight them all.
Only one.
Particle Face Cream.
Particle Face Cream.
Engineered for men, made for our skin.
And backed by science, and it actually works. My eye bags before, this was me, and this is me today.
Dark spots used to be brutal. Now, they're barely there.
My wrinkles were deep. Look at the difference.
I honestly didn't think a cream could do this, and it literally takes 2 minutes a day.
1 minute in the morning
And 1 minute at night.
super easy.
Super effective.
And compared to everything else I considered, it's actually inexpensive.
It's everything I need
in one bottle.
If you've had enough of those eye bags, dark spots, wrinkles, there's only one product you need.
Visit ParticleMin.com and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off, free shipping, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. ParticleMin.com.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, endless cleaning? Your floors never seem to stay clean. Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber mat that traps dirt instantly. Engineered with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats. Muddy Mat doesn't just catch dirt, it locks it in. Whether it's mud, snow, sand, or water, every step on your new Muddy Mat leaves your floors spotless. And its reinforced rubber backing keeps it firmly in place. No more slipping or sliding. Perfect for your entryway, kitchen, bathroom, or even under your pet's food bowl, Muddy Mat absorbs up to 5 times more water. And when it's time for a cleanup, just toss it in the washing machine and it comes out looking as good as new.
Dog parents, this is a must-have.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling.
I've got muddy mats all over the house. I even use one as a bath mat. It feels so good under my feet. It's so soft. Non-slip backing makes it safe too.
With multiple dogs, I've always struggled with having dirty paws on the floor, but with this mat, I can finally stop stressing out about it because there are no prints anywhere.
It's so soft and squishy. I've even found my puppy sleeping on the mat instead of his bed. They work so well, I bought 3 more so I could put them all over my house.
You just place the Muddy Mat in front of the door and you'll save up so much time cleaning the floors. Go get one. Thank me later.
Imagine the relief of coming home to clean floors every day. Call the number on the screen or visit trymuddymat.com or simply scan the QR code right now to claim an incredible 70% off and get your free Muddy Mat today. But hurry, this exclusive offer is available only for a limited time. Once they are gone, they are gone. Don't let dirt dictate your day. Join thousands of satisfied customers who have already transformed their homes with Muddy Mat. Act now. Clean floors, happy home.
Call 1-800-707-4122.
Icing on an airplane is one of the biggest dangers in air travel. It messes with the aerodynamics of a plane, making flying difficult and crashing easy. Luckily, airlines have a solution: de-icing. The process is common throughout the winter, but how exactly does it work? Let's talk a little chemistry. First, they use a heated fluid. It contains pressurized water with a chemical mixture that melts off the dangerous ice. Now, once the ice is removed, crews apply an anti-icing solution.
So you'll have anti-ice on the engine, the wings, and of course the windshield.
The anti-icing fluid prevents ice from forming by lowering the freezing point on the plane. Some solutions lower it to under -50 degrees. Stay ahead of the storm with Fox Weather. Get travel alerts 24/7 right at your fingertips with the Fox Weather app, or watch us anywhere, anytime on your favorite device. Fox Weather, weathering it together.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us here on Fox Weather First. I'm Britta Merwin alongside Craig Herrera. We are keeping a close eye on blizzard conditions across the Midwest this morning. Areas that just had record-breaking high temperatures, severe weather, and now we're right back to winter weather and in all of its glory. That is a live look outside in Wisconsin. That guy's going too fast, not to be judgmental, but come on, guys. We got some tough road conditions out there. And with, over 1.5 feet of snow likely still to come for the UP, it's going to be really tough. Give you a good ground truth. This is Brandon Kopic, our exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker, taking you on the roads in Green Bay, Wisconsin, where the only way you can tell where the road is because of cones on the side, maybe using a few markers out there. It is a slow go this morning. Let's take you to the maps. This is where our blizzard warning is in effect, is for Green Bay and extends all the way up towards the UP and also down into parts of Iowa. Now, Iowa, you guys are actually done with the snow, but what's happening is we still have the wind. So you can still have ground blizzard conditions in place, and that's what we're seeing for a good chunk of Iowa this morning.
Yeah, and not only that, you have some intense snowfall rates, about an inch per hour here. Also dealing with potentially some ice on the northern side for Michigan. Look at the wind gusts and look at the temperatures behind that. We've dropped to the single digits. That is the air temperature, not the wind chill, because those winds are howling 30 to 40 behind it, that far away from the storm itself. Closer to the storm, you're talking 60-mile-per-hour gusts.
Yeah, we have well over 100,000 customers in the state of Michigan without power. And we're going to drop these temperatures in the single digits and keep the wind elevated.
Hour 40
so
in Des Moines.
it's going to take a while to get the power back on in these areas. Tough conditions, to say the least. At the very best, we're talking about a nightmare at the airports. We have multiple airports that are struggling across our country, but to wrap up the winter side of this, you think about Chicago. We have a visibility below 2 miles, and you have winds that are gusting to 35 miles per hour with active snow. These are going to be areas that continue to really struggle. We have an additional 1.5 feet of snow for the UP of Michigan possible all the way through today.
Fox Weather is your Winter Storm HQ, and we have been tracking that extreme blizzard on the ground with meteorologists, correspondents, and storm trackers. Our storm trackers chasing the blizzard from the most impacted areas, and our very own Brandon Kopic spoke with us over the weekend with a play-by-play of the conditions.
Oh, yeah, we're actually on Interstate 43 right now, just southeast of Green Bay, and the conditions continue to deteriorate. As we get out of, like, the main city, the Green Bay proper area, the conditions just deteriorated rapidly. We've run into, multiple people who have already been stuck. It's just small things where, parts of the road aren't plowed, and the last person we just pushed out literally had no tread on their tires. So it's a big thing to stress not to be out today unless you absolutely have to. Thankfully, I haven't seen any emergency vehicles stuck, but that is what the woman was told, that they have to prioritize the emergency vehicles that are getting stuck. We just saw a car on the other side of the road going northbound on 43 just slide all over the road and slide off the side. Not off the road completely, but just enough that they're out of the main stretch, but it didn't look like they got stuck. So it's just the conditions continue to deteriorate. While we're not in the most intense portion where we're going to be getting 4 feet of snow like it would be in Marquette, still the Green Bay area is going to be slammed just as hard down to the south with horrible visibilities and intense snowfall rates. So it really is a big thing to stress. Just stay home if you don't have to go out. I would definitely say so. I was outside Lambeau Field talking to a few gas station clerks, and they told me that their local Fox affiliate, their meteorologist, has been here for 32 years, and he said last night these are the highest snowfall totals that he's ever put out in his forecast for the Green Bay area in the 32 years that he's been here.
Says quite a bit about the kind of winter that they have been having. When you've got an experienced meteorologist putting those kind of numbers and that kind of wording out, people who live here, they're used to these types of winters, but I think it's one that you're definitely going to remember for several years to come.
No, and even if you're used to it, I've been a resident of the UP for 2 years. It is very difficult to do anything with that much of snow, and then you have to start worrying about the weight of the snow on your roof.
Yeah, for sure.
So some real intense things can happen in the wake of these storms. We got you covered, though.
Well, we have weather whiplash on both sides of the country. The Southwest sweltering under an intense heat wave. This ridge of high pressure is pushing possible historic levels of heat to California, Nevada, Arizona, and this is going to last right through this week with little relief at the coast. You see there folks and people in San Diego trying to head to the coast, but even the coastal communities are going to be dealing with extreme heat. We do have extreme heat warnings that are in place right across portions of Central California. The heat advisories extend all the way from San Francisco, and then an extreme heat watch for Southern California, Nevada, and into Las Vegas as well. Having said that, this area of high pressure gave us a bit of a break on Saturday. We have a weak onshore flow, but it rebuilds into the week. Now, when you look at the heights and thicknesses from the surface all the way up in the atmosphere, it is very hot air all the way up. There is little relief in the higher elevations, and all of that is getting pushed down to the surface. Plus, you have a very weak offshore wind. That weak offshore wind is also bumping the numbers 20 to 30 degrees above average, and multiple cities all across the Southwest are looking at record highs. Today, when you're talking about a high in downtown Los Angeles at 89 degrees, remember there are 2 readings, airport and then downtown. This is at USC. Britta, when you're higher in downtown LA than you are in Fresno, and you're not talking about a marine layer or an inversion, this is significant.
It is significant. There's so many microclimates, and depending on your proximity to the Pacific Ocean, which is always chilly, those water temperatures don't really get warmer than 68 degrees in the middle of summer. You know, you can have a huge variability between towns, but this is very widespread heat getting into marine locations.
Yeah, look at San Diego.
That are feeling no buffer. Yeah, San Francisco getting into the 80s in March.
That's wild.
That is wild. So unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of people really wanting to get that natural AC from Mother Nature, but not being able to pull it off.
Well, to your point, a lot of people here in San Francisco don't have AC. In places close to the coast,
you
San
just drive to the coast and you enjoy natural AC, but it's not an option. These record-breaking highs extend over the Rockies into much of the West. This is a big headline for Arizona. If you're not from Arizona, you might just think, oh, they always have triple-digit heat. No, and the first triple-digit day is incredibly important for folks that live in Arizona because you do have a significant number of them that you have to take on. The earliest 100-degree day ever recorded in Phoenix was March 26th. It is March 16th, and we're looking at hitting this probably on Wednesday.
Could also break an April record.
Yeah, an April record. These are significant dates that really do make a difference, and unfortunately it means that they're going to have a prolonged season of a lot of heat ahead of them.
And let's take it across the Pacific Ocean right now as we head over to Hawaii, where a powerful and life-threatening Kona Low is currently slamming the Aloha State with flooding rains, also snow in the highest elevations out there as well. They're talking about statewide flooding. They've got some very strong winds, which have also been a concern as well. This Kona Low is basically, it's an area of low pressure that develops on the other side of the island. So typically we'd get a lot of rain on this side of the islands because those are the trade winds. They come in this direction. But we see the winds come in and the rain come in from a different direction. So a concern here when you think about this is you're talking about the leeward side of the islands that are typically drier. They're not the lush portions of the islands that you'd expect on the western side. Because again, here's where your trade winds come in and here's where you have most of the rain. This is not the case with this situation, which is why we're likely going to be dealing with flooding anyway, especially when you talk about these totals. Britta, we're talking 2 feet of fresh rain across some of these locations. And these aren't just the highest elevations.
No, and you bring up elevation. These are topography-driven islands. They are mountainous, and because you're working this rain up a mountainside, you actually increase the amount of rain that you squeeze out of the atmosphere. And rain and water, it goes to the lowest lying spots. So this is naturally going to be a setup for flash flooding, mudslides, landslides. Everything comes with it.
Yeah, take a look at the direction of the wind. Again, it's on the leeward side of the islands, which are typically very dry. You think about Lahaina and the devastation that happened there, and if you remember images of there, the landscape is very dry. It's not the lush area, and when you have this much rain on a very dry landscape, of course, you're going to lead to flooding. Here's to your point, Britta. Look at the mountains getting a lot in the way of rain, and when you're this high up, it has to go somewhere, and it's all going down, in this case, all across the Big Island here.
We are looking at less rain for an island like Maui, so something to point out. It does look like we're going to have some pretty big impacts for the Big Island. We have some wind alerts to pass along. Wind gusts could be stronger than 100 miles per hour. Now, keep in mind, the mountainous terrain of the Big Island, you're talking about mountaintops that are well over 11,000 feet. So you're going way up into the atmosphere there, allowing for those strong wind gusts. Here's a look at the forecast for Honolulu on Oahu. We have, rain that's really going to pick up in intensity, especially end of the week. Well, we want to thank you for staying with us here on Fox Weather First as we continue to track our March mania. You name it, we got it. We have snow that is amounting in feet. Severe weather, including a risk for long-track, powerful tornadoes for much of the East Coast. And then flooding rain, and if it wasn't enough, yes, a 30-degree temperature drop in 10 hours. Talk about a bingo card.
Yeah, no kidding. We've got it all. So make sure that you download the Fox Weather app and turn on the notifications. You're going to get the latest information for your location. We're with you for all seasons, for all America. Stay with us. More Fox Weather is on the way.
Introducing the all-new Mobilizer compression socks from Copperfit, America's #1 compression sock brand. Easy on, easy off compression socks that reduce swelling and relieve tired, achy feet with built-in arch support technology for targeted relief right where you need it.
I thought all compression socks are the same, and I'll tell you, it's a world of difference. They reduce inflammation, they reduce the pain.
No more pain, no more achy feet.
These are the socks to wear to help keep the energy going. It's just been amazing for me.
And now, Copperfit compression just got even better with energizing blue infrared fibers woven into soft, breathable compression fabric to help boost circulation, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. Copperfit compression plus Lumicore blue infrared fibers. 2 breakthrough technologies combined to give you soothing foot relief all day, every day, so you can stay mobile.
The compression, the fit, the comfort. I love these socks. I want to have them on all the time.
I can get up every morning and do exactly what I want to do because I'm not in foot pain anymore.
I'm addicted to wearing them. Now I feel like I can get anything done no matter what it is.
Breathable, easy on, easy off design. Graduated compression for energizing support and to reduce swelling from prolonged sitting or standing. Built-in arch support technology, plus Lumicore blue infrared fibers to boost circulation and reduce swelling for soothing all-day relief.
They'll keep me going. They're going to keep me mobile, keep me doing the things I want to do.
The Lumicore technology works fantastic. That, to me, was the game changer.
Get mobilized, guaranteed, or your money back. Get your Mobilizer socks now at mobilizersocks.com for as low as $19.99. Plus, your shipping is free. That's right, free shipping.
The more I wore them, the better it got.
I just feel happier.
Nothing compares to Copperfit Mobilizer socks. Nothing.
You have got to get these.
Get yours now at mobilizersocks.com.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There is still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
Hey there, good morning and welcome into a new hour here on Fox Weather. You're joining us now on Weather Command. I'm Marissa Torres.
Yeah, Michael Estime with you too. Thanks for joining us. It is Monday, March the 16th. A lot going on.
No shortage of dull weather. It is very active, and we've got a very dangerous day ahead of us. Extreme weather targeting more than 40 states as we proceed through the day. Snow and ice that's blasting the Great Lakes and the Midwest. Blizzard warnings in effect for more than 10 million people, with those dangerous whiteout conditions a big concern. Cities like Marquette, Michigan, expected to get up to 4 feet of snow by tomorrow morning.
Yeah, it's wild. You can see it behind us, and of course all that severe weather in the southeast, right? On the warm side, it's a significant severe weather outbreak with millions in the Mississippi River Valley. Really in that danger zone. Storms could produce destructive winds. We're talking winds over 70 miles per hour along with long track tornadoes. So Marissa, it's something that we are watching very carefully, and as we mentioned before, it is already impacting parts of the upper Midwest. Michigan really in that bullseye, and that's where we find Fox Weather's Robert Ray. Robert, what I understand, we have 40 mile per hour winds, -4 wind chills. Give me the scoop. How is it up there in Marquette?
It is absolutely brutal. These conditions are way worse than yesterday. And about 4 a.m. is when all of this wind began to really kick up again, along with the snow. I drove around this morning before the light began to even come up, and you see it's not even completely bright right now, but we've got whiteout conditions behind us. The twinkling lights, power in some areas, though there is extensive power outages all across Michigan and
Bethlehem, Wisconsin this morning. It feels -0 here this morning, especially when the wind kicks up off of Lake Superior. And I don't know if we could see some of the video that I had sent in this morning, but these drifts are beginning to pile up. Vehicles are having a very, very tough time moving around, including myself driving, car getting kicked a little bit when the wind kicks up. You can't really tell where you're at, so you're disoriented on the roads. And, you know, with the drifting on the sides of the roads and, frankly, in the middle of the roads, that makes it incredibly dangerous to be even driving. As you see the winds kicking up, creating whiteout conditions, the lights of the vehicle, you can barely see them, well less than a quarter mile of visibility, absolute blizzard conditions. And this is going to get worse throughout the morning and the day. All of this will end basically in the middle of the night into Tuesday. We already have nearly 2 feet of snow here in Marquette. Expect a lot more. Potentially in some areas up to 4 feet of snow, and that could rival the 2-day snowfall total from 1977, which was 47 inches, guys. And, you know, we know about the air travel. It is just snarled all over the country with thousands of flights that are canceled, thousands that are delayed. And I have to tell you, this is dangerous. Any skin that is exposed this morning, it just hurts. It stings. I keep having a part of my face mask fall on the left side because of the wind, and it just doesn't feel good. Another round of wind kicking up here and blowing the snow, drifting it. And Lake Superior, I got to tell you, way too dangerous to head down there this morning. Yesterday, we experienced significant waves crashing into the frozen shoreline, 20 to 30-foot waves again today, and the potential, for hurricane wind gusts here this morning. As I move the face mask up, just brutal, extreme conditions here in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, so, sorry, Robert, I'm taking that one. It is just so wild to see, yet again, the UP under such significant winter conditions. Brutal when it comes to the temperatures, when it comes to what it's like out there with visibility. It is the day to stay at home. It is the best way to stay safe and hopefully able to keep the power on, because I know Michigan is struggling in that regard. Robert, we'll be checking in with you throughout the morning. We do want to go ahead and check in on radar as well. It's not just the UP of Michigan that's dealing with the snow, though it is kind of at the epicenter of the worst of the conditions, as you saw with Robert. We look at Milwaukee right now. We take it into Wisconsin, another area that's also been dealing with the reduced visibility and the heavy snow and gusty winds at times. You can see where the snow is, also where we have that counterclockwise circulation as this low continues to pivot off to the northeast. You do have that cold air getting dragged in behind. Chicago now with some of the snow, temperatures in the 20. Up where Robert is, you have the teens, but even noting that you have some visibility issues out of Green Bay. Michigan getting a little bit of a break in the lower part of the mitten, and then we'll be breaking down that severe weather threat as you have the storm threat further to the south. Those winds have been very difficult, and noting that with the day and as everything progresses, we keep the winds for the most part, even if the snow turns off, Michael, which we're seeing in Minneapolis to Des Moines, though Green Bay, we could have some very strong winds there this afternoon. Yeah. You still have an element of cold and blowing snow.
Yeah, you know, keep in mind that the wind chills are going to be just ferocious. You know, where Robert Ray was just at -4 is what it feels like outside, temperatures in the teens. And to your point, we hang out of the winds, and that's, I think, what the hallmark of the storm is going to be outside of where we see the, 2, 3, 4 feet of snow. Outside of that, the big story with this blizzard is the winds, and they're going to persist through the day today and perhaps even during the overnight.
Yeah, I think, and you know what, let me get back up here. I meant to start further up here. I think you have so much to unpack because we're looking at a switch from rain to snow. So it speaks in terms of the air mass change as well. But then, we get down into the nitty gritty and we have to get through some of the snow first. So this is a look at, again, over Lake Michigan. We have Jane Benar, who's been camped out in Traverse City. Traverse City getting a little bit of a break, but the wind's still gusting over the Grand Traverse Bay there. And then that's a look at some of the current conditions. I know you're going to be checking in on the airports. Airports, Chicago. Did I hear correctly? Over a 5-hour delay out of Chicago yesterday?
Oh, yeah, it was closer to 6 hours. It was crazy. It was out of Midway and more specifically out of O'Hare yesterday. And unfortunately, what we're learning this morning, there are literally hundreds of flight cancellations. I was telling you, one of my best friends was supposed to be coming to New York.
Yeah.
Flight got canceled. I know, I'm sad, but it's okay. I get it. Like, it's for safety reasons.
We thought it might just be a delay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it just goes to show the menacing structure of this system with just how much wind, how much snow, and then, of course, on the eastern side, how much severe weather there is with this, but blizzard-like conditions all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting close to that. To achieve a blizzard warning, you do need to have those winds either sustained or gusting, frequent gusts of 35 miles per hour or stronger, and then visibility down to a quarter mile or less. And we've achieved that in many ways. So this is what we're going to keep through today when it comes to those winter weather alerts. But again, you do have a warmer side of this, and some of that warmer air is getting pushed further to the north, trying to see where that ice potential was going to be, and it has maintained further north in Michigan, but that's where you have still the ice storm warning for portions of I-75, where that vertical profile gets a little bit more complicated and you get some melting and refreezing.
Yeah, you know, and interestingly enough, where we have those winter weather alerts, you look at the orange that you're seeing, the blizzard warnings, sometimes if you're trying to go to Mackinac City and then you try to cross over the bridge, they will close and shut down that 5-mile Mackinac Bridge once in a while when you have winds up above a certain threshold. So if you're trying to make that commute from the Upper Peninsula to the Lower Peninsula, that might be impossible just because of, we'll have to see what MDOT does, the Michigan Department of Transportation, but nevertheless, though, how about that snow?
Yeah, I'd say even getting to the bridge would be so challenging.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a lot of schools that are going to be closed today. When you look at how much more snow to go, a bulk of the heavier snow is going to be for areas into the upper Great Lakes, right? The northern Great Lakes, but even some of that into the mid-Atlantic and Northeast. So this is what we're going to be adding up. To your point, Michael, the wind and the snow remains a problem for today for across the UP and down into northern Michigan.
Yeah, and you know, you think that this is like a quick one and done or maybe it melts tomorrow. Behind this system, some very cold air is going to get dragged down from Canada. So this is going to kind of cement itself in place for a little bit of time here. And so know that that's going to be a part of the forecast too.
I say we can actually touch on that really quickly. I got a couple of cities we could call out. How about Green Bay? We'll show some love to the Packer fans. This is a look at some of the winds with the moisture, so timing it out for you with the Fox model. So we get into 2, 3 o'clock. Snow starts to wind down, but look at the wind direction change. It's more of a northerly wind. It's an aggressive one. Even by tonight, those winds are 30 to 40 miles per hour. This is how much more snow to go. And to Michael's point with the temperatures, this is over the next 3 days. So big time cold into tonight, and we stay even quite chilly for Tuesday.
Absolutely. All right, so there's the winter side, and there's also a severe side to this. I want to touch on the fact that a tornado warning is in effect for both Bibb and Jones County. This in central Georgia. There's Macon for you on your screen. This is racing toward the east at 35 miles per hour. Newly issued and newly minted another tornado warning in Jones County. Here's where it would be. If we have a tornado, it would be right here just south of Gray, right along State Highway Route 129. You can see the circulation pattern right here. It's heading toward the northeast, so a big heads up. I'll zoom things out. A big heads up for our friends and family in Milledgeville over towards Sparta. We could be talking about an incoming tornado heading in your general direction with this line of powerful showers and thunderstorms. Warner Robins, where the Air Force Base is at, we're also under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is a menacing system, lots of wind, lots of rain, and perhaps even some tornadoes. We'll talk more about what you can expect if you're going to be out and about along this line. That's coming up next right here on Fox Weather.
Hi, honey. What a nice surprise. Is everything all right?
Hi, Mom. Yeah. No, I was just talking to my friend Ashley, and she said her mom recently moved to a new town and lost her Medicare Advantage plan coverage because she changed zip codes. She had to enroll in a new plan, and I think you may need to do the same thing since you just moved into your new condo.
I have to do what?
You have to check on your Medicare plan coverage.
But I already have Medicare.
Yes, but if you move or lose your coverage for any reason, you may be eligible for a special enrollment period. Her mom called and was able to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan that offered additional benefits and potential savings that weren't available to her before.
I had no idea moving could affect my Medicare plan. So what do I need to do?
It's easy. You just make the call And a licensed insurance agent will look up the plans available in your zip code that may offer additional benefits and potential savings. Plus, they help you enroll right over the phone.
Okay, I'll call right now.
If you're moving, losing coverage, or new to Medicare, you may be eligible for a special enrollment period. Call the number on your screen right now for a free, no-obligation Medicare benefits checkup. A licensed insurance agent will look up the plans available in your area and let you know if you're eligible to enroll in a plan with additional benefits and potential savings that you may not have known about or were not previously available to you. Plus, you can enroll right over the phone. You are not automatically enrolled in a Medicare Advantage plan, so make the call to find out if there is a plan available in your area with additional coverage and potential savings. Call now for your free 2026 Medicare Benefits Checkup. The call and 2026 Medicare Benefits Checkup are free with no obligation.
Call 800-976-6291. 800-976-6291. 800-976-6291.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
All right, so a victim of some of the wind out there in Missouri. A look at the barn there. Tough for the animals trying to find somewhere to go, frightening nonetheless. Powerful wind doing a little bit of damage. This is in Willow Springs, Missouri. This is a very dynamic storm system. We've had very gusty winds out ahead of it, and we're going to have gusty winds behind it, and we're going to have severe winds more than likely as these storms progress through much of the eastern U.S., getting closer to the eastern seaboard. This is a look at two things. One, active radar, which has been very active since the early morning hours, and also a look at the outlook from the Storm Prediction Center, where you see the color coding, right? So always looking to the legend at the top of the screen to show you the risk level for today. And that magenta indicating that level 4 out of 5 risk. That is a rather high risk for severe weather as you go from Washington, D.C. down towards Columbia, South Carolina. We'll be breaking down that threat as we get further into the show and actually in just a few minutes. What we do want to focus in on right now is just the active weather we have. And for some of you, these storms have been quite intense, even though the sun has yet to come up. Look at just the line of severe thunderstorm warnings. And it has been primarily severe thunderstorm warnings, but into Georgia, we've also had a couple of tornado warnings. Perhaps maybe you're dealing with even severe thunderstorm warnings with tornado possible. That's going to be something I think we see a lot of today. But this primary line that we're monitoring, this is into Macon, Georgia. Earlier, we had a severe thunderstorm and tornado warning out of Atlanta, everything moving off to the east. But this one in Macon, this is one that it does encompass a small portion of 475 and I-75. Zooming in just a little bit closer to this one. So this does include, looks like Bibb counties and Jones counties, sliding it just a little bit up. You know, one of the things, too, that we have to pay attention to is within this, we've been seeing quite a bit of areas where we've had a little bit of rotation aloft. It doesn't look as obvious as it was a moment ago in Macon, but regardless, this is one that is warranted a potential for a tornado. Moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So a reminder as we watch these, Michael, to get into, well, a safe part of your home until it passes. This is another one.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like they just expired the tornado warning.
Yeah, no,
they just expired it.
Yeah, it was at 8:15 is when that initial one was set to expire. So yeah, it looks like they're going to hang on to that severe thunderstorm warning. And those winds out there have been ferocious, right along that leading edge. As that races toward the east, I believe it's, 35 to 40 miles per hour.
Yeah, and I think, you know, watching this line, so let me zoom out a little bit, actually, if you're getting a little car sick, give me a second. So The bowing of this a little bit right here is where you're going to have some of the stronger of the winds, right? So there is the potential for some of these winds, 60 miles per hour, maybe a little bit stronger, and then that potential for some quick spin up within that line, maybe a little bit of a kink within that. We'll keep an eye on what's playing out. I think overall, we just noticed that it is very messy to start the day, and you have these warnings across not just Georgia, but even into the panhandle of Florida here.
Yeah, you've got Panama City toward Tallahassee, the state capital. Yeah, and these storms mean business, and there's some big-time rain. So I actually think that like some flash flooding could be seen in a couple of different pockets, but there's a lot of lightning, which I actually like to see because it's kind of Mother Nature's way of giving you that alarm of that, get to your safe spot, stay inside. But yeah, we could see a couple of water spouts out of a few of these too.
Yeah, a lot of them seem to have that potential for rotation. Again, it's a very unsettled day, and there's a lot of energy within the atmosphere to work with. The cold front is still back to the west. You have a lifting warm front, so we're increasing that zone of warm, moist air that's going to spread all the way up and down the I-95. Dew points climbing into the low 60s, even in places like D.C., Norfolk, and into Philadelphia.
That's crazy when you look at dew point temperatures in Nashville at 26 degrees versus the 62 in Wilmington. Just that spread just shows that the moment this front passes by, you will actually feel the coolness and the dryness to the air as opposed to all of the moisture that you're seeing out ahead of it.
Yeah, it's going to be, it's going to feel heavy.
Yes.
And when you look at the tornado watch now getting expanded off further into South Carolina till 2 o'clock this afternoon, even a little bit further to the east. Some of you will see this expire if you're further back to the west, but there is the potential for a tornado within this, remember, and even some of the wind gusts could be damaging. But that's a look for today's threat from the Storm Prediction Center. I think we'll see more watches come down, especially, Michael, when you look at this level 4 threat for so many.
Again, I wouldn't be surprised if they issued that sooner than later just to give people ample time to prepare, plan, and protect. Really, that's the name of the game. Let me show you what it looks like moving forward. We'll look at future radar and winds. So this is going to take us through the remainder of your Monday. As Marissa just said, we still have tornado watches and a new tornado warning that has just been issued for Cherokee, South Carolina, Cleveland, North Carolina, and then toward Rutherford County. So that just blossomed. Here's the thing, though, as we take you through late morning and then into the afternoon, timestamp here, 12 p.m., and look at that, right around, say, Savannah, Tybee Island, southeast Georgia, right along I-16, you are ripping and rolling with big-time showers and thunderstorms. You look at South Carolina from Charlotte toward Columbia, big storms for you, and then the entire Carolina coastline. And Marissa, this is what they're concerned about, is the fact that a few of these thunderstorms that develop out ahead of the actual main line could be supercellular. And so those supercells could produce tornadoes. Those could produce some really significant damaging winds through early afternoon. I think by late afternoon into the evening, the bulk of this moves off the coast. But between like noon and 5 is really going to be that time where you got to be heads up.
Yeah, I think when you look at the dynamics that we have, especially as you get into just the wind profile from the surface aloft, some of you are going to have clouds throughout the day and maybe, you know, on and off showers and thunderstorms, some of which could be severe. So the question of, do we have enough instability? There will be moderate for some, but the wind dynamics are going to play a huge role within how we start to see things really start to elevate and the potential for rotation. So you look again at the Storm Prediction Center, maybe saying that within these, especially those rogue cells, you could get an EF2 or stronger, which will present quite a bit of hazard.
Absolutely. And just to put this into perspective for you, an EF2 tornado has winds between 111 and 135 miles per hour, and they literally define that as being, quote, considerable damage. And so that's what's on the table for us, and that's the reason why we are highlighting it. As we mentioned before, tornado warning just now issued for parts of North Carolina, South Carolina, and toward Union County, South Carolina. You can see that right here. Again, it's along a broken line, so this is not necessarily a supercell, but if you're driving along the interstate there, I believe that's what, I-80-ish or so, 85 rather, toward places like Shelby and then Sorority. In Spartanburg, you'll want to make sure that you get to your tornado safe spot immediately just because of how fast these things are moving. I mean, 35, 40 miles per hour from what I understand as of last check, Marissa.
Yeah, that's, it seems to be the commonality is that, moving between 30 to 40 off to the northeast. All of these little areas of kinking within the line. East at 45? Okay, thank you. Still waiting for some of that information to come down. But yeah, so east at 45, this one's going to go through 9 a.m. Eastern time, newly issued, and it is running somewhat along that Interstate I-85. And you do have some metros included in this. It is moving away from Greenville. Again, we're within that North Carolina, South Carolina border. And it is, again, given the risk and given just the setup and dynamics we've seen already this morning, I'd say sitting it out, delaying heading to school, delaying heading to work until you can be rest assured that you'll be able to get through without the wind. And
and
the rain.
Yeah, and I was going to say this may get kind of close to Charlotte. Right, and you think about Charlotte and Charlotte Douglas Airport. I'm just looking at a quick little timestamp here, and it looks like it may enter into the Charlotte Metro at around 9 a.m. Eastern time. So on the west side of the city, just a heads up ahead of time that as this thing continues its progress at its current rate, as we mentioned before, moving toward the east at 45 miles per hour, this thing is going to be in the metro. So just a big heads up for our friends and family in Gastonia, towards South Gastonia, Clover, Blackburn, Grover, and Gaffney. You're all in line to see this powerful thunderstorm with not just straight line winds, but also that opportunity for maybe some rotation as well.
All right, it's going to be a long day ahead, folks. We're going to continue to keep an eye on radar. I do think we're going to be following radar throughout the morning. I don't think we're going to get a lot of downtime as we continue to watch these storms move off to the east. We do want to highlight, though, a couple of cities that are going to see really the worst of two seasons you could consider. I know we're still in winter, but the setup is very spring-like. This is a very dynamic system. And so areas that perhaps started with rain or severe thunderstorms are going to be ending with snow, certainly with some very cold air. The winds dramatically shift from out of the north. And so with that, we get a big ushering of this much colder Arctic air, and that's going to really drop the temperatures, and quite quickly, too. This is a look at the Pittsburgh forecast, and this is an hour by hour over the next 12 hours, indicating that we have the rain to start, the overcast skies near 60 degrees, and it's going to be, again, a little bit humid in the air. And then once that front passes, once we see a changeover, you see that lingering moisture getting caught up with the cold air and the chance for snow.
Yeah, it's so funny to me because like a lot of folks are almost, earlier last week they were celebrating we were in like the 80s and 70s, and then all of a sudden
record warm.
It was literally like 80 degrees at Central Park. It was amazing. And then you get the rain, and then of course it's like you have all four seasons in like a week is what it feels like.
Yeah.
And we were back into the grips of winter. And interestingly enough, I actually think we could see, Pittsburgh is close enough to some of the lakes, but I think that we could see some lake effect after the system passes.
I mean, we've seen some decent melting on the Great Lakes, and that includes even Lake Erie, which at one point was completely frozen over. You consider a little bit of enhancement, complements of the colder wind. You consider the lingering moisture that's been brought up from the south, meeting up with that colder air. So Pittsburgh, you could see maybe a little bit of accumulation. It was a chillier weekend, so we're not coming off of big warmth. Though we do have the mild temperatures ahead, I'm sure that will then stunt whatever we see actually, being able to build up on the ground.
Yeah.
But at Pittsburgh, Charleston, another example of the dropping temperatures and the changeover.
Yeah, you go from 50s to 30s real quick. 32, of course, being the freezing mark, and you'll get there by 9 p.m. this evening. Again, 1 to 3 for Pittsburgh. You look at that rain, thunderstorms that we'll expect through parts of Charleston, but watch what happens this evening. Again, you go from rain to a mix, and then by the time we get to your evening commute, if you stepped outside this morning with the umbrella, light little jacket, by the time you're heading home from work, it's a completely different season.
That's a good point. You're so we're in West Virginia. The front doesn't exit. It looks like the cold front doesn't exit the eastern seaboard till late tonight into early tomorrow morning. This is a spot here, though, in Ohio, West Virginia, where you do have that switchover during the day.
Right.
Tomorrow will be cold. Tomorrow morning, you'll wake up cold. And do we see the snow add up? Perhaps a little bit in spots. Generally, we're looking at 1 to 3. Some of you, though, higher elevations and through the Appalachians, you could pick up a little bit more.
Yeah, 3 to 5, certainly possible. In the meantime, listen to this. Marissa, music to our ears. Up toward Marquette, right? A life-threatening blizzard is bombing out across the Midwest and Great Lakes. Fox Weather's very own Robert Ray capturing this footage from Marquette, Michigan over the weekend. Looks like the North Pole, right? Winds gusting near hurricane force, and we could approach near 4 feet of snow in some areas. Wow, Lake Superior just looks wild. Much more Weather Command on Fox Weather, back after a quick break.
Stay tuned to get this muddy mat, up to a $20 value, free. Are you tired of muddy paw prints all over your floors? Wet, dirty carpets? Constant mopping and cleaning every time your pet comes inside? Introducing Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent chenille mat that traps mud, dirt, and water instantly, keeping your floors spotless. The secret? Super absorbent chenille fibers that soak up to 5 times their weight in moisture. And watch, the mat does all the work. The dirt and water get trapped in thousands of soft chenille noodles, and the non-slip backing keeps it firmly in place. No sliding, no bunching, no mess. And Muddy Mat isn't just for the door. Use it in your car to protect your trunk and back seat. Perfect to catch spills in the kitchen. And if your dog is a messy eater, slip it under their food bowl to catch all the spills. And here's the best part. When it gets dirty, shake it out for a quick clean, and then just toss it in the washing machine. It comes out looking brand new, ready to use again and again. And Muddy Mat comes in multiple sizes and colors, so you can find the perfect one for any room in your home. But now, let's hear what Muddy Mat owners have to say.
Y'all, this is the Muddy Mat. It protects my floor. It is non-slip. It won't move. It has saved me so many times. I am loving this.
I keep this one by my back door. You can see it has those big 1-inch chenille loops with the non-skid backing. There's a ton of colors and several sizes to choose from.
My floors have never been so clean. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
So what are you waiting for? Scan the QR code, go visit getmuddymat.com, or call the number on the screen and get your free Muddy Mat when you buy 2. With multiple colors and sizes, it's easy to keep every floor in your home clean and covered. So what are you waiting for? Join millions of happy pet owners and stop the dirt at the door. Muddy Mat. Goodbye, messy floors.
It's 2026, and Medicare Advantage plans are available in zip codes across the United States. So what are you waiting for? Find out if you're eligible. Call now to check your zip code. If you don't have a Medicare Advantage plan, also known as Medicare Part C, now is the time to check your zip code. If you're confused about Medicare and want someone to help make it easier and simpler to understand your options, call to check your zip code. You may be eligible for a special enrollment period. Call to check your zip code. If you recently lost coverage and no longer have the coverage you need, now is the time to check your zip code. Enrolling in a Medicare Advantage plan is not automatic. It's up to you to call and check your zip code. Our licensed insurance agents are standing by to help determine if you're eligible for a special enrollment period. Call now to check your zip code and get your free Medicare benefits review.
Call 800-611-3928. That's 800-611-3928. Call now.
Welcome back into Weather Command this morning. It may not be spring just yet, but you wouldn't know it by looking at your screen right now. We've got a lot happening this morning. We've got snow and we've got severe weather concerns. In fact, a historic blizzard continuing to blast portions of the Midwest.
Yeah, this is just epic in ways. Storm tracker Brandon Kopic on the left as he drives through parts of Green Bay, Wisconsin, and you can see it right there. Snow is coming down with some big giant flakes.
And of course, that's not the only thing we're watching and monitoring very closely this morning. Also, that threat of severe weather charging to the east. Already, we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings and even a handful of tornado warnings that have gotten us through a good part of the morning. So a lot to break down.
Yeah,
as we navigate the day.
It is. Something tells me, Marissa, this is going to be a very busy day. We are earning our paychecks today as meteorologists. That is for sure. And of course, you can also follow. And this has actually been really helpful. Our Fox Weather live blog that we have. You just head to foxweather.com and you'll see that with the latest, of course, weather. There's news headlines for you. But there's a QR code. You can see it right there to, right there.
I've been practicing.
I like it. And you can scan that QR code and you can interact with the weather, with us here on Fox Weather, and just a really great way to kind of keep you ahead of the storm.
Yeah, and that'll be updated throughout the day. In the meantime, just so much to break down when it comes to the weather concerns.
Absolutely. You know, this is a place that Marissa and I are very familiar with. Beautiful Traverse City, Michigan. Maybe not so beautiful right now. Live look, though, at the snow and, of course, the wind. Blustery, to say the least. Traverse City currently under a winter storm warning, and many spots north under blizzard warnings as this system continues to rage on.
Yeah, it is wild out there this morning. We want to take it to the ground. We have Fox Weather meteorologist Jane Menard in Traverse City this morning. Jane, you've been there from start to now almost finish, and the wind and the snow drifts, I mean, preventing you from getting out of the parking lot.
Yes, we are stuck in the parking lot, as are many others. This wind is just whipping off of the Grand Traverse Bay, and I've got one car stuck behind me. The wheel's just spinning in the snow right now. He's gotten out a couple times with a shovel to try to clear things away. I'm trying to keep my hood on. But Michael, Marissa, this is wild. These are the worst winter weather conditions that I have ever found myself in at least. Honestly, this is worse than I've ever experienced being in New Jersey. I mean, we've had big snow, but wind like this to come along with it, let alone me standing in it, yeah, this takes the cake, and something I will remember for a very long time. And around Grand Traverse County, I mean, the emergency management, they put out a post saying roads are absolutely treacherous. They're working as best as they can to clear things away, telling everyone to please stay home. Ooh. For a moment there, I thought the winds were going to lighten up, but no. But they're asking people to please stay home and allow these crews to get out there and do what they need to do. Plows have gotten stuck. This morning, not only did we get stuck in the parking lot, I got to turn my face. The plow for the Delamar Hotel also got stuck. They had a friend come out. I've had so many stories. I've been in the lobby in between breaks, and I've gotten to know a couple folks. There was one young family that drove all the way up here to go up to Boyne so that they could ski in these weather conditions. She was like, yeah, we're one of those crazy people who drive into the blizzard. But they had to dig themselves out this morning. I don't see their car in the parking lot anymore, so it does look like they were able to make it. I hope they are taking it slow up on the roads. But there was another gentleman, a doctor, who had to walk to the McDonald's down the road and get picked up by a colleague because he couldn't get out, and just an overall mess. My eyelashes literally have ice on them right now. This is brutal, and it's only going to get worse as the day goes on. The worst of the icing is over, although that's pretty significant. We're getting our first couple looks at the icing just off to our east over in Gaylord and Alpena. I literally have icicles on my eyelashes. And we have power outages that are up over 115,000 customers. So hoping that those folks are staying warm as best as they can. It's hard to do when we know it's only going to get colder from here. The winds are whipping. We do have more snow on the way. We could see a potential another foot of snow possible. We're anywhere 8 to 12 inches here in Grand Traverse County, in Traverse City. But you go even just 30, 40 miles north of us, and there's almost a foot and a half of snow on the ground. I think it's been so impressive. Do you see my face right now? I feel like I'm becoming a snow angel. But up in I'm losing my train of thought here. But even up further to the north, I mean, we have blizzard warnings that have been expanded to a couple counties into the lower upper, or the upper lower. My ups and downs are even getting messed up. But guys, I gotta send it back to you because I can't see anymore. I wish I had those ski goggles. I was supposed to pick those up, but I didn't think it was gonna be this bad.
I was saying, if you want to put your back to us, we won't be offended if that helps when it comes to dodging the wind. That's
right. Jane, oh my gosh, you are struggling out there. It is something. Jane, how about this? You have a north wind gusts upwards of 36 to near 40 miles per hour. Your wind chill is 6 degrees. I see the person over your shoulder in that car. They have been going forward and backward, trying to get out of their parking space. It is a struggle up there in Traverse City, right?
Whew. It is, and the thing is that it's even worse up into
the UP, where over in Marquette, Robert Ray has been battling the blizzard, and he's going to come up this morning and continue to show what that looks like for us. So it's just incredible. But I'm literally facing due north, which is probably why I'm getting the worst of this right now, coming right off of the Grand Traverse Bay into my eyes and into my face.
My
but
goodness.
guys, I can see you now.
Oh, Jane, you know, I won't keep you out there for too much longer. I will say I'm very entertained, but I don't want to keep you out there in the cold for too much longer. Jane Menard for us live in Traverse City, getting blasted by blizzard-like conditions up on the Leelanau Peninsula, by the way. Just a couple miles here north is where we have those blizzard warnings. Jane Menard, thank you so much for the update. We appreciate that.
Wild stuff out of up north, Michigan.
Easy.
Jane holding down the fort there. Another look outside. This is Milwaukee as we take it into Wisconsin. Milwaukee under the blizzard warning. First time, by the way, in over 15 years from Milwaukee. You know, we knew snow was going to be a threat. We knew wind was going to be a threat. But I'll tell you what, there's one thing forecasting it. It's another thing to being in it and seeing Jane experience that, and even our Robert Ray up in the UP at the top of the hour. This is a look at radar right now. That air low pressure continuing to move over the Great Lakes. It'll continue off to the north and east, but it is a very deep and strong area of low pressure, significant weather on both sides of it, but it's that winter side of it, which isn't overly expansive. But look at that, Marquette 18 with the snow, where Jane Menard is right around, well, right about there is where we have Traverse City, as you know. I like that Michigan's leading the show today. They have two Michiganders at the helm.
Yes, got you covered.
We've got you covered. But Chicago, even with temperatures in the 20s, feeling colder and snow.
Yeah, and boy, the wind in the windy city of Chicago can be ferocious at times, too, delaying a number of flights. We'll get to that in just a moment. But yeah, this means business from Green Bay to Milwaukee, and of course, the UP of Michigan right now just getting rocked and rolled toward Escanaba. My goodness, those winds out of Green Bay near 40.
Yeah, and that's what's making this even more difficult. And the problem is, even once the snow stops, you still have the potential for ground blizzard, meaning you still have the snow getting picked up by that wind and creating blinding conditions on the road. You look at visibility right now, and it is compromised for so many of you. The deeper the shade of the yellow, the worse it is. So Marquette with a 0 visibility there. Green Bay not that far ahead of it. And we're seeing really localized winter conditions.
You know what's crazy? So Marquette this year has already picked up over 215 inches of snow. That means that if they're over 5 feet above where they should be in terms of their snow, and they could pick up, when everything is said and done, another 2 to perhaps even upwards of 4 feet of snow by the time this is finally done.
Still
4 feet.
Still technically winter. It is, yeah. It has been a wild winter nonetheless. So this is a look at the lingering winter weather alerts that are going to get us through the rest of the day. The blizzard warning stretching out of Iowa through the UP of Michigan, northern Michigan. Also paying attention to the ice concerns that we do have. So I think today overall, a lot of municipalities, school districts that made the decision to shut things down. It is a wise choice. The struggle with power, though, it is very real across the entire state of Michigan.
Yeah.
So, it'll be a moment till utility crews can get that back on.
Tens of thousands of Michiganders without power, unfortunately. And yeah, just for maybe some light at the end of the tunnel, spring does officially begin, I think, on Friday of this week, on the 20th.
Yes.
That's what the calendar says.
Yeah,
We'll see what actually happens, because I feel like we are stuck in a winter rut, that's for sure. Well, unfortunately, also stuck in a rut is travel. This storm has disrupted, get this, more than 15,000 flights nationwide. Over 10,000 flights have been delayed. Nearly 5,000 have been canceled through tomorrow. And it's not just in places like the Midwest, so out of Chicago, out of places like Detroit, but you have Flint, Saginaw Bay City, you have Traverse City, which also has, what is it? I think it's Cherry Capital Airport up that way. But let's focus in on Chicago first. 36-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but look at the number of cancellations. Over 365 cancellations as of this point. That's 11% of flights in and out of Chicago have been canceled, not just delayed, but canceled, meaning you're not getting off the ground. But from Chicago to Detroit and even into St. Louis, it is going to be not just snowy, but also very windy. And it's those winds out there, especially the wind gusts, that are going to create a lot of problems. Marissa, you look into New York City, no surprises here. Departure delays, and look at all the cancellations out of NYC right now.
Yeah, tough day to get out of the New York City Metro. Tough day to get into the New York City Metro. Following this front, it's going to be a very rough day for airports.
Absolutely. So if you're traveling today, as my best friend who was supposed to come in today, I apologize on behalf of Mother Nature. It's going to be a tough go of things, to say the least. Well, real quick, a live look into places like Kansas City, Missouri, where it's an Arctic blast out there. Doesn't look like it. I mean, right now, it actually looks beautiful, but look at that temperature in the upper left side of your screen. Only 9 degrees. Temperatures running a good 15 to 20 degrees below average. We'll talk about how this type of winter weather is set to impact millions across the nation. You're watching Weather Command on a very active Manic Monday.
Let me show you how to take your outdated, unsafe bathroom from this to this in as little as one day. Hey there, I'm Art Edmonds, jacuzzi bath remodel expert here to answer your burning questions on how you can get the bathroom of your dreams. First up, why should I upgrade my bath or shower? That's a good one. You can't stand the outdated look, the color, the cracked tiles, and the mold. Or maybe you're upgrading for safety. Stepping over a tub can be dangerous. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel makes it simple to get a beautiful new bath or shower that's also safer thanks to easy entry design, perfectly placed grab bars, a custom seat, and adjustable shower head.
It's awesome.
Hey!
It massively exceeded the expectations.
Is Jacuzzi Bath Remodel affordable? Yes. We have styles and options to fit every budget. And right now is one of our best offers ever.
Get started today, and Jacuzzi Bath Remodel will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
How long does getting a new bath or shower take? With other companies, it can take weeks or months. But with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel, installation takes place in as little as one day.
It's done in one day. Oh my God. It's beautiful work. Flawless.
How do I pick the style I want? A designer helps you select from a variety of beautiful shower walls, rich textures, designer colors, elegant accessories, and premium features like Jacuzzi's soft closed doors. Why is Jacuzzi the best company to choose? That's an easy one, with thousands of happy customers.
I could not be happier. Love it.
You can trust Jacuzzi to get the bathroom of your dreams.
It exceeded all my expectations.
When is the best time for a deal? Right now.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com for a limited time offer. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Call 800-417-4504. That's 800-417-4504. Call now.
It's 2026, and Medicare Advantage plans are available in zip codes across the United States. So what are you waiting for? Find out if you're eligible. Call now to check your zip code. If you don't have a Medicare Advantage plan, also known as Medicare Part C, now is the time to check your zip code. If you're confused about Medicare and want someone to help make it easier and simpler to understand your options, call to check your zip code. You may be eligible for a special enrollment period. Call to check your zip code. If you recently lost coverage and no longer have the coverage you need, now is the time to check your zip code. Enrolling in a Medicare Advantage plan is not automatic. It's up to you to call and check your zip code. Our licensed insurance agents are standing by to help determine if you're eligible for a special enrollment period. Call now to check your zip code and get your free Medicare benefits review.
Call 800-611-3928. That's 800-611-3928. Call now.
Welcome back into Weather Command, taking it right outside into Waynesboro, Georgia, watching some ominous skies as we get ready to head towards the 9 a.m. Eastern hour. It is dark. We have these clouds that are moving quite quickly as you look aloft. It looked like for a moment a little bit more ominous, but as you can see, things are quickly changing as we have the upper level winds really transporting a lot of these storms at a decent clip, around 30 to 40 miles per hour, if not more than that.
It'd be kind of like ominous, though. If you're not familiar with the fact that those are scud clouds on the very right side of your screen, I mean, you might look at that and think that those were like, at the very least, you might think those were like funnel clouds or something.
Like a wall cloud coming down. Yeah. They can look rather intimidating. And to be quite honest, a lot of the storms that we've seen across Georgia today, from northwest to now southeast, have been tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, the occasional tornado warning, and even some severe thunderstorm warnings with tornado possible tags. So it's just a really messy line of weather that we're dealing with. In fact, most of that line right here, it is warned. And keeping in mind, you may have another round to go before we're completely done within some of these areas, but everything working its way off to the east. The risk for today is quite high. So what you're looking at is active weather, the active radar, but coupling that with the outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. So we have that level 4 out of 5 threat that goes from Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, all the way down towards Columbia, South Carolina, across portions of North Carolina, and into Virginia. So it's just it's a long day of very dangerous weather.
Yeah, and I expect that area that was shaded in that hot pink coloring, we expect watches to be issued soon for that zone. So just know that you're going to get that alert buzzing on your phone, on your Fox Weather app, just giving you that heads up. But again, it's a long line of showers and thunderstorms. And don't necessarily wait for the line, because I think that out ahead of that line, once we tap into a little bit of daytime heating, we'll start to see little discrete bubble-up showers and bubble-up thunderstorms out ahead of it. And that could be, those could be pretty potent and dangerous as well.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that can be really difficult as you get through the day is you get one round and forgetting that maybe another round, or not realizing another round is on the way. There is one tornado warning. This is set to expire in about 15 minutes or so. So this is right between North Carolina and South Carolina, so Cherokee, Cleveland, Union counties. This one, as of now, is, I lost radar there. This one is, again, radar indicated rotation aloft. So it hasn't quite translated to anything just yet, but we're keeping a close eye on it. If you look at the overall setup, we have a warm front that's lifting to the north. We have our cold front to the west. That area in between is going to be what, sorry, the data's having trouble loading. It's moving very slow today. There we go.
Yeah, I'm looking, though, there are so many wind damage reports toward Asheville, by the way. We're talking like wind damage. There's utility lines that are down, trained weather spotters all over the place saying that there's a lot of power that has been compromised because of the winds that we're seeing.
Yeah.
So, again, I think that, yes, we have a tornadic threat, but the wind threat, I don't want that to be buried underneath the lead, because that really is knocking down trees and power lines left and right as this thing comes screaming across the East Coast.
Yeah, and the damaging wind threat's going to be something that we, I think, see a lot of. When you look at the tornado watch for today till 2 o'clock, this has been, I just updated it, so we're gradually trimming areas off, but it does remain for portions of the panhandle of Florida, where we've seen quite a bit of warnings with tornado possible, part of the severe thunderstorm warning, and then all the way in towards Columbia, South Carolina. So that's still 2. I think we have more watches to go as we get in through the afternoon and into tonight. Timing will vary depending on where you are, and that's a look at the large swath for really the busiest part of the country, that I-95 corridor.
Yeah, and speaking of, so the Storm Prediction Center issues what are called mesoscale discussions, and it's just basically a zone that they highlight, and it's basically this exact zone right here, and literally they just put out a statement saying that a watch is likely in that zone toward the Carolinas, where they're just saying in the next couple of hours, we're thinking of issuing that. They're giving an 80% chance of a severe potential watch. So at the very least, a severe thunderstorm watch.
Right.
80% chance of that being issued in the next few hours. Of course, here in Fox Weather, we'll bring that to you live the moment that occurs. Meantime, let's talk a little bit more about what we're expecting to occur, because, again, it's been an active morning. That's going to lead to an active afternoon. Listen, friends, we're going hour by hour here just to take it slow, safe, and easy for you. Here's where that line is. Our forecast model here at Fox Weather is doing an excellent job at picking up where the storms are right now and where they're going. We call that the initialization of this model is doing really well. So I want to take it slow, safe, and easy. 10 a.m. and then by just before lunchtime and around lunchtime is where I want to stop the clock at. Note where those storms are. Southeast Georgia, so I think about places like Lawrence County, Dublin, Georgia, right along I-16, Savannah, Tybee Island, toward Brunswick, we'll see those showers and thunderstorms. Note where Hilton Head is, and then you head a little bit further toward the north, so Wilmington getting in on that action by about the 1 o'clock hour. And these storms right here are the ones that could be supercells right around Raleigh-Durham, east of Charlotte. That's going to be the zone that I'm most concerned about out ahead of the actual line, because those are the ones that could contain some spin. All right, let me put a little bit of gas in here and show you this. So 3 o'clock, more storms up and down the East Coast, Washington, D.C., Baltimore getting in on that action. And Marissa, it looks like by the time we get to late this evening, maybe around sunset, is when the strongest of the storms should begin to clear most of the coast.
Yeah, I think, you know, that one line is very intimidating. And then the question of, as you mentioned, do we get discrete cells out ahead of it?
Right.
And those are going to be the ones that have more than likely the chance to generate, if they start to rotate, those stronger tornadoes. But even within this line, you could still get a quick spin-up tornado that is perhaps a little bit stronger, just because we have the support, especially when it comes to the wind dynamics aloft. Outside of the tornado threat, you have a very high threat for damaging wind gusts. And this is why we do have the 4 out of 5 threat for severe weather. You look at the damaging wind threat, the Storm Prediction Center giving it a level 5, which is the highest.
That's extreme.
Extreme, yeah.
It's an extreme wind threat, and it's one of the reasons why from Baltimore to D.C., Richmond down to Raleigh, Durham, and Charlotte, there could be multiple down trees and power lines. One of my favorite airports to fly into is Charlotte Douglas, because there's so many, it's so lush and green in the spring and summer, but it just means there's a lot of trees.
Yeah.
And so those trees are going to be very compromised should we see a strong, powerful line come blazing through, which we're expecting. 75-mile-per-hour winds are certainly possible.
Yeah, and that could lead to some widespread damage, and be ready for outages. So we'll be watching the forecast as it evolves to the day, watching radar. In the wake of, well, this cold front, we have very cold air, Arctic air that's going to dive in. Some of you are already feeling this changeover if you're further to the western portions of the Midwest. Perhaps not the snow, but you have some very cold temperatures to greet you as you start this Monday morning. In fact, when you look at today, tomorrow through Wednesday, we keep that blue with us, but the worst of the cold truly is going to be today. We have about 130 million people that are with those below average temperatures, and in some cases, we're talking 30 to 40 degrees below average. We keep that all the way through Wednesday, but it shrinks just a little bit as things moderate. This is a look at the temperatures right now. You have wind chills in the negative sub-zero category. You also have a huge temperature change. So this morning, Kansas City with more than 50 degrees colder than it was this time yesterday. Oklahoma City, I mean, that is a dramatic change. And you have a really tight gradient, that exiting low, high pressure settling in. So the winds are transporting a lot of cold air. So that's why we're going to see this blob of blue and purple, some of the coldest air tucked away into the upper Great Lakes as we get in towards Tuesday. So we're below average. And what you'd expect more so, Michael, for maybe January, maybe early February, not so much as we head into spring. So temperatures, they're struggling this morning. We're going to keep the winds. We're going to keep it uncomfortable as we get through the afternoon. And it will be a cold start to your Tuesday if you're trying to figure out what to do. And even this for portions of the South. You've got some frost and freeze concerns because eventually those winds will calm and the cold air will stick around. So winter's not over yet, Michael, and it's really trying to make sure we know that.
Oh my gosh, that 54-degree 24-hour temperature change in Kansas City is just mind-boggling to me. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, how about this? Rounds of heavy rain working into parts of the Northeast as we speak, unfortunately promoting a flash flood threat across New England. Let me do a quick little radar tour for you just for a quick second, because friends and family in the Northeast will focus in real quick on Boston, toward Boston Logan International Airport. You got the Cape out this way from Provincetown toward Chatham. You're seeing the rain as we are in Providence, Rhode Island. So rain, it's with us. Nothing severe in the Northeast as of the current moment, which is great news. But it's just going to be a cloudy, wet, and especially windy Monday. The later we head into the evening hours, those winds are only going to pick up. Also picking up, though, is going to be our storm chances. Again, Washington, D.C., those storms moving north and eastbound into Philly, perhaps a few rumbles in New York City by the time we get to 8 o'clock. This is that main line, by the way, that energy that's moving through. And Marissa, what we're expecting is perhaps a brief changeover from rain to maybe a mix in places like D.C. and north of D.C., or excuse me, New York and then north of New York. But I think the big story tonight is going to be the winds. Calm right now, but watch what happens through the afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, you have that really strong southerly southwesterly wind out ahead of the cold front, and then it even stays gusty behind it, not to mention the severe winds you could have. But that transport from the south bringing up a lot of that moisture and warmth. I'm being told that below us, Michael, is New York City.
That's not New York.
We just can't see anything because the fog's been so severe. So very low cloud deck. This is going to be a problem, as we mentioned, for the airports. But but it's a very saturated atmosphere.
No wonder there's hundreds of cancellations.
Yeah. Clouds are bad.
Cloud deck, I mean, that can't be anything more than maybe a couple hundred feet.
We had visibility issues, and we're on the 28th floor of our office, right? Of the building, and I couldn't see I couldn't see the building across the way, but then I went down to the 12th floor where our studio is, where we are now, and I could see outside the window. So it's a very low cloud deck.
Oh my gosh, it is. Yeah, look at that. By the way, 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts in places like Boston is what we're expecting this evening. So it just goes to show it's not just a fog and low cloud and a rain and storm and everything else. The winds are going to be crazy.
And speaking of just difficult wind and visibility issues, but not because of fog, because of blowing snow. This is video from Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray. Robert has been camped up in the UP of Michigan. This video out of Marquette from very early this morning. A blizzard warning. It remains in effect till 2 a.m. Tuesday. This is life-threatening weather. This is a blizzard that is going to make it very difficult to be outside, and certainly you don't want to be out on the road. So long-lasting impacts as we kick off this new work week. Robert's going to be joining us throughout the morning to show us those conditions out of Marquette. Fox Weather, we'll be right back.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, advanced X compression system, the X-Back evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains.
The new belt is fantastic. I feel a bigger area of support. Immediately, there was something different about this.
A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated for unmatched breathability to increase airflow and release excess heat.
You have to try it. You haven't felt anything that's going to give you the kind of support and relieve the back pain that you have, because it is unbelievable.
Our copper-infused fabric, made with the most advanced materials for superior support and lighter than air comfort.
It's just relaxing all that tension that you get.
Wow, oh, that feels great.
I've tried a lot of belts in the past. Nothing like this.
I have a history of back issues, man, and this is really hard to believe what I'm feeling right now.
An orthopedic-designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture.
Usually when I have long triathlons, there's pain. With the belt, there's absolutely no pain. For me, it was like, okay, is this really happening? I really haven't felt anything like this before.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most effective, breathable, customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com for only 2 payments of $29.99 or call 1-800-520-4518. Order right now and your shipping is free.
This is by far the best support that I have found.
You feel like, you conquered the world, and it's life-changing.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit. Feel the difference.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a 1-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft closed shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
Hello, good morning, and welcome into a new hour here on Fox Weather. You're joining us on Weather Command. I'm Marissa Torres.
Yeah, Michael Estime, so much going on here on your 16th day of March, that's to say the least.
It has been a wild go of it, even out of this weekend. Extreme weather targeting more than 40 states as we kick off this new week. A significant severe storm outbreak. It is underway. We've got millions of folks from the Mississippi Valley through the mid-Atlantic that are in the risk zone for dangerous storms. Some of these storms not only presenting a tornadic threat, We also have some destructive wind potential. Some of these winds stronger than 70 miles per hour.
Yeah, there's a severe side that's very intense, but also there is a winter side that's equally, if not more intense. We have blizzard warnings that are in effect for more than 10 million Americans, leading to near whiteout conditions, especially in places like Marquette, Michigan, which you're looking at behind me. They could pick up.
Sorry, I just saw a giant snow pile, and I'm thinking it's more snow on top of what's already been a snowy season.
Well, they've had over 225 inches of snow for the season so far. We could add 4 additional feet of snow on top of all of this by Tuesday morning.
Okay, a long day, buckle up. A lot of you, like in Marquette, you have nowhere to go. Things have shut down for the day, and rightfully so. It's a very dangerous day. So kids are at home, some local businesses opting to close for the day, and really being on the road is one of the worst things you can do when you're navigating a winter storm like this. This is a look into Milwaukee. Milwaukee also dealing with the blizzard warning this morning. It's the first blizzard warning for Milwaukee in over 15 years, which honestly, I found that kind of surprising. But I think it goes to show that it is difficult to achieve that criteria for a blizzard. It has to do with the winds. Are they sustained or gusting with frequent gusts of 35 miles per hour for 3 hours? Do you have visibility down to a quarter of a mile? And we've been able to achieve that for so many people. And in some areas, this is also record-breaking snow, by the way. Minneapolis, Green Bay, we could be talking about top 10 historic snow totals, 12 to 24 that's expected. So we'll go over the snow totals. How about the here and now? This is a look at radar. We have that area of low pressure. The low is going to continue to move off to the north and east, gradually doing so and bringing down some of that colder air, and then noting that very obvious rain, severe threat that we have an association with that cold front. Also a lifting warm front. There's a lot of dynamics here. But the snow, that is the focus for right now.
You know what's crazy, too? I'm looking at Milwaukee's. Say what?
Sorry, I skipped ahead. This is what happens when you're in a hurry getting your hits ready together. I wanted to go into, keep going, Michael. I'm going to go with this. There we go.
Yeah, you know, so at General Mitchell International Airport out of Milwaukee, overnight they had wind gusts that were at 60 miles per hour with freezing rain. So underneath that snow, if you're stepping outside, there could be a layer of ice. And then on that layer of ice is when you have snow that's now packed on top of that, almost refrigerating that light layer of ice underneath. Awful. With 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Awful. Yeah, I mean, it's such a hazard, and trying to clear your car out and trying to do whatever it is, because you also have the deep cold that's going to be behind this, so it's not going to be easy. Mother Nature not helping with the melt. With the wind, you alluded to it, there's still a problem. Detroit with those winds around 50 miles per hour with those gusts, but even the sustained wind coming in at 31 miles per hour. You have winds also very intense at Indianapolis, and again, through Green Bay and through Minneapolis.
You know, some people have to get to work, and you go, they're first responders, etc. And I think to myself, when you have winds like that, the scariest place for me to be is driving next to a semi-truck, because those things tend to swing and sway. They're all over the interstate. They're fishtailing all over. And if your car is like right next to them, I'm not trying to get bumped. So just something to consider when if you have to drive today.
There were several videos I saw on social media over the weekend from various states because the wind gradient was so extreme. You had a lot of winds pushing on these tractor trailers, and if those trailers weren't full, they were getting knocked over. The wind has been a big problem, not even if you're under this area of low pressure. So this is a look at where we have near blizzard conditions, and it is in where generally we have the active blizzard warnings, and these are the remaining winter weather alerts for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and noting too that there are still a couple of ice storm warnings up in northern Michigan, so just something to be aware of. Sometimes we can deal with the snow, we can deal with the rain, but when it comes to ice, you know, zero traction, that can really lead to some issues. So that could be an ongoing concern as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a long day. And I know we keep saying that because even once the snow turns off, the wind's going to stick around behind this front. You have quite a gradient with high pressure trying to push in from the west. This is how much snow we have to go. There are some spots that stick out, and they are in pink. It is funny because we're talking about Marquette. I saw a stat from the Keweenaw Peninsula, which is just to the west of Marquette, and they were tracking the snow for the Yoopers. And there was some excitement and Yooper pride because they said they had achieved more than 300 inches of snow for the season.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised because, again, out of the airport in Marquette, it's been over 225, and that was yesterday morning when I checked, not taking into account what's already fallen. So You know, as I mentioned before, a little bit of ice could be a concern, and moving things forward. I mean, you're fighting through this through the better half of the morning and part of the afternoon into the early evening before some lake effect.
I was going to say, we'll get those little streamers coming across the Great Lakes, which, again, they've had some time to melt because of that well above average warmth we just experienced.
I know Marissa misses being in Michigan right now.
So much.
I can tell you're such our snow enthusiast.
So much.
Couldn't be happier that I'm not there right now. But hey, let me show this to you and listen to this.
And taking a look into Missouri. Scary stuff for the animals, and the camera catching all of it. Powerful winds doing a little bit of damage in Willow Springs, Missouri. It's a dynamic storm system, right, that's headed for the East Coast. And as we watch it head off to the east, there is big concern for some of the storms it could produce. Wow.
Are those goats? I was trying to figure out like what type of barn animals those
They
are.
do look
donkeys or
like goats. But I'll honestly,
Scary,
either way, they're
way.
scared. Yeah, and the roof is just completely, I mean, it doesn't look like an incredibly sound structure, right? It's one of those barns. It has the metal roof and regardless. So watching the weather as it evolves through today, we do have the risk for, again, straight line winds, tornadoes, and I think we're going to see a lot of activity as we get further into the day. This is a look at a couple of things. You have active radar, so you can see where we have some of the severe thunderstorm warnings. Those are all those yellow polygons that go from the Florida Panhandle up through Virginia. We have also the outlook from the Storm Prediction Center, so that level 4 out of 5 risk. Is this the first time this year we've seen? No, this is going to be the second time we've had a 4 out of 5 risk. You don't get it often, and when you do, it really just heightens and should heighten your awareness. Michael, today is a day where we could have very dangerous thunderstorms with a tornado threat, and you have to be able to get warnings because I think the setup's going to also be very messy in presentation.
Absolutely. You know what's wild? So right now we have over, 16 severe thunderstorm warnings, and within that line right there, there's over 3,000 lightning strikes just within the past 15 minutes or so. So this is a booming line moving through. You're looking at parts of central and south Georgia where there's a ton of lightning there, and then down toward the Florida Panhandle. That's an area where, damaging winds, flooding, and again, lightning. Sometimes for me with thunderstorms, lightning, I mean, it's so unpredictable, and it can do quite a bit of damage that you really need to brace yourself for just an electrical storm through the state capital of Tallahassee.
A lot of dynamics to work with at this point. And when you look outside of Tallahassee, Florida State Capitol, you do have that tornado possible tag with this one. So not only the concern for the winds associated with this, the 60 miles per hour, but also the threat for a tornado. If you take it even further to the south, and this has kind of been the trend with these storms coming in off of the Gulf here, another one, this is out of East Point. These are all moving from southwest to northeast, that movement there. So in addition to maybe the wind, maybe a water spout, some rotation coming off of the Gulf there, but also they're all kind of training in the same direction. So we'll pay attention to see if we get any flood concerns. Florida needs the rain, so maybe that could help work in our favor here. But yeah, follow the line, pick a spot. I mean, look at all of this too as we go up towards Augusta here. This would be into Georgia, up towards South Carolina. These storms also with tornado possible.
Yeah. So treat all of these polygons with a degree of seriousness, just because these will produce. My biggest concern, almost more so than the tornadic concern right now at least, is straight line wind damage.
Yeah.
So when you have winds that are just screaming at 50, 60, perhaps even 70 plus miles per hour, that can just do a number on trees, on power lines, on tree branches. And I mean, this thing is stretched all the way up through Charlotte. I wouldn't be surprised if Charlotte Douglas, let me double check to see what the airports are looking like. But yeah, Charlotte Douglas, if you're flying in or out there, I think they're hubbed for American Airlines. Expect big time delays because of that.
Yeah, I think, and so you have us on a loop, but we had a round of thunderstorms go through Charlotte. Then you have this next line coming in, this one with a little bit of a bowing feature, right, where it looks like a belly, like it's protruding outward. So the wind gust potential, the straight line wind, but also to see Charlotte now with that tornado possible tag. It's a symptom of the atmosphere of this line of thunderstorms, even the line out ahead of it. So we have two distinct zones we've been watching. This one that we have up near Roanoke, this one also, this would be the initial line. does not have a tornado possible tag, but it does have some of the dangerous winds associated with it.
You know what I'm looking at? So and this is really getting into the weeds, and we could geek out about this all hour, but when you look at the velocities within these separate lines, there are so many just little kinks of rotation where it's like, I could see if they ended up issuing a tornado warning in those lines. I could see why, but they're not doing that. Looks like a new tornado watch from the SBC has just been issued. Matthew saying it includes Virginia and parts of North Carolina.
Includes Roanoke and Raleigh.
So yeah, Roanoke and Raleigh, the biggest cities in there. Not surprising, right? They had a discussion, a mesoscale discussion out for that. But yeah, in these lines though, I mean, whether they're warned or whether you hear the sirens or not, there could easily be a couple of spin-ups.
Yeah, we'll be paying close attention. You need to as well. And again, you could have a few rounds, several rounds of strong thunderstorms throughout the day. It is looking like it will be an active day from start to finish. And don't turn your back to a severe thunderstorm warning. It may have a considerable tag that you notice on your alert, and it could be for some of the straight line wind gusts that are expected to be within some of this, within the main line later today, 70 to 80 miles per hour.
Yeah, and that's the severe side, and we haven't focused a ton on it, but we will now. There's a snow side, and it's a dangerous blizzard in parts of the upper Midwest region. This video shot from Traverse City, Michigan. Heavy snow, wind battering the region. Of course, we have Fox Weather's very own Radar Menard, Jane Menard, who is live from Traverse City. We'll check in with Jane and show you what it looks like in the winter zone. That's coming up next right here on Fox Weather.
I've got a dark secret. I hate the dark. My basement is too dark. My garage is too dark. My attic is way too dark. But I've seen the light. Check out the High Burst Ultra High Performance Shop Light. I feel like I'm holding the sun. This thing is radically bright.
With 420 LED bulbs outputting 8,000 lumens of bright light.
It gets better. You see these raised panels? This new technology has 15 different light panels specifically designed to shine light in more directions so you can see better than ever before. Plus the panels move so you can put light anywhere you want it. It screws into any light socket. Easy.
Check this out. The basement is so bright. It's like a whole new room down here.
Look at this garage with regular light.
The garage on the right has High Burst.
That's a total transformation. Guys, shut every light in the studio out. Okay, so here's the 60-watt bulb that you're using. It has just 700 lumens. Now,
let's try the High Burst Ultra Performance Shop Light.
Watch how bright this is. The High Burst has over 8,000 lumens. It lights up this whole workshop.
It's over 10 times brighter than a 60-watt bulb.
And since you can customize the panels, you can shine light in every nook and cranny. Your dark days are over.
High Burst even comes with 3 different light modes: soft, bright, and brilliant.
Attics go from bad lighting to ultra bright. Basements go from it's too dark to find anything to, oh, there it is. Even light up entire outdoor patios.
High Burst
will make any room, hallway, or workshop brighter and safer.
Get your High Burst Ultra High Performance Shop Light today for just
$29.99. And we'll even ship it to you free. But wait, order right now and you can get a
second High Burst
for 50% off. That's a $15 savings, all with free shipping. Brighten up your life with
the High Burst Ultra High Performance Shop Light.
Don't miss out. Order now.
Call 1-800-294-9611 or go to buyhighburst.com. So call 1-800-294-9611. That's 1-800-294-9611 or order online at buyhighburst.com. Order now.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There is still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
Good morning. Over 90 million Americans are in the danger zone today. A new tornado watch just issued from the Storm Prediction Center until 2 p.m. this afternoon. Included in that, Roanoke, Virginia. You can also see Raleigh, Durham. Also included in that tornado watch. No surprises here at all. We were expecting them to issue a watch, and they've done so already, preemptively just saying, hey, listen, some big giant storms are on the way. Here's the reason why. See that pink shaded coloring here on your set? Well, that indicates a level 4 out of 5 on our severe weather threat index. And again, you can see those storms blazing through, over 16 severe thunderstorm warnings as we speak. And here's the wild part. This is just one facet. This is the severe side. You head to Michigan, and there is a big-time snow side to this storm as well. A live look in Traverse City, where it's 21 degrees, only feels like 13 degrees. Here we are just days away from spring, by the way. Winter storm warnings in effect for Traverse City. You head up toward the Leelanau Peninsula, just north of town, and we're under blizzard warnings as well.
It's really the worst of what winter can offer, right? And we do have Fox Weather meteorologist Jane Menard out in the elements. Jane, trying to find a little bit of a reprieve from the wind, compliments of that van behind you. But Jane, the wind, the snow drifts, all of it, just a brutal morning out in Traverse City.
It is. Oh my goodness, it's crazy. Listen, we were expecting really, blockbuster conditions, but everybody that I've talked to in the hotel, we're all kind of hunkered in together over a pot of coffee. Everyone is saying, this is just crazy, right? We're stuck in the parking lot. We can't get out anywhere. The Grand Traverse County Emergency Management, they put out a post saying, please stay off the roads, because snowplows, they're getting stuck right behind the camera. I can see it. The plow has been stuck multiple times trying to get through this parking lot right now. And you can see these drifts that have started to pile up. This one, quite literally, it is waist deep, and I'm turning into the wind now, where it is just whipping off of the Grand Traverse Bay. We're getting gusts consistently 30 up to 40 miles per hour I saw in the last hour. Officially double-digit snow in Traverse City, 10 inches. But you mentioned Leelanau County, just to our north. I took a drive up there on Saturday, the in-between, the calm day. I went up to the Sleeping Bear Dunes, walked around. Oh my God, it was gorgeous off of Lake Michigan, very quiet. Now we have a blizzard warning in effect and easily near blizzard conditions here, right? In order to get a blizzard, you need 3 hours consecutive with winds over 35 miles per hour and visibility under a quarter mile. Visibility well under a mile here in Traverse City. The one thing that we're maybe missing out on are those stronger wind gusts, but I don't know. I'm just going off of the reports at the airport, but we do have a really strong wind persistent coming off of the Grand Traverse Bay right now. But again, really impressive stuff here, and it's not the only spot. You go up into the UP, and they're still seeing snow come down, and those blizzard conditions there, you've got wind gusts that are topping 50, close to 60 miles per hour. You have Green Bay, which smashed a new record, top 3 daily snow total. This has been such an impressive winter storm, so dynamic, because you go 50 miles just off to my east and you have icing, and that icing proving to be a really big challenge. We now have well over 100,000 customers without power along the northern lower peninsula here. Gaylord, Alpena, you head out that way and we're seeing power outages across the county that are upwards of 80-90% of its customers, and it's because you have ice that is now hanging down on trees. Some of the video and pictures that I've seen coming out of those counties, you have these mature trees just bending over the roads. And now with winds gusting like this, another big concern that you'll have damage to infrastructure because of the weight of that ice, and then it becomes a problem of when can we rebuild that to get power put back on. And the thing is, for those who are still losing power, as long as these winds are gusting between 30, 40, 50 plus miles an hour, there's no way that you're going to get any bucket trucks up into these areas to start to help improve that power loss. So hunkering in, staying off the roads, trying to stay warm, that is the main message here. Schools are closed. A lot of county offices, they were set to be delayed until 11 o'clock this morning. I'll be perfectly honest, I just don't see how they open today because things are only going to get worse. We might get a brief break. And Marissa, Michael, that's one thing that I'm interested to see how this plays out as the day opens up, because we are going to see the backside of this low. Winds will continue to strengthen through this afternoon and evening. We could see wind gusts over 50 miles an hour and an additional 8 to maybe 12 inches of snow by tomorrow morning.
I think, I don't know what's worse, the amount of snow. I think it's the wind that makes it so complicated. You talked about the snow plows that are even getting stuck. If this snow drift in front of you is any indication of what it's like out there, I'm sure it's been brutal, right? And even when you see the plows that are getting stuck, they're gonna have to take a moment before they can really clean a lot of those roads. It's just too dangerous.
It is. It's far too dangerous. And, you know, I've met some folks who are walking to the McDonald's down the street. In fact, I've got one couple walking through the parking lot right now. A lot of people have had to take to foot, but it's still really uncomfortable conditions with the winds gusting as strong as they are. I mean, it's stinging when you look right into it. I mean, you saw my face last hour, right? So just making sure that we're staying safe, we're staying in, because this is far from over, unfortunately. We still have to get through today and I'd say a big chunk of tomorrow before we start to see some semblance of improvement.
It is just wild to see the wind. I mean, you're practically out of blizzard. You're almost there with meeting the criteria, but at that point, it kind of feels like splitting hairs because it is just so dangerous. Jane, appreciate that, and glad you were able to explore Traverse City before the storm moved in. Jane was sending me pictures, Michael.
Yeah.
It was...
the Leland House is beautiful.
Yeah.
Marissa, they have a cherry festival here up in Traverse City in July. That sounds lovely right now.
Yeah, Jane, that is what Traverse City is known for. You go out there, you can go to the festival, you pick cherries, but get your hotel now because it fills up really quickly.
It does. Jane, my goodness, if only you were there a few months later, because right now it's a struggle, that is for sure.
Send me back.
We'll do. For 130,000 customers in Michigan without power as we speak. We do want to turn our attention back to the severe side of the storm. Check this out. So this is a live shot from Charlotte, North Carolina. Look at those ominous clouds in the distance, right? They are dark. They are laden with rain. There's storms. There's lightning there as well. In Charlotte right now, temperatures in the 60s. Here's the thing, Storm Prediction Center has expanded that tornado watch. It now includes not just Roanoke, Virginia, but Raleigh-Durham in the Carolinas, down toward Columbia as well. Until about 2 p.m. Central Georgia, we're expecting that to expire around the 9 to 10 o'clock hour Central Time, but the line of storms is ferocious. Quick update for you. We just got this information into Fox Weather. Jackson, Mississippi, this is the capital city, reporting snow mixing with rain. Again, Mississippi seeing snow with the rain. Incredible stuff there. Marissa, we'll go from a bottoms-up perspective with the actual line, and from Panama City to Tallahassee, it's all about the showers and thunderstorms, central Georgia. And even you head toward places like Charlotte, where we are, and I'll do a deep dive into here. Those are pretty powerful storms.
Yeah, and this one main line has been racing off to the east, and we're expecting the expansion of severe weather as we get further into the day until this front clears. But in the meantime, even without working with the daytime heating, we've had a lot of atmospheric environmental conditions working in favor of these storms. And right now, the severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, meaning within this line, and we've seen this throughout the morning. There's this potential for a little bit of a kink within that line. But a tornado threat and a wind threat both are serving up this morning.
Absolutely. And what I think is really interesting, too, there's a couple of different, broken lines. You can almost see one here. There's one here, one trying to develop here. Obviously the main line back here. So, you might, if you're joining us from Richmond, Virginia, you experience showers and thunderstorms, and you might think, oh, okay, now that's passed, we're good to go. There's multiple lines behind that still need to work through. And it's one of the reasons why, Marissa, you said it before, don't let your guard down after that first series of rumble of thunder moves through. Roanoke, I'm talking to you specifically, where you had that big, powerful line move through, things cleared out, but you have one right here, right behind, that's going to, rock and roll into town in the next, say, hour or so.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the potential out ahead of the cold front within this warm sector, because there is a warm front that's lifting to the north. you have the potential for more discrete cells, these cells that are going to start to pop out ahead of the cold front. And then eventually we'll see probably what looks like a QLC as a line of thunderstorms also heading off to the east. And within any of these, regardless of storm mode, it looks like there's a tornado potential.
Yeah, and you talk about the line, and you can clearly see it right there by the 3 o'clock hour. This is cutting through Baltimore, D.C., sandwiched in between Roanoke and Raleigh, and down toward east of Charlotte, right along the Outer Banks by the time we get to about dinner time tonight. So this is going to be a multi-hour event. We're going to be with you through lunchtime, but then of course we have BVD, Bob, that'll be here, noon to 3, and all of us tracking constantly the evolution of this thing before it finally clears the coast, maybe 9, 10, 11 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, for some of you, it'll be a little bit later, and there's even a little bit of a flood threat with this for portions of the Northeast just because of the heavy rain and also maybe the round after round of thunderstorms you could have. The imminent threat, though, is going to be the severe hazards, and everything's on the table. Not so much worried about hail. It is about the wind, especially the straight line winds and tornado threat.
Yeah, listen to the blizzard conditions here. Yeah, life-threatening blizzard is bombing out in the Midwest and across the Great Lakes. Listen to that in Marquette, Michigan. My goodness, our very own Robert Ray capturing all of this footage over this past weekend, right? Looks like the North Pole with near hurricane force winds, snow totals approaching 4 feet of snow that is possible. That's 48 inches. My goodness, Robert Ray live with us here on Fox Weather coming up right after this.
What a dinner. Great call making tacos on a Monday.
Thank you. Speaking of calls, I called today and got my new Medicare Advantage plan.
I thought you already had a Medicare plan.
Well, I heard that if you move or lose coverage for any reason, you could be eligible for a special enrollment period. Since we just moved, I called and found out I'm eligible for a new Medicare Advantage plan with additional benefits and savings right here in our new zip code. You should call too.
I'll get around to it.
You should call right now to see if you have the coverage you need. A Medicare Part C plan could help you save money and include additional benefits. You could be eligible for plans with additional benefits you may not be receiving now or that may have previously not been available to you.
Why am I not getting these benefits now?
You don't get a plan with additional benefits automatically, so you have to call to see what Medicare Part C plans are available to you in our zip code.
So I could be missing out on additional benefits?
Yes, exactly. And right now is the time to call and make sure you have the coverage you need.
All right, I get it. I'll call now.
If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call for your free 2026 Medicare coverage checkup. We can look up your zip code to see if there's a Medicare Advantage plan available to you in your area, with additional benefits and savings you may not be receiving now, or that may have previously not been available to you. With just one call, you can get your questions answered, find out if you're eligible for a special enrollment period, and see what plans are available to you in your zip code. So call now. You don't get a plan with additional benefits and potential savings automatically. Different plans are offered in different zip codes. Call now for your free 2026 Medicare Benefits Checkup. The call and 2026 Medicare Benefits Checkup are free with no obligation.
Call now, 800-919-1379, 800-919-1379, 800-919-1379.
If you have an air conditioner in your home, you've probably experienced this. That's a drain pan overflow and can cost you thousands. An AC shutdown will leave you hot and miserable. This is why. Funky smelling zooglea bacteria lives, grows, and sticks inside everyone's air conditioner drain pan, creating disgusting odors in your home and also causing your AC to clog up and ultimately shut down. Look, pouring in bleach and vinegar corrodes your coils and will cost you thousands. Using other chemicals and wet vac doesn't eliminate the odors and makes you a slave to your AC. Get iFlow. iFlow is a smart device that easily installs in less than 15 minutes and automatically dispenses our specially formulated iFlow Biotic cleaning solution that breaks up and flushes the bacteria out of your drain line, keeping your AC clean and clog-free, guaranteed. Join the over 100,000 satisfied iFlow customers. Available at these fine retailers or learn more at iFlow.com. And for enhanced features, get iFlow Pro, professionally installed by your local air conditioning company. Ask for it by name.
A new half hour here on Weather Command. We've got snow and we've got severe weather, both leading this morning. That's a look, by the way, into Green Bay, Wisconsin, where, yes, the fresh snow is fallen, but it looks like emergency response teams are dealing with some other hazards.
Yeah, this is, again, by Brandon Kopic right now. Just to give you a perspective on what they're dealing with right here, obviously you can see smoke in the distance. It's only 19 degrees outside, wind chill at 2 degrees in Green Bay. They're fighting a fire, as you can see. So you can imagine with 19-degree temperatures, you're trying to get water onto this fire. That's going to create a huge icing issue. And then on top of all of that, you look at the right side of your screen, and we're talking about a big severe weather threat here that's stretching across multiple states. Marissa, this is just one of those situations where, man, we're working to get more information on what's going on in Green Bay, but that is so difficult when you're fighting through literally at Green Bay's Austin Strimble International Airport, wind gusts over 40 miles per hour, and you're trying to fight a blaze and all of that?
Yeah, Green Bay remains under the blizzard warning this morning, so a lot of hazards. When it comes to emergency response, that can be heavily delayed because of the weather, and people encouraged to stay off the road so that you can get emergency crews to where they need to be, whatever it may be for. Also noticing that we also had the severe weather that we're tracking this morning, being mindful that we have a lot going on and a lot to break down, but and you'll notice right over here.
Yeah.
This is a way to get those real-time updates as well.
Yeah, just scan that QR code, bottom right side of your screen. And again, you can interact with us, ask questions, the whole 9 yards. If you want immediate updates, if you got friends or family that live in the UP of Michigan, Marquette area, Traverse City, where they're just getting blasted right now, Green Bay, where you just saw that fire, this is the way that you can get the most immediate information just to stay in the loop.
Yeah.
So speaking of, where we're tracking incredible amounts of snow, incredible amounts of wind. Marquette, Michigan, 18 feels like 2 below zero. Look at the Michigan flag and then, of course, Old Glory. If that doesn't tell you what it feels like out there, then maybe we need to check in with someone that can, right? Fox Weather's very own Robert Ray is there in Marquette. And Marissa, I can't imagine being out there.
I know. The winds have been a problem. There's Robert there. And Robert also noticing just how deep some of that snow already is. And we've got, of course, more snow, believe it or not, on the way.
Yeah, guys, these impacts are remarkable here this morning as the wind is just roaring off of Lake Superior and moving through Marquette. Marquette is a hilly town here on the banks of Lake Superior, and all of the snow is creating drifts at the edges of the roadways. There are plows out trying to maneuver as much as they can. And Ryan, come with me over that bank here, and let's walk out a little bit and just show everybody the conditions here. We have to be very careful. Beyond the snow, below is a sheet of ice. Both Ryan and I have fallen many times. Our vehicles have gotten stuck out here. But you just see the whiteout conditions, and you see some of the stoplights kind of moving back and forth in these wind gusts. We already have nearly 2 feet of snow here in Marquette, and more on the way, as you noted. We've got about, seriously, like 24 hours left of this. This blizzard warning expires in the middle of the night tonight into Tuesday morning, but that doesn't mean that the snow is going to stop. And you look at behind me on the roadway here, you can barely see when the wind kicks up and starts pushing all of this snow. And you look up that way, it's the same scenario, less than a quarter mile of visibility. That's blizzard conditions. And these winds that continue to pump into this area, we could see wind gusts up to 70, 75 miles an hour. That's not out of the question. On Lake Superior, it is so dangerous right now with 20 to 30-foot waves out there and waves of ice crashing into already frozen shoreline. We experienced that yesterday. We had to retreat off of the shoreline because of the dangers of that situation. But you walk down this roadway here with me as Ryan tracks down the road as well, and you just see the difficulty. All of this is drifting, and so if you don't have a 4x4, you're gonna get stuck if you end up having to drive, which you really just should not. again, we could get upwards to 4 feet in isolated areas. The last time in a 2-day event that 4 feet of snow came to the Marquette area, 1977 with 47 inches. So we could rival that. On top of that, we're already at the 6th snowiest period in UP history right now. And that is saying a lot for a region that gets an average of about 200 inches of snow per year. So we're out here trying to give you the front line experience as to what this area is going through. It is difficult, it is dangerous. Any exposed skin begins to hurt after moments, and you have to be completely bundled up and prepared for this. Even Youpers, well, they don't like this forecast, and they're not even used to this kind of weather that's happening. Power outages exist across the state of Michigan and Wisconsin, and we just got that update from Mike Rollins at headquarters, a meteorologist, and runs that live blog that we have that's so informative that 20,000 flights across the country have been compromised by all this weather, guys. Back to you.
And, you know, Robert, listen to this. Marquette County reporting about 4,500 customers without power. Additionally, for the year, they've picked up 241 inches of snow. And, Robert, this is what I want to ask you real quick. Lakeshore flood warnings are in effect through tomorrow morning. They're calling for 20 to 30-foot waves right there on the shore. Have you had an opportunity to get close to Lake Superior? And do you notice any sort of flooding beyond all of the snow that you're seeing?
Well, we were on Lake Superior all day yesterday, Michael. I was taking the ice chunks and the ice waves, and they were hitting me, lapping over me. And that's why we had to leave the actual lake shore. And so as far as a flooding goes, you know, I didn't see any of that because it's so frozen out here that by the time those waves come in, they break apart the already frozen landscape, and then it freezes again into massive ice chunks. And you just take a look. I mean, this is the drifting, too, that you're dealing with. Ryan, come on over. And you, look at this. I mean, this is just piles of snow that are all over the place, inundating roadways, and you just can't see. This is well less than a quarter-mile visibility. It's near whiteout at points, and the dangers are just extreme. I can't stress that enough. These are wild impacts out here in the Upper Peninsula.
Fox Weather's Robert Ray for us there in Marquette, Michigan, where, my goodness gracious, it's a turbulent sort of situation. Robert, thank you so much. We really appreciate that report. We'll check back in with you in just a moment.
Yeah, so different, right? Forecasting it, looking at radar, but then actually seeing it on the ground. And Robert is there to show you what it's like to be in such difficult conditions. We'll take it into Milwaukee now. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, still under that blizzard warning, which, by the way, it's the first time in over 15 years that Milwaukee has found itself under a blizzard warning. I was kind of surprised by that, but it takes a lot to meet that criteria and then to see that criteria play out. I wanted to start with some of the snow reports as well, because coming out of Michigan, and then we'll work into Wisconsin, we have the bigger snow totals coming out of the UP. As Robert highlighted, we're now getting over 2 feet of snow and approaching that 3-foot mark, and we'll likely achieve that as we get further into the morning. But 3 Lakes, this was in the past 24 hours, and we've added snow since then, so that would be 31 inches of snow there. Into Wisconsin we go, north of Milwaukee, Michael. We have totals, again, 2 to 3 feet in range, nearing 4 feet for some as you get further to the north and east.
Yeah, oh my gosh, spring doesn't get here until the end of the week, but this Sturgeon Bay, I mean, that's almost 3 feet of snow. That is just an incredible amount of snow as of this point. Look at Green Bay.
Yeah, I mean, you get into the metros in Green Bay, you know, ending last week, going into this weekend, we knew Green Bay, Milwaukee, somewhere within that zone, we were going to have this really intense snow band set up where snowfall rates were going to well exceed an inch per hour. But here on Sunday, just over 17 inches, third snowiest day on record, but also the snowiest day in 137 years, since 1889.
That's what's striking to me.
Surprising, right? Because you do think of the Midwest, you think of the Great Lakes as these really snowy spots, but to be able to get all of that snow in one day, it does require a bit of a setup. Plus, you know, sometimes Lake Michigan can really offset things and interrupt that snow profile, that accumulating snow. But here we are. Here's our area of low pressure. Officially, it did not bomb out. It did not meet the bomb cyclone criteria. But it's still strong. I think at last check, it was about 984, 986 millibars.
Yeah, typically you look for a 24-hour millibar drop in 24 hours to call it a, quote, bomb cyclone. So that didn't happen, but still, this is a powerful system, lots of snow. And I feel like, you know, the snow is obviously a big deal, and that's going to get the headlines. But the wind out of here is just incredible.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why, at last check, we had over 130,000 customers in Michigan without power. And note this live pick in Marquette, Michigan, where, you know, you were showing me something just a moment ago. Was there some road closures due to?
Yeah, so there's a road closure that kind of hovers on the northern fringes of the UP of Michigan. It would be M28 between I-94 or M94 and then over towards, I think, Quebogan Road. But it's basically right along the shores of Lake Superior.
Okay, that makes sense.
Whiteout conditions. So when we were talking to Robert about getting to Lake Superior, I was like, I don't know if he's able to now that I think about it, just because it had been shut down.
And they do that just for the safety of people, because these roads are very, I mean, call them like secondary, tertiary roads. There's not a whole lot of folks on them, even during an average day. But when there's a blizzard conditions like this, it's almost impossible. You can't even see the road.
Even the plows are struggling, as we've been hearing. So
Exactly.
It's going to be a long day, folks. We have to get through all of today. Eventually, the snow winds down, at least the more organized snow but then we get into lake effect snow just a little bit after that.
My goodness. So yeah, lots that we're dealing with, not just on the winter side of the storm system, but also, you know, a lot of folks watch Fox Weather at the airports and at, you know, if you're at a train station, because you're trying to get places. Right? You know what's going on. Travel-wise, what a nightmare, to say the least. Again, Mike Rollins, one of our meteorologists upstairs, putting together these awesome numbers. You can catch them on our live blog on foxweather.com. Is noting that over 15,000 flights nationwide have already been disrupted. It's an incredible amount. And actually, I'm looking at his 8 o'clock post, and he's saying over 17,700 flights have been disrupted. And noting that Chicago O'Hare, top and worst cancellations, they're hubbed for United Airlines. So if you have a United Airlines flight, just something to keep in mind that there could be some big-time issues there. Visibility concerns out of New York. If you joined us within the past hour, we were showing you our live shot of New York, where it's impossible to see outside just because of how dense that fog is. Visibility is well less than a quarter of a mile. Look at the winds in Charlotte towards Charlotte Douglas, over 45-mile-per-hour winds. Imagine taking off or landing like that, right? It's turbulent, to say the least. Ground stops now being reported out of O'Hare, where it's only 23 degrees. Look at the number of cancellations already. 400 cancellations. You look at the number of delays, 10%. So 1 in 10 of those gates that you're looking at have delays with them. And from Chicago O'Hare to Midway to DTW, that's Detroit, all the way down to St. Louis, dealing with not just the snow, but the wind. And again, it's that wind that is really going to impact folks. So we talk about the snow, we talk about the blizzard conditions, but we also have severe weather, right? Charlotte towards Charlotte Douglas, we were just talking about this area. Note that we have a tornado warning that was just issued. This will be in effect at least for the next half an hour until about 10:15 in the morning. A lot of these storms have been racing toward the east at around between 35 and 45 miles per hour. If you're joining us from Charlotte towards Charlotte Douglas, perhaps heading in the direction of an easterly direction, just know that you really do want to make sure that you get to your tornado safe spot as we speak. Places like Harrisburg, Concord, you are in line for it. I'm looking at a storm report out of Charlotte right now. 61-mile-per-hour winds. Let me repeat, 61-mile-per-hour wind gusts already being reported, Marissa, as this storm screams toward the east at 40 miles per hour. So you already have confirmation on the ground. You can see it right there just in basically downtown Charlotte of that over 60-mile-per-hour wind report as we speak.
Yeah, I think it's one of these warnings that we need to take seriously. A lot of times when you have the sort of setup and you get the potential for, within this messy line, a little bit of rotation, it can kind of feel like it's catching you off guard. And to be moving, what you said, 40 40 miles per hour out to
yep.
the northeast. The storms will get faster, I think, as we head further into the day, but that only limits your time of preparation. So we're already seeing some of those severe wind gusts, and that threshold is at 58 miles per hour. So we're already reaching that. A look into Charlotte, North Carolina right now. You have the storms that are moving in from the west. So things likely going to be darkening up. And let me see actually where I get the radar.
I'm looking at I'm trying to see what direction this could be in, just to see if there's any sort of cyclonic movement. So we're looking at the base of the clouds here to see if we can see any sort of rotation. And at least right now, I'm not seeing much. Of course, on the right side of this image, it looks like the cloud base might be being obscured by the horizon. And of course, that looks like it could be a school or municipality, and then the trees in the background out that way. But Charlotte Douglas, as you know, is just a huge, huge, huge metropolitan area. We're talking about tens of thousands of people out this way. I'll give you a little more insight on this warning that was just issued. But yeah, towards Charlotte, let me see, 522,000 people in this warning.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of the line is just starting to enter in towards the Charlotte metro, and then it'll continue to work its way further off to the east. In fact, now that I'm looking, you know what, I'm on my loop right here. So that would be, let me pause this.
Yeah. And what's interesting, too, there's over 90 schools that are in here. So if, there is school today, obviously all of those schools are taking their tornado emergency measures, perhaps heading to bathrooms and hallways. And you know the drill. You get down into your tornado safety position and wait until the storm system is passed.
We'll be paying attention to radar. I do know when you speak of school districts, some including in the D.C. area, and I think we're going to see a lot of different districts doing this, are they're releasing students earlier.
That makes sense.
To get ahead of the severe threat. But again, this will be very similar to what we see later in the day. If nothing, I think it'll be more expansive. That's a look at the active thunderstorm watches that we have. Those are in yellow, and then you have in the red the tornado watches till 2 p.m.
We'll be on top of it every step of the way. Meantime, with snow in the upper Midwest, we're reminded that winter isn't even close to being over just yet. Stay tuned for some real talk on the key factors of buying a home in colder climates from our sponsor at Realtor.com.
My name is Anthony John. I'm a real estate agent and the founder of Anthony John Luxury Real Estate, and we work the whole Metro Detroit area. Metro Detroit has the most amazing neighborhoods I've seen in the country. Every area has a unique look and culture to it. There's things you need to know when you're buying a home in Metro Detroit. The winters here could be really tough, meaning that there's a lot of snow, there's a lot of ice, and it's really cold. There are actually people here that love the winter. They are moving from Florida, believe it or not, back to Michigan because they love that winter vibe. You want to pick a home that's absolutely updated HVAC systems to keep your home warm and energy efficient. What's really good about finding a home with fireplaces is not only is it an upgrade for future resale value, but it also keeps your living room, your family room warm, and it also is a comfort feature for many people. When you have multiple thermostats, multiple HVAC systems, you can control every zone of your home, which makes it very, not only efficient, but it's also more budget friendly to you because you don't have to warm up a certain area if you're not in there. So one of the coolest features on Realtor.com is the year build data. You can actually go into a neighborhood and pull up all the year build dates on all the homes and see which one of those you'd actually prefer the most. And this data will give you a good indication on what to ask your realtor for more information on. Newer homes tend to feature more efficient HVAC systems. If you're looking at an older home, you need to make sure that you have the right upgrades behind the walls. These upgrades are important to energy efficiency. To learn more about buying your next home, go to Realtor.com.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, endless cleaning? Your floors never seem to stay clean. Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber mat that traps dirt instantly. Engineered with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats. Muddy Mat doesn't just catch dirt, it locks it in. Whether it's mud, snow, sand, or water, every step on your new Muddy Mat leaves your floors spotless. And its reinforced rubber backing keeps it firmly in place. No more slipping or sliding. Perfect for your entryway, kitchen, bathroom, or even under your pet's food bowl, Muddy Mat absorbs up to 5 times more water. And when it's time for a cleanup, just toss it in the washing machine and it comes out looking as good as new.
Dog parents, this is a must-have.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling.
I've got muddy mats all over the house. I even use one as a bath mat. It feels so good under my feet. It's so soft. Non-slip backing makes it safe too.
With multiple dogs, I've always struggled with having dirty paws on the floor, but with this mat, I can finally stop stressing out about it because there are no prints anywhere.
It's so soft and squishy. I've even found my puppy sleeping on the mat instead of his bed. They work so well, I bought 3 more so I could put them all over my house.
You just place the Muddy Mat in front of the door and you'll save up so much time cleaning the floors. Go get one. Thank me later.
Imagine the relief of coming home to clean floors every day. Call the number on the screen or visit trymuddymat.com or simply scan the QR code right now to claim an incredible 70% off and get your free Muddy Mat today. But hurry, this exclusive offer is available only for a limited time. Once they are gone, they are gone. Don't let dirt dictate your day. Join thousands of satisfied customers who have already transformed their homes with Muddy Mat. Act now. Clean floors, happy home.
Call 1-800-707-4122.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jump from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
You are joining us here on Weather Command, and we are monitoring some just very turbulent weather across portions of the southeast, but up and down the I-95 corridor, we've got a long day ahead for that severe weather risk. A look into Charlotte, North Carolina. Charlotte, at least a portion of Charlotte, remains within not just a severe thunderstorm warning, but we've been monitoring a tornado warning. It looks like uptown Charlotte being removed from the active tornado warning, but it's really just within this line of thunderstorms right here where we have several severe thunderstorm warnings. It has been really following this line throughout the morning. Within these severe thunderstorm warnings, which have been warned primarily because of wind, right? That severe wind of 58 miles per hour, but also we've been seeing tornado possible. That tornado possible in the Charlotte area becoming a tornado warning moments ago, Michael, and that's what we have here, at least until 10:15 local.
Yeah, and real quick, if we can zoom right on into that thing, what you're seeing is at the very southern and western flank of that warning, if there were a tornado, it really would be in the southwest quadrant of where that warning is, so just south of Harrisburg. This thing, as you know, Marissa, is speeding off toward the east. This thing is racing toward the east at about 40 miles per hour or so. And on that trajectory, again, keeping in mind that this warning encompasses over 500,000 folks, we'll crisscross some of those secondary roadways. I'm looking at 485. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, watching maybe, we know we have some intense wind with it, so we have the potential for some straight line winds, but it's waiting to see if some of that rotation within this very broken, messy line starts to not only rotate, but if we start to get that funnel to drop. We haven't seen that yet, and nothing has been observed that I'm noting from the chat out of Charlotte, Greenville, Spartansburg, that area there. But regardless, it is one to take seriously and to seek shelter, to get somewhere. Get somewhere until it passes.
Absolutely. And again, this is going to be a pluribus unum, right? One of many tornado warnings that we see throughout the day, not to mention the over, 12 severe thunderstorm warnings that we have currently right now. Yeah. So it's not just that, but I do want to give you a more broad scale perspective on this. A newly issued tornado watch now including, not surprisingly, the panhandle of Florida now has just been issued. This is going to be in effect until 2 p.m. this afternoon. So again, no surprises. This is a fast-moving front, but boy, it is taking its merry and sweet time working from the Mississippi River Valley and then across through parts of not just Florida, but Georgia, South Carolina, and then the Carolinas in general, where we also have that severe thunderstorm watch. I think, just to make a long story short here, we're going to see that opportunity for strong to severe storms basically through this evening, Marissa.
Yeah. Until this cold front clears, it's kind of like a squeegee effect. It resets. But to get there, we have this really messy weather to work with here. This is at 3 o'clock Eastern time. Noticing it's not necessarily one clear line of thunderstorms, but perhaps there could be several rounds that we're up against. And perhaps it's not a line of thunderstorms. Perhaps it's some of these more discrete clusters or cells that we're watching before the front moves through. But certainly within that, until we get to 5, 6 o'clock, there's a risk for damaging wind gusts and tornadoes. Yeah, and it's some of our largest cities. New York City, this evening you're going to be getting in on it. So if you're expecting flights to land at like 6 to 9 p.m., I don't see that being something that's going to happen. I think there was going to be a lot of cancellations and delays. D.C., same sort of story. Reagan Airport. So, yeah, a lot that we're keeping our eyes on with the severe weather, but also with the big old blizzard. Yeah, there's a lot of cold air. Notice the wind direction as the front clears. So cold air and even the potential for some snow getting caught up in behind that. No shortage of snow and wind as you go into the upper Great Lakes. The video you have here, this is from Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray. Robert capturing the very intense wind and snow that's led to blizzard conditions playing out across a good portion of the Great Lakes, but Marquette kind of the epicenter of some of the worst weather. A blizzard warning remains in effect until 2 o'clock a.m. Tuesday. So as we get into the overnight hours, this is life-threatening weather when you consider how treacherous it is out on the roads especially. Michigan also dealing with hundreds of thousands of customers currently without power. Robert's going to be joining us throughout the morning to showcase some of the conditions that are being felt across the UP of Michigan, especially out of Marquette. Fox Weather will be right back.
Where's your pain?
Right here.
Right here.
Both knees.
Take on the pain with CopperFit Mobilizer, the next generation in compression technology. Hyper advanced compression sleeves with built-in blue infrared fibers for even faster recovery and pain relief.
You feel good, you play good. And this CopperFit Mobilizer, I guarantee you is going to be the reason why you see me on that field. You can book it, you can write the check, you can take it to the bank, and I guarantee you it'll cash.
Powered by LumaCore, blue infrared fibers woven into compression fabric. Increase circulation to reduce inflammation for faster recovery and pain relief. Two powerful technologies combined to create the next generation in compression technology.
The CopperFit Mobilizer works. It's perfect. It's giving you mobility. Literally, mobility is in the name.
Breathable comfort compression. Available with HyperFlex side stabilizers for more power and control.
It's more than just a compression sleeve. Having the compression and the LumaCore technology, which sounds so futuristic, but yet it's here. And it's really cool that CopperFit was the one to create it. I would definitely recommend it to anybody to give it a try who has pain.
Unleash your inner power to do more, play more, live more, and feel the energy with CopperFit Mobilizer.
Money doesn't sleep, bills don't sleep. So you got to get up and go to work. The CopperFit Mobilizer was support without feeling like it was tight. I can't explain the technology behind it. All I know is that it's working.
Get your CopperFit Mobilizer now at mobilizer.com for only $39.99. Order now and save 25% when you buy two. Plus, your shipping is free.
It's working for me, it's going to work for you.
It helps 100%.
I wouldn't be standing here if this didn't actually change my life.
Get on this right now. With this LumaCore technology, it's brought it to the next level. It's absolutely amazing. This really works.
Get yours now at mobilizer.com. That's mobilizer.com.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
A brand new hour here on Fox Weather. Thanks for joining us. You're joining us on Weather Command. I'm Marissa Torres.
Yeah, Michael Estime here. Look at these scenes behind me in Marquette, Michigan. Oh my goodness, it is just piling up. It is Monday, March the 16th. A lot going on, that's for sure.
Brutal start to the work week, right? Coming out of what was a very challenging Sunday for so many. We've got extreme weather that's targeting more than 40 states, a significant severe storm outbreak that is underway. We've got millions of folks from the Mississippi Valley to the Mid-Atlantic, as you can see, that are highlighted for that severe weather risk. Some of these storms already producing some tornado warnings, but we have the risk for even destructive winds as we head further into the day. A lot to break down.
A lot to break down severe weather-wise, a lot to break down winter weather-wise with not just snow, but ice that's blasting parts of the Great Lakes and, of course, the Midwest. We have blizzard warnings that are in effect for over 10 million people, including Marquette, Michigan, that you're looking at right there. Michigan, by the way, expected to pick up upwards of 4 feet of snow in Marquette by the time everything wraps up by tomorrow morning.
Yeah, one thing for us to forecast it, it's another thing to see it playing out in real time.
Oh my goodness. And speaking about it playing out in real time, let's get into this wicked weather impacting parts of the Midwest on the ground for us right now live in Marquette, Michigan, where it is absolutely freezing cold. We sent out the one and only Robert Ray in the thick of it right now. Robert, give me the lowdown. How is it in Marquette, Michigan as we speak?
Intense, extreme, impactful. It is very difficult conditions, and just follow us right now as we try to maneuver through these incredible snow drifts, guys. And this is going to be actually a challenge to even get up here as Ryan is going to make his way through. And to have the technology stable, just bear with us. You might see the shot freeze momentarily. We hope not. But, you know, to try and bring these images as up close into this is very difficult. As a matter of fact, I don't even think we can maneuver through this. It is actually so deep. So we're going to turn around because I want to show you some of the blowing snow because of these winds up on the roadway. I thought I could make my way through there. There's no possible way that I'm going to be able to get through in that area. But we've been dealing with this for at least 24 hours. But this is by far the biggest impacts that we have experienced. And, you know, we had a lull last night. And then about 4 a.m., all of this kicked up in earnest again, walked between our rental vehicles, 4x4s, by the way, that got trapped yesterday in snow drifts. We had to get pulled out. But you see, we're going to walk up to this roadway and be careful. Underneath all of this snow, ice patches. We have seen people fall. We have fallen as well. But the blowing snow and the winds is what is so dangerous. Wind gusts well over 50 miles an hour that could get up to 70, 75 miles an hour. That's Category 1 hurricane strength. And, you know, just driving around this area here on the shores of Lake Superior, the whiteout conditions are like no other. Really, honestly, I'm not sure that I've seen a winter storm this intense and this furious, and the duration. That is what is so incredible about this experience, is how long. We have 24 hours left of this, and, you know, potential for up to 4 feet of snow. We've already got about 2, I believe. It's hard to tell at this point because of the winds and the drifting. And you see up here on the roadway, look at the stoplights, just back and forth, back and forth. And all of this just driving through. You talk about blizzard conditions, that you got to have about a quarter mile or less of visibility. Oh, we've got way less than that. It is just whiteout here in the Upper Peninsula. Lake Superior with waves 20 to 30 feet. We experienced that yesterday on the shores. Quite literally waves of ice and chunks knocking into the already frozen shoreline and breaking apart the ice. That was the force. We had to retreat from there because of how intense it got yesterday. But little did we know that it was going to get even more intense out here today. And it just doesn't stop. And that is the dangers of this. These roadways with the plows and sometimes vehicles that come down here, there's only so much you can do in these extreme conditions. And that is quite literally why everything up here is shut down. Across Michigan, we've got power outages. Customers, well over 100,000. Travel, 20,000 impacted flights nationwide because of this. And big time winds rolling down here in the street right now. In fact, I feel pushed backwards. I know Ryan is feeling some of this as well. And you look up there and yes, you see the glimmer of the stoplights and the visibility is just as bad as it gets. And on top of that, the drifting. This is what you see all over Marquette. You also have snow from a previous storm in the piles, and then you get the drifting. And if you're driving in the whiteout conditions, it is so difficult to know where you're at, and you could easily go into a drift and find yourself stuck, even with a four-wheel drive, even with snow tires. And so all of this just continues to come in with a relentless fury. This winter storm that's moving through, so dynamic. And if indeed we do get 4 feet in this 2-day period, that is going to rival the record from 1977 of 47 inches. We'll have to see. But at this point, it doesn't really matter because this area is just crippled right now in the Upper Peninsula down to Green Bay, parts of Wisconsin, and the dangers persist. Marissa, Michael?
My goodness, Robert, I can just hear it in your breath. It's taxing just to walk through that snow. Robert, thank you. Thank your photographer, Ryan, for the on-the-ground report. And, of course, M28 is closed right now. That's on the shoreline of Lake Superior just because of the intense ferocity of not just the snow, but the wind and the blizzard-like conditions that we're seeing up there in northern Michigan.
Yeah, kudos to Robert demonstrating just how significant those snow drifts are. We know, and that's why it's difficult for a lot of these plows too. We've been focusing in on Michigan, the UP of Michigan, but also in Wisconsin where we've seen some of the bigger snow totals. If you take it into Green Bay, Wisconsin, that's where we have exclusive storm tracker Brandon Kopic, who's on scene. Brandon, I'm going to bring you into the conversation. So Green Bay first made headlines because just over 17 inches of snow, not the biggest total we saw, but it was the snowiest day on Sunday in 137 years. Then you considered what we're looking at now. Talk to me about what's happening, right? We have fire trucks on scene and quite a bit of black smoke.
Yeah, so right now there is a large structure fire ongoing at this facility. I believe it's a paper facility. Some people have told me it's a toilet paper factory, but something that's got very combustible materials in it. When we first arrived on scene, there were a couple of explosions at the building, but there's literally just off to our south where this is all blowing off of due to the blizzard conditions. There's literally ash and debris falling from the sky in the smoke plume.
It's wild to me. It's only 18 degrees. Wind chill is literally at 0. Do you see them, obviously, I would assume, using water on this fire or some sort of retardant to try to snuff this thing out?
Yeah, I would imagine they're just using water. I haven't been able to see myself. They've got it fairly locked down over here, but they've got the hydrants over here off to the right where they've got set up where they're coming back to fill up their pumper trucks at times. So it's definitely staying very active out here. And again, literally the blizzard conditions are fanning the flames and only making this fire so much more difficult to control. And while it doesn't look like it's too much just with the smoke, I just saw a drone shot from a friend of mine, and it is a huge building that is currently on fire. It is going to take them a long time, if not all day, to get this under control. They've called for mutual aid from surrounding cities as well.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about how severe the winds can be in terms of fanning, fueling a flame, right? You have wind gusts at the airport at 40 miles per hour, even sustained winds around 25. Talk to me, too, about the evolution of this for you, Brandon. I mean, you've been out in Green Bay for quite some time now monitoring this storm, but the evolution of the storm and the evolution of this scene here as folks try to work with what Mother Nature's given them, which is not a great scenario.
Yeah, this morning when we got up, the snow band had really started setting up right over top of Green Bay. We spent a lot of time around downtown Green Bay to start. There were actually some emergency vehicles that were getting stuck. Thankfully, the local plow crews are doing a phenomenal job at keeping up with the road conditions, but what's actually catching people off guard is typically the drifts, because they'll plow the road, but the winds are blowing so hard that you get these snow drifts, and when you hit one of those snow drifts, then you can easily get stuck in one of those. So it has definitely been an interesting day, to say the least, but we've seen like virtually everybody get stuck today, from emergency vehicles to just your everyday drivers. Big shout out to the Green Bay Police Department, though. They've been out helping people by hand, shoveling them out, pushing them out, doing everything they can to assist.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, this is an all hands on deck situation. Brandon, real quick, I do notice that there is a street sign to your right. I'm curious, where are you specifically right now? And then where are you planning on going after?
So right now we are at the intersection of Hinkle and Larson Road at this factory. It's 2200 Larson is where this fire is in Green Bay. After this, we're probably going to meander back into Green Bay after this live shot and continue to see how road conditions are doing in town and see if there's anybody we can help through town.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that update, Brandon. I know it's been a rough go of it for Green Bay especially. I was looking at the video you posted earlier. When you're below freezing and you're trying to access that water from a fire hydrant, that can be a concern, not to mention things get icy for these firefighters when they're out there. So we'll be following your live camera feed and bringing those updates as we get them. Be safe out there, my friend, and we'll check in with you in a little bit.
Yeah, and of course, in addition to the snow, we have significant severe weather. A tornado warning in effect for Patrick County, right? You can see it right here. I'm going to zoom into it for you and show you where this is, and then we'll zoom out just to give you some perspective. But this is right here in Virginia, and let me stop this for you for a quick second. I'm going to put on base velocities to show you where the rotation is. This is literally moving right over Patrick Springs as we speak, right along State Highway Route 58. Moving toward the east, so friends and family toward Critz. We'll see if the National Weather Service ends up extending this warning out some, but Martinsville, right along 220, you'll be in line for this possible tornado. And again, along this entire line itself, there's a lot of little twists and turns and kinks in that line that we're watching. Let me broaden out the view just to give you a little bit more perspective on where we are. You can see where Greensboro is just to its south, but duly noted another tornado warning just north and east of Charlotte. And again, just kinks in these lines. And what's been interesting, Marissa, is the fact that in this QLCS sort of development, or AKA line of storms, you know, this is not uncommon to see little kinks in the line. You're looking between Georgeville and Locust where that little kink is right there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, these aren't like EF4, EF5's tornadoes, but still an EF0, 1, or 2 can certainly produce a significant amount of damage.
Absolutely. You know, I think, too, Charlotte was once under that tornado warning. Same part of the storm, the line that went through Charlotte, but now things winding down. Unfortunately, it didn't translate to anything. But you can't be that secure and that confident as we move forward with some of the warnings that come out there. And I think, you know, with a lot of the severe thunderstorm warnings that we do have, they do have the tornado possible tag. So being mindful that we could get a quick spin up within this line. And then all the way down into, Southern Georgia near the Florida Panhandle has really gotten quite active, too.
Yeah, this is Valdosta included in this tornado warning that you can see here. This is going to be for Loudons and Brooks County. And just a quick little peek inside to see where that rotation could be, looking at our storm relative velocities. And again, just be mindful of the fact that rotation is possible right here. So heads up in Dasher, Empress, and right along Florida State Highway Route 53 as this crosses the Georgia-Florida state line.
Stay tuned to get this muddy mat up to a $20 value free. Are you tired of muddy paw prints all over your floors? Wet, dirty carpets? Constant mopping and cleaning every time your pet comes inside? Introducing Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent chenille mat that traps mud, dirt, and water instantly, keeping your floors spotless. The secret? Super absorbent chenille fibers that soak up to 5 times their weight in moisture. And watch, the mat does all the work. The dirt and water get trapped in thousands of soft chenille noodles, and the non-slip backing keeps it firmly in place. No sliding, no bunching, no mess. And Muddy Mat isn't just for the door. Use it in your car to protect your trunk and back seat. Perfect to catch spills in the kitchen. And if your dog is a messy eater, slip it under their food bowl to catch all the spills. And here's the best part. When it gets dirty, shake it out for a quick clean, and then just toss it in the washing machine. It comes out looking brand new, ready to use again and again. And Muddy Mat comes in multiple sizes and colors, so you can find the perfect one for any room in your home. But now, let's hear what Muddy Mat owners have to say.
Y'all, this is the Muddy Mat. It protects my floor. It is non-slip. It won't move. It has saved me so many times. I am loving this.
I keep this one by my back door. You can see it has those big 1-inch chenille loops with the non-skid backing. There's a ton of colors and several sizes to choose from.
My floors have never been so clean. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
So what are you waiting for? Scan the QR code, go visit getmuddymat.com, or call the number on the screen and get your free Muddy Mat when you buy 2. With multiple colors and sizes, it's easy to keep every floor in your home clean and covered. So what are you waiting for? Join millions of happy pet owners and stop the dirt at the door. Muddy Mat. Goodbye, messy floors.
Do you want to gain weight? Yes, I said gain weight. Do you want more curves? Do you want to bulk up? Try CB1 Weight Gainer today, the natural weight gain pill designed for people who struggle to put on weight.
I just love the results. I'm loving the way that I look.
I was able to eat. I was able to hit the gym. I'm feeling great and I'm looking great. I put on 25 pounds with CB1.
I have curves, I have booty, and I have a chest. I've gained 20 pounds in just a couple months.
I put on over 30 pounds in 3 months. Finally, I got the curves that I've always dreamed of.
Order today and we'll include the exclusive Weight Gain Guidebook, a $20 value free when you call now. We'll also upgrade your order to rush processing, a $6.99 value absolutely free. That's right, call now and save over $25. Gain the weight you want or your money back guaranteed.
Call 800-599-8987 or go to trycb1.com.
Wild video coming out of Missouri. Proof that those winds can be very powerful and do some damage. This is out of Willow Springs, Missouri. I think a lot of I think those are goats. I think they're okay. The other, do you think those are donkeys?
Yeah, goats or donkeys, I can't tell. Okay.
Well, if somebody wants to weigh in, I'm not an expert in this. Yeah. All I know is that they're okay. Whatever they are, they're okay. Obviously, they were a little frazzled. But that shed, their sanctuary area, no match for those winds. I'm going to move on and talk about something I can talk about, and that's the threat for severe weather today. Sure, I'm not sure if this was a result of a severe thunderstorm. We've had quite a bit of damaging winds just as a result of the gradient, the overall synaptic setup. You have wind advisories and wind warnings out ahead of this line, and we even have some wind concerns even behind the front as it passes. Regardless, four-legged or not, two-legged, you need to be very careful as we navigate these storms today. This is a look at the outlook for severe weather. You have the legend up above. Always take your eyes to that, and it'll give you insight into what we're looking at. This is from the Storm Prediction Center, a level 4 out of 5 risk for severe weather from Washington, D.C., Michael, all the way down towards Columbia, South Carolina, but even that level 3, Philadelphia included in that, much of South Carolina and Southeast Georgia included in that. And then you have on top of that the radar, very active.
It's so interesting because, again, duly noted in parts of southern Georgia, we have a tornado warning that's in effect, and that's not in the level 4. It's not even in the level 3. It's in the level 2. Yeah. So just going to show that we can and do see severe storms outside of the main target zones. And again, as we do a little radar tour here, this toward Winston-Salem, very populated region of North Carolina. It's one of the biggest cities in the state. And you are under that tornado warning. You're hearing those sirens going off. Again, it's contained within that line, but even those can be powerful.
Yeah, I think we're also getting onto an interstate. You have I-40 included in this. These are generally moving off to the east-northeast direction. And given the speed and the risk for tornadoes, if not damaging wind gusts, if you could stay off the road just a little bit longer. We do have those tornado warnings even further north. You get into Virginia. This is one over, let's see, coming out of Peters Creek and then into Martinsville. So everything progressing to the northeast. So remembering whatever your plan is when you get these warnings, staying off the road, getting to a safe space, the lowest level of your home, and waiting it out. It does move rather quickly. And go ahead.
I'm agreeing with you. This thing is moving. It's speeding off toward the east, but again, there's a lot of real estate between where it is right now and the East Coast. So it's speeding off quickly, but it's going to be with us through a good chunk of the afternoon.
Absolutely. A lot of lightning being generated by this as well. And remembering, lightning's not a severe hazard, but it is a life-threatening one when you have it, especially in such abundance. Even noting, we'll get into it, that colder air wrapping in, reports of some snowfall in the Jackson, Mississippi area. So that cold air coming in is coming in aggressively, and it's meeting up with some of that moisture.
Yeah, Florida Panhandle, southern Georgia, central Georgia, into the Carolinas. Watch out and hang on tight. It's going to be a rough next couple of hours. But as we mentioned, it's not just now. It's going to be through the afternoon. So let's talk a little bit more about what that part of your forecast looks like as we head through the afternoon. And again, there was that report of snow in Jackson, Mississippi. Here's what Futurecast looks like. And I'm going to go through this kind of quick because I do want to get a little bit more hyper-local on things. But through lunchtime, it is east of Charlotte. I think Charleston getting into this, Savannah, Georgia, Tybee Island, the coastal regions, Raleigh, Durham, and then toward, say, 5, 6, and 7 o'clock this evening, you can see the Outer Banks. So you think about Rodanthe, you think about Buxton. You're going to see this late this evening, perhaps around dinner time or sunset tonight. D.C., New York, any late-night plans that you might have, and or visitors that you're expecting into town 8, 9, 10 p.m., expect some cancellations and delays. We could see EF2 strength tornadoes. Those are winds between 111 and about 135 miles per hour. Here's the wind damage. But here's what I really want to get to, Marissa, is the fact that, you start getting more hyper-local with things in like the D.C. metro. And these storms could be ferocious by late morning, early afternoon.
Yeah, and I believe the public schools in Washington, D.C. releasing kids early, so at least checking with your district to see maybe you are in that category as well for early release, because these storms are going to be quite significant. And I think we don't often see our nation's capital falling under this risk at this time of year. But I think not just the tornado threat, but please be mindful and look at how messy that is as we get into the afternoon, late morning, early afternoon, that you could still get some of those winds that could exceed 60, up near 70 to 80 miles per hour, which would also be quite dangerous and damaging.
Absolutely. Winston-Salem, we were just talking about that tornado warning that's overhead right now. So again, just broad brushing it. You're going to be fighting through showers and thunderstorms, not just now, but through lunchtime, points after lunchtime. Raleigh, Durham getting in on that action around 3, 4, and 5. And again, Winston-Salem, it's not over just because you have that one warning. We will see perhaps more warnings after that first little warning moves through. I think that we could see some successive warnings in the future.
It's really dynamic what we're working with here. There's a lot of energy, not just the surface front. You have the trough eventually becoming negatively tilted. You got a lot of cold air in place as well behind it. So we're tapping into all of that. And I think we're going to see a lot of very intense storms in through tonight. The cold air I mentioned, that's coming in, I say coming in hot, but that doesn't quite make sense, right? But it's coming in very aggressively, and we've seen how that's had so many of you see and go from showers and thunderstorms, perhaps severe thunderstorms, to then some snow that's falling and some very cold temperatures. This is a look at radar. Now, this is a loop of the past 3 hours, but you can see where the snow is falling. We've had reports out of northern Michigan, out of the UP of Michigan, out of Green Bay, Wisconsin, but you're even seeing some of the snowfall across portions of Illinois, Indiana, and as far south as Jackson, Mississippi, which we're trying to get some of that video. Either way, it's being reported, and I think that's quite significant in itself. It really speaks to the air mass that's going to be taking over, Michael. This is Pittsburgh. over the next 12 hours. So you can see the evolution from the 50s. We've dropped already a little bit in temperatures, and the evolution to that freezing mark by 9 p.m.
My goodness, that's a 20-degree temperature drop. And check out this. This is going to be in Jasper. And what you're noticing in parts of Jasper, Alabama, if you look at the car parked at that gas station, it almost, to me, looks like the roof of that car could be covered in some snow. What say you?
Oh, the one that's parked. I mean, I certainly see the snowflakes that are falling.
Right.
But not really sticking to the ground, right? It's been too warm for that in Alabama here. Good find, guys. Talk about being on flake patrol, snow patrol here. And I'm not talking about the band.
I do like that band, though.
It is a good band.
Yeah, this is just north and west of Birmingham, Alabama, by the way. That's where Jasper is at.
Yeah, I think it's very cold air, and this cold air is even going to get into a good part of the Florida Peninsula. And you're going to feel it certainly by the time, I'd say starting off your morning with a jacket or maybe a sweater, but getting the jacket by later today. Pittsburgh, the front will be clearing out of your way as we get further into the afternoon. So this is a timing of it. That's 3 o'clock with the rain and the storms, and there's the snow that comes in by 9.
It's so interesting to me because I think to myself how in the deep south, I used to live in Macon, Georgia, where you see the storms, you prep for the storms, the tornado watches, et cetera, but then on the back end of all that, for them in the South, that's a big, to see snowflakes, to see snow of any kind is a big deal.
Novelty flakes.
It's a novelty, but in March to see that, it's really unheard of. Pittsburgh 1 to 3 for you, and then further up toward, I got a bone to pick with Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, by the way.
Let me go back for you.
Right here. 1 to 3. I'm ready for that groundhog out that way. Where is it?
You know what, though? How could he be mad at something so cute and so seemingly disgruntled? Doesn't he just always look just so annoyed with people? Okay, that's a look at Charleston, West Virginia. You've also got the snow and accumulating snow at that.
How about that? A life-threatening blizzard as we speak, impacting the Midwest and the Great Lakes. Look at this imagery captured by our very own Robert Ray. This was yesterday on Sunday, Marquette, Michigan, where we have snow totals approaching 2 to 4 feet of snow. We have been on the ground live with Robert all morning. We also have lakeshore flood warnings in effect where upwards of 20 to 30-foot waves in Lake Superior are possible. How about that? Fox Weather Command on Monday back after this.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, endless cleaning? Your floors never seem to stay clean. Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber mat that traps dirt instantly. Engineered with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats. Muddy Mat doesn't just catch dirt, it locks it in. Whether it's mud, snow, sand, or water, every step on your new Muddy Mat leaves your floors spotless. And its reinforced rubber backing keeps it firmly in place. No more slipping or sliding. Perfect for your entryway, kitchen, bathroom, or even under your pet's food bowl, Muddy Mat absorbs up to 5 times more water. And when it's time for a cleanup, just toss it in the washing machine and it comes out looking as good as new.
Dog parents, this is a must-have.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling.
I've got muddy mats all over the house. I even use one as a bath mat. It feels so good under my feet. It's so soft. Non-slip backing makes it safe too.
With multiple dogs, I've always struggled with having dirty paws on the floor, but with this mat, I can finally stop stressing out about it because there are no prints anywhere.
It's so soft and squishy. I've even found my puppy sleeping on the mat instead of his bed. They work so well, I bought 3 more so I could put them all over my house.
You just place the Muddy Mat in front of the door and you'll save up so much time cleaning the floors. Go get one. Thank me later.
Imagine the relief of coming home to clean floors every day. Call the number on the screen or visit trymuddymat.com or simply scan the QR code right now to claim an incredible 70% off and get your free Muddy Mat today. But hurry, this exclusive offer is available only for a limited time. Once they are gone, they are gone. Don't let dirt dictate your day. Join thousands of satisfied customers who have already transformed their homes with Muddy Mat. Act now. Clean floors, happy home.
Call 1-800-707-4122.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft closed shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
A new half hour here on Weather Command, continuing to monitor just a lot of nasty weather already this morning. Not just the snow, but also severe thunderstorms already posing a risk. And, you know, when it comes to the snow, I mean, the left side of your screen, we have our exclusive storm tracker, Brandon Kopic. Looks like he's refueling.
Yes, he is. Thank goodness. And
Yeah.
look at that car in front of him. It gives you an idea on what the visibilities look like and the fact that folks are just caked in that snow, right? Looks like frosting on top of that vehicle. That's not vanilla, that's snow that you're seeing. And then on the right side of your screen is, of course, where we're continuing to track some major severe storms, 11 severe thunderstorm warnings, 5 tornado warnings as we speak right now, over 2,800 lightning strikes. It has been, Marissa, a very, very, very active start to the work week.
Yeah, I think when you compare, I don't know which is worse, right? Because both sides of this area of low pressure are quite nasty. When it comes to the winter side, we're going to start there in a moment, but a reminder, you have us here. You also have this incredible tool now at our disposal, the Fox Weather Live blog. So you get weather updates, you get them in real time, and it's not just when it comes to the forecast and maybe some new watches that are coming out, but also when it comes to the news portion of it and how we're all being impacted.
Yeah, I mean, just to give you a heads up, this is what I'm following on our live blog right now, compliments of Mike Rollins. So FlightAware right now, we're reporting over 20,200 U.S. flights have now been disrupted. Again, 20,000 flights disrupted. That's the newest information that we have right now. In terms of cancellations and delays, delayed flights over 14,000, cancellations over 5,000 flights. And again, you can get that information immediately just by scanning that QR code on the bottom right side of your screen.
And it's not AI, folks. It's Mike Rollins, meteorologist Mike Rollins and team.
Yes, doing the hard work.
It's not AI yet.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and take it into the forecast. We do want to go into Wisconsin to start. Milwaukee still under that blizzard warning, and that's going to remain for the day. It's the first blizzard warning in 15 years, over 15 years. Looking at visibility, not so bad right now. We still have the wind to contend with. The snow, it is winding down, but not completely turned off. And even then, we'll have some nasty winds in the wake of this system as it slides off further to the east. But this is a good general idea of what we're dealing with. We have this area of low pressure that's going to continue to move off to the northeast. It's a rather intense area of low pressure. And so you have quite a bit of wind wrapped up with it. Marquette, Michigan, we've been checking in with Robert Ray. He's up here where the snow drifts have gone well to the 3 foot, 4 foot mark, I'm sure, but we've had 2 to 3 feet of snow actually fall. Green Bay, 18. I think we had reports of freezing fog in Green Bay not so long ago. And you can see even dealing with that snow now in southern Indiana.
Yeah, you know, we were checking in with Fox 6 Milwaukee meteorologist Lisa Michaels yesterday morning on Weather Command, and she was preparing us for this and just saying that they've picked up about 40 inches of snow for the year so far. More on the way, and the winds up that way were just going to be vicious through the morning and early part of the afternoon. And even you look at Detroit, is that right now?
Yeah, this is current.
Over 50-mile-per-hour winds at Detroit Metro Airport. Can you imagine trying to land in that or take off in that?
Well, they're not.
No, they're not.
The impact of the airports is so significant. But keep in mind, too, you know, if you're traveling on some of these interstates and you get that crosswind and you're a tractor trailer and maybe that trailer isn't full or has some weight to it, you're going to feel that push. Visibility truly is compromised as you get into the UP of Michigan. That's where it's the worst. You're reaching those blizzard criteria. in terms of visibility. In Green Bay, that's at a quarter mile, if not less than that. But the blizzard concern, it is quite localized and it's not far-reaching. But if you're in it, man, it's going to be a day to stay at home.
And we'll take you in there with Robert Ray coming up here real soon. But in the meantime, did you see this new video?
So this is out of Rockdale County, Georgia, just coming into the newsroom. So in fact, I think we're all seeing it for the first time along with you. This is just to the east of Atlanta. And here we have some of the trees that were taken down as a result of these severe thunderstorms. The road blocked, so you have firefighters out there trying to clear all that debris. And it looks like maybe some cars were also impacted. Hopefully everybody's okay. But this is just coming in from our affiliate at Fox 5 Atlanta. But scary stuff, Michael,
Yeah.
as these storms move through quite aggressively.
You know, I used to live in Georgia, and they have these little pine trees out that way. I'm telling you, if you sneeze too hard, some of these things are coming down. But east of Atlanta, though, there's literally forests of these trees. So when you have these trees that are snapping and breaking and falling in the middle of the street, it's raining, it's hard to see, it's dark outside, they can become not just projectiles if they fall, but also huge debris blockers in the road. And you can see all these storm reports that we're seeing just east of Atlanta, known sometimes as the New York City of the South.
Yeah, Matthew Blue, thanks for pulling those up. So talking about some of the wind damage, the severe thunderstorm wind damage. So that criteria for a severe wind gust is 58 miles per hour. And we've seen a lot of that verify within this very messy line of thunderstorms that's moving off to the east. It's really this line here. And again, look in the wake of it, that colder air rushing in. So you have quite a bit of dynamics to work with. That level 4 out of 5 risk for the mid-Atlantic, D.C. included in that, all the way down towards Columbia, South Carolina.
Yeah, this is going to be a ferocious late morning and early afternoon. We're zeroing in on a couple of the tornado warnings that we have. We have 4 out currently right now, and this is one toward Greensboro. And that's, again, Greensboro is a big metropolitan area right along 85, and it looks like within that line on that southern flank, sometimes at the southern flanks of lines like that, you can get those hook echo signatures, and it looks like that's what this may be.
So let's zoom into that one. Yeah, that's it. Like more than likely, if you're in Greensboro, this is just to the west of you. So if we continue to see this progress, it's more than likely it'll get extended into Greensboro. But this is just radar indicated rotation right near the I-40 area. So maybe perhaps a little bit of that notching, that inflow that can create that little twist in the line. If you go further to the north, there is another tornado warning up there. So we're going to cross over into Virginia, so across the North Carolina-Virginia state line. This is into Martinsville, and this is another tornado warning, at least till 10:45 Eastern.
Yeah, and you know what? There's one that I want to make sure that we get to as well. This is just barely west of Washington, D.C., and it's another tornado warning that has just been issued, another 23 minutes on it. And this is going to be a pretty intense storm. This thing's racing just west of D.C. at 55 miles per hour. So this thing is booking it toward the northeast. And again, what you'll note here is that this one is a radar indicated tornado, but again, it's heading toward DC, which is obviously a huge metropolitan area. So something to be mindful of as we move forward. We're going to see multiple tornado warnings, multiple severe thunderstorm warnings through the morning, and then, of course, into this afternoon as well.
Yeah, wind's not looking incredibly impressive, but I think, honestly, looking at what the National Weather Service is monitoring, it can get really chaotic within these lines and within these clusters. So with the tornado warning, this till 11 o'clock Eastern, and again, we're not too far out from Washington, D.C., take a moment, stay at home, find a safe location, wait for it to pass. And when you look at the overall threat for today, we do have a couple of watches. This is the tornado watch that goes until 2 o'clock Eastern time. 10.5 million people included in this one. So some will be trimmed off, but this is kind of where we're seeing a bulk of the activity already.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And so this is going to be an area that we're watching carefully. Now, what I think that we'll end up seeing in the hours to come, say around lunchtime, if not points after. So you're seeing that sliver of red that indicates that tornado watch. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another watch, either a tornado watch or severe thunderstorm watch, issued from that point to the coastline. So that would eventually include Hatteras, Cape Hatteras, Buxton in the hours ahead. So
yeah.
That's that we're going to be watching, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's just a lot of hazards that we need to be very mindful of and weather aware.
Yes. In the meantime, let me take you out to Kansas City. It is cooling down quick and in a hurry. It's an Arctic blast that's literally taking temperatures and just body slamming them 15 to 25 degrees below the average, right? That cooler air set to impact millions across the nation. We'll talk about just how cold winter's Arctic return will be. That's when Fox Weather Command continues on a Monday.
Hey there, Nick Koser here. We're back. It's time for Fox Weather Deals, sponsored by Knocking, as we're always here to help you save on products that'll keep you prepared no matter what is in the forecast. To start shopping, go to foxweatherdeals.com. Courtney Kaysen, our resident lifestyle expert, is back with another super cool, kind of futuristic product.
Oh my gosh, and they're from Minolta, which you guys know, a digital optics brand, but so much respect in the category. You've probably had their products in your home for years. These are their 4K HD binoculars, and you can choose to look through the traditional way, or you can look through on the screen, which is awesome, because say right now you're looking at foliage, but when the weather turns chilly, you're looking at wildlife, you can actually snap a picture of what you're viewing, and because these are 12 times the magnification, you're seeing what's 120 feet away, almost as if like crystal clarity 10 feet away, which is awesome. There's an SD card here, so you can transfer it out to your computer, which is lovely. And these just fit a lot more comfortably in the hand. They're lightweight. You can travel with them, camping, cruising, you name it, and have your memories for a lifetime stored and saved.
I love it. An LCD screen on binoculars is something that's been a long time coming, I think.
Absolutely. Our deal price today, phenomenal, $149.99, saving you 50% off.
That is a deal. Courtney, thank you so much. We appreciate that. To purchase one of these and so much more, scan the QR code on your screen or check out foxweatherdeals.com. Happy shopping.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly. If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
Who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
Stay tuned to get this muddy mat up to a $20 value free. Are you tired of muddy paw prints all over your floors? Wet, dirty carpets? Constant mopping and cleaning every time your pet comes inside? Introducing Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent chenille mat that traps mud, dirt, and water instantly, keeping your floors spotless. The secret? Super absorbent chenille fibers that soak up to 5 times their weight in moisture. And watch, the mat does all the work. The dirt and water get trapped in thousands of soft chenille noodles, and the non-slip backing keeps it firmly in place. No sliding, no bunching, no mess. And Muddy Mat isn't just for the door. Use it in your car to protect your trunk and back seat. Perfect to catch spills in the kitchen. And if your dog is a messy eater, slip it under their food bowl to catch all the spills. And here's the best part. When it gets dirty, shake it out for a quick clean, and then just toss it in the washing machine. It comes out looking brand new, ready to use again and again. And Muddy Mat comes in multiple sizes and colors, so you can find the perfect one for any room in your home. But now, let's hear what Muddy Mat owners have to say.
Y'all, this is the Muddy Mat. It protects my floor. It is non-slip. It won't move. It has saved me so many times. I am loving this.
I keep this one by my back door. You can see it has those big 1-inch chenille loops with the non-skid backing. There's a ton of colors and several sizes to choose from.
My floors have never been so clean. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
So what are you waiting for? Scan the QR code, go visit getmuddymat.com, or call the number on the screen and get your free Muddy Mat when you buy 2. With multiple colors and sizes, it's easy to keep every floor in your home clean and covered. So what are you waiting for? Join millions of happy pet owners and stop the dirt at the door. Muddy Mat. Goodbye, messy floors.
We're almost 50. We worked hard and
built our dream life.
We're a two-income family. That means life would be very difficult if something happened to either one of us.
So how did we make sure our family and our lives were protected?
We called Select Quote, where a licensed insurance agent found us each a policy under $1 a day.
We got covered the same day without a medical exam and saved thousands.
Thanks to Select Quote, our family is protected and we can enjoy life.
You could save 50% or more by calling Select Quote now. 800-240-4200.
Good morning. We are back now on Fox Weather. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Listen, if you had a flight today, I just want to take a moment to apologize because we are seeing big-time disruptions. According to Fox Weather and, of course, our exclusive blog that we have over 20,200 U.S. flights that have now been disrupted by our extreme weather. It includes not just in New York's LaGuardia, but also EWR, that's across the Hudson, into Newark Liberty International Airport, where literally over 660 flights have been disrupted. What a huge headache. Of course, JFK also seeing a number of delays and cancellations. Look at Chicago O'Hare, that's known as the world's most connected airport. Not connecting today with over 450 flights being impacted.
Not just today. And not to mention, I mean, you do have a lot of stuff happening right now with TSA. So there are some things out of our control in addition to the weather, which is very much so out of our control. But what a mess it is. And Chicago's a hub, so obviously there's going to be the ripple effects in terms of managing the current conditions and then getting everybody up to speed.
Look at those roadways.
I was going to say, we had the storms, and now it's about the cold air. It's truly been about the cold air for the past little bit, and the wind.
Yeah, slushy in parts of Cook County. That's where Chicago's at. You head back up toward the north, towards, say, Rockford, and we are covered in terms of snow coverage for the roads. Head up toward Madison, toward Milwaukee, and the pink indicating covered roadways, so driving is going to be especially difficult. Minneapolis, St. Paul, they're doing a good job at cleaning things up around the city, but just east of the city along 94, yeah, it's a slushy mess out that way. Not to mention the 95 corridor, Marissa, is going to be so difficult. It's a Monday. A lot of folks are, going to and from. It's an active day to get on the roads. But when there's all that severe weather, trying to drive and all that can be dangerous.
The hope, the reality is you got to go to work. A lot of us don't have the option to be able to stay at home. Sure. You have school districts that have decided to close today, and for good reason, especially where the conditions are truly treacherous into Michigan, northern Michigan, the UP. When it comes to flying, if you're able to get to the airport, great. For places in the Northeast, it's right now about the rain and the storms and how volatile they could be as we get further into the day. Yeah, and I think that further into the day, things are going to become much more volatile, and you'll notice that by the time we get to the afternoon and evening, we're expecting a number of flight delays and cancellations. So long story short, it is going to be a big-time day of travel trouble, unfortunately. Yeah, this is the story, not just here on Weather Command, but as we get into the afternoon hours especially. That's exactly it. And we have the one, the only, the man with the plan with the fresh haircut, by the way. Sharp, right? Meteorologist BVD joins us in the house. Yeah, a little more aerodynamic, I figure, since we're going to be dealing with the wind for the next 2 days. Yeah, less friction. Yeah, exactly. But you guys just pegged it. We've got so much weather to watch. I mean, if you thought it was going to be an easy work week, like an old man into a warm bath, forget about it. We've already started out kinetically. Winter storm watches, warnings, blizzard warnings, that's on the top end. On the other side, we've got the tornado watches. We've got the severe thunderstorm watches as well. So to lead off the bat, we're going to be tracking all the storms and severe weather. We're going to show you everything that you need to know about that for the I-95. Then we wrap it around to the blizzard warnings, because these are hanging in there for the entire afternoon, like you said. So we've got the commissioner from the city of Marquette, Michigan, the UP in Michigan. We're going to talk to him about how the city is faring. Remember, they're closing in on almost 2 feet of snow already, so that's going to be an issue. We also have other guests. We have a full cadre of characters today. We got Ben Luna from the Tennessee Valley Weather. We've also got the Capital Gang weather coming on, and we've got a list of meteorologists that actually work here, like the great Marissa Torres, Michael Estimate. You'll be joining me as well, Michael, don't forget. We also have Ian Oliver, Bain, and Nick Koser to help break things down. And we've got a running list of severe weather. We're going to be chasing that the entire time. So I've got the great Christopher Tate driving the radar. Nice. So that's coming up also. We got a full show. If you didn't get any sleep this weekend, forget about it. You're not catching up today, right? Yeah, it's going to be very busy on radar today. And I think you're also including folks that, Washington, D.C., that's included in this risk for incredibly strong winds, the risk for tornadoes. So we have the most populated corridor of the U.S.
Yeah.
And it's for some during rush hour.
It's amazing, too. If you look at the low-level jet, which we always do, right? About 5,000 feet off the ground, the wind speeds closing in on 100 miles per hour. So this storm line, as it races through, it's going to tap into that. Even if you only get, 80% of that wind to transfer its momentum down to the surface, those are 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Yeah.
So you can see the shear out there as well. So even if we don't see instability, we don't even need it. Just the pure kinematics and dynamics of this situation is not good. So this is a typical beware the Ides of March was yesterday. Today is 3/16. We're the day before St. Patrick's Day. This is always the time of year you watch for the deep south as well.
Man, oh man, Bob, it's so interesting too, just because this is not, as you mentioned, you don't necessarily even need the daytime heating to spark things up. But with that daytime heating, during your show, it's noon to 3 p.m. Eastern time is when you can catch BVD. That is going to be a time I think you guys are going to be rocking and rolling. Not as easy as you mentioned as did you say an old man into a warm bath?
I kind of ease into the work week like that. Doesn't happen.
I love Bob's analogy.
March is the best time to be a meteorologist, isn't it, you guys? Because we are in demand.
Yeah, we've got a little bit or a lot of everything. Bob, we'll be seeing you in a little bit as the noon show comes up soon. In the meantime, let's talk about what's happening behind this cold front. It's a little bit like a parfait. Each layer presents its own flavor, its own little twist. And behind this system, we have very cold air. Some of you are already feeling it this morning, but we have millions of Americans that are going to notice not just the cold, but the well below average temperatures that could be a departure of 30 to 40 degrees below where I should say maybe 20 to 30 degrees where we should be. But it's a change of more than 40 degrees in 24 hours in some cases. This is a look at the temperature departures today, tomorrow, Wednesday. The trimming of the cold, things moderate a little bit more as we get further into the middle part of the week, but it is rough out there. Minneapolis, it feels like 10 below zero. Chicago feels like it's just above the single digits. Kansas City has a -7 wind chill. But I think it's that 24-hour temperature change, Michael, that is just so shocking. If you want the shock value, it's right here, right?
52 degrees in 24 hours. Like literally, it was 52 degrees warmer in Kansas City yesterday at this time.
Yeah.
That is so mind-boggling. That hurts. That hurts when that happens.
I'm not one for the drama, but that is dramatic.
Yes.
When you look at the temperature, the cold, and where it's going to be moving, not forgetting this low departs, high pressure moves in, and you have quite a gradient that's going to help accelerate that cold air. And then we get this really significant ridge that's going to build over the southwest and the deep cold that's going to stay for the northeast. The warmth out into the west, southwest, we haven't been able to talk about it as much, but that is going to be historic on so many levels. Not here, though. The cold air for the Midwest and the portions of the northern plains.
Gosh, did you see Bismarck, by the way? 1 degree. I think I saw only 8 degrees in Minneapolis, St. Paul. And then you factor in Minneapolis, St. Paul, it's 8 degrees, but then a 20 to 30 mile per hour wind. That 8 degrees is being sent way below zero in terms of the wind chills. 8 degrees below. Look at Des Moines. Look at Des Moines.
It's a rough stretch of it. I think, it is still technically winter, but we're getting back into what feels more like January, so more of like into the depths of winter as opposed to coming out of it. This is a look at the frost and freeze alerts that we do have for portions of the south, and that takes you into Wednesday morning. Potential record lows, by the way, for portions of Mississippi, Alabama, into Kentucky. Kansas City, we talked about them with the 50-degree change in degrees. Obviously, hours. But we have this video I wanted to show you because, so obviously people still dealing with the aftermath of some of the hail less than a week ago. This video is out of Parkville, which is a suburb of Kansas City, and our colleagues at Fox 4 Kansas City were there in the wake of Tuesday's storm. Take a listen.
Most likely, if you were in this area, you have something, whether that's something on your house or something on your car, because it was big enough hail for long enough that you got something wrong.
Yeah, so the whole point of this was it's now really cold, but we also just had this back on Tuesday of last week. So talk about a roller coaster ride, and we'll be here with you for that ride, and we'll all be miserable together. Mobile, Alabama, 28 is the wind chill for Tuesday. Feeling a little bit more like yourselves by Friday.
Oh my goodness, yeah, and it's crazy because Friday is when spring actually begins.
Yeah, good point. Okay, so
So I guess
right on time.
It actually makes sense. Actually, this is making sense. What am I talking about? Yeah, we're in winter, feels like winter. By the time we get to Friday, at least there it'll feel like spring, or at least a little bit like spring. But it's not just there. It's also going to be in parts of the Northeast, right? Rounds of heavy rain is what we're fighting through. Actually could create a flash flood threat. Let me take you into parts of Boston and toward the Northeast proper, where Boston toward Providence, there are showers. There are a few rumbles of thunder in here from time to time. May slow you down. So you look outside your window in Boston, you look outside your window in New York City. The clouds are there, the fog is there at times. What you'll notice through the afternoon is the winds start to pick up. A couple of watches and warnings outside of D.C., just south of Roanoke, Charlotte. We're still tracking those for you, but we want to focus in on the Northeast because what's so interesting here, Marissa, is we start with rain. This is a live look, by the way, in New York City.
Supposedly.
I mean, you can't even make out what you're looking at. Usually you can see all of the huge skyscrapers and all that jazz, right? 54 degrees, the current temperature outside. You can barely make out anything because of how dense and thick that fog is. It's like the thickness of grandma's mashed potatoes on Thanksgiving.
With some butter and salt. Yeah, the Gotham City looking very dark and ominous. It's going to be, I mean, look at it. So as we go through future radar, this is 5 o'clock Eastern, but we've already had some showers and even some rumbles of thunder here and there. So it's periods, if not rounds of showers and storms. Some of these could be quite intense.
Yeah.
And, you know, one of the things Bob even mentioned earlier, there's not a ton of instability, but we won't need all of that instability as we get further into the day because the dynamics that we have within the atmosphere at the various levels from the mid to upper levels, even at the surface, are all going to be working in conjunction to make these some of these storms quite potent.
Absolutely. There could be some big old thunderstorms here. So this is 10 p.m. I just want to focus in on a couple of areas, the 95 corridor from D.C. to Philly to New York up to Boston. And I'm trying to look at that contrast between where that rain-snow line is at. You know, do we see a few flakes could we see a few flakes in Philly by 11, maybe around midnight? Could we see something?
Just do this?
It feels, I know.
And I was a doubter.
Yeah.
But that snow is coming down quite ferociously last week.
Yeah, New York.
I think it was last Thursday into Friday. But there certainly will be some lake effect bands that we see in the wake of this system. So I think what it does speak to, though, is the far-reaching cold and gusty winds that'll be infiltrating much of these areas by this time tomorrow.
Absolutely. You look at even this evening when we're talking 50, perhaps even 60-plus mile per hour winds. It's going to be a windy night, to say the least.
And look at this. Speaking of wind and snow, this is video from Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray, really capturing just how treacherous it's been in the UP of Michigan, the Upper Peninsula. This is Marquette. A blizzard warning that remains in effect till early tomorrow morning. This is life-threatening. This blizzard has been plaguing this part of the state since yesterday, and it is and has brought near zero visibility for so much of the peninsula there. We'll talk about the forecast, but also Robert's going to be joining us throughout the morning to break down kind of what's playing out there. We'll be right back.
Where's your pain?
Right here.
Right here.
Both knees.
Take on the pain with CopperFit Mobilizer, the next generation in compression technology. Hyper advanced compression sleeves with built-in blue infrared fibers for even faster recovery and pain relief.
You feel good, you play good. And this CopperFit Mobilizer, I guarantee you is going to be the reason why you see me on that field. You can book it, you can write the check, you can take it to the bank, and I guarantee you it'll cash.
Powered by LumaCore, blue infrared fibers woven into compression fabric. Increase circulation to reduce inflammation for faster recovery and pain relief. Two powerful technologies combined to create the next generation in compression technology.
The CopperFit Mobilizer works. It's perfect. It's giving you mobility. Literally, mobility is in the name.
Breathable comfort compression. Available with HyperFlex side stabilizers for more power and control.
It's more than just a compression sleeve. Having the compression and the LumaCore technology, which sounds so futuristic, but yet it's here, and it's really cool that CopperFit was the one to create it. I would definitely recommend it to anybody to give it a try who has pain.
Unleash your inner power to do more, play more, live more, and feel the energy with CopperFit Mobilizer.
Money doesn't sleep, bills don't sleep. So you got to get up and go to work. The CopperFit Mobilizer was support without feeling like it was tight. I can't explain the technology behind it. All I know is that it's working.
Get your CopperFit Mobilizer now at mobilizer.com for only $39.99. Order now and save 25% when you buy two. Plus, your shipping is free.
It's working for me, it's going to work for you.
It helps 100%.
I wouldn't be standing here if this didn't actually change my life.
Get on this right now. With this LumaCore technology, it's brought it to the next level. It's absolutely amazing. This really works.
Get yours now at mobilizer.com. That's mobilizer.com.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
Hey there, everybody, and welcome into a new hour on Fox Weather. You're joining us on Weather Command. I'm Marissa Torres.
Yeah, Michael Esme, what a busy day it is to start off the work week. I mean, in like a lion, not just for the month, but for the week.
It has been a brutal start to the month this week, especially extreme weather by so many regards. We have, of course, the severe weather outbreak. It is underway. It's been very active. Even before the sun came up, we were dealing with several severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings. So millions from the Mississippi Valley all the way in through the Northeast are at risk for some very volatile storms that could produce some destructive winds as well as tornadoes.
Yeah, and it's not just the severe side. I mean, you can see it behind us from Milwaukee toward Marquette, Michigan, being buried in feet of snow. We have over 10 million people that are dealing with blizzard warnings, near whiteout conditions. And in places like Marquette, Michigan, by the way, that you're looking at right there, 2 to 4 feet of snow is on the way. Listen to this.
All right, so video out of Missouri, Willow Springs, in fact, video capturing just a very dramatic, at least for the donkeys or goats or whatever it is that's
Barn
out there.
animals.
I'm not an expert. I do know wind, and wind was quite brutal. And this shed was no match for it, right? It completely gets lifted, the fence and everything. So, it looks like everything was okay, but it's certainly a sampling of some of the wind that we could be dealing with as we head further into the day. This is a look at the risk for the morning, afternoon. We have from the Storm Prediction Center that level 4 out of 5 risk indicated in that magenta right here, and that includes much of the mid-Atlantic. But noting that even that level 3 risk, that extends all the way towards Philadelphia and down into southeast Georgia. So a 3 out of 4, these are certainly parameters to pay attention to. Noting that the radar that's overlapped with it, we have several polygons, some of which are red, some of which are yellow, but that includes both severe thunderstorm warnings as well as tornado warnings. So I don't know, at this point, kind of pick where we want to go on the map, Michael. A lot to talk about.
Oh my gosh, yeah, we have 11 severe thunderstorm warnings, 4 tornado warnings as we speak. By the way, just want to say this, I know that your phones are binging all over the place, but Washington, D.C., you are now in a tornado watch that's just been expanded by the Storm Prediction Center until 7 o'clock this evening. But in terms of those tornado warnings, again, they form along that line.
Yeah, so just for perspective, right, we have Greensboro here, and we have a couple of warnings between North Carolina and Virginia.
Yeah. And again, it's just the kinks in those lines is where sometimes you see a little spin up. And there's that tornado watch that has just been issued. Yes, it includes our nation's capital of not just Washington, D.C., but up toward Baltimore, not too far away from the capital of Dover, Delaware. But yeah, just a heads up, no surprises here. that the weather is going to become volatile, if not violent, in the hours to come.
Yeah, it's not often that we see Washington, D.C. at such a high threat level with the Storm Prediction Center. You do have storms already off to the west of D.C., so one of these is still a tornado-warned storm. But actually, if I just look at this cluster right here, this really broken line of thunderstorms. So within that, you have severe thunderstorm warnings. But there is this part near Marshall where we have the threat for at least a little bit of rotation aloft. So west of D.C., this is where we have this tornado warning, and this is moving off to the northeast. They've generally been moving around 40 to 45 miles per hour. I think we're going to see them move a lot faster as we get further into the day, but still, this is just to the north of I-66.
Yeah, they're actually pinging this one and saying, you were saying 45 miles per hour, and they're pinging this one moving at 55 miles per hour. You think of what the stated speed limit is sometimes around this area. It's usually like 55 to 65. So this thing is booking it toward the northeast, and again, not too far away from Reston, one of the beautiful suburbs of D.C. This is going to be banging on your back door here real soon.
Yeah, I think I was trying to pull up radar, but we're a little close to this site, so things get a little more jumbled with that. We'll pay attention throughout the day. Please be able to get these warnings to your phone. It's going to be critical, navigating your safety, and even noting that the Florida Panhandle has been lighting up as well. I mean, look at the lightning, the abundance of lightning that we have, the risk for water spouts over the Florida Panhandle, jumping over I-10 with those severe thunderstorm warnings. We are in the beginnings of what I think is going to be an active afternoon and evening.
Yeah, over 3,400 lightning strikes within the past 15 minutes, and this is only going to intensify. What's wild is the fact that this is all the severe weather side. Then you take a look at Marquette, Michigan, and there's a big-time winter weather side to all of this as well. And Marissa, it's one thing to look at this advantage point. It's another thing to be out in the middle of all of this.
And that's where we find Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray navigating the streets of Marquette, Michigan. Robert, I was paying attention to your shot before we pulled you up. I mean, the wind has been relentless. The gusts have been brutal. Looking at the street behind you, I can see why it's been tough for plows to keep up with that snowfall.
Impossible. These conditions are so extreme and so violent right now with the winds coming in into Marquette off of Lake Superior. They are gusting 40, 50 plus miles per hour. They could gust up to 75, and that's Cat 1 hurricane strength. On top of that, you see all the drifting that is going on and the lack of visibility. You talk about blizzard conditions where you have to have less than a quarter of a mile visibility for 3 hours. Well, we've got that and even less than that. So these winds are just bumping right now. And you turn around, Ryan, give them a view as this wind just continues to come in and move across and create snowbanks like this. We've got 2 feet plus of snow right now here in Marquette. In Michigan, over 100,000 people out of power across the country and the region. Well over 450,000. Flight delays and cancellations continue to mount. And I just want to climb up here. And Ryan, you may need some help, my friend, to get up here. I got your hand. We're going to go through this amazing drifting and just show you the depth of this. And we're probably going to be sinking in, but at least gives you an idea of what the UP is dealing with right now. Lake Superior in the distance, it is dangerous. 20 to 30 foot waves out there crashing into the shoreline that is already frozen. We experienced that yesterday as waves of ice came in. Now, if we got up to 4 feet of snow, that's going to rival what happened back in 1977. They got 47 inches of snow in 2 days, a 2-day period. So we're going to have to see how this goes as you just see the amounts of snow. And by the way, some of the snow is left over from a storm several weeks ago, but it just shows you the amount that is here right now. It is near impossible to get around unless you have a 4-wheel drive with snow tires. This has been going on since yesterday morning, and it will continue all the way to the middle of the night into tomorrow. Essentially 48 hours of extreme winter weather here in the UP, and power outages continue to mount. Travel just remarkably bad. But look at how deep this is, guys. This is, thigh deep, and we are only about halfway through this entire unbelievable winter chaos here in the U.S. Back to you.
All right, real quick. So just for perspective, Robert, how tall are you?
I'm about 6'1".
Wow. So you are buried over. I mean, that looks like you're standing in something that would be around what? Would you say 2.5? That's almost half your body. That's
more.
3 feet?
Yeah, more than that. More than that. And it's near impossible to make your way through. And, this is just to give you an illustration of how deep it actually is. In fact, my ankle is now caught in there. But let me see if I can turn myself around. Oh, boy. So, yeah, it just gets deeper. And that's the drifting issues. And by the way, even if you have a 4x4 and you have big snow tires, so if you're in these whiteout conditions and you're driving, impossible to see if there are drifts like this on the side of the road. And, earlier, right as the sun came up today, I went into downtown Marquette just to kind of grab visuals and get a feel for what's going on here. And I'm telling you, it's like a movie set. It's like it's fake snow and winds. It's so intense, and you can't see anything. And the hills, and all of a sudden you hit a drift, and, you might get stuck. And that's a problem. Dangerous, dangerous stuff, guys. And I can't even tell you the Lake Superior, just has its own energy and is causing, a lot of this, convergence with the system. And then you get the mix, and it's just unbelievable. I mean, look at the winds just blowing the snow right now. Any exposed skin like I have right now, painful. Do not come out here. Let us do it. I'm the one who's nuts. You stay inside.
Oh, my goodness, Robert. The visuals, as always, whether it's a hurricane, whether it is a blizzard, are just incredible. National Mine, Michigan, just around the corner from where you at, picking up 30 inches of snow at this point. Robert buried up to his waist in snow right now. Robert, be safe. Thank Ryan, your photographer, for the amazing imagery as well. Just incredible to see up there in Michigan.
Yeah, Robert, good luck getting out. Be safe. Be safe. A good sampling of what so many are going to be up against today. And this is why people are being asked and urged to stay at home. You also look at Michigan. We have a lot of power outages. And given the cold scenario, you don't want to be stuck on the road in such conditions. Milwaukee has been another spot we've been paying close attention to. One, because of the snowfall. Two, because it's the first blizzard warning that we've seen in Milwaukee in over 15 years. You'll see we're still on the backside of this area of low pressure, still quite a strong area of low pressure, dropping below 990 millibars and remaining at that. You have the cold air, the snow behind it with the wind, and that's why we're looking at from Marquette, where Robert is, all the way down and through Illinois with some of that snow and gusty winds and temperatures that have dropped. Big temperature difference, in fact.
Yeah, I'm looking at just different storm reports over the past 24 hours, and looks like Green Bay about 4.1 inches, but just a couple miles up toward the north, you go to Door County, Wisconsin, which is kind of like the pinky there, and they've picked up between 12 to 24 inches. I'm seeing one report of 29 in what's called Egg Harbor, Wisconsin.
I can pull up some of the, you beat me to it.
Oh.
But I like your train of thought.
Oh, yeah.
Because
for sure.
I was also, this shows at least some of the top reports at this time, and it kind of gives you some perspective on where they're located. Yeah.
And mountain, that's a mountain of snow. That's over 3 feet of snow. Again, we were projecting this and forecasting, but to actually see it come into fruition is just mind-boggling. In a 24-hour period, you've picked up 3 feet of snow. That's just that's a lot.
It's impressive. I think when you consider, too, for Green Bay, the snowiest day, third snowiest day on record, snowiest day in 137 years since 1889. It's big snow numbers, but also it's the wind that's making some of these snow drifts just so well, as you saw with Robert, so tall. When you look at the wind also, we've been monitoring the wind gusts, still out of Detroit around 45 to 50 miles per hour there. Green Bay still around 40 miles per hour and into Chicago. So this is why our airports are struggling. Even in the wake of it, look at Iowa still with those gusts around 40.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So, this comes in like a lion and it's going to be with you through the day. And to your point, the winds are going to hang tight. So it's not like system moves through, everything is peace and calm and quiet. After that, you still have those wicked winds of the west that are still going to be with you. So watch out for it. Hey, an update. 24 million Americans under tornado watches as we speak, and it does now include our nation's capital of Washington, D.C. No surprises there. I do expect to see an expansion of a watch that'll eventually include the coastal regions later on, perhaps through say 9 to midnight tonight. We'll watch for that. But either way, it's a level 4 out of 5 risk for today. DC, places like Baltimore, get ready because we have some wild storms that are charging toward your neck of the woods. We'll show you when and where. That's next when Fox Weather Command continues on a Monday.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, endless cleaning? Your floors never seem to stay clean. Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber mat that traps dirt instantly. Engineered with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats. Muddy Mat doesn't just catch dirt, it locks it in. Whether it's mud, snow, sand, or water, every step on your new Muddy Mat leaves your floors spotless. And its reinforced rubber backing keeps it firmly in place. No more slipping or sliding. Perfect for your entryway, kitchen, bathroom, or even under your pet's food bowl, Muddy Mat absorbs up to 5 times more water. And when it's time for a cleanup, just toss it in the washing machine and it comes out looking as good as new.
Dog parents, this is a must-have.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling.
I've got muddy mats all over the house. I even use one as a bath mat. It feels so good under my feet. It's so soft. Non-slip backing makes it safe too.
With multiple dogs, I've always struggled with having dirty paws on the floor, but with this mat, I can finally stop stressing out about it because there are no prints anywhere.
It's so soft and squishy. I've even found my puppy sleeping on the mat instead of his bed. They work so well, I bought 3 more so I could put them all over my house.
You just place the Muddy Mat in front of the door and you'll save up so much time cleaning the floors. Go get one. Thank me later.
Imagine the relief of coming home to clean floors every day. Call the number on the screen or visit trymuddymat.com or simply scan the QR code right now to claim an incredible 70% off and get your free Muddy Mat today. But hurry, this exclusive offer is available only for a limited time. Once they are gone, they are gone. Don't let dirt dictate your day. Join thousands of satisfied customers who have already transformed their homes with Muddy Mat. Act now. Clean floors, happy home.
Call 1-800-707-4122.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a 1-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft closed shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
Welcome back into Weather Command, continuing to monitor just some nasty looking skies out there. Just kind of dark as we look into Ashburn, Virginia. This is a southeast facing camera. It's showing us Dulles Airport off to the south there. Dulles, I haven't checked in recent time, haven't had a chance, but I'm sure they're feeling some delays as a result of the weather. I would be surprised. The camera's shaking. Temperatures are in the 60s, but the wind sustained out of the south at 14. Winds will be, out ahead of the front, quite gusty, behind the front, quite gusty, and that's not including some of the severe wind gust potential that we could see as we move into today. This is a look at radar. This is a look at also the risk from the Storm Prediction Center. So paying attention to the color, right? We show you the risk with this legend to the top of the screen, and you find your location. Perhaps you know somebody in this zone. But when you see that magenta, that's a 4 out of 5 risk. That's a rather high risk for severe weather, primarily driven by the wind component, the wind hazard that we have as we get through today, Michael, but also the risk for some tornadoes. But that goes from D.C. all the way down into South Carolina, and that camera, by the way, out of Virginia, Ashburn, that's just to the west of D.C.
Yeah, and you were mentioning Dulles, so I want to give a little bit more context. 68 degrees, it's overcast, winds gusting 24 to 25 miles per hour. So it is a windy go of things.
Yeah.
And check out that camera. I mean, to say it's shaking like a leaf, or like there's an earthquake out there is what it feels like, is no understatement. And what I'm not seeing are a whole lot of flights taking off and landing. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if there were a number of cancellations and delays as this storm complex roars toward D.C.
Yeah, this is that complex kind of near Ashburn. So there's Baltimore. You can see here's Washington, D.C., here's Baltimore, and here's that complex. So this complex, it does have a little bit of that bowing feature, so that how it protrudes right here is where we have some of the leading stronger of the winds that are associated with it. It does have tornado possible with it. So there is that potential that within this line, we could have some quick spin up tornado, or at least some indications of rotation aloft. Nothing has translated to the surface. We've been really lucky throughout the morning. We've been seeing tornado warnings, but at this point, they've been, held at bay with that.
Yeah. The National Weather Service out of D.C. just saying that line itself is actually charging toward the east, toward D.C. at now 60 miles per hour. You'll remember that in the past half an hour, it was at like 55. So this thing's actually picking up in speed, picking up in intensity, and I can't read it, but when is that thing going to move into Reston and D.C.?
So that would be, it looks like
11:24ish.
11:24ish.
Oh, that's right now. Okay. Yeah, Reston's the big city outside of D.C. My aunt lives there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what? Let me actually go back. And I just realized we still have some tornado warnings to the south that I'll get to. Sorry, Michael. I didn't mean to go past you.
Oh, no, it's all good. No,
because I realized we had a couple of others that I wanted to touch on before we move in. This is off to the south, so now we're between the North Carolina-Virginia border. I'm trying to get to these as quickly as I can because there's more than I thought. So this is till 11:45 Eastern. There's Danville, so right on the border between the two, and that's moving off to the northeast. This one was at 45 miles per hour, I believe, at last check.
Yeah, and anywhere, up and down this whole entire line, wherever you see breaks in the line, little kinks in that line, is unfortunately where sometimes you do see little embedded circulations.
Yeah.
And so, again, even with, and this is a live shot here from Danville, Virginia, and look at the dark, ominous clouds in the distance, right? It's one of those things, don't be too surprised if all of a sudden a warning pops up, be it a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, because that's just what this QLCS or quasi-linear convective system is capable of.
Yeah, it's a common theme up and down this line. Very broken line, but this is another tornado warning that we do have. This one goes till noon Eastern, so a little bit more time with that. This is the I-75 corridor. This is off to the northeast. Noticing the general line is quite broken. These little complexes all kind of attached, but regardless, it's another concern for maybe a quick spin up. And then you head all the way down into the panhandle of Florida. I mean, what a mess. There is also that potential for some water spouts that could try to transfer onto land. This is just east of Port St. Joe and towards East Point here.
Yeah, I'm looking just outside of Tallahassee to the east, and the storm reports are now coming in. Multiple down trees, multiple down power lines over toward Woodville. That's just east of the state capital of Tallahassee, just north of St. Mark's. So long story short,
round coming in.
With exactly, you can't catch a break, my goodness. And so when we look at the context, so we just went through what's happening right now. Let's talk a little bit more about what's expected to happen later in the day. And again, you can see that elevated. This is a 4 out of 5 on our tornadic threat index, meaning EF2, that's strength tornadoes with winds between 111 and about 135 miles per hour or so are possible. So please respect those polygons when they're issued, right? Let me jump ahead and just kind of give you an idea on what things should look like, because it's not just a tornadic threat, but it'll also be a damaging wind threat. And when we say damaging wind threat, we're talking about winds in excess of 58 to 60 miles per hour or so. And that is certainly going to be on the table with these thunderstorms, as well as this line of storms. And pardon my graphics, it's having a little issue at the moment.
Aren't we all?
I know, that's right. 75 mile per hour winds are possible. And this is like the highest rating that they can give this at this point.
Yeah, the Storm Prediction Center has updated how they do things. And really, all you need to know at home is that now it's not just about the probability of some of these hazards, but we're also taking a closer look and spending a little bit more time breaking down the intensity level. And with the wind threat for today, there's some concern and high concern that these winds could exceed 70 miles per hour. And those are damaging, very damaging winds when it comes to property, but also they can be more widespread than a tornado. But it could be a little bit more focused, and so heightened alert when it comes to that.
Absolutely. Washington, D.C., again, you're just a couple of hours away from seeing those really heavy showers and thunderstorms from Bethesda to Annapolis, Queenstown, right over the river. There, Raleigh-Durham, also going to see the showers, thunderstorms with intense wind and rain, and we're expecting that around lunchtime today. So up and down the East Coast and 95 corridor, what a wild, messy start to a Monday.
It is. I mean, when you have rounds of thunderstorms, we'll see if some of that instability gets zapped, and maybe that helps keep some of the severe weather risk down. But be prepared for the worst, and we'll be paying attention to radar in the meantime. Behind this, though, we do have some colder air. We do have the potential for snow. Some of you get both seasons in less than 24 hours. Wanted to show you a broader look at the radar where we've been monitoring, right? We're taking you step by step. This was, first we checked in on the snow, then we checked in on the severe. Let's talk about that gray area in between where that cold air is racing down. In fact, if I go further south, we've even had that snow get reported in places like Jackson, Mississippi, but now I'm looking in Alabama. We had a camera earlier. I don't know if we can get another one up again. We had video where we could see the flakes flying, a live camera in Alabama, just north of Birmingham, about, 45 minutes ago. So the cold air is coming in. Not only that, it's meeting up with that moisture. So even out of Tennessee, as we get into even the mountains there, we're seeing that snowfall. In terms of temperatures, that's another part of this. So let's go ahead and take it into, let's do Charleston for a moment. Let's go into Charleston, West Virginia. So Charleston, West Virginia, you have the dropping temperatures out of the 40s. We've seen the temperatures really decline throughout the morning, Michael. We get to that freezing mark, but you don't need the air temperature at the surface to be at freezing to get the snowfall. It can be 38 and snowing because we have that cold air to tap into that makes that snowflake get down to the surface.
Between noon and midnight, that's a 20-degree temperature plunge. And to your point, too, I'm just looking at some of the obs. Birmingham, Alabama, reporting snow as far south as Dover. So even south of Birmingham, they're seeing snow. They're seeing snow in North Georgia right now, or a couple of flakes being reported toward Calhoun. So just goes to show, it is going to be like, you have the showers and thunderstorms, and then immediately after, you see snowflakes.
Yeah, and it could accumulate for some of you. I think some spots may be a little bit more challenging, just given the fact that we're coming out of maybe some more milder temperatures. But where we're able to get maybe a little bit more of that heavier snow and that colder air to sit in place, plus you just get the evaporative cooling in general. Temperatures drop and the snow falls. We'll get some of it, especially at the higher elevation. So that's a look at snow totals as we get into tonight.
Oh my gosh, 3 to 5. Listen to this. Marissa's a fan of winter weather.
I don't know if I'm a fan of this.
I was going to say, I don't know, is this like music to your ears?
Only if I'm inside and safe and have power.
Listen, I totally understand. Right? Outside, though, is Fox Weather's Robert Wright. He was the one that captured this imagery from Marquette, Michigan yesterday and Sunday. Literally near hurricane force winds, 2 to 4 feet of snow possible, along with 20 to 30-foot waves on Lake Superior. It's why we have a lakeshore flood warning that's in effect. Marquette County thousands of customers without power, more than almost 500,000 folks right now without power across the nation because of our storm system. Much more on this when Fox Weather Command comes right back.
Are you ready for a fresh new bath or shower? Well, now is the best time. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Hi, I'm Christina, and it's time to flip your old worn out bath or shower with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel today. Everyone knows the Jacuzzi brand. They're the most trusted name in water for more than 70 years. But did you know they can install a gorgeous bath or shower that feels incredible in as little as 1 day? It's no stress and no mess with a lifetime warranty. Now let's talk beauty. You deserve to start and end your day in a beautiful space that feels great and is custom designed just for you. So call or go online now to see the Christina preferred designs like Canyon, Farm, and Urban. Now that's the total bathroom beauty that I love at a price you can afford. And how about safety? Like an ultra low profile, easy entry shower, complete with grab bars and a custom design seat. You deserve safety and peace of mind without sacrificing style. Because with all the worries in daily life, taking a shower shouldn't be one of them.
Every time I stepped over my old tub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
I've been trying to get him to remodel that bath for years. I called and they did in just 1 day.
And at a price we could afford.
With one call to Jacuzzi Bath Remodel, you can effortlessly transform that old, ugly eyesore into the stunning bath or shower of your dreams that you'll love for years to come.
For a limited time, we're waiving all installation costs and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-7191. That's 800-384-7191. Call now.
At Consumer Cellular, my job is to help you save money on wireless.
I'm saving over $50 a month.
I'm saving almost $100 a month.
Consumer Cellular gives you the same fast, reliable nationwide network for up to half the cost of big wireless.
Same tower, same coverage.
Our customers ranked us #1 in network coverage satisfaction. And there's no long-term contracts.
I've been through TracFone, T-Mobile, Verizon. Nothing compares to Consumer Cellular.
Hey, Sam, you gotta tell them how easy it is to switch.
Oh, that's my favorite part. We'll have you wrapped up in about 20 minutes. Really.
Call now and see if one of our U.S.-based Switch Pros can cut your bill by up to half. Plus, save an additional $25 with code SAVE25. And AARP members save even more. Call 1-800-384-6468. That's 1-800-384-6468.
All right, a new half hour here on Weather Command, and a lot to break down as we continue through the day, not just monitoring the snow and wind hazard wreaking havoc across the upper Great Lakes, but also some nasty, severe thunderstorms that we're anticipating further into the day, but already quite active on radar.
Absolutely. Look at Storm Tracker Brandon Kopic on the left side of your screen as he drives through Green Bay, snow-covered roads, almost difficult at times to kind of make out which lane you're driving in, right? That can be especially difficult when you have winter weather conditions like this. Think about blizzards. And then as we mentioned before on the right side of your screen, Marissa, it is just lit up and down the 95 corridor.
Yeah, I mean, no shortage of severe thunderstorm warnings. We've had a few lines of storms that have been racing off to the east, and pretty much the entire line, depending on which line you're talking about, has been lined with polygons. Most of them severe thunderstorm warnings, but even some tornado warnings. It has been an active morning and a little bit of insight, I think, as we get further into the day, what we could be up against.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, at least as of when we started our show at 8 o'clock Eastern, there haven't been any what we call confirmed tornado warnings, which is a good piece of news that we haven't seen that. Doesn't mean that some of those tornado warnings haven't produced any damage or bona fide tornadoes. But the thing is that we're expecting this to increase in intensity through the afternoon as you look live here in Ashburn, Virginia. And look at it in Ashburn. I mean, that rain is pounding the pavement. Temperatures in the mid-60s. It's hard to see outside your window. And look at the drops and how quickly those drops are moving on that camera lens. Really goes to show the power and strength of that wind.
Yeah, Ashburn is just to the west of Washington, D.C., so we've been monitoring some severe thunderstorm warnings in that area. So we will check in on the severe part of this in a moment. We do want to get to the more what you could call winter side of it, though technically it is a winter storm. This is probably going to be, you know, hopefully one of the last winter situations that we have.
From your lips to his ears, Marissa.
I hope. I mean, I know Milwaukee does. I know Marquette, Michigan does. So that's a look into Wisconsin this morning. Milwaukee remains under that blizzard warning. In fact, it's the first time Milwaukee's been under a blizzard warning in about 15 years or so. So it's been some time. Found that stat kind of surprising. Some of the bigger snow totals are coming out of the northern, northeastern part of the state, but Green Bay's been having a rough go of it. Milwaukee down to Chicago where the snow is falling, and noticing that we don't have a ton of moisture anymore that we're really working with, but just enough to keep the snow adding up. We have anywhere from 2 to now surpassing 3 feet of snow in spots, especially across the UP of Michigan. But that snow even stretching all the way down into southern Illinois, southern Indiana. And real quick, because we're going to be getting into it, we even have that snow. Look at that. This band, I want to get a camera somewhere within there. Tennessee and through Alabama, we have what looks like snow making it to the ground.
I mean, I know we have cameras out in Birmingham and perhaps Huntsville, Alabama. That looks like it's getting rocked and rolled with possible snow at this point. I'm looking at snow totals. This is just incredible to see. By the way, snow totals in Kansas City, a couple of inches there, but you head up toward Michigan and Wisconsin especially. This is just new. 36 inches of snow in Herman, Michigan. 36 inches in Herman, Michigan. That's well over 3 feet.
Well,
in 24 hours.
That is 3 feet.
Yeah.
Right?
2,
Right.
4, 6, yeah. My math. My brain is not
we've been talking a
mathing
lot. I was like, wait, but to your
3
point,
feet of
though,
snow.
so we're verifying 3 feet because the snow hasn't stopped. And some of the snow drifts that Robert Ray was walking in through, probably exceeding 3 feet because the winds have been quite intense. I think they've been sustained above 20, 30 miles per hour and gusting well stronger than that. And that's going to continue through the day.
Yeah, I was asking Robert in his last hit, like what his height was because it looked like half his body was just buried. We have a Huntsville camera. It's 33 degrees. It feels like 33.
It's hard to tell if it's fog, maybe a little bit of snow.
I'm going to look at the National Weather Service.
Efforting a camera.
I love our folks here at Fox Weather. Thank you so much for our awesome producers and all in the back for getting this one. So Huntsville, Alabama.
I mean, it certainly could be. So Huntsville's on the northern side of Alabama, up near the Tennessee border.
Yeah, Madison
And if
County.
we looked at radar.
Oh, snow and fog being reported at the airport.
So we both verified the fog and the snow.
Yeah, at Madison County Executive Airport.
Look at Birmingham.
This is Birmingham?
Oh my God.
No. What? That is snow in Birmingham.
Yeah, that's not novelty flakes in Birmingham right now. That's
Jefferson County.
That's some legitimate snow.
Yeah, so they're reporting light rain, fog, and mist at Birmingham International Airport with gusts at 24. It's 38 degrees, but this screams snow in Birmingham. This is going real far south.
It is.
Wow, that is incredible to see. This is not a sight that you see often in Birmingham. Let me tell you something. They in Alabama, when you see stuff like this in Macon, Georgia, when I worked there, the mention of snow would close down schools. With snow like that, people would pull over to the side of the highways and duck under overpasses. I am so impressed by that.
Yeah, I think, and also Birmingham is of note because it's been a spot that also had some severe thunderstorms and has some wind damage out there. So that contrast of seasons and the shock value, of course, of seeing the snow falling. But that's a look at the winds. And then real quickly, because we have to move on, this is what we're going to be looking at for the remainder of the day. The winter weather alerts, if you're in them, they go in some cases till early morning tomorrow. And this is a look at at least the Fox model, the low moving off to the northeast, the cold air moving behind it, and some lake effect included.
And you might have noticed there in Marquette, it said around lunchtime, 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. Let us go ahead and verify that. We are going to take you live outside right now. Robert, our forecast is calling for 40 to 60 mile per hour winds in Marquette, Michigan. We're seeing snow as far south as Birmingham. What are you seeing outside in chilly Marquette at 16 degrees?
Yeah, I would say we definitely have 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts. It just depends. I mean, moments ago, we had a gust that I could feel the vehicle beginning to shake as we were trying to set up all of our gear. And Ryan walking through snow drifts right now. The same that you're going to see me walk through. Very difficult to operate in these conditions, a camera, seriously. And you see, look right here, one of the plows out here. Actually, let me see if I can get a quick word in with this driver to get his insight since he's been traveling around here. Hey, man, how are you?
Too bad.
Good. I'm Robert Ray with Fox Weather. What's your name?
Mike Musa.
Mike, you've been traversing this area. What's it like out here right now?
It's terrible.
Yeah, I mean, you're from the UP. You're a Uper. Give me details on what your experience is today.
This is about the worst I've seen. 86 and 87 were a couple of bad storms, but yeah, this one tops it, I think.
What makes it so difficult to make you say that?
The visibility is terrible.
Yeah.
And I just came back from Harvey. I spent 15 hours out there. It's bad.
As far as road conditions go, you're driving out there. What I've noticed when I was out there earlier is when you get the whiteout conditions, you don't know if there's snow drifts. You don't know where you are.
You don't know where you are, right, yeah. And I was in a front-end loader plowing snow, and yeah, it's just terrible.
Well, I got to tell you, man, be safe out there for sure. Yeah. We got another 20-plus hours of this, so yes. Hunker down.
And you too.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Yeah. Thanks, brother. Appreciate it. Go Packers, too. I see your hat. All right. Take care, man. Thank you. It's always good to get a local's perspective as, the wind is just gusting like insanity out here. And you heard him say this is the worst he's seen since the 80s. Man, that says a lot. Look at this vehicle right now. Look at the wind just moving through and just pushing all of the snow to the side. And the drifts, that's the thing, guys. These drifts that move, and you can't see where you're going whatsoever. Power outages, let's talk about that. Over 100,000 in Michigan, across the country right now, about 450,000 customers without power. Lake Superior is just raging, that massive body of water, the biggest in the Great Lakes. Think about it, about 360 miles wide up and down, 160 miles, and that's kind of like an ocean, creating ice waves. And look at the roadway here, and you see some of the lights just kind of going back and forth. And let's walk diagonal across the roadway. And by the way, here comes the vehicle. You talk about visibility. That is unbelievable. That's a blizzard of visibility right there. You can barely see the lights as that car is now coming into play. And you see it. Yeah, look at him right there. He wants us to go. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. You see the stoplights really getting kicked up right now. Drifts all over the place. You got a high step and high run if you're going to do it. And Ryan making his way through. Just unbelievable conditions. Tough to really maneuver. And this is as dangerous as it gets. And as you heard the Uper say, as they call themselves, some of the worst he's seen since the 1980s, guys. That really says it all.
Yeah, Robert, I'm looking up that storm that he was referring to, and they had 13 inches of heavy, wet, dense snow with 20 inches of snow on the ground in the Upper Peninsula. That was back in March 1986. This, to me, I mean, to his point, seems like it could be even more intense with what you're seeing. Because, Robert, you're saying, I mean, there's 20-plus inches of snow out where you're at.
Oh, yeah. I mean, maybe even more. The science behind this, when you have this intensity coming in, I just don't know how you actually register snow at this point. I think we probably have more than that. And big wind gusts coming through right now. That's probably 40 plus miles an hour, blowing all the snow around. And if we get the 4 feet of snow that potentially could in some of these areas over a 2-day period, again, that's going to set a record that has been in place since 1977, 47 inches in December of 1977. So regardless, this is an impactful historical storm anyway that anybody looks at it. Everything here is shut down because of it. It's amazing we even have power right where we're standing.
I actually was just about to say, I'm surprised that we still have power at those traffic lights. Robert, every time you're in the middle of the street, I'm not going to lie, it makes me anxious. But incredible job out there, really giving us a solid sense of what it's like to be in Marquette, Michigan, in the UP. Thank you for that. I know it's been brutal out there this morning. Robert Ray in Marquette, Michigan. Thanks, Robert.
Yeah. Wind chill at 4 below. All right, hey, a Fox Weather alert to alert you to, hey, friends and family in Philadelphia, you're looking at your Fox Weather app, and a tornado watch has just been extended up the 95 corridor. This is just barely south of New York City. Philadelphia, this is going to be in effect until 7 p.m. this evening for the emergence of strong to severe thunderstorms. Baltimore, Dover, Delaware, the capital city already under that. The Jersey Shore also under that tornado watch as well, meaning that we are expecting for our weather to deteriorate through the course of the afternoon and especially into this evening. Marissa, we talked about it before, but even places like New York City, we're thinking that late this evening, we could be talking about some strong storms.
Yeah, I mean, you've just included even more of this very packed-in, populated part of the country. So we have active tornado watches further to the south as well. Some of these will expire by 2 p.m. Eastern time, but a big concern certainly for anybody within these for a few tornadoes, some of which could be intense as you go up into Philadelphia and New Jersey, and even the potential for wind gusts at 80 miles per hour.
Absolutely.
So dangerous stuff.
Yeah, and severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings just west of D.C. Much more when Fox Weather Command continues right after this.
Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to get benefits beyond original Medicare. These are convenient plans that offer all of the benefits of original Medicare, plus extra coverage and benefits. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan, with $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions. All plans include dental coverage, including $0 copays for covered preventive services, vision coverage with eye exams, and an allowance to use towards eyeglasses or contact lenses. And hearing benefits with routine hearing exams and coverage toward hearing aids. That's more than you get with original Medicare, but it gets even better because Humana offers plans with $0 or low monthly plan premiums. You may also get $0 copays for routine vaccines at in-network retail pharmacies, $0 copays for in-network primary care visits, and $0 copays for in-network preventive services. Plus, worldwide coverage for emergency and urgent care when you travel. And Medicare Advantage plans ensure your covered medical costs, including doctor and emergency care, will never go above a maximum out-of-pocket amount that you know beforehand. Imagine benefits like these in one convenient plan. Plus, you'll have access to Humana's multiple large plan networks of doctors, hospitals, and pharmacies. So if you want more from Medicare, call or scan the QR code now to see if there's a plan in your area that could give you extra coverage and benefits, including coverage for doctor, hospital, and prescription drugs, plus a cap on your out-of-pocket medical costs. And all plans include coverage for dental, vision, and hearing. A knowledgeable, licensed Humana sales agent will explain your coverage options, answer any questions you have, even help you enroll over the phone. Call today. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There is still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
Back here on Weather Command, continuing to keep a close eye on radar. A live look into Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Philly now under a tornado watch. As we get further into the afternoon and into tonight, the threat for not just tornadoes, some of which could be intense, that wording from the Storm Prediction Center, but also the concern for some damaging wind gusts that could exceed 70, if not be near 80 miles per hour. So some dangerous storms that are in the mix, certainly for later today, but it's not just Philadelphia. This threat goes all the way down into the southeast.
Yeah, and Washington, D.C., where we have a tornado warning that is just north of what's called Germantown, heading in the direction of Damascus. We'll zero in on that here real quick. You can see that watch, again, extended for Philadelphia down toward Baltimore, D.C., our nation's capital. And again, this is going to be through the afternoon, early half of the afternoon. I think this is a great call. Again, we were expecting this to be extended through the to the coastline, which it has been. A quick live look at radar, just showing you that, again, just to the north and west of D.C. is where we have that tornado warning, and there's two. And here's the thing, at least one of them has a semi-decent signature from Germantown to Clarksburg, heading in the direction of Damascus. So I would absolutely get to your emergency safe shelter in that region.
Yeah, these are generally moving off to the northeast, anywhere from 35 to, let's say, 45 miles per hour. Noting that and noting how messy this signature is, we do have some heavy rain associated with this, and this could be maybe one of a couple more rounds of severe weather.
Absolutely, yeah. You can see it there. This is racing toward the northeast at 55 miles per hour, so it's going to be a quick moving system. We'll, of course, be on top of this every step of the way.
All right, we are coming up on the end of the hour, so time to look ahead to see what is coming up in the next hour here on Fox Weather.
And we have the one, the only, the man with the plan with the fresh haircut, by the way.
Sharp, right?
Meteorologist BVD joins us in the house. Yeah.
Yeah, a little more aerodynamic, I figured, since we're going to be dealing with the wind for the next 2 days.
Yeah, less friction.
Yeah, exactly. But you guys just pegged it. We've got so much weather to watch. I mean, if you thought it was going to be an easy work week, like an old man into a warm bath, forget about it. I mean, we've already started out kinetically. Winter storm watches, warnings, blizzard warnings, that's on the top end. On the other side, we've got the tornado watches. We've got the severe thunderstorm watches as well. So to lead off the bat, we're going to be tracking all the storms and severe weather. We're going to show you everything that you need to know about that for the I-95. Then we wrap it around to the blizzard warnings, because these are hanging in there for the entire afternoon, like you said. So we've got the commissioner from the city of Marquette, Michigan, the UP in Michigan. We're going to talk to him about how the city is faring. Remember, they're closing in on almost 2 feet of snow already, so that's going to be an issue. We also have other guests. We have a full cadre of characters today. We got Ben Luna from the Tennessee Valley Weather. We've also got the Capital Gang weather coming on, and we've got a list of meteorologists that actually work here, like the great Marissa Torres, Michael Estima. You'll be joining me as well, Michael, don't forget. We also have Ian Oliver, Bain, and Nick Koser to help break things down. And we've got a running list of severe weather. We're going to be chasing that the entire time. So I've got the great Christopher Tate driving the radar.
Nice.
So that's coming up also. We got a full show. If you didn't get any sleep this weekend, forget about it. You're not catching up today, right?
Yeah, it's going to be very busy on radar today. And I think you're also including folks that, Washington, D.C., that's included in this risk for incredibly strong winds, the risk for tornadoes. So we have the most populated corridor of the U.S.
Yeah.
And for some during rush hour.
It's amazing, too. If you look at the low-level jet, which we always do, right? About 5,000 feet off the ground, the wind speeds closing in on 100 miles per hour. So this storm line, as it races through, it's going to tap into that. Even if you only get 80% of that wind to transfer its momentum down to the surface, those are 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Yeah.
So you can see the shear out there as well. So even if we don't see instability, we don't even need it. Just the pure kinematics and dynamics of this situation is not good. So this is a typical beware the Ides of March was yesterday. Today is 3/16. We're the day before St. Patrick's Day. This is always a time of year you watch for the Deep South as well.
Man, oh man. Bob, it's so interesting, too, just because, this is not, as you mentioned, you don't necessarily even need the daytime heating to spark things up. But with that daytime heating, during your show, it's noon to 3 p.m. Eastern time is when you can catch BVD. That is going to be a time I think you guys are going to be rocking and rolling. Not as easy as you mentioned as did you say an old man into a warm bath?
I kind of ease into the work week like that. Doesn't happen.
I love Bob's analogy.
March is the best time to be a meteorologist, isn't it, you guys? Because we are in demand.
Yeah, you've got a little bit or a lot of everything. Bob, we'll be seeing you in a little bit as the noon show comes up soon. In the meantime, let's talk about what's happening behind this cold front. It's a little bit like a parfait. Each layer presents its own flavor, its own little twist. And behind this system, we have very cold air. Some of you are already feeling it this morning, but we have millions of Americans that are going to notice not just the cold, but the well below average temperatures. That could be a departure of 30 to 40 degrees below where I should say maybe 20 to 30 degrees where we should be. But it's a change of more than 40 degrees in 24 hours in some cases. This is a look at the temperature departures today, tomorrow, Wednesday. The trimming of the cold, things moderate a little bit more as we get further into the middle part of the week, but it is rough out there. Minneapolis, it feels like 10 below zero. Chicago feels like it's just above the single digits. Kansas City has a -7 wind chill. But I think it's that 24-hour temperature change, Michael, that is just so shocking. If you want the shock value, it's right here, right?
52 degrees in 24 hours. Like literally it was 52 degrees warmer in Kansas City yesterday at this time.
Yeah.
That is so mind-boggling. That hurts. That hurts when that happens.
I'm not one for the drama, but that is dramatic.
Yes.
You know, when you look at the temperature, the cold, and where it's going to be moving, not forgetting this low departs, high pressure moves in, and you have quite a gradient that's going to help accelerate that cold air. And then we get this really significant ridge that's going to build over the southwest and the deep cold that's going to stay for the northeast. The warmth out into the west, southwest, we haven't been able to talk about it as much, but that is going to be historic on so many levels. Not here, though. The cold air for the Midwest and the portions of the northern plains.
Gosh, did you see Bismarck, by the way? 1 degree. I think I saw only 8 degrees in Minneapolis, St. Paul. And then you factor in Minneapolis, St. Paul, it's 8 degrees, but then a 20 to 30 mile per hour wind. That 8 degrees is being sent way below zero in terms of the wind chills. What, 8 to, 8 degrees below. Look at Des Moines. Look at Des Moines.
It's a rough stretch of it. I think, you know, it is still technically winter, but we're getting back into what feels more like January, so more of like into the depths of winter as opposed to coming out of it. This is a look at the frost and freeze alerts that we do have for portions of the south, and that takes you into Wednesday morning. Potential record lows, by the way, for portions of Mississippi, Alabama, into Kentucky. Kansas City, we talked about them with the 50-degree change in degrees. Obviously, hours. But we have this video I wanted to show you because, well, so obviously people still dealing with the aftermath of some of the hail less than a week ago. This video is out of Parkville, which is a suburb of Kansas City, and our colleagues at Fox 4 Kansas City were there in the wake of Tuesday's storm. Take a listen.
Most likely, if you were in this area, you have something, whether that's something on your house or something on your car, because it was big enough hail for long enough that you got something wrong.
Yeah, so the whole point of this was it's now really cold, but we also just had this back on Tuesday of last week. So talk about a roller coaster ride, and we'll be here with you for that ride, and we'll all be miserable together. Mobile, Alabama, 28 is the wind chill for Tuesday, feeling a little bit more like yourselves by Friday. This is video from Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray. Robert has been camped up in the UP of Michigan. This video out of Marquette from very early this morning. A blizzard warning. It remains in effect till 2 a.m. Tuesday. This is life-threatening weather. This is a blizzard that is going to make it very difficult to be outside, and certainly you don't want to be out on the road. So long-lasting impacts as we kick off this new work week. Robert's going to be joining us throughout the morning to show us those conditions out of Marquette. Fox Weather, we'll be right back.
An important message for Americans ages 50 to 85.
Have you seen that life insurance thing I got in the mail?
From Colonial Penn?
Yeah, that's it.
It's over there.
The recycle bin. I sent for this.
You're buying life insurance now? Have you been to the grocery store lately? The last thing we need is another bill.
That's exactly why we need life insurance. If something happens to either of us, those bills won't go away. Life insurance can help pay them. Funeral costs, too. Take a look at this. It costs pennies a day.
That's right. Rates for Colonial Penn Life Insurance start at $9.95 a month. That's 35 cents a day. And this is one bill you know will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. Your rate is guaranteed, and so is your acceptance. That makes applying quick and easy. There are no medical questions, no physical exam. Since you can't be turned down, we don't ask about your health. And this is lifetime coverage. It never expires. Just pay your bill, and it's yours to keep for as long as you'd like.
This is the application. There's nothing to it. No health questions. What's this?
Free beneficiary planner. When we fill it out, all our important information and final wishes will be in one place.
The kids will appreciate that.
Call for more information and your free gift today. Read how easy it is to get life insurance from Colonial Penn, even if you have pre-existing conditions or a fixed income. It's easy and risk-free. Every policy we issue comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call now to learn more. You have nothing to lose.
Call 1-800-248-2839 for free information and a free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-248-2839. There's no obligation. 1-800-248-2839. Call now.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
March Mania, it's on the way for millions of people across the eastern United States all the way up to the Great Lakes, where we've got whiteout blizzard conditions rolling over the Midwest and into areas like Canada, with a cold front jacking down to the south and brand new tornado watches that have just been expanded to include areas into New Jersey. 34 million people are in the threat zone for tornadoes, that red shaded area, North Jersey, the Delaware River, all the way down to the Florida Panhandle. Things are starting to get a little bit wild here, everybody. We're chasing the tornado warnings and the watches and the severe thunderstorm warnings as well. I'm Bob Van Dillen. Great to see you. It's March 16th. Yesterday was the Ides of March, but you have to beware today as well. Marissa Torres joining me right now, and we have got the storms that all of a sudden just went nuts earlier this morning as they ramped up, and there's several lines of them.
Yeah, it's the risk today is several rounds of thunderstorms, perhaps several rounds of severe thunderstorms, not just for the winds, but also the tornado risk.
Yeah, and it just got ramped up for areas by the I-95, even between D.C., Philly, all the way to North. Yeah. New York City Metro not in a tornado watch, but you can see down south, this area right here, Montgomery County, did in fact have a tornado warning, and it just expired at the top of the hour. But look at that blinding rain. Look at the poor roads, and the camera's still jostling around.
Yeah, I mean, it's windy out ahead of the front. It's going to be windy with any thunderstorm that we get, and even in the wake of it, it's going to be a little gusty. But
brand new warning too. We just Christopher Tate. I'm going to let you drive it, but this is the area of concern. The purple shaded area is 4 out of 5 right now. Zoom into the area, and yeah, that's a newly issued tornado warning to really ramp up what happened just about 10 minutes ago when it expired at the top of the hour. So there we are, south of Westminster. You can see it.
Yeah, there's Baltimore off to the southeast. And then you have a tornado warning at least till 12:15, so another 15 more minutes with this one.
Yeah, it's this one. It's not. They're not supercells. You were talking about it before. These are quick-moving Boeing segments, but you get an individual spin-up within these Boeing segments, and the dynamics that are there in the atmosphere, that is a decent couplet right here. Now, this is a warn storm because of the Doppler radar indicated. We don't see any, it's not confirmed at this point, but if you look at that visible, it looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Or I should say the velocity looks pretty good.
Yeah, I think
it's a CC. I don't see any dropouts.
Not seeing anything, no. Nothing concerning with correlation coefficient or debris potential. But certainly you see that signature within the winds and the velocity. And I think, too, you know, everybody wants the observation to be able to, we're not going to be able to observe much.
Oh,
it's
so
a very
fast.
messy line of thunderstorms.
It's a great way to put it. It's a messy line. It's not just one individual supercell like we had rolling through northern Illinois, Indiana last week. Remember, Indiana got
Michigan.
slammed, Michigan too.
Yeah, all
it's
these
not
areas.
like that. These are just Boeing segments, and you can see little individual notches. That one's showing up really well in the reflectivity. Look at that guy right there.
Yeah.
All right, zoom into that region right here. That's north of I-70. All right, so that's another tornado-warned storm right there. That's for Carroll and Howard County. That's Maryland as well. These things have been booking up to the northeast between 50 and 55 miles per hour.
Yeah, and you get some really strong winds even out ahead of this, so you'll feel it coming towards you. But the threat for tornadoes, it remains within some portions of this line, and near Lisbon.
It's a broad
perhaps,
circulation.
Yeah, maybe perhaps not as tight as the other couplet we had though.
Right.
With that other warning.
And I got Chris Tate driving it for me, so he always likes to do the cross section. We'll do it with the velocity and see what we can find. And you definitely have the couplets going on, but it is a broader circulation. All right, that's the Mid-Atlantic. Christopher, let's pick it up and drive it down to the south because it's not the only spot. You can see Georgia right now, that mean line race through Atlanta pre-dawn. By the way, behind it, reporting snow in Birmingham and Huntsville.
Yeah.
That's how cold this air is as it goes in.
We got some live cameras popping up in Birmingham. Not just novelty flakes, but very cold air off the Florida Panhandle. Nothing but lightning, almost as if that line to the west we were watching catching up to the one further to the east. Regardless, these are also warned. I think that,
Severe thunderstorm
this one
winds?
has a considerable tag on it
Yeah,
now.
considerable 70-mile-per-hour winds. Now you're talking south of Tallahassee. So, it's a lot of farmland right there when you get away from the coast, and the whole thing is sliding in towards areas like South Georgia, including Valdosta. All right, that's the spring-type storm. We got the tornado warnings out there in Maryland. Let's go up to the north, and we do, in fact, have that blizzard action still going on. And you're talking about Michigan into Wisconsin. Your home state getting belted right now.
Belted. Is that the Birmingham camera?
Yeah,
That's below us?
Or is that Marquette? No, that was Birmingham.
That was Birmingham.
You really cannot tell the difference between Marquette right there and Birmingham just before. Birmingham's getting the snow. So is Huntsville. But the blizzard-like conditions are up there in Marquette, Michigan. Right now, those blizzard warnings going all the way through the afternoon. So that's a look at the picture. There's Robert Ray. He's up there. He's been there for a while. Plenty of snow out there, Robert. What's it look like for you at this hour?
It's bumping as far as winds and snow and the impacts right now. In fact, vehicles getting stuck, and this is Kara from state of Iowa. We just kind of dug and helped push her out. You ever gone through anything like this?
No, I have not, no.
What's your take on these winds and these conditions? And you're used to bad weather in Iowa.
Yeah, totally, but definitely nothing this bad.
Yeah, were you expecting to get stuck when you pulled out? It wasn't even that deep of snow, but the drifting.
Yeah, no, definitely not expecting to get stuck.
Well, I tell you what, be safe out there. I will tell you this, I've driven around here today. It's very tough. Like, for example, do not go down like that road. It's not plowed. Stay on some of the big roads. So.
Okay, good to know.
All right, thanks for talking to me. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good luck to you guys.
Thank you.
Bob, so it's just intense conditions as the winds, blizzard conditions have been going through Marquette really all morning. And think about that this all began yesterday, so we've been in this for well over 24 hours, and it's just progressively gotten more intense as the minutes and hours have gone by. At least right now, you can see the stoplights, and there's still power here, but then every once in a while, when the winds kick up, it's full whiteout conditions, and that's what we've been experiencing all morning long, and now going into the afternoon. Well over 2 feet of snow has already fallen here, and by the time it's done, 24 hours from now, could see up to 4 feet in some isolated areas. And Lake Superior, which is not far from here, a few hundred yards, yesterday spent the day out there with just ice waves crashing in, 20 to 30 foot waves out in the lake when they come in and hit to the shore about 15 feet and just break up everything. It's just pretty amazing. Look at that, 19 News, local there. And you look at some of the wind kicking up, moving some of these drifts and snow around again. And by the way, these drifts, Bob, are massive. Ryan behind the lens doing an amazing job in conditions that are very difficult. But you see the snow blowing down the road, Bob, and then these huge drifts. And you come up into them, and you've got several feet that just have compounded into the sides here. And if you're driving, like I warned Kara, to be very careful of the drifts, because if it gets white out, you don't know what you're going into. You may hit one and get stuck. Some of the roads are being plowed, others are not. I took a stroll into downtown Marquette several hours ago, and it doesn't look real. It's surreal when you look at it with the naked eye, and the amount of snow building up and all of the winds too. We could potentially see hurricane force winds at 75 wind gusts. We've definitely seen over 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts here today. So a historic, impactful, extreme weather event, Bob, here in mid-March. And when you think about the amount of weather items and energy going on, from the tornado warnings, nearly 100 yesterday from Texas to the Carolinas, and then D.C. down to Carolina, and then this massive, just beast of a storm here in the Upper Peninsula. It's actually easier just to roll down than try to go through the actual drift. And I'm dead serious. That was not for entertainment purposes. That's functionality.
Yeah, no, I mean, you got to do what you got to do to conserve your energy. There he goes right there. Robert, excellent report as always. Listen, to be here in March, it's the best place to be, Fox Weather, because we get everybody spread out. And we know that this month so far, Robert, has been absolutely insane. So we know what it looks like right there. Yeah. Blizzard conditions. We'll check back in with you again in just a bit.
Yeah, and let me just say, to your point of the insanity of the weather, I mean, when you think about it, I was talking just last night with somebody about this. I mean, a week and a half ago, it was in Oklahoma and Missouri covering tornadoes, and then to, Indiana and Illinois tornadoes, and now this. It's just a whirlwind of extreme. And gosh, I hope it ends soon, and I hope it's not a precursor to hurricane season. But 2026 has been one of those.
I know. Don't even say it. I know, because when you go to the airport, Robert, you have no idea where you're going to go next. So he's got to pack like 13 bags, winter gear, spring gear, summer gear. It's been intense. Robert, there's nobody that does it better, though, my friend. We'll check back in with you again in just a little bit, buddy. He does a good job. All right, let's look at the blizzard-like conditions, because that's a parent storm. Now, this storm is deep and big time, right? We called it bombogenesis. That's what Marquette looked like just yesterday afternoon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Marquette's been kind of at the epicenter for the worst of it all. The higher snow totals, the stronger of the winds, the whiteout conditions, and they even shut down the road that goes. It's right on the northern side of the UP, right near Lake Superior. They shut it down because it's
completely
whiteout.
Mid-March.
The spray.
It doesn't happen very often.
Yeah.
And Robert didn't mention it, but the temperatures are cold. You're talking about 16 degrees with the winds that are screaming. They're going negative numbers with the wind chill for the whole afternoon. Blizzard warning still in effect, all those orange shaded areas. And you got brand new winter weather advisories across PA down the spine of the Appalachians. But it's the blizzard warning stuff that's still in firm control, even down to northern Illinois.
Yeah, I think snow remains to be a part of the forecast for most, but even when the snow turns off, the wind remains. And then the wind starts to tap into that moisture with the Great Lakes from Superior to Lake Michigan, and even the other lakes to the east. So it's a spring-like dynamic system. It is. But it feels very much like winter to the north.
Look at these wind gusts too, Marissa. We're still hauling at about 43-mile-per-hour gusts in Green Bay.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. And you can see the visibility's down. Marquette right now reporting 0. So you're in blizzard-like conditions right there. If your winds were above 35 miles per hour, you would definitely right there be in blizzard for sure. But the blizzard warnings are lasting right through the afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, some I think go all the way till early tomorrow morning. I haven't, the time. I think regardless, we just know Monday is going to be schools canceled. Yeah. People are hopefully staying at home if they can.
We knew it. And you get down through Green Bay, that's where we're at. Look at that big old stretch going back across, and that's some lake enhancement coming right across Michigan. Your state's getting it from all angles. If the Great Lakes weren't there, it wouldn't be as bad.
But we love Great Lakes, great times.
I know.
We are very proud of our 5 Great Lakes. But
beautiful. It is absolutely
winter,
beautiful.
they can be rough.
It's beautiful. It's a dynamic day, everybody. We're starting out Monday on a strong note. We've got the severe weather that's ripping up the East Coast right now. We'll get a better look at that coming up with all the warnings that are popping up. We still have tornado warnings out there for Frederick and Carroll County in Maryland. It's going to go through about quarter after the hour, next 4 minutes. We'll pinpoint all that. Brand new warnings come up. We'll have it for you right away. Marissa, you're the best. Thanks for sticking around. I appreciate it.
Of course, of course.
There's Westminster, Maryland right now. And you can see great conditions. Temperatures are still in the 60s with that wind out of the south. The cold front's not through. It's real prefrontal type trough situation. The cold front, when it goes by, you're going to feel it. You're going to taste it. We'll show you that coming up after the break.
Stay tuned to get this muddy mat, up to a $20 value, free. Are you tired of muddy paw prints all over your floors? Wet, dirty carpets? Constant mopping and cleaning every time your pet comes inside? Introducing Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent chenille mat that traps mud, dirt, and water instantly, keeping your floors spotless. The secret? Super absorbent chenille fibers that soak up to 5 times their weight in moisture. And watch, the mat does all the work. The dirt and water get trapped in thousands of soft chenille noodles, and the non-slip backing keeps it firmly in place. No sliding, no bunching, no mess. And Muddy Mat isn't just for the door. Use it in your car to protect your trunk and back seat. Perfect to catch spills in the kitchen. And if your dog is a messy eater, slip it under their food bowl to catch all the spills. And here's the best part. When it gets dirty, shake it out for a quick clean, and then just toss it in the washing machine. It comes out looking brand new, ready to use again and again. And Muddy Mat comes in multiple sizes and colors, so you can find the perfect one for any room in your home. But now, let's hear what Muddy Mat owners have to say.
Y'all, this is the Muddy Mat. It protects my floor. It is non-slip. It won't move. It has saved me so many times. I am loving this.
I keep this one by my back door. You can see it has those big 1-inch chenille loops with the non-skid backing. There's a ton of colors and several sizes to choose from.
My floors have never been so clean. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
So what are you waiting for? Scan the QR code, go visit getmuddymat.com, or call the number on the screen and get your free Muddy Mat when you buy 2. With multiple colors and sizes, it's easy to keep every floor in your home clean and covered. So what are you waiting for? Join millions of happy pet owners and stop the dirt at the door. Muddy Mat. Goodbye, messy floors.
Where's your pain?
Right here.
Both knees. Take on the pain with CopperFit Mobilizer. Hyper-advanced compression sleeves with built-in blue infrared fibers for even faster recovery and pain relief.
I'm pain-free. The swelling isn't there.
It really did work.
Powered by LumaCore. Blue infrared fibers woven into compression fabric. Increase circulation to reduce inflammation. 2 powerful technologies combined to create the next generation in compression technology.
Now I'm able to do more without pain. It's life-changing to me.
Get your CopperFit Mobilizer now at mobilizer.com for only $39.99. Order now and save 25% when you buy 2. Plus, your shipping is free.
Money doesn't sleep, bills don't sleep. You got to get up and go to work. The CopperFit Mobilizer was support without feeling like it was tight. It's working for me, it's going to work for you.
Get yours now at mobilizer.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Great to see you this afternoon. It's Monday, March 16th. Sure doesn't feel like it across northern parts of Alabama. You got heavy snow now falling around Birmingham. Up the line, what is that, 65 in Huntsville? Check this out. Michael Esme is here with me as well. Listen, I just got telling my wife like last week, like, if we don't get any more snow by March 1st in Atlanta, we're not going to see it.
Right.
Boom! Here we are.
I think they're going to see some snow in Atlanta.
Yeah, it's going to turn over for rain and snow.
Bob, this is crazy.
It's insane.
This is wild to see.
Isn't that where they play the USFL or XFL, whatever it's called now?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. So there you go. Listen, we've got the snow on the backside. Front side, we're still talking about dynamic weather. Yeah. Daytime heating, we don't even need it. The dynamics in the atmosphere are so strong with the low-level wind shear that we've got tornado watches all the way up from the Panhandle of Florida to Jersey.
Yeah, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., some of our biggest cities along the 95 corridor are included in this through this evening. Fantastic issuance by the Storm Prediction Center, and I actually expect them to perhaps extend this, all the way to the Atlantic coastline.
You think maybe even New York City getting involved with that? It's going to be close.
It's going to be real close. It's just outside. I
worry about the coastal influence. We'll see. I mean, listen, we've got all the action right there. And Christopher Tate, I'm going to let you drive it from here. Right now, I don't see any active tornado warnings. The watches are there, Michael. They just got issued. 34 million people from North Jersey, the Delaware Water Gap, all the way down the Florida Gulf. But I don't remember the last time I saw that.
Yeah, that, and then we have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings. I actually think that what's going to be the most notable out of all of these are going to be the ferocious winds. Right. Number of down trees and power lines, Tallahassee, Florida, power outages because of the intensity of the winds with these.
Yeah, and
nothing else.
One thing I noticed right here, we got the low-level jet, Michael, later on today. I mean, it's starting to crank up right now. That is about 5,000 feet above the Earth's surface. And that right here is going to be going to 100 miles per hour. So these storms tap into it like this and drag that momentum down to the surface. And even if you only get 80% of it, you're talking about winds gusting to 80 miles per hour within these thunderstorms.
Yeah, the Storm Prediction Center actually highlighting an entire region, just saying 75-mile-per-hour winds are possible. And 75, that's hurricane force wind gusts.
Oh, indeed. Yes, and we know power outages are going to be an issue, especially if you're underneath one of those big old squall lines. But right now, I'll show you their timing. That's Baltimore. This right here is Mason-Dixon line. That's PA right there. I mean, you can see what it looks like. Everything is rolling up to the north and to the east. This is before we even get to the cold front that passes by later on this evening.
Chris Tate, I love the 3D
stuff, right?
animations there. Oh, but you can see the towering
I want you to look
cumulus
through.
nimbus
They're
clouds.
relatively low top. They're not even at 30,000 feet.
Yeah,
but that low-level jet is taking that anvil right here and then blowing at the top of it. So you know that there's tremendous amount of speed shear going on. So that's why the tornado threat's still there.
Absolutely, but the moment that those thunderstorms are able to tap into that monster wind upstairs, it brings it down to the surface. And to your point, it comes crashing down with all kinds of fury. Not to mention all the lightning, by the way. Big Bend region of Florida, my goodness, it is like a light show out there.
I mean, you can see that right here. And by the way, you used to work right there in Macon, right? Bibb
Yes,
County. There's a tornado warning for you this morning.
There was a tornado warning there. It was also in effect for Warner Robins, the Air Force Base, and then out east. It has been a heck of not just a day, but a weekend down south.
Yeah, and let's zoom into that area right here. Some of the more active stuff is moving through. Actually, you know what? I can move that a little bit over down to the south because I was watching the heavy rain. That I-16 corridor is always a mess. But then you go towards the Florida Panhandle, Michael, and there you are outside of Tallahassee.
Yeah, and Tallahassee, as we mentioned before, already seeing reports of not just downed trees, but power lines. There's a bunch of power outages, and now you got another round on the way. Bob, my gosh, driving through Tallahassee along I-10 is just a mess right now.
I'm watching. It's blinding rain. So that's the bottom end. Let's go up to the top end, right? Let's talk about the blizzard. It's the clash in air masses getting this thing going. So that cold front's the leading edge of the Arctic frontal boundary.
But the funny thing is, Bob, it is extreme on both ends. Extreme sort of like, severe weather, but then you can head up toward the north. The shots that I've been seeing from like Robert Ray have been mind-boggling, not to mention the feet of snow he's climbing.
He's rolling down hills just because he can't step through them. I mean, that's Marquette. He's up there in Marquette, Michigan. That's the UP of Michigan. Look at the temperature differences. We got 88 degrees right now, 8 in Sioux Falls, and you're still 40s and 50s and 60s the farther you go over.
And this doesn't take into account the wind chills. It was 4 below in one of his live shots, but over 10 million folks under blizzard warnings as we speak. And boy, they are feeling the punch of that.
They are, and you see the lake effect streamers too. So you got a little lake enhancement coming off of the full stretch almost of Lake Michigan. So that's going to drag that down through southwest Michigan into northern Indiana, like South Bend.
Yeah, and I actually think the winds that you're looking at right now, the snow might start to dissipate, but we're going to actually hang on to these winds for several more hours before that finally begins to wind down, even after the snow.
And that's going to blow the snow that's on the ground around too.
Visibilities up toward Marquette have been 0 now for I think the past 5 to 6 hours.
Has it been that much? So that's pure blizzard, right?
That's straight up blizzard right there. Gosh, I mean, even Green Bay, we haven't seen visibilities better than a mile.
Half mile.
Since this morning.
Holy cow.
Since we started at 8 o'clock this morning.
All right, so we talked about that, the blizzard stuff. We talked about the severe weather. Let's talk about the gigantic cool down that we're seeing on the backside of that. Because remember, that low pressure moves in and it drags that cold air down behind it. Look at the wind chill in Kansas City right now.
Oh my gosh. What happened just a week ago, Bob? We were out there in shorts and short sleeves.
I know. Here's Chicago right now. Historic blizzard pummeling the Midwest. Now, Chicagoland itself not in that blizzard warning, but that doesn't look like mid-March to me. That's ugly.
No, 12 degrees is the wind chill in Chicago right now, right off the shores of Lake Michigan. Yep. They're fighting through it, and they actually did have a slushier commute this morning when we were looking at the roadways.
Right.
And so, thank goodness, things there look better than to the north of Chicago, that's for sure.
You were already talking about the air travel delays this morning. Chicago, O'Hare was under the gun.
O'Hare was an absolute mess. We had literally at one point, there were over 660 flight delays and cancellations and then delays. Gosh. This is what I thought was incredible. Kansas City this morning.
Yeah, I did see it. I circled it.
It was like 54 degrees
at one point
difference.
At 8 a.m. this morning, Kansas City, your temperature was 54 degrees colder than it was yesterday morning at 8 a.m. That's an astounding drop of cold temperatures.
Yesterday, you walked out the door. It felt like spring. You were loving it. You had light jackets. This morning, that was such a rude smack in the face.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a backhand right there with an iced fist. Right? Look at tomorrow morning. The whole
ring
thing's
on your finger.
It's over to the east. We're going to gradually moderate things, but look, we're still looking well below the average. Now it looks like it's actually a little bit warmer. But the population is the one that's really affecting you. Right?
Yeah,
East Coast.
I think spring officially begins, like the equinox. That's on Friday? I think
it's the 20th.
Yeah, the 20th. So that's on Friday. And boy, leading up to it, like Old Man Winter's like, I'm still here, and he's letting you know I'm not going anywhere anytime too soon.
He's rattled the cage, right? Look at 11 in Minneapolis right now, 8 in Bismarck, 26 degrees in Chicago. Kansas City, we already talked about it. Your wind chill's -3.
Yeah.
Temperature's 14, but feels like -3. Look at the wind. Look at the wind that's going to slacken. It's going to loosen up, and then we've got the frost and freezes.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the reasons why it's been astounding. Jackson, Mississippi, the capital, reporting snow this morning. Birmingham, Alabama.
They did too. Jackson did.
Yeah, Jackson reported snow earlier this morning. I mean, look how far south that is. I'll be honest with you, Bob. I was so hyper focused on the severe weather in the south that I didn't take the time to really look at how far that snow is going to get.
Yeah, let's look at it because this is spring.
Yeah.
Break?
Yes. Yes. What if your spring break in Mobile or Dolphin Island? And it's snowing, or it's at least it's cold enough to snow.
Yeah, it's cranking out all the cold temperatures. So when you wake up on Wednesday morning, you're talking about all that thing sliding to the east. 17 in Buffalo again.
Yeah.
Poor Western New Yorkers cannot catch a break.
No, I mean, you think about St. Patrick's Day on Tuesday. I feel like that's kind of like the unofficial spring-ish kind of holiday. You are unless you have a green winter parka. You're not out there in the streets with a little spring.
You're not dressed up in your, what is it, the green shorts. You can see people walking around. It's not happening.
That's not happening.
Look at some of the records that are going to be potentially broken as early as tomorrow morning. So even Russellville, Arkansas, 24 degrees. That's an old one. That goes back to 1960.
I mean, some of these 1940. What the 41 in both Jonesboro and Memphis.
Look at Montgomery, 1895.
Was that 1895? Yeah, that's over 100-year-old record.
I mean, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Michael, you had an astounding morning as well. It's a good word for today. Watching you do all the stuff. Yeah, I mean, you had the spring, you had the summer, you had the winter behind it. Interesting stuff. But thanks for sticking around for one more block with me because this is going to be one of those afternoons where it's going to be very busy.
Oh, absolutely, Bob. You're going to have your hands full. But I can't wait. I love watching you cover severe storms. No one covers severe weather like this.
No, we're all great. Everyone's got their ebbs and flows. Today is definitely a flow day.
For sure.
We'll talk about
gas
that.
on the pedal.
It's going to be crazy. Any tornado warnings popping up for you? Don't see any right now on the board, which is some good news, so that's good. Michael, we'll talk to you again in a bit.
Sounds good.
Hey, join Fox in supporting our troops from daily needs to global emergencies. Help us be there for those who serve. Scan the QR code or visit go.fox/Red Cross to donate to the service to the armed forces today. Go donate to that. Got more coming up, you guys. This is what it looks like right now in Marquette. Temperature 16, feels like -4. Poor Robert Ray didn't even mention the fact that it feels like -4 up there. Blizzard warnings in full grip for millions of people. And severe thunderstorms are tearing a big path across the east right now. We'll track everything out, you guys. Don't go away. We're Fox Weather, your severe weather HQ, and your winter storm HQ. Be right back.
Florida bracing for its first tropical threat of the season.
It's been a tough morning in downtown Sarasota. We've been lashed by those outer rain bands.
Well, my feeling is that everybody needs to be ready. That's the message here.
It feels like little pins and needles. When it comes to this upcoming hurricane season, we need to be prepared.
The hardworking folks over here are saving lives. There's no doubt about it.
I'm Jonathan Lawson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps.
The 3 what?
The 3 Ps.
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 54 and was a smoker, but quit. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I'm 65, retired, and take medications. What's my price?
Also $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80 and I'm on a fixed income. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. If you're age 50 to 85, call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn program. Options start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. You cannot be turned down because of your health. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. And this plan has a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, so your rate can never go up for any reason. Options start at $9.95 a month. Plus, you get a 30-day money-back guarantee. So call now for free information, and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record your important information and give helpful direction to your loved ones with your final wishes. And it's yours free, just for calling. So call now for free information.
Call 1-800-253-3903 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-253-3903. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-253-3903. Call now.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
All right, we're still tracking this with our Severe Weather HQ. Here's a live look from, looks like the Washington Monument straight. You can see the reflecting pool right there. Clouds are moving pretty quickly. You get about 5,000 feet off the deck, and that low-level jet's going to start increasing from about 60 miles per hour to close to 100 miles per hour later on today. So any of these storms that tap into that brings that momentum down. You can see 80%, it's 80 mile per hour wind gusts are still a possibility. So we're tracking the severe weather. We've got a tornado watch right now. Under 34 million people are in that. And it's a rare tornado threat right now, even for Washington, D.C. So let's head there right now. Chief Meteorologist for Capital Weather Gang, Jason Samanow, joins me right now. Jason, I know it's a busy afternoon. Thanks for carving out a couple minutes for me to talk about this on the afternoon. What a day. How about the dynamics in the atmosphere rolling right from west to east at this point?
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, that low-level jet is really screaming, and we've already had several tornado warnings in our western and northern suburbs today, and we're bracing for another round potentially this afternoon.
Yeah, Jason, it's interesting, too. We're looking at the visible satellite picture before, and the skies are just clogged with clouds, but we don't really even need that much instability to get anything going, right?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen much sun here at my house. I'm in upper northwest D.C., but you can kind of just feel it outside. It's a little bit humid. The temperatures are into the 60s, headed toward about 70. So I think there will be enough juice to get some of these updrafts going this afternoon as we get that more significant line that we're expecting, probably between about 2 and 4:30 in the metro area.
That's what I was going to ask you. We've got several rounds that are ripping through right now. Looks like we have a prefrontal trough. I'm looking at the radar. Back off to the west, we've got the actual cold front. I'm assuming, are you concerned with both these lines?
Yeah, I mean, I think this first line coming through right now just to our west, those storms are severe. You see the warnings there with the yellow polygons. And then, we're going to look at another round probably mid to late afternoon. And then finally, I think one last round between about 7 and 9 o'clock when the actual cold front comes in. Those storms probably won't have a tornado threat, but they may still bring down some of that momentum you were talking about. So even that evening round could bring some damaging winds. Yeah,
it looks like the atmosphere will dry out before that cold front goes in, but then we have to talk about what comes in behind it. We've got the upslope winds, and it's going to be cold.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I mean, we're looking at 70 degrees this afternoon, and then by midnight, we could be down to near 40, even in the 30s in some of our colder suburbs. And some of our far northwest areas could see the rain change to snow briefly before ending. We saw that last week. It was crazy. Of course, DC had its biggest 24-hour temperature drop of 53 degrees. Not as extreme this time, but it's just kind of insane to see two such intense cold fronts coming through in less than a week.
Yeah, back to back. Did you see the cameras down in Alabama, Jason, just now?
I saw that in Tuscaloosa it was snowing, which is nuts.
All the way, yeah, Tuscaloosa up the line into Birmingham, Huntsville too. So just the dynamics in the atmosphere. How great is it to be a meteorologist in the month of March?
It is. I mean, it keeps us busy for sure.
Yeah.
A little stressed out, but trying to just convey to people, be prepared, don't be scared. And as these storms move through, just know what to do. And, we're trying to get those messages out that, we don't get tornadoes too often here in the DC area. We do get them. But again, if you're under a tornado warning, you need to head to an interior room away from windows at the lowest floor. So those are the messages we're conveying. There are a lot of transient people in the DC area, so some may or may not be used to tornado weather. So, it's a few days a year here that we sometimes get it. This is unusually early to get it in March. So that's a little new for us.
It was last March 15th, I was down in Atlanta with a similar situation. Big old cold front going by with the tornadoes that tore through Mississippi and Alabama. So that was a year ago yesterday. So it is a season for the Southeast, but not necessarily for the Mid-Atlantic, like you said. So, Jason, I know you got a busy afternoon. I'm going to let you go. I appreciate you taking the time. Hope to talk to you again sometime, hopefully in better circumstances.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. Thank you for having me on.
Absolutely. Chief Meteorologist right there with Capital Weather Gang, Jason Samenow. Thanks, buddy. All right, let's get to it. I'll tell you what's going on because we're talking about that cold front going through. This is Manassas, Virginia right now. I want you to look at the wind direction, south at 15, so it's still on the warm note. You're looking at 67 degrees, yeah, but the cold front is still hung up over the mountains. And when that goes by, and Jason was just talking about it before, that's going to kick up a new round of severe thunderstorms, most likely wind damage. But look at the cars are just whipping anyway. That's wet roads. Here's the big situation. Now, that's a 4 out of 5 on the bad scale. That's that area that's shaded in purple right now, and that was issued for you yesterday. That's a 4 out of 5. It's pretty big. You don't see that very often for the Mid-Atlantic states, especially this time of year. But that does include all the way up through D.C. and the Piedmont. So it's mostly a Piedmont situation. I think we've got several rounds going in. Now, we knew it wasn't going to be most likely a big supercell day, but we got clusters of thunderstorms, and each one of these is capable of tapping into that nice wind and bringing it down to the surface and blowing it right across the ground. So we do have 70 to 80 mile per hour gusts as a possibility with any one of these storms. Right now, you're at 60 mile per hour winds right now. That right here is with this storm. But again, all these with a quick little spin up, tornado is a possibility. So remember, you got the tornado watching effect. That includes Washington, D.C., includes Philly, and most of New Jersey. All right, you can see just broad circulation. Don't see much going on right there. Remember, we are a little bit more in the altitude at this point, elevation-wise, too. You're getting in towards the mountains. But you can see where we're going with the lightning strikes, just a few up there. Go up the line just a little bit farther. I got Christopher Tate driving this for me. Again, I appreciate it, buddy. You can see outside of Washington, D.C., and this is where we were looking before. Now, you have one squall line right there, and we have winds of 60 miles per hour. Any one of these squall lines, you might see a little perturbation begin to develop right there, a little crinkle. When you see that kind of thing, a little notch, especially when you start bookending it, you're talking about here's the bow echo itself. On either end of the bow echo, like right about here or right about here, there is a possibility of seeing a quick spin up. Now, we've got the velocity on there right now. It shows you which direction and how fast things are moving in the atmosphere where that radar beam's going by, and there does seem to be somewhat of a little bit of a couplet right there. I don't know how accurate that is at this point, but when you start seeing a couplet of green next to red, you know there's at least a broad circulation going on at this point. I think that's what we're going to be concerned with over the next several hours. So any one of these squall lines capable of dropping a tornado quickly. If it was a tornado warned storm, that polygon right there, the yellow one, would turn to red. But right now, severe thunderstorm warning, we've got that. So that's the way it goes up outside by Washington, D.C. It's going to be overhead within the next hour or so because these things are hauling right to the northeast about 40 to 50 miles per hour. All right, Harrisburg, getting up towards the Susquehanna River at this point. This right there is the Susquehanna River. Lancaster County about to get it. It looks like York County as well. You guys are in there. Lancaster County, you're under that warning. I went to school right there in Millersville, so I know the area pretty well. You can get belted nicely with these squalls as they hop right out of Maryland and into Pennsylvania. There it is, 60 mile per hour winds. Tornado, a possibility out there also. That's the way it looks for the northeast part of the region. How about the backside? Talking about blizzard warning still in effect, right? Marquette, Michigan. This is yesterday afternoon. Check that out. I mean, that is just blinding snow. And poor reporters are up there. Robert Ray was up there hopping around in that stuff for a long period of time. Don't forget the wind chills. You're below 0 Fahrenheit at this point. Look at this, Marquette. You got 16 degrees currently with a wind chill of about -4. Alpena's 25. That's a lot of wind, a lot of snow getting whipped around that low pressure center, and that's why we've got the blizzard warnings in effect because of the wind. We got the wind speed is over 35 miles per hour for most of the region, poor visibility, less than a quarter of a mile, and also it's been lasting for over 3 hours, and it's going to continue right through the early afternoon into the latter part of today. So we've got the blizzard warnings in effect. You can see the lake effect snow too, little lake enhancement, we'll call it that. You got more snow with that storm as it wraps around the UP in Michigan, but look at the wind speeds right now. Detroit, even you guys, 44 mile per hour gusts. Wow, and Pittsburgh, 32. All right, preparedness is crucial during all types of severe weather. Fox Weather's Steve Bender spoke to one Florida resident who made the decision to protect his home from losing power. Check it out.
Hurricane Ian, we lost power for 14 straight days, and that was devastating. We're about 9.5 miles from the Gulf, and obviously the impact of being so close to the Gulf has impacts on weather and storms and that type of thing. When the power goes off, you lose power to everything, refrigeration, air conditioning, anything that you're running in your home. It wasn't a life that I wanted to continue to have for my wife and my family, so you need to be prepared all the time. At that point, we made some decisions. We bought a full house standby generator. I get kind of emotional when I talk about this. Obviously, having peace of mind is extremely important. When we first moved in here, I had a heart attack. And it was important for me to be able to make sure that everything worked for us, even if I wasn't here. I was in the hospital for over 2 months, in a rehab hospital and whatnot. And it was important to me to know that my wife would be taken care of in case I wasn't here.
Now, when you went over to Generac, they said, we're going to take care of everything. Walk me through how easy this is to use and what you're seeing with this generator.
They came out, they sized the generator to the house, to our needs for the amount of power that was needed and necessary, and they determined that a 22 kW would run everything, including the pool, all the refrigeration, and the air conditioning, which was important to us.
What made you choose Generac and choose the one that is standby and not just the portable one?
When the storm approaches and we lose power, the generator automatically comes on. You don't have to go outside to turn any switches. You don't have to flip anything in your panel at all. It's all automatic. It just didn't make sense to carry lug gas back and forth. The standby generator makes an awful lot of sense to me. When we didn't have a full house generator, we lost power for 14 straight days, had to rely on our neighbors and friends to use their showers. We cooked on an outdoor charcoal grill, and it was awful. It was terrible. We weren't able to live our normal lives without the generator. Having the full house generator, we were able to cook all our meals. We were able to keep everything refrigerated. We didn't lose anything in the home whatsoever. Having peace of mind is extremely important. Power used to be one of the first things on my mind when a storm was coming. Now it's not on our mind at all.
All right, we are following the severe weather as it marches all the way up to the eastern seaboard. Behind it, we've got lots of snow. Blizzard conditions right now. It's a live look at Brandon Copping's vehicle. Looks like he stopped for a moment, but he's going to be headed right back into the snow, so we'll have that coming up for you all. So, hey, see that QR code on the bottom part of your screen? We are live blogging the entire thing. If you want to get it on the inside information, that's where you can go real quickly. So you can just immerse yourself in Fox weather, everybody, because we are all over the storm. We'll be right back.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There is still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free muddy mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own muddy mat today.
Introducing the all-new Mobilizer compression socks from Copperfit, America's #1 compression sock brand. Easy on, easy off compression socks that reduce swelling and relieve tired, achy feet with built-in arch support technology for targeted relief right where you need it.
I thought all compression socks are the same, and I'll tell you, it's a world of difference. They reduce inflammation, they reduce the pain.
No more pain, no more achy feet.
These are the socks to wear to help keep the energy going. It's just been amazing for me.
And now, Copperfit compression just got even better with energizing blue infrared fibers woven into soft, breathable compression fabric to help boost circulation, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. Copperfit compression plus Lumicore blue infrared fibers. 2 breakthrough technologies combined to give you soothing foot relief all day, every day, so you can stay mobile.
The compression, the fit, the comfort. I love these socks. I want to have them on all the time.
I can get up every morning and do exactly what I want to do because I'm not in foot pain anymore.
I'm addicted to wearing them. Now I feel like I can get anything done no matter what it is.
Breathable, easy on, easy off design. Graduated compression for energizing support and to reduce swelling from prolonged sitting or standing. Built-in arch support technology, plus Lumicore blue infrared fibers to boost circulation and reduce swelling for soothing all-day relief.
They'll keep me going. They're going to keep me mobile, keep me doing the things I want to do.
The Lumicore technology works fantastic. That, to me, was the game changer.
Get mobilized, guaranteed, or your money back. Get your Mobilizer socks now at mobilizersocks.com for as low as $19.99. Plus, your shipping is free. That's right, free shipping.
The more I wore them, the better it got.
I just feel happier.
Nothing compares to Copperfit Mobilizer socks. Nothing.
You have got to get these.
Get yours now at mobilizersocks.com.
Welcome back, everybody. I want to bring you up to speed right now because we've got a severe thunderstorm warning that is very close to Washington, D.C. It stops right there at the Potomac. So this is the Washington Monument camera. You can see as we look over towards the west, the clouds are just humming, right? You can see that right there. Severe thunderstorm warning right now for Alexandria County and also for Fairfax County. So closing in on the D.C. metro, the whole thing's moving up to the northeast between 40 and 55 miles per hour. You can see the big picture right there. And we got a train of storms that are going to continue to push right up to the north and to the east underneath the entire area that's under a tornado watch, essentially from northern Jersey all the way down striping through the Piedmont into the panhandle of Florida. So here's that line that's headed towards Washington, D.C. Below me right there, you can see the actual live camera. So that's the ground truth, or the above ground truth, just barely because you're on top of the Washington Monument. There is that Boeing segment we're looking right here. And why we're a little nervous is because you can see the tornado possible right there. You do see on the visibility, or on the reflectivity, I should say, you can see a couple of kinks. On the velocity, I don't see anything that's rotating right now, which is obviously some good news, at least not a tight rotation. The entire thing may be. But even on this imagery right here from the radar, the velocity not showing too much when it comes to tornadoes. However, you're looking at winds that are gusting easily to 60 miles per hour. So that is going to be the main threat at this point, right west of I-95, as that storm rolls over towards D.C. within the next few minutes. All right, the historic blizzard rolls on through the Midwest and to the Great Lakes. Marquette measured more than 14 inches of snow as of Sunday. Now they're closing in on 2 feet. They could possibly see as much as 3 to 4 feet of snow by the end of tonight through tomorrow morning when you add on the lake effect stuff. Unbelievable. So Paul Schlegel, the mayor of Marquette, joins us right now. Paul, great to see you, my friend. Thanks for taking the time out. I know it's been a dynamic last couple of days. How is the city holding up right now with all that snow and wind?
Hey, Bob. We're doing pretty well. It's ugly out there. Will tell you that. And us Upers, we like a good storm. That's for sure. But this one's testing our resilience. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, we're late in the season right now. Obviously, how are all our materials holding up? Like the salt and the plows. How are we doing?
Yeah, it's a good question. We this is our 3rd blizzard of the season, and quite honestly, we're probably getting down to the bottom parts of our reserves in the salt and sand. We do our best to monitor that and limit the amount of salt that we use and mix it with sand for this neck of the woods. So we're running a little tight there. We're paying attention to everything as far as salt, sand, diesel, you name it. It's all important, and we've got a great crew here in Marquette that's been keeping us afloat, and we're looking pretty good.
Paul, when did you guys start running the cruise?
Well, quite honestly, we had weather come through on Wednesday of this past week.
Right.
That was probably about another 6 to 10 inches that we got then. So, this week, we've been running pretty steady, but if you're talking seasonally, we're running our cruise anywhere from late October. It depends on how things start out up here.
Golly.
This big, beautiful body of water, Lake Superior, treats us a little bit differently each season, and it's fun to watch.
It is fun. As a meteorologist, I love looking at it. Even though when you're underneath it, Paul, you're looking at the backhand right now of the ice slap. Is what you're getting. Where are you putting these huge piles of snow? How big are these things at this point?
Yeah, they're pretty monstrous this season. We had a light last 2 years, and it's nice to get back into the mid 200s. And as far as inches go, I would think we're going to probably come close to 280, maybe hit the 300 mark by the end of the season. But yeah, we're stacking it high and watching it fly up here. No doubt about it.
Paul, it's a pleasure to talk to you. I know you're busy. I'm going to let you go right now, but thanks for taking the time out talking to Fox Weather. Paul Schlegel, the commissioner of the city of Marquette, Michigan, up there, and a Youper. He said it right. He's a Youper. And I'll tell you what,
that's right.
Man, it takes a special kind of person, buddy. You are tough. Appreciate you.
Take care.
Severe storms on the bottom side of that storm complex as it rolled right through the Tennessee Valley earlier last night. Last night there were wind damage reports, and we had a couple tornado warnings that are out there as well. It was a tornado warned storm. We're seeing if they actually touched the ground or not. But the owner of Tennessee Valley Weather, Ben Luna, joins us right now. That was in the path. Ben, great to see you, my friend. Looks like you're out on the road. You doing a little surveying right now?
We are in the southeastern portion of Lawrence County, Tennessee, in the Five Points community, also the Bonnertown community, just a few hundred yards from the Alabama state line, where a suspected tornado drove right through this area just a few hours ago. Yesterday, we were near 80 degrees with springtime severe storms. And Bob, today, there's snow flying in the air here as crews work to clean this mess up, and people look to find any sort of normalcy of probably one of the more historic tornado events we've had in the 2020s.
Yeah, have you come across any major damage in your travel this morning?
We have. Behind me, crews are working to clear some of the damage from several homes. Within this immediate area, around 10 homes were either deemed destroyed or heavily damaged. Thankfully, no severe or critical injuries and no fatalities, but we are seeing damage from this particular storm extend back to the southwest into parts of North Alabama, where there, again, several structures were damaged to a varying degree in the Lexington, Alabama community late last night and early this morning.
Ben, I know this is your community right there. You grew up here, you lived there. What was it like last night? What was the timing when this came through?
This came through, again, late Sunday night. I think this particular storm where we're at currently was around 10:40, 10:45. We worked to give a lot of the residents really good notice that we were tracking a storm that was rotating. The NWS popped a warning on it. And again, I think that led into the fact that nobody was critically injured and no loss of life. But still, you look around here, me being born and raised here and seeing this firsthand, it's a punch to the gut to see neighbors and friends and family members now suffering from loss because of the storm. And it's something that does leave a lasting impression on you.
That's why you do such a good job. You're from there. You know the area like the back of your hand. And I imagine since it came through at night, it was even worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see you're on a busy road right now. What's the schedule for you for the rest of the afternoon, Ben?
For the rest of the afternoon, we're going to hang around here. We're going to talk to a few folks who were affected by the storms. We're actually, I've been working with some of the first responder crews bringing in food from area restaurants to feed the first responders, utility workers, working to clean up, and the area residents who were affected. And so immediately after this, I'm going to get back to working to help to get some food down here to help sustain these folks as they work to start piecing things back together.
So Ben, you are such a good man. I'm going to let you go do that. I appreciate you taking the time out. I know it's been busy for you as well. This storm has many legs. Ben, thanks. We'll talk to you again a little bit later on, hopefully sometime. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's the owner of Tennessee Valley Weather, Ben Luna. Again, great guy. All right, I'll show you what's going on kinetically right now. We've got the showers, the thunderstorms that are rolling through. Look at this. This is Fairfax, Virginia. Temperatures right now 66, but the winds are still out of the south at 14. So you know that the cold front has not even come close here right now. Winds are still out of the south. A heavy rain, it's all peeling right around that area by D.C. So let's just look at the board. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings up and down the line from essentially the Washington, D.C. metro area down across central parts of Virginia. So the area between the Alps and the ocean right here, that's called the Piedmont, and it's just on fire with all kinds of wind shear coming up out of the south and out of the west. All these yellow right here, these polygons, those are severe thunderstorm warnings, but the entire region right now is under a tornado watch. Don't see any tornado warnings right now. Clearly, that's some good news, but if you look at the velocity right here, there are some signs of some circulation. So this was tagged as tornado possible, and that is just off to the west of the Beltway. So you can see it right there as it moves by. Again, severe thunderstorm warning ends right now at the Potomac, so it's not quite for downtown Washington, D.C., the capital region at all. But you go over towards the north and to the east, and it looks like that will clip over you within the next half hour or so. So those winds are going to be screaming about 60 miles per hour. That's what they're tagged with right now. Perhaps we're getting a little bit more. All right, just getting word of a brand new tornado warning in North Carolina. So I got Christopher Tate driving it for me right now. That's farther south in Virginia as we go down the line. And there it is. Now you're getting in towards the Sound area. That's by Elizabeth City. And this one has a little bit better of a look to it, right? This is Edenton right now, if you're familiar with the area right there. So now you're getting up there. Wow, look at that. So that is definitely a notch, and it's probably been going in this direction right there. Yeah, there's a couplet. I'm going to have Chris Tate go over. It looks like the circulation itself just came over the Sound, and it's rolling over to the north and to the east. That's a pretty good circulation going on right now. At least you can see it right there by Route 94. That's in between Edenton and St. John. So the velocity right there, it doesn't look like it's much, but again, that's farther away from the radar itself. These are low-top thunderstorms, but the shear is tremendous. So we've got, as you go about 5,000 feet up, you've got the winds that are howling between 60 and 80 miles per hour. Right now it's moving to the northeast, so what'd you say, 35 miles per hour? It makes pretty good sense. Watch that little hook echo. You can see it right there. You can see a little circulation, little lightning popping up, so we're going to track it out for you where it goes on the ground. You can see we're still going to watch this for the next few minutes. This one will last until 1:15 p.m. Yeah, so you've got another 20 minutes or so with a tornado warning with this one. Elizabeth City, that's more of a populated area. It's going to reach you, if it holds together, by about 1:31 your local time this afternoon. So as it goes over the Sound. And that's one of those storms that we're worried about. We've got the clusters that are well ahead of the cold front. We've got lines of thunderstorms with gusty winds already, but some of these clusters are going to turn into supercells. And it looks like that one's trying to do that right there by Edenton as it moves up to the north and to the east. You whip that picture down to the south, and there's even more action around the sand hills of South Carolina. Going to drive into the low country here shortly. Look at that mean line. It's probably going to get warned here shortly. But you also have right around the Big Bend area moving away to northern parts of Florida. Got a nice little line of storms going up right here, too. So Valdosta, Georgia, right there by the state line. You've got some showers and thunderstorms that may be on the severe side. I mean, it looks like it's behind the line itself, right? That's all moving towards Lake City, and another one coming in towards Cross City. That's the southern end. What about the northern end? I want to keep you guys out because we've got mega snow happening with the wind. One more time, maybe 3 to 4 feet of snow is a possibility for Marquette. That's a look right there. Temperature 16, feels like -3. Check out the winds. North at 27, but they're gusting to over blizzard strength, over 35 miles per hour. And it's been like this for a while. Hey, you want the blog? You want the live updates too? Scan that QR code right there, and our Fox Weather blog is all over it as well. Listen, everybody, we are your Severe Storm HQ, and we're also your Winter Weather HQ. We got all the hats on today, everyone. Be right back.
An important message for Americans ages 50 to 85.
Have you seen that life insurance thing I got in the mail?
From Colonial Penn?
Yeah, that's it.
It's over there.
The recycle bin. I sent for this.
You're buying life insurance now? Have you been to the grocery store lately? The last thing we need is another bill.
That's exactly why we need life insurance. If something happens to either of us, those bills won't go away. Life insurance can help pay them. Funeral costs, too. Take a look at this. It costs pennies a day.
That's right. Rates for Colonial Penn Life Insurance start at $9.95 a month. That's 35 cents a day. And this is one bill you know will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. Your rate is guaranteed, and so is your acceptance. That makes applying quick and easy. There are no medical questions, no physical exam. Since you can't be turned down, we don't ask about your health. And this is lifetime coverage. It never expires. Just pay your bill, and it's yours to keep for as long as you'd like.
This is the application. There's nothing to it. No health questions. What's this?
Free beneficiary planner. When we fill it out, all our important information and final wishes will be in one place.
The kids will appreciate that.
Call for more information and your free gift today. Read how easy it is to get life insurance from Colonial Penn, even if you have pre-existing conditions or a fixed income. It's easy and risk-free. Every policy we issue comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call now to learn more. You have nothing to lose.
Call 1-800-248-2839 for free information and a free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-248-2839. There's no obligation. 1-800-248-2839. Call now.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this.
It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
All right, we've been calling it March Mania. It's under the way. We know it because we've got blizzard warnings up there. We've got severe thunderstorm watches and tornado watches right now for 34 million people under that tornado watch. From Jersey all the way down to Florida. I can't remember the last time we saw that. So everybody on the East Coast is being affected right now, and it bleeds all the way back to the upper Midwest with wind and much colder temperatures. Hell, it was snowing in Birmingham and Tuscaloosa just about a half an hour ago. We'll show you that. Plus, that expanded tornado watch is out there. That is going to get updated. We'll show you where the severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings are located. What's going on, everybody? Thanks for joining us this afternoon. I'm Bob Van Dillen. It's Monday, March 16th, and I told you before, yesterday was the Ides of March. You have to beware. Today is even worse.
Yes.
What do you think? Good to see you, pal.
It's like a delayed Ides.
I would say so, yeah.
Head on a swivel.
A2, Brute. Let's look at it because we've got the severe thunderstorms that are ripping a course right now, right through the Piedmont into the nation's capital.
Yeah.
Just picture Fairfax.
You said it. The coverage of, I guess, it's the whole, most of the Delaware River to the Big Bend region of Florida.
Isn't that nuts?
In a tornado watch.
When was the last time you saw that?
I can't recall.
I can't either. I mean, we're talking about like a tornado, a hurricane would do something like that.
Yeah, I suppose.
But
that's
not at the same time.
It speaks to the intensity and the amount of energy out ahead of that entire front.
Yeah, no, I agree. And the dynamics in this, incredible. You're talking temperatures in the 80s just yesterday near Nashville, down into the 30s and 20s in some of these spots.
It's the second time in a week this has happened.
I know, it's enough.
Which is cruel and unusual.
It really is. So that area right there, shaded in purple, 4 out of 5 on a bad scale when you're talking about severe thunderstorms. And you can see it's a messy look on the radar.
And that's where I think, I don't want to say confusion, but some of the uncertainty in the forecast comes in here because how well does this atmosphere...
It's not going to get unstable.
No.
At the surface.
But in spots, it'll re-energize.
Yeah,
in spots.
I think so.
Which means we got to stare at the radar the rest of the day today.
We're going to be babysitting a radar.
Not everywhere included in that level 4 is going to verify for level 4, but somewhere will, which
100%.
is the whole point of what that is, what that product suggests.
I agree 100% with you, Ian. And I'm looking at this severe thunderstorm warning. It's just on the outskirts of the Beltway right here. This thing is 60-mile-per-hour winds, but it is tagged tornado possible. And I think every single one of these storms is going to be the same.
Yeah, an eyeball test. I mean, you look at the trajectory of that, and these are problematic storm tracks.
Yeah, they are. They're moving right over the megalopolis, going to D.C., into Philadelphia, out of Baltimore, and it's ultimately going to get into New York City later on for that afternoon commute. But you go down the line a little bit farther. Now you're in Fredericksburg. Now you're starting to get a little elevation and altitude, too, away from the radar beam. But you still have a nice delineation line of wind gusts right there. Look at that.
Right. And I think that's the broader concern here. That's what you can lock in because of the higher end and fairly rare tornadic potential, which it is early for that. That gets a lot of the headlines, but for a lot more people, you're going to have some serious wind coming through with these storms.
How do you like the Whammo camera below us, watching in Monument? So you're looking towards where this mean squall line's headed in. Now, D.C. itself, not under a tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning yet, but they're under the tornado watch.
That's looking down from the monument?
Yeah, isn't that cool?
That's beautiful.
Right over the reflecting pool and getting out towards the Potomac.
You see Forrest Gump going right through it?
Jenny. We do have one severe thunderstorm that turned into a tornado warning about 15 minutes ago. There it is by Edenton and the Albemarle Sound. Thank you for reminding me of that one.
Yeah,
Pamlico is below it.
Yep.
Yeah, and right by the rivers right here, and that's getting towards the Outer Banks. Elizabeth City's a populated town. Looks like it's headed in that direction.
Yeah, top of mind because we were tracking strong and severe thunderstorms right there at the end of last week.
Yeah, we had the tornado warning right there at the airport.
Yeah.
Same thing. So let's zoom into this one. Yeah, look at the couplet right there. It's a broader circulation, but it is definitely in play. That's the velocity. And when you see that, you know that we're going to have some issues with the winds at the very least. But yeah, that thing is capable of producing a tornado at any time.
That's Corey Gherkin's live camera right below us.
Is he chasing it down there? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I mean, that tells us something, too. I mean, that's more sunshine than I would have expected.
Yeah, any filtered sunshine, and we were just talking about it, that's not good. That's just going to make things more unstable. And that was the forecast, too, for the eastern part of North Carolina into Virginia, any filtered sunshine, and that's where you start seeing those supercells, because they're also involved with the humidity levels.
Yeah.
And we know that trough of low pressure is coming in, and it's going to make that cooler mid-level being pushed over to the east, and that's when things really start
It's
to
like
pop.
a pure springtime look.
100%.
And it doesn't hang around very long,
No.
we've been talking about, but while it's here, it's a problem.
Did you see the snow that we had in Birmingham? I told my wife, I was a couple of weeks ago, hey, listen, we don't get snow by March 1st. I think we're done in Atlanta.
Nice forecast.
So much for that. I mean, it looks like it'll be rain switching over to snow real quickly.
Yeah.
It's not going to mount to anything. But, yeah, there's that line as it goes through Huntsville into Rome, Georgia. Chattanooga is right there where that 2-4 is. Pretty amazing.
What did she have to say about that?
She hasn't called me back.
Yeah.
She doesn't find me attractive anymore. I'm kidding. Let's go up to the north. Let's go to where the blizzard location is, and that's up there by Robert Ray. Robert's been hanging around in here. Robert, I'd be remiss to ask you, because I know the snow's been coming down. I know it's been real windy. The wind chill up there right now, it's -3. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's freezing. And turn the camera if you can, Ryan. Look at these snow moving vehicles that are pushing all of this snow to the side. And it is so cold. By the way, the snow is coming down probably the heaviest that we have seen today. And we've got over 2 feet on the ground already. And you can see they just moved probably a foot of snow off this road onto these banks, creating these drifts. And that's what people expect here, so they can actually move. But I wouldn't go out yet because these roads are still incredibly dangerous. And the wind gusts, when it does pick up, 40 to 60 miles an hour with the possibility of hurricane force, 75-mile-an-hour winds. But we actually have been talking about how cold it actually is out. I mean, yesterday, yes, it was freezing on Lake Superior as the ice waves were coming in and just devastating the shoreline. But today, it's a different kind of cold, right? Because you're talking about -0 with these winds when they come in. And it just continues to persist. It doesn't end. It's just been going on for 24 plus hours. And now we've got another 18, 20 hours of these scenarios until the blizzard warning is done, and then the snow will actually persist into tomorrow morning as well. So wind kicking up yet again, and the heaviest snow I think that we've experienced today since we've been out here since early this morning, we are going through. And so I wouldn't be surprised if indeed by the time the sun goes down tonight that we're at around 3 feet of snow. And then overnight, maybe we'll hit that 4-foot marker, which will, tie a record, basically, all the way back to 1977. In the interim, what a system. Power outages persist. Over 100,000 customers in the state of Michigan. Wisconsin has tons of issues. Green Bay, a record daily snowfall, and winds just starting to kick again. Here we go. It's the ebb and flow, just like a hurricane. When you think it's not, going to get nasty again, here we go again with more winds off of Lake Superior. And Ryan, show them Lake Superior is just beyond these trees over here. So when you think about it, if you were down by the shore, imagine how cold and intense that would feel. But it's way too dangerous to get down there. We experienced that yesterday. We actually had to leave the shoreline because of how wild those winds were getting. As a police officer right here, let's get out of his way as he's moving. And I don't know, maybe he'll talk to me. You never know. Town to town, they're all different. How you doing? Oh, he doesn't want to talk. Yep, PIO, Public Information Officers, who he would refer me to. But these conditions persist. And, as we said, it's some of the worst that people have seen. We talked to a snowplow driver earlier, Bob and Ian, and he said he hasn't seen weather like this since the 1980s. That is an amazing statement.
That's pretty good. And Robert, it's funny because when you want to talk to the cop, they fly away. When you don't want to talk to them, they give you a ticket like that there in Chicago later.
I was going to say that's bad for Robert's numbers because he's like Ted Williams. His averages. He points that microphone, people start talking.
Yeah,
typically.
bro.
I know. Usually they do. Yeah. Usually the police officers talk to me. But I've never been arrested. That's amazing. But
Well, I lost some money on that one. Okay, good.
Slide it over.
Robert, I'm just kidding you. You know what? He didn't stop because he looked like Cyclops from the X-Men. That's what's
true.
going on. It's a good look.
Where's Jean Grey at?
Yeah.
All right.
He just knew he just knew I was going to ask him questions he couldn't answer. But I don't blame him. That's the way
listen,
it goes.
Robert, you do such a good job. I don't know where you're going to go next. I mean, you're in the tropics. You're back up there in the snow.
Home.
You're going to go home. I don't blame you, my friend.
Home or Hawaii?
I haven't been home in 2 weeks.
Wow, I know.
2 weeks.
It's not easy for sure this time of year, mid-March. Robert Ray, you do such a great job. Though you're entertaining. I love watching it. The information, the whole schmear. Hats off, my friend. We'll talk to you again in just a little bit.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
I see your home, and I raise you
Hawaii. Little Kona Low.
Could be.
We'll get to that in a little bit. You know what? That's an assignment I don't know if I'd mind.
Yeah.
But I can't because I got a thing.
Oh, you got a thing.
Yeah. So let's look at all the snow. We've got that whipping around. 14 degrees in Marquette, and the wind chill's actually come up a little bit. Now it's -3. It was -4. But that's what Robert's standing in right there. So all kidding aside,
which is why he's dressed as he is.
He is.
No exposed skin. He said if he had any of that, it was pain.
It was game time.
Yeah.
So that's why he's dressed like he's a pro. He knows what he's doing. Some of these are going to be hanging in there through the early part of the afternoon, and then they'll expire at about 4 or so. But we have some more of these blizzard warnings right here that are going to be lasting through 7 a.m. Eastern tomorrow morning.
Right. So the precipitation wraps up before the wind.
Right.
And you've got a bunch of fresh snow. It's blowing some of that around, so you can still have ground blizzard conditions that linger.
It does look like it's loosening its grip a little bit, right on the backside as the snow begins to develop and move to the east a little bit farther. But you're getting some lake enhancement. And you look at that one band that's coming right across Lake Michigan, and another one starting to develop behind it. So lake enhancements.
For a 2-hour loop, too, that doesn't change all that.
Oh, that's pretty good. There we are. You can see the winds right here. Pittsburgh 32, 39 in Green Bay. Looking at Minneapolis, still gusting to 30. So it is miserable. Your wind chills are down. Your visibility is up now to 1/8 of a mile in Marquette. It was 0.0.
Yeah.
For the last 4 or 5 hours.
So that's an interesting thing that kind of just occurred to me. You had a place like Detroit over to Green Bay, you're seeing these wind gusts. These are super significant, and they're associated with a blizzard in spots. But you had the storm right before this.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, Detroit gusted to 71 on Friday.
Yeah, and I was talking to the commissioner from Marquette, city of Marquette.
Yeah.
And I was asking him, I was like, how are the crews holding up? They just had everybody on staff last week, like 3-4 days ago.
Right, and now you have this, which is more widespread, but that was with a clipper too.
Yes.
Which I was saying, it was kind of unfair to describe that as a clipper.
Yeah, that was
because of how potent it was.
I mean, it's like calling like Aaron Judge a double-A ball player.
I would have picked a different example, but that's me.
You're a Red Sox guy. It's all good. It's good to see you, man.
You too.
Listen, we're going to be doing more of the tracking of severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, watches, the whole thing. We've got that covered for you. More in the blizzard as well. So chances are, if you're watching this, you're going to be affected by weather. And we also have extreme heat coming in across the deep southwest. Here's a look right now at Fairfax, Virginia. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings all around the region. A lot of rain out there as well. We'll talk about it coming up right after the break.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, endless cleaning? Your floors never seem to stay clean. Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber mat that traps dirt instantly. Engineered with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats. Muddy Mat doesn't just catch dirt, it locks it in. Whether it's mud, snow, sand, or water, every step on your new Muddy Mat leaves your floors spotless. And its reinforced rubber backing keeps it firmly in place. No more slipping or sliding. Perfect for your entryway, kitchen, bathroom, or even under your pet's food bowl, Muddy Mat absorbs up to 5 times more water. And when it's time for a cleanup, just toss it in the washing machine and it comes out looking as good as new.
Dog parents, this is a must-have.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling.
I've got muddy mats all over the house. I even use one as a bath mat. It feels so good under my feet. It's so soft. Non-slip backing makes it safe too.
With multiple dogs, I've always struggled with having dirty paws on the floor, but with this mat, I can finally stop stressing out about it because there are no prints anywhere.
It's so soft and squishy. I've even found my puppy sleeping on the mat instead of his bed. They work so well, I bought 3 more so I could put them all over my house.
You just place the Muddy Mat in front of the door and you'll save up so much time cleaning the floors. Go get one. Thank me later.
Imagine the relief of coming home to clean floors every day. Call the number on the screen or visit trymuddymat.com or simply scan the QR code right now to claim an incredible 70% off and get your free Muddy Mat today. But hurry, this exclusive offer is available only for a limited time. Once they are gone, they are gone. Don't let dirt dictate your day. Join thousands of satisfied customers who have already transformed their homes with Muddy Mat. Act now. Clean floors, happy home.
Call 1-800-707-4122.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, advanced X compression system. Evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains. A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated to increase airflow and release excess heat. An orthopedic designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture. The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com or call 1-800-258-3998. Order right now and your shipping is free. CopperFit. Feel the difference.
Welcome back, everybody. I want you to look at this. This is Jasper, Tennessee. Your temperatures the other day, 60s, 70s, and now 39 degrees. Winds are out of the west at 13, upsloping into snow. That's right. We're snowing right now across middle and eastern parts of Tennessee. In fact, look at this radar imagery. Pretty intense to look at it. It's all color-coded for you right now. The blues, the whites, it's where the snow is coming down. The greens and the yellows with some heavier, steadier rain with the severe weather now ripping it up across the east part. But I want to zoom into this area. So if you live anywhere in Alabama, Georgia, near Rome right there, what's out there, Anniston as well, Before, we had some decent snow coming around Birmingham. That didn't last that long, but the camera, it looked like it was something that you found up in the UP in Michigan. Snow was coming down pretty well. Same with Huntsville, Alabama. Now the whole thing is sliding over to the east. So Rome, Georgia right now, it looks like at least here, it looks like it's a rain and snow mix, but you get up towards Chattanooga, and now you're looking at snow. And it's a little higher in elevation as well when you start getting up to the mountains and into Blue Ridge, Georgia also. That's where the snow is coming down on the backside. Look at Atlanta. Don't be surprised if later on during the afternoon commute you start seeing rain switch over to snow briefly. Now, we're talking brief. It's not going to amount to anything, but I would say it's of note when you're talking March 16th and you're still reporting the possibility of some snow-making capability just west of downtown Atlanta. That's pretty amazing when you look at it. Go up the line just a little bit farther. You can see that snow racing in towards Knoxville also. That's going to condense out even further and farther to the east when it gets upslope around the North Carolina mountains. So the Smokies right now, you're getting some snowfall around Tennessee. And getting some decent stuff with the heavy rain now right around South Carolina also. So this is an area of concern near Orangeburg. You can see some very heavy rain sliding out of the sand hills of South Carolina in towards the low country. I'm zooming this radar picture a little farther down to the south, and you can see what we're looking at across Florida. That's a nice squall line across South Georgia, ready to race into Florida also. This is all your southern branch stuff. Yeah, there you go. So this is stuff that I was watching for between Brunswick and Jacksonville. Looks like Jacksonville itself right now under a severe thunderstorm warning. So let's get down to northern Florida. That's I-95 right there. These things look like they're hauling, right? These things are moving to the northeast at least 40 to 55 miles per hour. So the problem with this one, 60-mile-per-hour gusts. I don't see tornado tag possibility. It's away from the biggest forcing for severe weather, which would be up across the mid-Atlantic states. But it's moving to the northeast right now at about 45 miles per hour. So downtown Jacksonville, you got a severe thunderstorm warning overhead, and it's going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds when it breezes by. Not a hail maker, really. Pea-sized hail at the biggest, but that's about it. All right, let's go up to the line a little bit farther, and this is where we're going to see the severe weather continue to roll on out, and we're looking at areas by Washington, D.C. Got a tornado watch that goes essentially from Florida all the way up to Jersey. It's the leading edge of that cold front out ahead of it. The Piedmont, you're going to get shellacked here with constant rain off and on. There's the heaviest rain we've got. It's across Georgia into South Carolina. This is an area of concern for sure, but then you go up the line a little farther, and we got that cold front that's breezing right out of the Appalachians. So now you're talking about the I-95 corridor, anywhere from D.C. up through Philadelphia. Now, it's relatively quiet right now, right? I don't see any warnings popping up around the region, but let's just zoom in to Washington, D.C., because this was of note, and that's the Whammo camera below me. That's the Washington Monument. Yeah, no longer severe, right? But still, winds right here are going to gust to about 40 miles per hour when it breezes by. And then when it heads towards the Chesapeake, you're going to see more severe action around that region. So get down to the south a little bit farther. Is that tornado warning still even there for North Carolina? It is not, so that's good. 8 p.m. Eastern, we've got a brand new tornado watch for coastal South and North Carolina. And that's the area that we had with all the sunshine that was breaking out. So we're going to punch that up real quickly. We do have a brand new tornado watch. So that's going to add to the population, clearly, right? So now you're talking about coastal North and South Carolina. And these will be your supercells, unfortunately. I think we're going to see a little bit more when it comes to filtered sunshine, which is going to make things go more unstable for later today. Now keep in mind, it's only, 19 minutes after 1 o'clock p.m. The real forcing is still moving over towards the east. So that goes all the way down close to Myrtle Beach, right? It's still, yeah, it does. It's not quite in there yet, but it does include Myrtle Beach. So that's a brand new tornado watch. It just got posted for eastern North Carolina, all the way down through the Grand Strand of Myrtle Beach. So that's South Carolina too, including Georgetown. So you've got the tornado watches in effect till 8 p.m. there, 7 p.m. all the way up the line through Delaware, Delmarva Peninsula into the Delaware River, and through New Jersey also. Look at the radar picture. We're going to show you what it looks like for later this afternoon, 6 o'clock, and that's when that main squall line races outside of the Beltway, down through Norfolk, right through the Outer Banks, and then arcs in again across central parts of Florida. That's the main cold front. Now, that's going to be offshore by later on this evening, and then the cold air filters back in. And you're talking about a major league cool down. That's what we've got going. So let's get to that. Let's talk about that cold air. I mean, we were talking about temperatures that were in the 80s easily right around the East Coast over the last few days. Yeah, forget about it now. Temperatures are going to be rocketing downward, and they're going to spiral down pretty quickly. That is Chicago right now. It's 27 degrees. And your wind chills right now in Chicago, 12 degrees. This is mid-March. Doesn't feel like it by any stretch. So let's see what we've got going on right here as we zip it out. Some of the other wind chills around the port, Kansas City. feels like 0. Check out Nashville, feels like 24 degrees. You got temperatures all the way down through Tupelo, Mississippi in the 30s, feeling like the upper 20s. So where are we from this time yesterday? Well, we're 43 degrees colder in Indianapolis right now than where we were at this time yesterday afternoon. Nashville, 39 degrees colder. At one point this morning at 8 o'clock, Kansas City was 54 degrees colder than 24 hours before. So, yeah, the extreme Arctic air, that blast is moving over. I say extreme for this time of year because usually when I get a big old outbreak like this far down to the south. Take you through the next few days. Here you are by tomorrow morning. That cold air rockets over the Great Lakes. Notice it does breeze right across the northern Gulf Coast, all the way to northern parts of Florida. For that reason, we've got freeze watches and we've got frost advisories also, freeze warnings in some of these spots. Today, you can see we've got the bulk of the cold air right over the middle part of the country. By tomorrow, it slides to the east Wednesday. The population is about 190 million, but that's because it takes into account the megalopolis from Boston right down to Hartford into New York City, Philadelphia, and D.C. as well. Currently, 13 in Minneapolis. Chicago right now, your temperature is 26. Again, your wind chill is about 12. Louisville is about 32. Poplar Bluff, 35 degrees, so much cooler than just before. So when you wake up tomorrow morning, we do have the freeze warnings in effect from Texas all the way out to Georgia and parts of the panhandle of Florida all the way down to Lake Pontchartrain. So you've got the freeze warnings tomorrow morning waking up. You got a freeze watch for the next morning. That's for the Grand Strand of Myrtle Beach and Wilmington, North Carolina. Wednesday morning when you wake up, Raleigh, 28 degrees. Louisville, 28. Pittsburgh's 18. Buffalo, 17 degrees. New York City, 28. Portland, 18. How about Tuesday morning? Some of these records you can see forecast at 24 in Russellville. You might tie that. Montgomery, 29 degrees. That record was set way back in 1895. I hate when the 1800s go down record-wise, but you're probably going to tie one in Montgomery, Alabama by reaching the upper 20s by tomorrow afternoon. Pretty incredible. That's the continental U.S. Let's go on out to the 50th state. Let's go out to Hawaii. Here's a look at Honolulu. We've got that Kona Low. Tremendous amounts of rain is what we have seen for the last several days around Hawaii. It's because of that Kona Low pressure region. What is that? It's an area of low pressure north and west of the 50th state. It's just been hanging out, and it's been cycling energy shot after energy shot right through the island chain. Things are on the quiet side right here, but you can see the skies. I mean, it's still gray, still crummy out there for Honolulu, but the radar picture, the heaviest rain has thinned out. Obviously some good news, but there's more to come. And you see the winds right now, not as bad either, but those winds are going to start to climb up here shortly as that new wave of low pressure up to the north begins to move and circulates in more rain from the south and from the west. Look at some of these. This is the last 5 days. 44 inches of rain have fallen in some of these spots. You're talking about the middle island chain, even right around Hilo, getting in that region. The Big Island calling for over 20 inches worth of rainfall. Let's just take you through. So we got some rain showers possible later on this morning. It kind of filters out just a bit, and then it comes back again at that cold frontal boundary. It's going to scrape over towards the west and go eastward. It's going to funnel in more of that rain with that southwesterly and southerly flow. This is this coming Sunday, and it's still there. That rain is going to be a problem over the next 4 to 5 days. All right, let's take you through the next 6 days. This is the rain on top of what you've already seen, and this could be underdone. You're looking at right here, little upslope coming across the volcanoes. Volcanoes National Park is right about here. You're going to see that rain go upslope right around Mauna Loa and Mauna Kea. That's about 8 to 12 inches of rain on top of what you've already seen. Some of these areas, remember, 44 inches of rain all the way through areas like Maui. And remember, we still do have the burn scars that are there from the fires that happened right about here just about, 2.5 years ago. All right, so you've got that issue. You've got about 3 to 5 inches worth of rainfall for Maui. Getting towards Molokai, Lanai, same thing, about 3 to 5 inches worth of rain. And, of course, we have got the winds gusts that are going to be a problem coming at you over the next few days. We've got those winds at the peaks going up to over 100 miles per hour. That's exactly something that we don't want to see. That's the Kona Low, everybody. Hey, how about this? Join Fox in supporting our troops from daily needs to global emergencies. Help us be there for those who serve. Scan the QR code or visit. You can visit go.fox/Red Cross to donate to the armed services today. We appreciate it. Be right back, everybody. Look at that. Real quickly, we want to share this with you. It's Marquette. That's the wind right now. It feels like -5. Scan that QR code as well. You can follow along with our live weather blog. We got all the weather nerdlingers, including myself, that like to update stuff. Get in on the action, everybody. We'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. These plans have a $0 monthly plan premium. Most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance. Get over $1,000 a year. That's $85 a month to help pay for covered over-the-counter items like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options Allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. Call today to learn about all the items covered. You could have $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions all year long, including select brand name drugs. All plans have $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, which include 2 free cleanings a year, as well as coverage towards fillings. They also have vision coverage, including vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts, and hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing exams and coverage towards hearing aids. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana networks. So call the number on your screen now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance? To help pay for covered over-the-counter items. So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. So call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style. It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
Welcome back, everybody. Here's the look right here, Washington, D.C. Temperature 65 degrees. Winds right now out of the south at 15. Kind of jockeying that camera around a little bit, right? It's kind of bouncing it, because the winds are gusting over 15, closing in on 30. So we got wind advisories out ahead of all the thunderstorms. The thunderstorms themselves are going to produce winds of over 60 miles per hour when they start breezing through. So that's the way it looks right now in Washington. Trying to catch a flight, forget about it. What a nightmare. It was a rare level 4 out of 5 storm threat that was issued for today. So far, with the whole entire storm, 24,000 flights have been messed up, either canceled or delayed because of the wind, the storms, or the snow on the backside. 24,000 since this weekend, including today. That's pretty extreme. All right, so what else is extreme? This tornado watch. All those boxes, they go out from Jersey way down to North Florida. That's 38 million to 40 million people underneath a tornado watch at this point. That's huge. So it's this purple shaded area right there. We're talking about the Piedmont, Virginia, North Carolina, 4 out of 5 on the bad scale. Most likely because of the winds, but damaging tornadoes are still a possibility. That's why we have the tornado watches that are still in play. And look off to the east. Let's get towards Washington, D.C. No more severe thunderstorm warnings outside of the Beltway. That's good. You get down to the south by Norfolk. I mean, that's a heavy rainmaker right there. A lot of lightning popping up. But all the severe action, it's starting to fire up around North Carolina at this point, going all the way down to South Carolina later on. So that's a big stream going across right out of, looks like, getting into Wilmington, North Carolina. But one severe thunderstorm warning still out there for Jacksonville, for Florida. So these are the lines that are out ahead of the main line. The main line right here, you can see it, and it's clear as bell, right, going towards Lake City. Those winds are going to be screaming about 40, 50 miles per hour. There's one severe thunderstorm warning. It's around the Big Bend area of Florida right there. Those winds 60 miles per hour. But the one by Jacksonville, and this is what we were concerned with, would be the storms that fire up ahead of the main line. Would they turn into supercells? At this point, it looks like trying to get individual storms themselves at this point, but it's a little more linear, so all these storms are kind of messing up the atmosphere for the other one, which is actually good news if you can believe it. Jacksonville, below me, that's the live camera. That's a severe thunderstorm warning storm for you overhead. Looking at the radar pictures, we tilt it. How high are these bad boys going? About 35, close to 40,000 feet up. So still relatively low top, but these are higher tops than what you have up to the north. Those tops right there with the thunderstorms in North Carolina, in the areas by Virginia, they're only below 30,000 feet because they're low top, but you have a heck of a lot of wind that is shaving things off. So you've got a lot of wind shear out here. Not as much wind shear for you around northern Florida at this point. The biggest forcing is still with that trough of low pressure that's driving down out of the Appalachians, but it's enough instability right there by Nassau Village, north of Jacksonville, to get the heavy thunderstorms that are rolling right there by the I-95. So St. Augustine, you guys are right by the beach. You do have that. All right, Jacksonville, Florida just got put under a tornado watch till 8 p.m. Eastern. So that's brand new also. Christopher Tate chiming in my ear. Buddy, thank you. 8 p.m. tornado watch for Jacksonville, which makes sense because you can see those lines of storms that are firing up ahead of the main stuff. Any one of these themselves could turn into a tornado producer. So you've got that brand new tornado watch. It goes all the way up, looks like through Brunswick, Georgia too, right? Yeah, I-95, not quite towards Savannah, but Savannah, you're already in a tornado watch. Drop it down to the south, and it goes down I-75, or it's at the Lake City where it runs down towards close to Tampa. Tampa and Orlando at this point not under a tornado watch. It's to the area north of I-4 at this point, but you can see where we're going. Jacksonville all the way up the low country of Georgia and not quite into Charleston either. Looks like a few counties out there for South Carolina, the low country, you guys. Not under a tornado watch, not yet. Well, we'll see what happens because things are moving pretty quickly as we roll over to the east. So we're watching, it's a big stretch, right? It's over 1,000 miles of tornado watch from the Delaware Water Gap to north of Tampa. That's pretty insane. You don't get that very often. That's why we've been on the air for a long time following this storm. Again, it's a rare level 4 out of 5 on a bad scale. That includes a Piedmont and North Carolina all the way up to Virginia and just outside of the D.C. metro area where you've got the level 4 turning into a level 3 at this point. So zoom into the area. Actually, well, no, it's just outside of D.C. Either way. Listen, Philadelphia, you're going to get the wind damage as a possibility these storms roll through. But the real tornado threat, the heart of it, it does appear to me it's going to be across eastern North Carolina, Virginia, into maybe northeastern South Carolina. So that's the Grand Strand of Myrtle Beach. So that's the area where we'll see. And look at the color coding for you as well. It's a 3 out of 5 on the bad scale for tornado activity. So that's EF2 or more at this point. Look at the shading right there. Yeah, EF2 or more tornado intensity. Those are strong. Winds are clearly over 120 miles per hour when you start seeing that kind of thing. And again, damaging wind threat, that's going to be the main concern for more people because any one of these storms that is able to get above 15,000 to 20,000 feet, which is most of them, they're going to be able to tap into that low-level jet and bring that momentum right down to the surface. Those winds are screaming at 100 miles per hour by later this afternoon. Even if it can only draw 75 to 80% of that wind down to the surface, that's still bad. That's 80 mile per hour wind gusts is what we're going to find as a possibility. So that's why that region right here is a 5 out of 5 on the wind scale, bad scale. That's extreme. Something we knew was going to happen. We just still don't like to see it. Potential wind intensity, 75 mile per hour winds or more. So I just got done telling you, right? You're talking about that low-level jet's going to get tapped into, draws it right down to the surface. So we've got that. Is that St. Louis below me? Yeah, like some of the pictures, some of the video coming in. Unreal. So let me show you what goes on right now. We do have a tornado watch. That's the one, right? The brand new one for Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina. I'm watching right here the alert system get just fired up, and it's just a little bit late. So that's what that watch is located. But let's run it through. Show you the way it looks. Here you got about 6 o'clock this evening. That's when the main surge of the cold front is going to be right about here, and that will be the new line that's going to develop. It's going to tap into the wind. Once we get rid of the supercell potential with the tornado threat, it turns more to our straight line wind potential, and that's going to be out there from Philly, even closing in on New York City for the afternoon commute late in the day, and then stretching all the way down through northern parts of Florida. And then by tomorrow, everything's going to be great, except for the cold temperatures. You're talking about temperatures 20 to 30 degrees below the average. All right, so what about the available potential energy? Remember, we don't even need a lot of instability to get things popping for today. The dynamics in the atmosphere is purely enough. In other words, the wind direction, the wind shear is just screaming almost off the charts as it rolls out from the Appalachians into the eastern part of the seaboard. behind it, though, it's all snow, and that snow is heavy. Getting some videos in now from Alabama with the snow coming down around Huntsville, down to Birmingham, into Tennessee. Look at that jet streak, too, taking that snow and blasting it into the Ohio Valley. Look how quickly that is moving. I mean, it's a 3-hour loop. And look at that snow just traversing from northern Alabama all the way now into Kentucky. So that's caught underneath the jet pretty well. Dew points right now climbing into the 50s. Philadelphia, your dew point right now is 59 degrees. So now we're starting to climb on up there. Anything above 55, and that's sustainable for a supercell. Philadelphia already above that. Look at Norfolk, 64. Wilmington, 67. Savannah, 65. Those are high dew points, and you can see the big switcheroo. Atlanta, only 39. That is your dry air right there. Wow. All right, so we got the cold air. We got the blizzard also. It's rocking it up there across the north. There's Brandon Kopic. He's out there right now. I don't know if he can hear me or not, but he's got the colorful car hood going on. Where is he, Jay? He's in Green Bay at this point, so he's driving outside of the heavy snow. But Brandon's been out there. Are people stuck? Am I looking at? People are just kind of hanging out there, walking on the side of the road. For Green Bay, that's nothing. I mean, this time of year, I would probably be pull my hair out a little bit, tired of it. But that's the way it looks in Green Bay right now. And, of course, Brandon Kopic is a professional driver in this stuff. He knows what he's doing, so he can haul a little bit of tail when he drives through. But Green Bay right now, it's no bargain temperature-wise. It's 19 degrees. Check out Marquette. It's about 14. The heavy snow has wound down for the most part for Wisconsin and the UP, but we still have the lake enhancement driving right through Lake Michigan into western Michigan, northern parts of Indiana, and Illinois, too. So you got some snow flurries that are out there behind the main vortex as it peels on out. But you can see where the blizzard warnings are still in effect. Parts of Iowa, parts of Illinois and Wisconsin, UP and Michigan. Some of these are going to go until tomorrow morning at about 7 o'clock Eastern because the wind's going to continue to push that snow around, bringing the visibilities down to under a quarter mile. So blizzard warnings are still in effect for you guys. All right, what about the snow? Heavy at times, UP and Michigan, northern Michigan, right down through Lake Michigan too. How about the winds? What are we? Green Bay's 24, gusting to 37. Look at Detroit, gusting to 36. Indianapolis is gusting to 36 too. Des Moines, same thing. Winds have actually come down just a little bit. Before they were up into the 40s and 50s, and the visibility has come up a touch for Marquette. Now it's an 1/8 of a mile visibility. Before it was 0.0, and it was like that for about 4 or 5 hours straight. So yeah, we definitely had the problems out there with the visibility. So we're still reporting some of these areas right now. These red dots is where you're getting blizzard-like conditions. Near blizzard-like conditions are all the blue shaded areas. So the blizzard warnings, they're still verifying for the UP of Michigan and northern Michigan too. All right, so how about the individual radars? Here you are at a Marquette, and you can see the snow is coming down pretty well as it pivots around and towards Mackinac and towards I-75. Down the line a little bit farther, maybe a little lake enhancement come off of Lake Superior, but it picks up nicely. Look at this one band coming in through Lake Michigan and peeling in towards Grand Rapids. So we still have the lake enhancement, and that's pure lake effect coming in later on tonight through tomorrow morning. The snow flurries are out there too, coming out of Champaign into Indianapolis. Light snowflakes falling across northern Indy into western Ohio and the Ohio Valley, getting more snow. How about the wind forecast? 40 to 50 in Cleveland. What's going on right now? Watch that whole thing move over towards the east. That's rain over to snow for Buffalo too, 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. Unbelievable. And then it's all snow blasting into northern part of New York State, the Adirondacks. And this is telltale of lake effect stuff. Look at the streamers still coming off of Lake Michigan, going in towards northern Ohio, picking up again around the Laurel Highlands, around Pennsylvania. Starting getting into the Alleghenies and those regions, just upslopes more snow. You got snow also right around Lake Huron into Ontario, the Finger Lakes, forget about it, Tuggill Plateau, the Adirondacks. It's all lake effect snow. It's going to continue for tomorrow afternoon. Here we go again, right? And you're also getting that snow right up the mountains from, it looks like Kentucky into West Virginia. All these areas right there, you're going to stand to see about 1 to 3 inches of snow. Higher elevations, you're still looking at 3 to 5 inches of snow for middle parts of West Virginia, northern sections of PA, and that's just going right up the mountains, everybody. Same with the areas outside of Buffalo with Chautauqua Range right there. You're going to get some decent snowmakers right here. So much is going to fall through the rest of the afternoon right around Marquette, Lake Superior. UP of Michigan, it's 5 to 8 inches worth of snow for the upper peninsula of Michigan. That is something I think everybody right about now is probably tired of seeing. I don't blame you. All right, listen, stick around, everybody. We've got tornado watches in effect from Florida all the way up to New Jersey. Something we'll be following. We have thunderstorm warnings also. Keep on looking at the alerts right there on the screen. There's a live look at Jacksonville. You do have that severe thunderstorm warning still in effect. Temperatures are warm. Hey, look at that, 79 degrees. Winds are out of the southwest at 14. That to me looks like a nice shelf cloud trying to form right there, so you know the winds are gusty. Severe thunderstorm warning for you for 60-mile-per-hour winds. If you want to get in on all the action, you want to download the blog, you can just QR code it right there. Hit that, you can see what we're all thinking before it even happens sometimes. Stick around, everybody. We're going to be right back. Let's talk about winter precipitation. You get rain, freezing rain, sleet, and snow. So let's talk about how each is formed. All precipitation usually begins as snow at the top of the atmosphere. As it falls on down, as long as the entire atmosphere is about 32 degrees or cooler, it will remain snow when it hits the ground. Sleet happens when the snowflakes melt, turns into a raindrop, and then refreezes with a very cold atmosphere at the bottom layer. Freezing rain, it's a little bit different. We've got warm air on top of a very shallow layer of cold air. That rain falls through that shallow cold layer as it hits the ground as liquid, but then freezes on contact. If the entire column of air is above freezing from the surface all the way to the top of the troposphere, well, that's just plain old rain. Small temperature changes in the profile of the air can lead to huge differences in what type of precipitation you see. We're your Winter Storm HQ, Fox Weather, for all seasons, for all America.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly. If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
Who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
Introducing the all-new Mobilizer compression socks from Copperfit, America's #1 compression sock brand. Easy on, easy off compression socks that reduce swelling and relieve tired, achy feet with built-in arch support technology for targeted relief right where you need it.
I thought all compression socks are the same, and I'll tell you, it's a world of difference. They reduce inflammation, they reduce the pain.
No more pain, no more achy feet.
These are the socks to wear to help keep the energy going. It's just been amazing for me.
And now, Copperfit compression just got even better with energizing blue infrared fibers woven into soft, breathable compression fabric to help boost circulation, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. Copperfit compression plus Lumicore blue infrared fibers. 2 breakthrough technologies combined to give you soothing foot relief all day, every day, so you can stay mobile.
The compression, the fit, the comfort. I love these socks. I want to have them on all the time.
I can get up every morning and do exactly what I want to do because I'm not in foot pain anymore.
I'm addicted to wearing them. Now I feel like I can get anything done no matter what it is.
Breathable, easy on, easy off design. Graduated compression for energizing support and to reduce swelling from prolonged sitting or standing. Built-in arch support technology, plus Lumicore blue infrared fibers to boost circulation and reduce swelling for soothing all-day relief.
They'll keep me going. They're going to keep me mobile, keep me doing the things I want to do.
The Lumicore technology works fantastic. That, to me, was the game changer.
Get mobilized, guaranteed, or your money back. Get your Mobilizer socks now at mobilizersocks.com for as low as $19.99. Plus, your shipping is free. That's right, free shipping.
The more I wore them, the better it got.
I just feel happier.
Nothing compares to Copperfit Mobilizer socks. Nothing.
You have got to get these.
Get yours now at mobilizersocks.com.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you?
No.
You got to get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Visit or call us. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Welcome back, everybody. Here's the Whammo cam right now, watching the clouds. Listen, we get an update every couple of seconds, and just check out how fast these clouds are going. So they are roaring from the south to the north with that low-level jet. It's only going to intensify. So the storms, the motions are going to be whipping across the ground layer pretty fast, between 50 and 60 miles per hour by later on today. Dave Frone, what's going on? Meteorologist, good to see you.
Hey, Bob. How are you?
We're
Busy.
active. I'm looking at the tornado watch right now, and that is a huge number. 34 million people.
I know. We just got the little update on that, too. Now we're extending that as well a little bit farther to the north, right? Or parts of
North Carolina, South Carolina, too. And we've got all kinds of retirement dates, right? 2 p.m., 8 p.m., 7 p.m. But it goes all the way to the Delaware River Gap.
Look how long that thing is.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even remember the last time I've seen a tornado watch in these areas. I was trying to think about it. I know.
I don't remember. I've seen tornado watches march on the east side of a landfalling hurricane.
Yeah.
But not all at once.
Not
like this.
Not like this at all. It's been a really interesting system to watch over the past couple of hours. I was here last night covering it around 4 to 8, and things were popping up. And now in those areas, they have snow, which is crazy to think about. But to this point, I mean, it's going to be a rough afternoon for a lot of people.
Did you see the camera right there before, about 2 hours ago in Birmingham, snowing hard? Huntsville, Alabama. Now it's going into northern Georgia. So that's a back edge with the cold air. It's a level 4 out of 5 on the scale for severe weather. That's the Piedmont of North Carolina, all the way down through South Carolina and Virginia.
And again, a 4 out of 5, common more so in the South, but you don't see that every day into the Carolinas, especially this early in the season. Oh. So this is a big day. I mean, heading into our nation's capital too, we already have some thunderstorms right now.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like anything severe into the D.C. area, but the severe thunderstorm warning here.
So this is I-80 right there. You can see a little bit of a bow feature right about here. So we know the winds right here are going to be about 60 miles per hour. Now, if you're familiar with this area, you're getting into the Poconos, and that's higher elevation, so they're running up the ramp into the mountains. It's going to spin it up a little bit more wind speed-wise, but it's moving to the northeast about 40 to 50 also. That's a highly traveled area, so that's a Delaware water gap going from Jersey all the way out to that region. I mean, you're talking about not being able to see much because it's so mountainous and the leaves aren't on the trees yet. But
I was talking to my sister who's over in the area, and she was telling me, you know, they let them get out of work early.
Oh,
so
did they?
Get off the roads, get home. I mean, if you can, get out of work early for sure. But this is going to be a scary afternoon because we're going to see this on and off all for the next couple of hours, and that really big trek moving in later on this afternoon too.
Yeah, it's being picked up right now from Fort Dix, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's Jersey, and it's picking up the stuff that's already out across the Poconos at this point. But let's get down to the south a bit farther, Bain, and we've got one main cold front, which is this guy right about here. And you can see the lines of storms out ahead of this. We had some filtered sunshine before, which made things go a little bit more unstable. So now you're seeing those lines develop just ahead of that. And that's the stuff that we're scared with the rotation factor.
It's always when you see sunshine on a severe weather day, that's bad news because it helps get the atmosphere a little bit more primed. We have more heat, we have more moisture to work with, all of that moisture being filtered in from the ocean. And I mean, we have a lot of moisture, a lot of heat. The dew points are impressive.
Yeah.
We have all the fuel that these systems need to get rocking and rolling. And as that front moves through, I mean, these winds are going to be crazy.
Yeah, that's Wilmington right now, North Carolina, under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's for 60-mile-per-hour winds. But if you look at this also, you're looking at tornado possible.
Yeah.
We're trying to see, I see a bow echo right about here, but I don't see any telltale notch, which obviously good news. We don't want to see it. It's going to be offshore within the next few minutes, but right now they're getting belted for the Cape Fear area. Wow.
Oh, the amount of rain that's going to be dealing with all these systems, they have a lot of moisture to work with. So that's also something to be watching out for because if we do end up getting a tornado-warned storm or some sort of spin-up, it's going to be hard to see that when it's just all rain-wrapped too.
Actually, yeah, look at it. It's training off the ocean, going right across the Cape Fear into Wilmington, and the bulk of it should eventually steer offshore, but there's more waves behind that.
Yeah, it's not like a one and done. You see one storm, okay, that was it. No, it's going to be on and off throughout the day, and it's going to find those little pockets of instability as we continue throughout this afternoon and even into the evening too, especially for the Northeast. So
those
watching
are
out for that.
Severe thunderstorm warnings for you guys. Get down towards the Jacksonville one. It's no longer warned or tagged severe, but look at the heavy rain by I-95.
Wow, that's intense. The lightning
blinding.
with this too. This is some heavy rain. Like this is the kind of rain you don't want to be driving in. You want to like sit that out for sure.
So the radar still has to catch on up, but you're talking getting close to 2 to 3 inches of rain in the last 6 hours by that state line with Georgia. Oh, look at that stripe. Now you're 3 to 5, and that's what you call training thunderstorms.
I mean, they just go back to back, running over the same exact spots over and over again. That's where we could have some flooding impacts, mostly up towards the Northeast, but I mean, same goes for over into parts of Florida, too. I mean, they've been incredibly dry lately.
Yeah,
so.
they do need it, but is it going to hit the ground and run off too fast?
I mean, the fact that we're getting, 3.5, 4 inches of rain, even more than that?
Yeah, in 6 hours. It's pretty incredible.
Way too much.
So that's the severe weather. Let's get, it's one severe thunderstorm warning about Cross City, too. So you're talking outside the Bend. It's all north of Tampa, and Lake City about to get belted, too. So what is that, I-10 and I-75 right where they cross, about to get plastered.
Yeah, and I mean, again, it's going to be the rain, it's going to be the winds are going to be a major impact on the system.
So that's the East Coast, Maine. Let's look out west. Something we haven't touched on, record-breaking is possible for the desert Southwest. Starting out there on Wednesday and Thursday, Phoenix, you're going to hit 100 degrees easily by Wednesday. So it's just ramping up a little bit right now. It's about 77 to 84, depending on where you're located. But you got extreme heat warnings that are brand new and a heat watch out there for the desert Southwest, including Las Vegas.
Ooh, I used to go to school at Arizona State.
Yeah, that's right.
Phoenix, that was my stomping ground.
So you know this area well.
And I was going to say, 100 degrees in March.
Too early, right?
That's the thing about living in the Southwest is you usually get to enjoy the winter months because it's not too hot, it's not too cold.
Not going to happen.
This is brutal.
Not going to happen. Yeah, so this is going to be a record-breaking ridge of high pressure. And I say that because I was looking at the models, and the models have this, if you're going to measure it in decameters, the higher it is, the more air there is underneath that high, the more air can compress, the more air you have compressing, the more it heats up.
Yeah.
So the bigger high means you're going to have hotter temperatures.
And this thing is booking it. I mean, honestly, Bob, we were looking the potential of even seeing, what was it, a record of that?
Yeah. You know what? I was doing it without the 5. It's 594 decameters right here. That's the forecast for Thursday. Now, if that ridge is that high, that's a record not just for March, but for April, since we've been keeping records.
Oh,
that's a tremendous anomalous high-pressure ridge, which means it's going to be hot as heck.
This area of the country does know hot, but this is early, and this is going to be sweltering. I mean, 20 to 30 degrees above normal. That's hard to do in the Southwest, that's for sure. I can't believe even later on today, going to be in the low 90s, low to mid 90s for them over in parts of Phoenix. And I mean, even in parts of Tucson, same goes. San Diego getting in on the action. I mean, they're going to be in the low 80s, but over into Yuma, 100 degrees.
104 by Wednesday, 101 on Phoenix, and it only goes up from there Thursday. Check out Phoenix 104. So did you stay in Phoenix like the whole year round when you're going to school around that area?
Yes.
You never went back to Michigan to take any kind of a break?
I took a little break my first couple years, but the last two, when you're doing internships and stuff,
so you were there the whole time.
Summers are like the winters. You stay inside in the summer.
That's right. I was that's what I was going to ask you. It's like here you are mid to late March, and these temperatures are soaring off the charts.
It's crazy. I mean, the fact that we're going to be seeing those triple digits, and there's no really escape, especially in the Phoenix area. I mean, it's just sunshine. You can't get any shade. It's going to be tough for some folks out there.
This is the March record's 99 degrees for Phoenix. It's going to be obliterated by at least 8 degrees.
People are going to have to be cranking their air conditionings on.
Already.
Yeah. And I mean, people were probably just using the heat a little bit ago.
No, I mean,
your blood thins when you live over there.
That's the desert Southwest. Let's go a little farther out across the Pacific into Hawaii. We've got this Kona Low. You've been following this too over the weekend, I know. I mean, that's an ugly sky right there for Honolulu.
They had so much rain. I mean, 40 plus inches of rain dumping into Hawaii. Yes. It's not done quite yet. We still have a bunch of rain moving into the area, just this wet pattern that's not letting go. So a couple more inches will be possible. But looking at those top rain totals, that's crazy.
That's just
in
the last
5 days.
That's since the end of last week, and you can see it's last 3 days. So we've got the flood pockets right there. That's Maui going into Lanai. That's a decent shot. And here's our upper level low. It's parked out right around here. And you can see that solid fetch of southwesterly wind going right over the state. And that's why it's been so clammy the last couple days.
It's been just funneling in all of that moisture for them. And I mean, we have a ways to go when it comes to the rain. I mean, will it be as much as what we've seen the past 5 days? Probably not. But adding insult to injury, it's going to be a couple more inches for these folks.
That's the problem. It's going to be nonstop. Once it starts later on this afternoon, you've got that going all the way through. Wow, the higher elevations, that's another, what is that, Red?
8 to
that
12?
is
no,
8 to
more.
12. No, that is
maybe 12 to
18. On top of the 44 that they saw just a couple islands away.
I mean, the upslope with it also helps get a little bit more of that rain action in there too, along those mountains and those volcanoes. But yeah, I mean,
I do worry about the burn scars that are out there by Maui. So hopefully you don't see any kind of debris flow at all, but the rain's going to be off and on now going for the next several days. This map actually goes through Sunday I might as well not even show you because it's just going to look like that for the next 6
It doesn't
days.
stop. It's just training and training.
Yeah, it does.
You got to stay safe out there. Oh, good luck.
So we've got extreme weather all across the map. So we've got that potent area of low pressure pulling out of your home state, out of Michigan, into Ontario. That's Marquette. What do you make of that?
Ooh, glad I'm not out there.
Well, we're going to check in with Robert Ray, who is out there. We'll see what he has to say about it. He's been hammered for the last couple of days in that snow. Just getting belted, right? We'll talk about that. Plus, severe weather threat for over 30 million people with a tornado watch, Jersey to Florida. I mean, that's something in itself that's of note. We haven't seen that. I don't remember the last time I saw that ever. We'll pinpoint everything. We'll time it out for you as well, everybody.
I'm Jonathan Lawson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps.
The 3 what?
The 3 Ps.
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 54 and was a smoker, but quit. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I'm 65, retired, and take medications. What's my price?
Also $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80 and I'm on a fixed income. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. If you're age 50 to 85, call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn program. Options start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. You cannot be turned down because of your health. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. And this plan has a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, so your rate can never go up for any reason. Options start at $9.95 a month. Plus, you get a 30-day money-back guarantee. So call now for free information, and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record your important information and give helpful direction to your loved ones with your final wishes. And it's yours free, just for calling. So call now for free information.
Call 1-800-253-3903 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-253-3903. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-253-3903. Call now.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as 1 day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
What's up, everybody? March Mania continues to chug along right now. 40-plus states impacted. Same map we had on Friday. Well, it's come to fruition. We've got tornado watches that extend from Florida way on up to Jersey. Backside, blizzard warnings are still taking shape. We've seen as much as 2 feet of snow plus already around the Great Lakes. Looking for another 1 to 2 feet more. Our grand total is closing in on 4 feet for the upper peninsula of Michigan. Forget about it. And a newly expanded tornado watch goes all the way to Jersey, down through Florida. Yeah, and it just got extended even farther south in the last couple of seconds. We'll show you that coming up. DC Metro, Philly, DC, you guys are all on that as well. We'll show you that in a second. What's going on, everybody? It's March 16th. It's an active day. We've got all forms of weather right now. To help me out, meteorologist Bane Frody. What's up, Bane?
Hey, how's it going? A lot going on today.
Yeah, we really do. And the warning boards, they keep on going aglow. We got the tornado watches that get extended. We got severe thunderstorm warnings that keep on shooting up there. Florida, even right around Palm Beach County, brand new severe thunderstorm warning for you. That just popped up.
we've been seeing these popping up all afternoon, and it's just going to get worse and worse and worse, especially for the folks that are going to be in the Mid-Atlantic. Look at that. That looks ominous.
That does look good.
That's in D.C.
So
wow.
What you're looking at right here is that main line of thunderstorm action. It's just been kind of flirting with downtown by the Beltway over the last several hours now. It's right by the Potomac and not getting up there. That is a Jefferson Memorial below us. It's facing due west. You can see the scud cloud action underneath there. No cause for alarm at this point. There are no severe thunderstorm warnings, but that's the leading edge of the extremely heavy rain going towards the Beltway.
And it is heavy. I mean, these storms have a history of just pouring, dumping rain on these areas. We're watching out for that flood impact too, but it's also going to be the gusty winds with these storms too here, Bob. Yeah. That's going to be really concerning. I mean, just one strong gust could down power lines, down trees, expecting some damage coming out of these. Even if it's not severe warned,
yeah,
it's still going to be a powerful system.
Still 40-mile-per-hour winds coming down. So this is the leading edge right there, right? So that's what you're looking at on the radar picture. What you're seeing real time is below us. That's the camera that shows a heavy rain pulling in from the west side of the city. You're looking due west at this point. That's pretty cool.
It does look cool.
I mean, as a meteorologist, it's great, but trying to drive in that, what a
I like it when I'm
headache.
Inside in the studio.
I know. I feel bad because I-95 is getting belted.
Yeah.
And it's just the way it's going to be for the next few hours. There's the velocity. You got a straight line winds. Yeah, that's what we're watching right now. Straight line winds getting gusting out in front of this thing. No Kingston in circulation, which is good, but this entire region, again, Bain, it is under a tornado watch, which means conditions are favorable. I'm still looking at a couple of notches that are out there.
I was going to say,
it bears watching.
It's interesting when we have like a squall line or a line of storms because it just takes a little bit of that inflow coming in for it to start to rotate. So it's sometimes a little bit tougher to see, but you could get some rotation very easily with these. And we were just talking about it, plenty of shear in the atmosphere for these guys.
Yeah, if you go 5,000 feet up, your winds are 100 miles per hour later today. Ooh. That's a low-level jet that's pretty much intense and insane. So you tap into that, it's going to drag that momentum right down the surface. Boom, you get 80-mile-per-hour gusts.
It's easily. And I mean, look how many areas are under a tornado watch for later on this afternoon. We have a couple of those expiring by around, well, coming up at 3 o'clock. One of those just extended over into Florida. But the rest of these are going to go until 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock tonight.
Yep, that's over 1,000 miles worth right now of tornado watch.
Wow. That's not a good sign. The atmosphere is primed. It has everything it needs.
It is.
And all it needs is just that little trigger of that cold front, and it's coming. It's moving in, and we're already starting to see that with some of these spots.
Yeah,
but
let's look at some of the warnings right now as we zoom into the region where it's going to be the heaviest at the moment. It's going to be in the Carolinas down through Florida. There is one severe thunderstorm warning. I think it's still going for the Poconos. But look at this line. It's been training right off of the Atlantic through Wilmington and just to the west of the Pamlico Sound.
And these guys, I mean, look at them, how much lightning they have, and they're heavy rain too. I mean, you can't really see much. Trying to drive on these roads when you have these kind of storms, it's so tough. It's blinding, honestly. So you don't want to be out there for these. Also, on top of this, I mean, of course, we'll have those gustier winds, and these also have torr possible attached to it. That's something to keep in mind as well.
Let's look at some of the circulation. I mean, it's tough to tell. There's a little bit of a broad circulation going on right there.
It's something. Hey, we got some rotation.
Yeah, we do, and that's why it was tagged tornado possible. If that ever does begin to shrink down and get a little bit tighter of a circulation, that's cause for concern. But we've got concern just with the heavy rain and the gusty winds that are out to 60 miles per hour already.
And the fact that we're starting to see this early in the afternoon, we've been expecting this, but we have a ways to go. It's not done. So these areas that maybe see a thunderstorm now thinking, okay, that was it. No, you have a ways to go. So you want to make sure you're staying alert throughout the entire
afternoon. Such a good point, Bing,
Yeah.
because we were looking at it during the break, and there were 4 lines of severe thunderstorms possibly. There's 4 lines of storms right now for Florida. All these could theoretically go severe at any time. In fact, they're already starting to pop up right there between Tampa into Orlando. That's I-4.
And these are also like some big spring break spots. I know a lot of folks are heading down to Florida, trying to enjoy the week off, and this is what you get. So you need to make sure you're off the beach.
Behind that, Bane, freeze warnings for overnight tonight.
Don't give them even more bad news.
I
know. Those poor spring breakers trying to enjoy some Florida sun, but that's what you get. I mean, look at this. This line is coming through.
Yeah, there we go. So you've
Really
got the one offshore, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines of storms you got to get through for central parts of Florida before you give you the all clear.
And it's not just like those Florida storms that just pop up really quick and get out of here. These are some really strong systems. So get inside, get into a safe spot, maybe a plan to stay indoors, watch a movie. for today. Get off the beach.
I just hope you
Not a
keep the
beach
power.
day.
That's just
Yeah, keep the power. Let's hope.
That's at I-95.
Those gusty winds, man.
Look at that St. Augustine right there, getting up towards that region by Jacksonville. It was south of you, and it's still, look at the lightning starting to fire up, too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is a ways to go. And it's really, really heavy rain.
It is.
You don't want to be on the roads at all for this, trying to have a beach day today. I'm sorry. Those waves must be rocking, too.
Yeah, forget it.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get to that one real quick. And then, Chris, I'm going to ask you to go up to the Pennsylvania one because we've got that one severe thunderstorm warning that made it up and over outside of central PA into the northeast quadrant.
Yeah.
So the Poconos up there was getting a little kinetic also up there.
I mean, we have everything that
Chris.
these
Thanks.
storms need, honestly. I mean, we have the heat, the moisture, the shear. All they needed was that trigger, and it's happening right now.
Yep.
That one.
Hazleton, that's south of Scranton. That's I-80, which is highly populated. It's Delaware Water Gap when it gets through New Jersey. But you can see Penn Forest right here. 60-mile-per-hour winds. Luckily, Bane, were not tornado possible with this one.
Yeah, this one doesn't look like it has too much rotation, but those gusts, the winds are going to be picking up incredibly high with these systems. It doesn't matter if it's tour-warned or not, it's going to be gusty. And on top of that, too, this looks like a really heavy band of rain that's moving through.
It's going to stretch out there. It goes all the way down to the south. That's the spring side. Let's go over to the winter side. We've been talking about the blizzard warnings that have been in effect. You were here yesterday talking about the blizzard stuff. It's starting to ebb a little bit, but the winds are still howling.
I was watching Robert Ray's shot yesterday.
Yeah.
It was getting worse and worse as the day went on. And the snow was coming down. The winds were gusting. Just a crazy situation for folks in the Midwest. I mean, they're used to seeing snow, especially the UP this time of year.
But
not like this.
No.
Not like this late in the season.
No, you're talking about it was the Ides of March yesterday. Now it's the 16th, and you can see 12 on Marquette with a wind chill before. We were looking at it was -5. Blizzard warnings are still hanging in there through tomorrow morning for the UP, Michigan, northern parts of Michigan, too.
Yeah, the fact that we have so many of these winter weather alerts still lighting up the board, we still have a ways to go with this. That blizzard warning, I mean, the fact that we've had such gusty winds for such long periods of time, that fresh snow blowing around, you can hardly see anything in some of these situations, some of these areas. I mean, we're getting wind gusts out of Green Bay, Wisconsin at 45 miles per hour still.
Yeah, it's still blizzard-like, and we've got the visibility, too. What are we at Green Bay? It's actually up. It was a half mile last time. Now it's 3/4 of a mile visibility.
A slight
That's
improvement.
Still terrible. And then
We'll take
Marquette,
it.
0.19 out there in Marquette, which is a little bit more than an eighth.
Yeah,
Yes.
that sounds right. That sounds right to me.
So there you go. Look at the blizzard area right there. So some of these are coming back up to near blizzard, but that's still pretty bad around the lake shore for Wisconsin.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that this low is continuing to track more towards the east, but we're still feeling those impacts from those winds, the low pressure system or that high pressure system sitting to the north. That pressure gradient just cranks up those winds, and there's no stopping them. I mean, this has been happening all night long and throughout the morning, too.
Now, you're from Michigan. Did you ever make your way all the way up towards Marquette in there?
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah.
UP is gorgeous, but don't want to be there right
This time
now.
of year?
Not this time of year. It's tough, but the UPers, Michiganders,
Yeah.
they're tough people. Same with Wisconsin. They can handle this, but you want to stay inside. And the fact that some of us are losing some power in this part of the country, too.
Yeah.
With
I know.
temperatures
That's
this cold,
bad.
it's really bad.
I got that one lake band coming in, and it's almost the entire fetch, and that's going to be another common thing, another common story overnight tonight through tomorrow. Lake effect snow streamers off of all the lakes.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, we got some of those warmer temperatures, so we started to melt off a little bit more of that ice in these lakes, so that lake effect, it's back in action.
Yeah, it is.
Easily. So we could get a couple more inches out of this, but we saw feet of snow falling in the UP over the past 24, 48 hours, which has been crazy for folks, as well as in Wisconsin, too.
Rain snow line, watch it edge right through Buffalo and Rochester, down the line into New England, and those are your telltale signs of lake effect streamers.
Yeah, I mean, look at that.
Horrible.
That switch over from snow to rain, that was such a thin little line. It happens just like that.
It happened last week, too. Remember here in Jersey, it was raining and all the way over to snow.
Boom.
Lasted for a good half an hour. This is how much snow is left up. So we also have the winter weather advisories down to Spine in the Appalachians, including West Virginia. The winds are going to go right up there and condense out, not just there, but Pennsylvania, too. So little lake enhancement for sure, but then it goes up the mountains. Forget it. It just squeezes out more.
More and more, and we could get a couple more inches out of this. I mean, widespread, 1 to 2, that's not nothing.
No.
That's going to be impactful, especially after getting severe storms before this, and then on the back half, we got some snow. So.
Look at that, UP. So let's just get back at it. Marquette, we knew that was the kick me sign right there, was the X marks the spot for the heavy snow. Still going for the modeling, 5 to 8 inches of snow on top of what they've already received.
Just to the end of the day today. Yeah.
So, and you're going to see some more tomorrow morning, too. So you've got that going through. So That's what it looks like with the spring side, with the winter side as well. Bane, thanks for sticking around. You coming up at the top of the hour again at 3 o'clock?
I'll be hanging out with Ian.
All right,
so
good.
Be out there tracking these storms.
You can be tracking a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings from the Piedmont of North Carolina and Virginia all the way up to possibly into New York City by later this afternoon.
Yeah, and we have a lot to discuss. It's going to be a long, long afternoon and evening, too, for folks.
Well, good. I'll be watching you guys for sure.
Thanks, Bob. I'm always watching you, too.
All right, coming up, we've got more. You can see some of the weather that we had on Sunday. Severe thunderstorms. We had the warnings. Oh, man, look at the mules. Hope they're okay. My goodness. And there's a shelf cloud right there. You can see that picture. Pretty intense around Missouri. We've got severe thunderstorms roaring out to the east right now. That's a look at St. Louis yesterday as well. Big temperature changes also. We'll get to all that and more coming up right after the break.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to get benefits beyond original Medicare. These are convenient plans that offer all of the benefits of original Medicare, plus extra coverage and benefits. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan, with $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions. All plans include dental coverage, including $0 copays for covered preventive services, vision coverage with eye exams, and an allowance to use towards eyeglasses or contact lenses. And hearing benefits, with routine hearing exams and coverage toward hearing aids. That's more than you get with original Medicare, but it gets even better because Humana offers plans with $0 or low monthly plan premiums. You may also get $0 copays for routine vaccines at in-network retail pharmacies, $0 copays for in-network primary care visits, and $0 copays for in-network preventive services. Plus, worldwide coverage for emergency and urgent care when you travel. And Medicare Advantage plans ensure your covered medical costs, including doctor and emergency care, will never go above a maximum out-of-pocket amount that you know beforehand. Imagine benefits like these in one convenient plan. Plus, you'll have access to Humana's multiple large plan networks of doctors, hospitals, and pharmacies. So if you want more from Medicare, call or scan the QR code now to see if there's a plan in your area that could give you extra coverage and benefits, including coverage for doctor, hospital, and prescription drugs, plus a cap on your out-of-pocket medical costs. And all plans include coverage for dental, vision, and hearing. A knowledgeable, licensed Humana sales agent will explain your coverage options, answer any questions you have, even help you enroll over the phone. Call today. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Florida bracing for its first tropical threat of the season.
It's been a tough morning in downtown Sarasota. We've been lashed by those outer rain bands.
Well, my feeling is that everybody needs to be ready. That's the message here.
It feels like little pins and needles.
When it comes to this upcoming hurricane season, we need to be prepared.
You know, the hardworking folks over here are saving lives. There's no doubt about it.
Hey guys, welcome back to America's Weather Center. I'm meteorologist Nick Koster, sitting in for Bob Van Dillen just for a little while as we take a peek at what's going on out there all across the nation. And we want to get you this information as it is an active day for sure, as this is Scottsboro, Alabama. And you see that frosty scene there. Temps 34, feels like 34 with the wind coming out at about 5 miles per hour. It's due north, and we're tracking all kinds of severe weather, and we've also got some snow on the board as well. And so we want to get you the very latest on with what's going on. A burst of snow is following up behind this powerful line of severe storms, and you see it all right here. So all that moisture out ahead of the cold front is like night and day. Two very, very different air masses collashing, especially across the eastern 1/3 of the country, and that's why we've seen so much active weather here as of late. So let's drill in and show you where some of the most impressive winter weather reports are showing up. We'll take you down into Jan Airport here in Mississippi. That's where we've got light snow. Say that again, Chris. Jackson, Mississippi. Yeah, okay, Jackson, Mississippi. So light snow mixed with rain, and this was just observed by the National Weather Service. Also, yeah, plenty of reports of snow. We've also got sleet showing up there in Fayette, and as we push you a little bit further north and east, the live radar continues to show you temperatures are cold enough to support snow right now in Chattanooga. So we're at 33, real close to that, freezing threshold, but looks like we're getting enough of that cold air down to the surface to at least support some snowfall. Same with Knoxville. You get a little bit further east though, Atlanta, Gainesville, and Greenville all right now reporting rain. So that's a cold rain, and that cold air is coming in behind the front, and we could see that switch over. Winter weather advisory is in place through tonight for all these areas here in the light blue, and you're seeing it. That does include the northwestern corner of Georgia, the spine of the Appalachian mountain chain from Robbinsville right up through Boone, and then you've also got Jamestown as you get back there off towards Kentucky. And so here are your high temperatures. This was just a day ago, and this is what I was talking about when I mentioned the fact that we've got a really cold air mass clashing with a warm air mass. It doesn't get much warmer than this. Yesterday in Atlanta, 72, Birmingham, 77, Montgomery, Jackson in the low 80s, and today that powerful cold front sweeping on through with very cold, dense air, knocking these temperatures way down. So you almost skipped 2 seasons from yesterday to today. It almost felt like summer, and now we're right back into the throes of winter. Huntsville, 37, same with Birmingham. Montgomery, again, yesterday was 82, now we're in the 30s. This is a look at Blue Ridge, Georgia right now, and boy, oh boy, that's certainly a wet scene. You see those raindrops right there on the camera lens. Temperature is 35 degrees, and you do see on radar that there's a swath of snow trying to show up in that area, or at least on radar, we've got blue showing up. So not seeing any of that quite fall and stick to the ground in that area, but it's potentially something to watch out for, as you may see some flakes mixed in with a little bit of that rain. Here's what the future radar is showing us, and that cold front going to continue to push all this moisture off the coast. So through dinner time, I think we still have the potential for some really, really active weather all along the East Coast, especially along the mid-Atlantic, before this front finally then exits off the East Coast. This is your Pittsburgh forecast. We'll keep the snow chances around from dinner time through about 9 o'clock or so, and then all of that eventually winds down as Pittsburgh here right through this afternoon. Going to continue to see an active afternoon and a fairly active evening before all of this eventually goes away and hopefully calms down a little bit as we get into Tuesday, but not before the potential for 1 to 3 inches of snowfalls in the Steel City and in some of the cities around Pittsburgh. You hop the state line there, you go back over to Ohio, Steubenville could pick up 1 to 3 inches or so, and you've also got then in the Appalachian mountain chain some higher totals. You see those pinks starting to show up. I don't think we're going to see that 8 to 12 inch pink, but certainly 5 to 8 possible at some of the highest mountaintops there. Morgantown, 1 to 3 inches. Wheeling, West Virginia, 1 to 3 inches. You get the idea. So 1 to 3 inches, likely what most folks are going to walk away with when it comes to this particular system, unless you've got a little bit of elevation, like Beckley, Richwood, Elkins, 3 to 5 inches in those locations respectively, and then off towards Slate, same thing, 3 to 5 inches as well. Intense cold temps following behind these storms, plunging cities as much as 40 to 50 degrees in one single day. Take a peek at Chicago, the Windy City. Yeah, kind of more like the cold in Windy City today, right? It's normally a beautiful view, and there is certainly some beauty to that view right now, but it's mostly beautiful, I think, to cold weather lovers, right? People that like winter, because boy, oh boy, you've got to love winter to be sitting there at, 26 with a wind chill at 11 in Chicago and be loving it in the middle of March. Now we're getting to that time of the year, I think, where a lot of people are kind of looking at the calendar and they're saying, I think it's about time to maybe wraps up some of this cold weather, but no such luck. We're going to keep this going right through this week and possibly even into next week as well. We have seen huge temperature swings over the last 24 hours. We highlighted some of that just a few moments ago, but revisiting some of those numbers, Nashville in the last 24 hours has seen a temperature change of about 40 degrees, and that is certainly not the only spot on the map with a really dramatic temperature swing quite like that, as that big blob of blue and purple indicates that cold air that's just been infiltrating the lower 48 from Canada. And we're going to keep it around through tomorrow as well. So right through Wednesday even, over 190 million people still expecting temperatures that will be below average. And tomorrow is really when the coldest of the air filters in. Usually it's not the day that a cold front comes in that you see the coldest air. It's usually the second day behind it. It takes a little while for cold, heavy, dense air to move in and firmly be in place after a cold front. And boy, those are some big numbers right there. A lot of Americans going to be impacted by this, especially east of the Mississippi. And yeah, we're seeing it already. Minneapolis 15, Bismarck 14, Pierre at 17. So we're in the teens there firmly in the northern plains. Same with Omaha. You get down as far south as Kansas City, and it's 19 right now. A couple more hours. We'll see if they can get it back up into the 20s, but that may be a struggle. And we've got frost and freeze alerts as far south as right up to the coastline. So if you live in Mobile, Alabama, a heads up, there is a freeze warning in place. And same with places like Jackson, Montgomery, Atlanta, Tupelo, Memphis. You get the idea, even back off west into the Texas Hill Country. A couple of freeze watches then right down there towards the Florida-Georgia line, but mostly just Georgia under that. As here are the forecast low temperatures that you'll be waking up to kick off your hump day in Pittsburgh, 17. Buffalo, 1 cooler. Chicago going to stay really chilly at about a 22. A little better than the teens, but not much. And heading into Thursday then, we'll see those numbers go up. Still pretty cold by all accounts, but out of the teens, out of the basement, maybe, getting up onto the first floor, theoretically speaking. And here's your wind chill values that we're expecting for Mobile, Alabama over the next 4 days or so. And yeah, we'll climb up there. So we're taking those stair steps upwards in the right direction, 28 to 32 to 41, and eventually closer to 50 degrees. So, yep, Chicago, here's looking at you. Same type of thing. It's going to feel like 1 below tomorrow. So please, whatever you do, do not put away your big puffer coat today thinking that you'll be okay, cold front's passed and warmer weather's coming in for tomorrow, because that is not the case. You'll need it less into Thursday and Friday, but you'll still need the warm weather stuff, that's for sure, with those temperatures right around, or at least the feels like temperatures, right around the freezing mark there towards the end of the work week. All right, we've been talking about it a lot here at Fox Weather. A rare level 4 out of 5 severe storm threat, bringing tornado and wind damage across the nation. And we will absolutely have a bunch more on that coming up. Make sure you continue to watch us here, as we're also covering the blizzard, right? So there are a lot of things happening with this storm impacting the whole country, the severe weather aspect, the cold temps that we just talked about, and of course, the blizzard. We'll be right back after this. Stick around.
An important message for Americans ages 50 to 85.
You seen that life insurance thing I got in the mail?
From Colonial Penn?
Yeah, that's it.
It's over there.
The recycle bin. I sent for this.
You're buying life insurance now? Have you been to the grocery store lately? The last thing we need is another bill.
That's exactly why we need life insurance. If something happens to either of us, those bills won't go away. Life insurance can help pay them. Funeral costs, too. Take a look at this. It costs pennies a day.
That's right. Rates for Colonial Penn Life Insurance start at $9.95 a month. That's 35 cents a day. And this is one bill you know will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. Your rate is guaranteed, and so is your acceptance. That makes applying quick and easy. There are no medical questions, no physical exam. Since you can't be turned down, we don't ask about your health. And this is lifetime coverage. It never expires. Just pay your bill, and it's yours to keep for as long as you'd like.
This is the application. There's nothing to it. No health questions. What's this?
Free beneficiary planner. When we fill it out, all our important information and final wishes will be in one place.
The kids will appreciate that.
Call for more information and your free gift today. Read how easy it is to get life insurance from Colonial Penn. Even if you have pre-existing conditions or fixed income, it's easy and risk-free. Every policy we issue comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call now to learn more. You have nothing to lose.
Call 1-800-248-2839 for free information and a free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-248-2839. There's no obligation. 1-800-248-2839. Call now.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
Welcome back, everybody. Great to see you back in Studio W right now because we've got a dynamic situation popping up. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings now just north of Washington, D.C., racing towards Baltimore. And the main threat at this point, it's going to be gusty winds. But look at the big picture right now. You can see storm threats are out there. We do have the watch for the tornadoes. It extends about 1,000 miles from Jersey all the way down into Florida. So here's the rain patch that we're watching right now, closing in through the Beltway, Washington, D.C. Not a warned area right now, but the heavy rain is definitely in place. Look at the severe thunderstorm warning just south and west of Baltimore. This thing's going to rocket up I-95 into Baltimore in the next few minutes. And when it does so, it's going to bring with it 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Now, you look at the rotation on there. I don't see much of a tight circulation, which is good. This is the velocity. Shows you how fast and the direction things are moving at this point in the air. But you see the green, that's just a big old outflow. So if you're driving on 95, we got straight line winds as a possibility. And it's tagged again with, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's what we've got going on there. Yeah, but still, it's tagged tornado possible. And remember, this entire region under a tornado watch. It's going to take you through 7 p.m. this evening. You drag that picture over towards the east. Look at the heavy rain peeling in over the Chesapeake and into the Delmarva Peninsula, kind of wrecking the atmosphere a little bit for severe thunderstorms. But then down to the south, yeah, we've got definite tornado activity as a possibility for eastern North Carolina, even into the low part of South Carolina, too. Lots of weather in place. Showers, thunderstorms are awaiting. Sandra Smith coming in from Fox News, and we're going to cut in with them as well to show you the situation, because it's not just severe weather, everybody. It's the blizzard warnings that we still have ongoing for northern parts of Michigan.
Fox Weather Studio. Bob's waiting for us.
There she is.
Hey, Bob.
What's up, Sandra?
We're bringing everybody in to get the update. What do we need to know? I mean, I saw some reports of winds up to 75 miles an hour.
Yeah, because we've got winds that are about 5,000 feet up, Sandra, that are 100 miles per hour.
Wow.
So these thunderstorms tap into that, brings it right down to the surface, and that's 75 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at also the tornado watches, 1,000 miles worth.
Wow.
Florida all the way up through the Carolinas into Jersey. So you got to cross the Delaware River, that region right there, underneath the tornado
what are we
watch.
looking at for John? He's in his studio
Where is he,
there,
DC?
and I believe that there's some concern about tornadoes.
It's a great point because they're in a tornado watch right now, but you zoom into the area, there's a severe thunderstorm warning for the DC metro area right now, Sandra, but it does not include Washington. So here's Washington. It's down to the south. It's edging towards Baltimore.
Oh.
But, John, you're about to get smashed with heavy rain. In fact, it's already out
Good
there.
thing the show's over shortly, and he can get out of there and get home. But a lot of people are under these weather alerts and conditions right now. The Midwest, blizzard conditions there.
Did you see some of the snowfall reports coming in? 36 inches of snow so far in Michigan, and there's another 5 to 8 coming on top of that. So
I feel like people just put away their winter coats, and now they've got them back.
I know. It's amazing. Look at the temperatures, too. And what's not featured here are the wind chills, -5 in Marquette, and people without power, the blizzard warnings. It's a whole problem.
That's my next question. We've got obviously a lot of airline cancellations. We also have a lot of power outages that are affecting people right now. What can you tell us?
Well, listen, we've already had 24,000 flights disrupted as of this weekend through today. And we got problems in Chicago. We got them in Detroit because these winds here are 40 to 50 miles per hour. New York City Metro, Philadelphia, D.C., not to mention the TSA problems we have already.
Yikes.
Add to it the fact that we've got power outages and we've got all kinds of wind and rain. It's a major issue today.
So major power outages right now affecting Michigan, Wisconsin, some of those Midwest states.
And as it raked right down through Mississippi and Florida, we've got power outages there also.
All right, Bob, thank you so much for the update.
It's good to see you.
We appreciate you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Bob.
Yeah, you got in studio. I may or may not join you in a little bit. I might have a thing.
Hey, man, you better get that elevator quick. We need you.
America
needs you. Yes, sir.
All right, buddy.
Appreciate that update. All right, let's talk about some of this record heat that is scorching the desert Southwest, bringing some of the earliest triple-digit temps we've ever seen here in the United States. It has really been hot. Big area high pressure right over, well, Phoenix, Arizona. You see it right there. Looks pleasant, right? Beautiful blue skies in the background, but we can't feel what it's like right there right now. And no doubt, it may feel a little less pleasant than it looks, as they're right there in the middle of an extreme heat watch. We've also got extreme heat warnings for places like Vegas and Kingman there as you look a little bit to the north and west of Phoenix, and then down off towards Los Angeles, extreme heat warning. So a lot of people there are going to be doing some sweating, unfortunately, a little bit earlier than you would expect in the calendar month or this time of the year. Phoenix right now is at an 83, so that's manageable, but remember, they're several hours behind, and we could really see those temperatures ratchet up pretty quickly over the next couple of hours. Yuma, Arizona at an 87, and that's what I was alluding to earlier. That big area of high pressure is only going to expand and get bigger and more powerful, and as it does that, temperatures are going to go up, and we're going to continue to see those numbers get into the 80s and 90s and eventually the triple digits. As you see it right there, the darker the orange, the more strong, the more powerful that area of high pressure is. It's going to keep the jet stream and all the cold air bottled up to the north. Meanwhile, we're going to be tapping into that heat from areas and points that are further south, and we'll see 20 to 30 degree temperature, above average temperatures all across the West Coast. So that's California, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico. 450 daily record high temperatures are possible. Multiple cities are likely to see the earliest 100 degree temperature they've ever seen in their city for this time of the year. And you see it right there, Yuma, Arizona, coming in right at 100. Phoenix, not too far away for tomorrow. Wednesday, here we go again. We've got 2 triple digits on the board for those 2 cities that I just mentioned. You get further west, and LA getting in on the act then in the middle 90s. We'll keep it in the middle 90s, but a couple degrees cooler for LA come Thursday. Meanwhile, Yuma and Phoenix and Tucson are all in that triple digit heat. So a heads up, and that pink just continues to expand. So getting real close to Vegas, 98 flirting with triple digits there in Las Vegas. Meanwhile, we're going to hold it steady in LA at a 94. Quite the opposite scene from what's going to be happening and what is happening right now along the East Coast with all that cold air advection taking place. Let's talk about Phoenix, a place that is truly known for its heat. And as we get into the next 4 days, you see tomorrow is the only one with a 2-digit high temperature still. Then we get into 100 plus heat from Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Keep in mind, again, it's middle March. I know that Arizona sees a lot of heat, but they typically don't see triple-digit days on average until the month of May. Forecast high for Friday is 107. 107. So that would break some records there that have been around for quite some time. That's an unbelievable number this early in the season. The March record is actually on that day 99. So that would be, when we talk about shattering a record, that would be double shattering. It's, we talk about bombogenesis, double bombo. That's just off the charts type of stuff for this time of the year. And then we pop around and show you some all-time record high temperatures that we're expecting in and around, the 4 points down right through New Mexico and back into Arizona. And we mentioned 450 potential record high temperatures being broken as we go throughout the rest of the week. And there's a list of all the spots. So El Paso to kick the list off all the way down to Winnemucca, Nevada there at the bottom of the second column. All those red locators indicate where we could see high temperatures so high that we'll put them in the record books for you. Tucson, we've mentioned them a few times. Tomorrow, Wednesday, 92, 96. Then we get it up to 101 and 102. The hottest March day on record there is 99. So we'll likely be breaking that record. And the average first 100-degree day in Tucson, Arizona is May 18th, if you can believe it or not. So a lot of heat to go around. Big area of high pressure really going to be impacting a lot of folks. All right, this is in Washington. You can sort of make out the Washington Monument there as you take a peek at what's going on in our nation's capital. It's 68 degrees. You're seeing the rain on the camera lens as D.C. is an area that Bob was just talking about with Sandra, as they're about to get smacked pretty good with some pretty hefty rainfall. And you see everything going on live radar right now. And yeah, D.C., just to the south and west, there's that severe thunderstorm warned storm. And just to the north of D.C. proper as well, we've got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. So this is one for those counties that you're seeing there on the top of the screen. We've got 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with that. And, of course, there's some really, really heavy rain, as that's all kind of part of a line of storms that continues to race off towards the east. So a tour possible with this severe thunderstorm warning right about to head into Baltimore. And that looks nasty. You can see the bowing structure behind that line of storms. That usually indicates really, really gusty winds, and you see it right there in the warning box, 60 miles per hour. Our weather presentation expert here, Chris Tate, highlighting the fact that we've got green and red touching a little bit on our velocity product, and right there, that's typically what you would see if a tornado were to be spinning up, or that just indicates some rotation. So this isn't a tornado-warned storm, but we're going to have to keep our eye on that thing, as that's not a good sign when that green and that red touch. That indicates a couplet or swirling, rotating air. And of course, that's been the concern with these showers and these storms all day long. And that's why this area right here is lit up with that 4 out of 5 level severe weather threat. And we're going to put a little tracker on this and let you know exactly where we expect this line of storms to move to and when it will be impacting the cities in its way, and we'll line that up for you and get it to you here in just a bit. But this is one of those days where you really have to be vigilant when it comes to knowing what's possible outside with the weather. And you see some of the towns that will be impacted here over the next 10 minutes right up until about 4:33. So we're going to take this thing out quite a ways. Towson, Mardyck, Dublin, the list goes on. My apologies if I pronounced any of those town names wrong there. But again, this is racing off to the north and east, along with the rest of all of this activity that we're seeing across the East Coast. So very active day, a lot of lightning. And then we've got, so we've got Corey Gherkin's live camera. He's one of our storm chasers. He's out and about. He's got a nose for severe weather. He's in the Carolinas, and he's on the Outer Banks. Okay, so yeah, he's traveling right there on really the easternmost point of the Mid-Atlantic right there, and he's going to continue to bring us those live pictures all afternoon long. If there is severe weather to be found, he will find it, that's for sure, and we'll see what he can capture for us a little bit later on into this afternoon. This severe thunderstorm warning in North Carolina going until 3 o'clock, and there's a polygon blinking yellow. You've got Kinston, I believe Kinston right there, and so there's really heavy rain coming down there. A lot of the lightning is right within that cell right there, or that part of the cell, and that's going to move towards Plymouth, which is right now also under a severe thunderstorm warning. It heads up to Elizabeth City as well, a little bit further north and east. You're going to be impacted by these storms as they continue to push to the north and east. Wind speeds of 60 miles per hour, tornado possible. So all of these warnings sort of have the same issues, the same verbiage, as it's the damaging winds and the potential for spin-up tornadoes that we've been watching and warning folks about all really weekend long and all day long. 4 out of 5 threat in the lavender, and that's the problem zone, as we're going to really be extra hyper aware of the storms that move right into that area over the next several hours. Alrighty, folks, we'll be right back as we're going to continue to bring you live coverage of the severe weather all across the mid-Atlantic and images of the blizzard taking place and all that snow and all that cold air crashing down behind this cold front. Plenty more on the way when Fox Weather returns. Stick around. Hey there, Nick Kosa here. We're back. It's time for Fox Weather Deals, sponsored by Knocking, as we're always here to help you save on products that'll keep you prepared no matter what is in the forecast. To start shopping, go to foxweatherdeals.com. Courtney Kaysen, our resident lifestyle expert, is back with another super cool, kind of futuristic product.
Oh my gosh, and they're from Minolta, which you guys know, a digital optics brand, but so much respect in the category. You've probably had their products in your home for years. These are their 4K HD binoculars, and you can choose to look through the traditional way, or you can look through on the screen, which is awesome, because say right now you're looking at foliage, but when the weather turns chilly, you're looking at wildlife, you can actually snap a picture of what you're viewing, and because these are 12 times the magnification, you're seeing what's 120 feet away, almost as if like crystal clarity 10 feet away, which is awesome. There's an SD card here, so you can transfer it out to your computer, which is lovely. And these just fit a lot more comfortably in the hand. They're lightweight. You can travel with them, camping, cruising, you name it, and have your memories for a lifetime stored and saved.
I love it. An LCD screen on binoculars is something that's been a long time coming, I think.
Absolutely. Our deal price today, phenomenal, $149.99, saving you 50% off.
That is a deal. Courtney, thank you so much. We appreciate that. To purchase one of these and so much more, scan the QR code on your screen or check out foxweatherdeals.com. Happy shopping.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There's still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
Introducing the all-new Mobilizer compression socks from Copperfit, America's #1 compression sock brand. Easy on, easy off compression socks that reduce swelling and relieve tired, achy feet, with built-in arch support technology for targeted relief right where you need it.
I thought all compression socks are the same, and I'll tell you, it's a world of difference. They reduce inflammation, they reduce the pain.
No more pain, no more achy feet.
These are the socks to wear to help keep the energy going. It's just been amazing for me.
And now, Copperfit compression just got even better with energizing blue infrared fibers woven into soft, breathable compression fabric to help boost circulation, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. Copperfit Compression plus Lumicore Blue Infrared Fibers. 2 breakthrough technologies combined to give you soothing foot relief all day, every day, so you can stay mobile.
The compression, the fit, the comfort. I love these socks. I want to have them on all the time.
I can get up every morning and do exactly what I want to do because I'm not in foot pain anymore.
I'm addicted to wearing them. Now I feel like I can get anything done no matter what it is.
Breathable, easy on, easy off design. Graduated compression for energizing support and to reduce swelling from prolonged sitting or standing. Built-in arch support technology, plus Lumicore Blue Infrared Fibers to boost circulation and reduce swelling for soothing all-day relief.
They'll keep me going. They're going to keep me mobile, keep me doing the things I want to do.
The Lumicore technology works fantastic. That, to me, was the game changer.
Get mobilized, guaranteed, or your money back. Get your Mobilizer socks now at mobilizersocks.com for as low as $19.99. Plus, your shipping is free. That's right, free shipping.
The more I wore them, the better it got.
I just feel happier.
Nothing compares to Copper Fit Mobilizer socks. Nothing.
You have got to get these.
Get yours now at mobilizersocks.com.
My name is Bob Van Dillen. In my 30 years of reporting the weather, I've seen all that Mother Nature has to offer. The worst of the worst when it comes to weather. But I've also seen the resilience and power of humanity. At Fox Weather, we just don't tell the forecast, we tell the story. For all seasons, for all America.
Welcome back, everybody. Here's a live look at Denmark, Wisconsin. We got Brandon Kopic out there. He's got the tie-dyed hood, so you know it's him. Looks like he's driving around trying to find some more blizzard-like conditions. He's hugging around that lake front. It's really, most of it's moved up to the north. How many flights have canceled? 7,000 flights have been canceled so far. 26,000 have been disrupted because of that parent storm that's now peeling out of Michigan, dropping that cold front right down through the mid-Atlantic into northern Florida. So let's start out with the most kinetic part of the storm. And right now, it looks like it's in Florida, right? You've got that cold front that's dragging itself right down through the middle part of Georgia into northern Florida. Now, ahead of it, it's unstable for sure. Right now, though, Dobbins Air Force Base, you're talking about Marietta, Georgia, reporting sleet. Rome is reporting snow. You get to the Blue Ridge, that is snow as well. So it's a quick changeover from rain over to snow in northern Georgia. March 16th, pretty amazing. So the back edge of the heaviest rain, as now looks like it's peeling out of northern Florida, but now, look at this, it's getting close to Jacksonville, Florida. So we've got some severe thunderstorm warning right about there. Let me see if I can zoom into this spot right here by Jacksonville. Yeah, here it is. And this is really round number 2 for Jacksonville. They had a severe thunderstorm that rolled over about an hour and a half ago. Here's round number 2 as it peels in. You're looking at 60-mile-per-hour winds out of this one. So another gusty one that's moving through, but I don't see any tornado action for you, which is good. Then up the line a little bit farther. If you're watching just before, we were hopped over onto Fox News Channel, FNC. We had severe thunderstorm warnings that were moving out of Washington, D.C. into Baltimore. And in fact, it looks like that's really a hot region one more time. So zoom into that area by Maryland and the D.C. metro area. So there's the Beltway just south of town. You're looking at that big severe thunderstorm warning box. It goes right over the line. You're looking at 60-mile-per-hour winds out of this one. And then up the line even farther, you've got another severe thunderstorm warning for Baltimore proper, especially the western side of that region. So there's a Chesapeake right about here, right? The Inner Harbor is somewhere around here. You're looking at that severe thunderstorm line racing over towards the east. Now, this one is tagged as tornado possible at this point. No tornado warning, but as you know, all these falling underneath the tornado watch. It expands from Jersey down through Florida. So any one of these could drop a tornado at any time. You're underneath that watch. But right now, it's a severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-per-hour winds. And I think as the afternoon continues to go on, that cold front, as it slices in from the west, is going to tap into a more potent low-level jet. So those wind gusts are going to go from about 60-mile-per-hour winds with the warned storms to close to 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's later this afternoon. We're getting to the mid-afternoon hour right now, 3 o'clock or so. You're going to start seeing these things really go ballistic a little farther over to the east over the next few hours. So stick with us. Ian Oliver is going to take you through that, along with Bain, and Keanu Lewis is there too. I just saw her. Look at the showers. Look at the thunderstorms outside of Philadelphia. That's Lancaster and York County. It's a tornado threat. That region right there. Yeah, you guys are underneath that tornado threat for the rest of the afternoon. Potential tornado intensity. EF2 tornado is a possibility. Something we're definitely watching. All right, the historic blizzard rolls on through the Midwest into the Great Lakes. Marquette measured more than 14 inches of snow as of Sunday. Now they're closing in on 2 feet. They could possibly see as much as 3 to 4 feet of snow by the end of tonight through tomorrow morning when you add on the lake effect stuff. Unbelievable. So Paul Schlegel, the mayor of Marquette, joins us right now. Paul, great to see you, my friend. Thanks for taking the time out. I know it's been a dynamic last couple of days. How is the city holding up right now with all that snow and wind?
Hey, Bob. We're doing pretty well. It's ugly out there. Will tell you that. And us Upers, we'd like a good storm. That's for sure. But this one's testing our resilience. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, we're late in the season right now. Obviously, how are all our materials holding up? Like the salt and the plows. How are we doing?
Yeah, it's a good question. We this is our 3rd blizzard of the season, and quite honestly, we're probably getting down to the bottom parts of our reserves on the salt and sand. We do our best to to monitor that and limit the amount of salt that we use and mix it with sand for this neck of the woods. So we're running a little tight there. We're paying attention to everything as far as salt, sand, diesel, you name it. It's all important, and we've got a great crew here in Marquette that's been keeping us afloat, and we're looking pretty good.
Paul, when did you guys start running the cruise?
Well, quite honestly, we had weather come through on Wednesday of this past week.
Right.
That was probably about another 6 to 10 inches that we got then. So, this week, we've been running pretty steady. But if you're talking seasonally, we're running our cruise anywhere from late October. It depends on how things start out up here.
Golly.
This big, beautiful body of water, Lake Superior, treats us a little bit differently each season, and it's fun to watch.
It is fun. As a meteorologist, I love looking at it. Even though when you're underneath it, Paul, you're looking at the backhand right now of the ice slap. Is what you're getting. Where are you putting these huge piles of snow? How big are these things at this point?
Yeah, they're pretty monstrous this season. We had a light last 2 years, and it's nice to get back into the mid 200s. And as far as inches go, I would think we're going to probably come close to 280, maybe hit the 300 mark by the end of the season. But yeah, we're stacking it high and watching it fly up here. No doubt about it.
Paul, it's a pleasure to talk to you. I know you're busy. I'm going to let you go right now. But thanks for taking the time out talking to Fox Weather. Paul Schlegel, the commissioner of the city of Marquette, Michigan, up there, and a Youper. He said it right. He's a Youper. And I'll tell you what,
That's right.
Man, it takes a special kind of person, buddy. You are tough. Appreciate you.
Take care.
I severe storms on the bottom side of that storm complex as it rolled right through the Tennessee Valley earlier last night. Last night there were wind damage reports, and we had a couple tornado warnings that are out there as well. It was a tornado warned storm. We're seeing if they actually touched the ground or not. But the owner of Tennessee Valley Weather, Ben Luna, joins us right now. That was in the path. Ben, great to see you, my friend. Looks like you're out on the road. You doing a little surveying right now?
We are in the southeastern portion of Lawrence County, Tennessee, in the Five Points community, also the Bonnertown community, just a few hundred yards from the Alabama state line, where a suspected tornado drove right through this area just a few hours ago. Yesterday, we were near 80 degrees with springtime severe storms. And Bob, today, there's snow flying in the air here as crews work to clean this mess up, and people look to find any sort of normalcy of probably one of the more historic tornado events we've had in the 2020s.
Yeah, watch. Have you come across any major damage in your travel this morning?
We have. Behind me, crews are working to clear some of the damage from several homes. Within this immediate area, around 10 homes were either deemed destroyed or heavily damaged. Thankfully, no severe or critical injuries and no fatalities, but we are seeing damage from this particular storm extend back to the southwest into parts of North Alabama, where there, again, several structures were damaged to a varying degree in the Lexington, Alabama community late last night and early this morning.
Ben, I know this is your community right there. You grew up here. You live there. What was it like last night? What was the timing when this came through?
This came through, again, late Sunday night. I think this particular storm where we're at currently was around 10:40, 10:45. We worked to give a lot of the residents really good notice that we were tracking a storm that was rotating. The NWS popped a warning on it. And again, I think that led into the fact that nobody was critically injured and no loss of life. But still, you look around here, me being born and raised here and seeing this firsthand, it's a punch to the gut to see neighbors and friends and family members now suffering from loss because of the storm. And it's something that does leave a lasting impression on you.
That's why you do such a good job. You're from there. You know the area like the back of your hand. And I imagine since it came through at night, it was even worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see you're on a busy road right now. What's the schedule for you for the rest of the afternoon, Ben?
For the rest of the afternoon, we're going to hang around here. We're going to talk to a few folks who were affected by the storms. We're actually, I've been working with some of the first responder crews bringing in food from area restaurants to feed the first responders, utility workers working to clean up, and the area residents who were affected. And so immediately after this, I'm going to get back to working to help to get some food down here to help sustain these folks as they work to start piecing things back together.
So Ben, you are such a good man. I'm going to let you go do that. I appreciate you taking the time out. I know it's been busy for you as well. This storm has many legs. Ben, thanks. We'll talk to you again a little bit later on, hopefully sometime. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's the owner of Tennessee Valley Weather, Ben Luna. Again, great guy. All right, coming up, we've got more. You can see some of the weather that we had on Sunday. Severe thunderstorms. We had the warnings. Oh, man, look at the mules. They're okay, my goodness. And there's a shelf cloud right there. You can see that picture. Pretty intense around Missouri. We've got severe thunderstorms roaring out to the east right now. That's a look at St. Louis yesterday as well. Big temperature changes also. We'll get to all that and more coming up right after the break.
Hey, I'm Ari Sarsalari, and today we're talking about flooding. You know, flooding is one of the top weather-related killers in the U.S. every year, which is why it's important to know the different types of flood alerts issued by the National Weather Service. So you have flooding and flash flooding. Regular flooding is when a body of water like a lake, a river, a creek, or a stream overflows onto dry land. Now, these types of floods typically don't have rushing water. A flash flood happens when heavy rain causes a big, fast rise in water levels. Now, the flash flooding typically doesn't last that long, but it's so dangerous because of that rushing water. It can easily sweep away debris, vehicles, and even people. You never want to be unprepared for flooding, so make sure to download that Fox Weather app to stay up to date with the latest weather alerts. Fox Weather, weathering it together.
My cell phone bill kept going up. I started to look around, what are our other options? With Consumer Cellular, I'm saving over $50 a month. Same coverage, same data, same talk, same cell phone, simple.
So why am I paying way more for a big wireless plan? What am I getting for my money?
Consumer Cellular gives you the same fast, reliable nationwide network for up to half the cost of big wireless.
Same tower, same coverage.
I feel like people should know that.
They cut my bill just about in half.
I'm saving almost $100 a month.
That's over $1,000 a year.
Not only did I save money, but our coverage was vastly improved. It was fantastic.
There's got to be a catch, and I'm going to find it by going straight to the CEO himself, Ed Evans. What's up, Ed?
Because we serve primarily the 50-plus market today, we know our customers are going to use a lot less data. We can then set our pricing substantially lower than what the big three are able to do on the exact same networks.
Oh, I love that.
My job is to help you save money on wireless, even if you're on an unlimited plan.
My bill with the big carriers was over $300, and with Consumer Cellular, it's about $100.
Our customers ranked us #1 in network coverage satisfaction. And there's no long-term contracts.
When I look at what I had with Verizon, I'm not sure what I was paying extra for.
And yes, you could keep your number, no problem. Want to bring your phone? That's great too. We'll have you wrapped up in about 20 minutes. Really.
We hadn't gone back. We're not going back. We're with Consumer Cellular.
Call now and see how one of our U.S.-based Switch Pros can cut your bill by up to half. That's right, up to half. When you call right now, you'll even save an additional $25. Just use the code SAVE25. And AARP members save even more. Call 1-800-381-4449. That's 1-800-381-4449.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
Hey, good Monday afternoon, everybody. Thank you, as always, for being here with us on Fox Weather Now. I'm Ian Oliver. This is another brutally active spring day to get this work week rolling. We've got a sprawling 1,000-mile tornado watch. This is from Florida all the way up to northern Jersey, and it includes almost 40 million Americans. More than 26,000 flights have been disrupted by this mammoth storm so far. So here's where we stand. 13 active severe weather alerts, 12 are severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got 1 active tornado warning south and west of Myrtle Beach, but heading in that direction. There's the travel disruption, as I talked about. That's just for today, but when you put those together with the wintry side of this to Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, this is now up over 26,000 flights disrupted. So let's get to the latest on radar as this dangerous weather. In total, some form of severe weather risk. It's up over 85 million Americans along the East Coast. There's Murrells Inlet. Beautiful spot. Heading down there in a couple months. Cameras bouncing around. You see the temperatures in the mid-60s. South wind sustained somewhere around 22 miles per hour, but gusting higher. And I do think the more widespread hazard here is going to be wind as we move forward with time. So that's where things stand with the look of this. Do want to point out, good news, bad news. We do have this level 4 out of 5 threat for much of the mid-Atlantic corridor that includes D.C., Richmond, and Raleigh. We had these prefrontal storms that moved through, a trough that kicked up a pretty healthy coverage of storms that moved through during the morning hours. You look at our real color satellite, outside of some areas, which there will be spots where we get some healthy storms, no question. We've seen a decent amount of cloud cover through the afternoon hours, which is a wonderful thing in a setup like this, where storm energy was always going to be the question mark. It is and has been, but there is a ton of spin and strong winds aloft. So it was how potent, how much storm energy would be available. There is enough in spots to generate some serious storms, clearly, when you look at the number of alerts that are in effect right now. Here we go. So there's the level 4 zone that I was talking about, northeastern parts of South Carolina, all the way up to about Maryland. You've got 1 tornado warning I mentioned going up to Myrtle, another one that was just issued. That's just north of the Albemarle Sound, it looks like. So we got a couple of spots to watch. Here we go. This coverage is messy, and that's kind of the point that I was making. It's not some sharp front necessarily with the temperature gradient. It most certainly is, but it's been a messy kind of diffuse coverage of storms, and that may take this much of the sting out of it. Now, be aware, we've got some dangerous storms that we're watching. This one's just north of Georgetown. It's in Georgetown County. There's Myrtle Beach for reference. Now they've extended this. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning came out. Steph, does that have Tor Possible on it? Yeah, that's the look there. Is this just popped in? No. Okay, so that's Horry County. Runs until 3:45. So Conway is included in that. Much of Myrtle Beach is. There is some rotation in this right here. It's right in through there, just off to the south of Bucksport, but it's fairly broad. So the National Weather Service is seeing that, saying, yeah, that's a strong storm. We'll go severe thunderstorm warning and watch it just in case that rotation tightens up. But a good sign out of that southern tornado warning. Let's go up to the north and check in on that other tornado warning up into North Carolina. So big sprawling zone. Greenville points north and east. Elizabeth City is actually included in that tornado warning. This is an area that had some stronger storms earlier this afternoon. If you were watching Bob Van Dillon on America's Weather Center, there was a tornado warned storm somewhere close by. You've got some rotation in this one too, but as I mentioned with the other, fairly broad. Steph in Weather Command with us today, watching all of these storms throughout the afternoon and evening. Yeah, what's the net of that? 45 miles per hour. There's some rotation in it. It's not especially menacing right now. And then you move farther off to the north. This one, for population purposes, most certainly is. Just off to the east of D.C., Annapolis is included in this, down to Chesapeake Beach, everywhere up and down this line of storms. That is a healthy line right there. With wind gusts, you go from nothing to something real fast, from nothing into torrential rain. that line of wind will be moving on through. And you could see some wind gusts with that one up to about 60 miles per hour, maybe a little bit more than that. We've had numerous reports looking over my shoulder out of North Carolina had a gust up to 64 miles per hour. So these storms are producing that. And those are going to scream right on through Annapolis. Baltimore, northern parts of the metro, same story here. So this wouldn't be for something like a supercell. It would be rotation embedded within that line as it moves farther off to the east. Not out of the realm of possibility here that something twists up along portions of that line as different pieces of it move at varying paces. That can help bookend vortice a little bit of rotation. So these are the types of things that we're watching. We'll talk more about the timing and the rain totals up into the northeast, the cold side of this coming up. This potential outbreak of severe weather unfolding across the East Coast. We've got those tornado watches, as we said, from New York all the way up to Florida. We were talking about this in the Fox Forecast Center. It's more than 38 million Americans. This is probably the only place in the country that you could produce a number that large to be included simultaneously in a tornado watch. There's a live look from Richmond, Virginia, with tornadoes and damaging wind gusts, some that could exceed 70 miles per hour, indicated by the National Weather Service. Travel will become dangerous. We've been talking about power outages, both the warm side, the severe side, and the wintry side with all the wind. We got around 400,000 customers without power across the country. Let's head out to Richmond, Virginia. That's where we find Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne. Katie, what's the day been like? Because I know kind of a messy setup we've been talking about. Storms out ahead of that front, but until the front is through, the severe weather risk isn't done.
Right, Ian. Well, I drove south from the Philly area to get here to Richmond, encountered some storms along the way, but not too bad of a drive. It's really this evening commute that has us concerned. And of course, you mentioned the fact that we've got a really densely populated area that's dealing with the severe weather threat. You look at the mid-Atlantic region, you got almost 40 million Americans under this risk for severe weather. So the possibility of damaging winds, tornadoes, it's all there. Now is the timing for folks to start thinking about their safe place, where they would go if they were to get one of those tornado warnings issued in their area. And of course, it's also a region that's not super accustomed to getting things like that. I can tell you, in my own experience, my daycare where my son is this morning sent out an alert asking parents to come pick up the kids early today. This is in the Philadelphia suburbs because of concerns about the severe weather that's in the forecast this afternoon. So I think people are starting to think ahead and come up with a game plan from this time frame now, which is, of course, also unfortunate. We're dealing with that evening commute. Lots of people could be out on the roads across the region, and we also have this severe weather threat in the forecast. So officials in conference earlier today warning folks to take this seriously because they say it's very unusual to see a risk like this in this area.
Our current risk level is similar to that of traditional tornado alley states like Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Tennessee. And the last time we had these conditions was the 2012 derecho that caused significant damage to the district.
Definitely strong messaging from officials earlier today. Of course, we're expecting updates as the day continues. We know those crews have already worked on trying to clear storm drains and things like that. They're also pre-staging teams ahead of potential outages in the region. And we're also already seeing crews clean up storm damage in the south. Outside of Atlanta, in Rockdale, Georgia, we saw the storms take down trees. There you mentioned the outages that we're already seeing, Ian, and we're still getting into really the prime time for the folks in the Northeast to be dealing with this. You can see we don't have rain here just yet, but we have had some on and off downpours that I encountered on my drive. None of them lasted too long, but still that main threat is coming up for us, and then it should taper off according to the tornado watch that we have here around 7 o'clock tonight, Ian.
Yeah, Katie, you've got storms on all flanks, some that are off to your east now, but still that front, which is another forcing for another line of storms into this evening. So we'll be watching all of it. That's Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne. Thanks for being here. We'll be checking back. Timing's everything with this. We got one round, as I mentioned, going through, and now the boundary itself needs to make its way through during the evening hours. Bane Froney with us, tracking what's still to come. Bane, we've got the severe weather threat persisting, but for some, it's just a ton of rain that's going to hang around through the evening and tonight.
A ton of rain, and also what Katie was saying, it's at the worst timing. Folks are trying to head home from work. This is right around the time after-school activities are getting out as well. So it's going to be a rough go of things on the roads, especially up towards the northeast, where we still have the potential to see some severe storms rolling in. We're already starting to see that just close to the D.C. area. But again, farther up north, we have a whole lot more rain heading our way. But let's not forget about those wind gusts, too, because we're also going to be feeling the impacts of the gusty winds, of all of the rain. It's going to be some strong systems that still continue to move through, so don't forget about that. But we're already starting to see some wind gusts over out of New York, out of JFK. 38-mile-per-hour wind gusts has just made its way through. So we do have those wind advisories in play as well through tonight and into tomorrow morning. High wind warning that's going to be including parts of Boston and Massachusetts as well. Again, this is going to be through tonight and through tomorrow morning. So we have a couple more hours to go with this. It's just not one and done. It's going to be a couple rounds of some training storms. So as we continue to move throughout the rest of the day today, wind gusts can reach up to 60, 70 miles per hour. That's a possibility as that front starts to make its way through the northeast. This will continue overnight and into early on our Tuesday morning before those winds finally start to die down. Now, back to the flooding threat, because again, with these storm systems, they have a lot of moisture to work with. We could see a lot of rain coming down at once. The rain rates are going to be intense. They have already been. We've seen that historically with a couple of these systems already. So we do have flood watches in play already through tonight and through tomorrow morning. A couple of flood warnings popping up as well, looks like over into Massachusetts as of right now. So looking into how much rain we could see, anywhere from half an inch to maybe 2 inches of rain will be possible just in the next 24 hours or so, maybe even less than that, probably closer to 12 hours. But you'll notice this, areas a little bit farther to the north will also see a bit of snow. As that front moves through, those temperatures really begin to drop. So any of that moisture that gets mixed in will be falling as snow. And that's also that energy that's coming off of the Midwest too. So we have to keep that in mind. More snow on the way for folks that are going to be into Pennsylvania as well as up into upstate New York, getting a little bit in on the lake effect action there. But again, that flooding impact, we could see some areas in those higher elevations getting closer to 1 to 2, 2 to 3 inches of rain in the next 12 hours. Now, on top of this, our temperatures are also warming up. So there's a lot of areas that still have snow on the ground. So snow melt is going to happen very, very quickly. We could also be watching out for some more of those ice jams as well. So add in the snow melt as well as more rain on top of that. Flooding impacts are going to be a probability on those roadways. So be aware as we move throughout the next few hours. And looking at these lines of storms that are going to be training through this again along this cold front, some very heavy rain at times. Maybe it won't be very consistent with the heavy rain, but we could see decent rain rates falling for a couple of minutes here and there as we continue throughout the rest of this evening, overnight and into tomorrow morning. Once we get into the morning hours tomorrow, things start to clear out. So that morning commute won't be as bad, but still could be dealing with quite a bit of that flooding impact too here, Ian. Looking closer into New York for the next few hours, we have more rain and storms rolling through again. 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, right around when folks are trying to head home from work along the I-95 corridor. It's going to be gusty. It's going to be rainy. Just going to be a very messy go of things for this evening commute. So be careful on the roads. We have a couple hours left of this, Ian.
No question, Bane. We'll be on it. Fox Weather is your severe weather HQ. The nation's capital under the danger for severe weather moving through the next several hours. A tornado watch issued until 7 p.m. this evening. Congress canceling today's votes due to travel disruptions from these severe storms. Fox News chief congressional correspondent Chad Pergram has more on the situation. We're chatting with him next. Stay with us on Fox Weather.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as 1 day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. These plans have a $0 monthly plan premium. Most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance. Get over $1,000 a year. That's $85 a month to help pay for covered over-the-counter items like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options Allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. Call today to learn about all the items covered. You could have $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions all year long, including select brand name drugs. All plans have $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, which include 2 free cleanings a year, as well as coverage towards fillings. They also have vision coverage, including vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts, and hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing exams and coverage towards hearing aids. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana networks. So call the number on your screen now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance to help pay for covered over-the-counter items? So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. So call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. What a mess on a Monday. This is a travel nightmare unfolding as we're watching impacts from this powerful blizzard, and on the warm side of it, an outbreak of severe storms. And the issue here is we wrapped up last week in a very similar way. These airports haven't had an opportunity, enough quiet time to get back on track. And with that, some giant numbers for disrupted flights. Sunday through Tuesday alone, yesterday through tomorrow, 26,000 plus. So there's the misery map across the Northeast. An ugly look, as I mentioned. Look at Reagan. We're going to go to D.C. in just a moment. That misery meter is cranked about 2/3 of the way up. LaGuardia is awfully close to that. BWI up toward Logan in Boston. We've got some issues. There you go. Reagan, a ground delay in effect, and a ground stop as those powerful storms are moving through Baltimore right now. So as we look at the overall Washington, D.C., Baltimore metro area airports, 25%, quarter of all flights have been delayed today. 18% have been canceled, which is a huge number. And this is going to be one of those scenarios, both the storm at the end of last week, now this, as we move through the next several days, it will take days at a minimum for these airports to get back on track. All the while, we're not done with the severe weather. We've got until 7 o'clock these tornado watches in effect, including right there in the nation's capital. Let's go down to northeastern parts of North Carolina. Big sprawling severe thunderstorm warning. That's moving into the coastal plains, but just north of the Albemarle Sound, that's where we have this tornado warning, which was extended in through here just south of Elizabeth City. This is where we've been watching some rotation. So that tornado warning runs for another 12 minutes or so. It hasn't been all that tight, but that rotation's there, and you need to treat that storm as if it's producing a tornado right now. If you're in Elizabeth City or anywhere in that tornado warning box, go ahead and get to your tornado safe spot. That's going to be moving on through. New scan showing, yeah, it's a touch broad, but that rotation is most certainly still there. Let's head out to our nation's capital. That's where we're tracking some dangerous weather moving in. It's up and down the East Coast, and it doesn't leave out D.C. The National Weather Service issued a tornado watch for Washington, D.C., and officials are already taking action. D.C. public schools, they're closing 2 hours early, and emergency managers are urging residents to prepare for damaging winds and possible tornadoes. All of this happening as air travel is already under pressure from the government shutdown, that partial government shutdown, impacting TSA staffing at airports. Transportation officials say thousands of flights are already delayed or canceled as this major storm moves across the eastern part of the country. Let's bring in Fox News chief congressional correspondent Chad Pergram live from the Capitol. Chad, we got storms moving through already today. Tornado watch still in effect. There are more on the way. A shutdown straining airport operations and now canceled votes on the Hill today. This feels like a negative feedback loop of sorts.
That's right. In fact, we were watching our neighbor's dog, and they were supposed to go to the airport today, and they couldn't get them out till Thursday. They were supposed to go to Florida, and so they came back to get the dog today. So weather concerns of this magnitude only unfold in D.C. a few times each decade. Now, the city, as you say, it's under a tornado watch through 7 p.m. Eastern time tonight. D.C. officials are taking the extreme weather threat seriously.
And the last time we had these conditions was the 2012 derecho that caused significant damage to the district. This is a risk level that we rarely see in our area, and we will see temperatures continue to climb this afternoon and fuel this storm.
This is always a good barometer for weather. The House of Representatives ditched votes tonight. There were thousands of canceled flights over the weekend. That's because of the megastorm pounding the upper Midwest and Great Lakes. Torrential weather is expected in D.C. tonight. The storms may hit right as members of Congress fly into Washington for floor votes.
If we have significant numbers of down trees or down power lines across the city, it could take several days or longer to get back to normal. So we all are praying to the weather gods, but we are also preparing.
Now, people spotted a tornado near Capitol Hill last summer, and a couple of years ago, the National Weather Service issued a rare tornado warning for the nation's capital. Ian?
Yeah, it's one of those days where, as you said, it's rare, but this is high impact weather that we're talking about, and it's very poorly timed for so many reasons. That's Fox News chief congressional correspondent Chad Pergram. Chad, always appreciate your insight. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a turbulent switch up for millions of people. Yes, that includes the severe weather potential. Some places down south saw snow squall warnings and tornado warnings in the same day. That's a lot. Kiana Lewis is here with us. She's been watching. Kiana, this is twice in a week we've gone through a dramatic switch up like this.
Yeah, Mark just serving everything extreme at this point. I mean, this cold front has been powerful. Behind it now, we have more cold Canadian air that's funneling through. So any rain that has fallen, well, it's starting to transition to some snow, and it's been truly a case of the extremes. Nashville actually dropped 40 degrees in the last 24 hours, and they're finishing off, at least the state, with some of those flakes that were flying. So let's get started in the south first, because we do have some of this moving off towards the north here too. Yesterday, temperatures were in the 70s. Memphis 78, Huntsville 75, Atlanta 72. You fast forward this, and as we kind of look at how things have been progressing today, temperatures have dropped significantly, but we also see a lot of that blue behind that front that's pushing through. Atlanta's getting in on some wet flurries. Certain levels of the atmosphere are likely sitting at that freezing mark. So we have a lot of this cold air just kind of settling in. Wasn't just there. We take you all the way down to the Gulf Coast, Mississippi, Louisiana, reporting not only some snow, but also some sleet. So we had this secondary round of, winter that really made itself known. You look at an area like Jan Airport here, light snow mixing with the rain that was observed by the National Weather Service. Now, when we look at the big picture, we have all this cold air that's still working its way in, meaning that as this front continues to progress east, we will continue to keep things cold back to the west and down through the south. So where we're watching that rain that's eventually meeting up with some of that cold air, we have this moisture coming in from the Gulf, cold air from the north. It's clashing in between. I-40 corridor is a prime example of that. Notice that the first leg of this shows some rain. The last couple of frames of this radar sees that snow. So that's what's going to be settling in. Nick, the good news here is that none of this is really accumulating snow. It's not significant snow, if you will, but you definitely feel the difference in the atmosphere. I mean, temperatures all across the board, from Minneapolis sitting at 1 degree as the feel-like temperature, all the way down to Nashville below the freezing mark there too. So the cold air definitely has settled in. This is how dramatic it's been. You look at an area like Indianapolis, 44 degrees cooler than this time yesterday, all the way down to Alexandria, 32 degrees cooler. Look at Texas, Midland, 43 degrees colder than this time yesterday. So this cold air is kind of settling in. It's going to stick with us through the remainder of tonight, definitely moving off towards the north, eventually into the north and east. All that purple air is the coldest of that cold air, but it makes its way across the south. So we have a couple of alerts that are up right now, frost and freeze alerts for the moment, going through at least tomorrow morning. Another cold morning ahead of us for those across the southeast. I do want to touch base with the north really quickly, because as we look at the Midwest, pushing into an area like Pittsburgh, you're watching that rain first, lifting to the north. Cold air is outrunning it a little bit, so we're watching that I-77 corridor kind of catch up to some snow. That's going to be the case going into later tonight. Notice an area like Charleston, West Virginia. We watch that evening commute, some flurries kind of accompanying us, and then temperatures dropping into the 20s, Ian, as we get into tomorrow. I don't think winter's done with us just yet.
Yeah, clearly, huh? It feels like one of those fronts is reasonable in a week. Maybe not two. It's a little much. Hey, join Fox in supporting our troops. From daily needs to global emergencies, help us be there for those who serve. You can scan the QR code or visit go.fox/Red Cross to donate to help out the armed forces today. Easy way to make a difference right there, so please help out if you can. Fox Weather is your severe weather HQ. We're continuing to track this sprawling storm as it continues charging toward the eastern seaboard. We've got a tornado watch for much of the eastern seaboard running through about 7 p.m. this evening. So we get a window with some dangerous storms, a full slate of coverage ahead as we head into the evening hours. Make sure you stick around as Steve, Kiana, and Ari will have you covered later tonight. We're staring at these storms on the radar and keeping you updated with the latest. Stay with us. More Fox Weather after the break.
Let me show you how to take your outdated, unsafe bathroom from this to this in as little as one day. Hey there, I'm Art Edmonds, jacuzzi bath remodel expert here to answer your burning questions on how you can get the bathroom of your dreams. First up, why should I upgrade my bath or shower? That's a good one. You can't stand the outdated look, the color, the cracked tiles, and the mold. Or maybe you're upgrading for safety. Stepping over a tub can be dangerous. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel makes it simple to get a beautiful new bath or shower that's also safer thanks to easy entry design, perfectly placed grab bars, a custom seat, and adjustable shower head.
It's awesome.
Hey.
It massively exceeded the expectations.
Is Jacuzzi Bath Remodel affordable? Yes. We have styles and options to fit every budget. And right now is one of our best offers ever.
Get started today, and Jacuzzi Bath Remodel will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
How long does getting a new bath or shower take? With other companies, it can take weeks or months. But with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel, installation takes place in as little as one day.
It's done in one day. Oh my God. It's beautiful work. Flawless.
How do I pick the style I want? A designer helps you select from a variety of beautiful shower walls, rich textures, designer colors, elegant accessories, and premium features like Jacuzzi's soft close doors. Why is Jacuzzi the best company to choose? That's an easy one, with thousands of happy customers.
I could not be happier. Love it.
You can trust Jacuzzi to get the bathroom of your dreams.
It exceeded all my expectations.
When is the best time for a deal? Right now.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com for a limited time offer. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Call 800-417-4504. That's 800-417-4504. Call now.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly. If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
Who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
This is the story of the one. The one knows that when the big game is days away, the unexpected can put everything on the line. But with a solid game plan and a teammate like Grainger that she can rely on to deliver the product she needs when she needs it, she's confident that she will always win the day. And her team will do the same. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. Thanks for being here with us at the bottom of the hour. I'm Ian Oliver. This has potent spring weather written all over it. You see the severe weather threat, which is still significant, finding its way to the East Coast. Backside of this, where there's still some moisture around, cold air wrapping in, some snow breaking out into the Appalachians through eastern parts of Kentucky, too. Like a little burst went through the bluegrass. We had snow briefly down in Alabama earlier today. So folks are saying we're in the middle part of March. This is a little much. The severe weather side of this, 8 active severe thunderstorm warnings, 1 active tornado warning. Both sides of this powerful storm, the cold side and the severe weather, that's the total number of power outages across the country, more than 430,000 customers. So this is impactful in many ways, but in the short term, it's the severe weather that's the greatest concern. So let's get you updated on that. Rare level 4 out of 5 threat for portions of the mid-Atlantic. That's Mayock, North Carolina, 70. Winds out of the south, 20 miles per hour. The front is not through yet, clearly. And you see the visibility is poor, we'll describe it. It's been a messy day today, and that has some impact on how the rest of this all plays out. Now, keep in mind, there are tornado watches along and out ahead of the front, which is still back to the west, from Florida all the way up to northern New Jersey. Just a massive coverage to the tornado watches. We've got several of the ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm curious if that tornado warning, it did. Okay, I just updated. The one we were watching just north of the Albemarle Sound, you don't see it in the system anymore. It was allowed to expire 40 seconds ago. So some good news with that. Right now, just the active severe thunderstorm warnings. This is what that coverage looks like. And I said it was messy. If you've got the cold front still back here somewhere, I think more so than forecast models had suggested, there was more in the way of thunderstorms through the early part of the day, out ahead of the front, and some leftover cloud cover, which limited the potential for the atmosphere to destabilize before that front, which was supposed to be the main event, moved on through. That's not to say there's no severe weather threat. There most certainly is, and you got to pay attention to these storms. That's the one we were looking at right there. So the live camera you saw was here. The cell is off to the south. It's still bowing. There's a bunch of wind in that, and that's kind of the interesting part of this setup. It's strong winds aloft, call it 5,000 feet or so, just off the deck. So any storms that grow tall and intense can easily mix that wind down to the surface. That's still true. It's just the cloud cover limited the amount of overall storm energy, which was always kind of the biggest question mark in this type of setup. Now, you get a storm like this over the Chesapeake. It's a severe storm that was moving into Annapolis, still healthy. Over on the east side of this, the Maryland side, both sides of Maryland, Kent and Queen Anne's County, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning, but it's got that tag, tornado possible, as what's moving through Annapolis right now, and then eventually briefly over the water. There have been fleeting areas of spin along that line, and that's going to be the most apparent threat in a tornadic sense would be pieces of these broken lines and clusters displaying some rotation and perhaps producing tornadoes. In a more widespread sense, it's damaging wind gusts that will be, for more people, the threat that you can reasonably expect. There's the front approaching, and it's stark, both with temperatures, we'll feel that, but also the amount of moisture in the air. So this drier air is much more dense, finds its way over the Appalachians, and undercuts what's left of a fairly juicy atmosphere to produce some powerful storms. Dew points in Norfolk, mid-60s. So we're not through this yet. We're going to have to watch all of these strong storms as they develop and watch, as I mentioned, for damaging wind gusts and for isolated tornadoes.
This segment is brought to you by Blue Eddy, a trusted name in backup power for 13 years, delivering clean, indoor-safe energy to keep your home powered during severe storms.
All the while, this life-threatening blizzard continues to roar through the Great Lakes. Marquette, Michigan is right in the bullseye of all of it. Take a look at what you're seeing on the screen here. The left is Marquette yesterday as the blizzard arrived. Center is the conditions intensifying early this morning. Right side is what things look like right now, which I would not describe as necessarily improved. We've got what could be in excess of a foot, maybe up to 2 feet of snow still to come. Fox Weather's Robert Ray has been out there braving the elements, quite literally, from the ground. Let's check in with him. Robert, what a scene this has been like. You want to talk about the two sides of a storm. Well, at the cold side, you've seen the absolute worst of it.
We are in the most intense situation you could possibly put yourself in this blizzard on Lake Superior right here. The icy waves and all of these winds coming in here. Ian, these have got to be 60-mile-an-hour plus wind gusts that are making their way in here. Every once in a while, waves lap up here and you see the frozen tundra that is. And as a matter of fact, the left side of my pant to your right is completely frozen over from the spray that is coming in here. And this is all iced over. Look at this tree right now here, full of ice. It is quite literally just put into its own place by the blizzard conditions and the snow and the winds that made through. We are about 5 miles away from downtown Marquette. To get here was extreme whiteout conditions. As we made here, we wanted to see what Lake Superior looked like at this point compared to what it was yesterday. And I can tell you, what I'm standing in right now feels like a hurricane. You have to brace yourself in the same capacity. It's the same kind of energy, except for it's way more intense and uncomfortable because of the freezing temperatures. It is below zero right now with these winds. And I think the temperature last time I looked was like 14 degrees. But I'm just gonna kind of walk very, very carefully as we can. And Ryan, be careful as we walk over these chunks of ice here. This is completely caked over and you could easily fall and slip. You do not want a situation like that. And Ryan, if you could turn the camera and show them this tree iced over with the waves splashing in right now. This is energy and winter force like I've never seen before, certainly. I just cannot imagine anything more, impossible to go through for the people here in the UP. Completely glazed over in ice. On the interior, you have the blowing snow drifts, and you have piles of snow and wind moving through the neighborhoods. And now here on the lakeshore, dangerous conditions as these waves break through, and it is just full of ice, 100%. It's amazing to me that the side of my pants and my coat is just completely iced over. You hear that, Ian, and you see this tree again. I can't get over this. This is what is just so phenomenal to me, to see the branches covered with this heavy ice. It almost looks like a giant hand or a paw as winds continue to kick in here. These are a lot more intense than what we experience on the interior, obviously. Lake Superior creating its own energy, a massive lake, 360 miles wide, 160 miles long. So we'll continue to bring you this winter storm, historic winter storm, as about 2 feet of snow has already fallen here in Marquette, and we have a long way to go into this evening, into the overnight, and even tomorrow. Ian, back to you.
Hey, Robert, I wanted to ask you quickly before we let you go. You said that feels like a hurricane, which coming from you is a qualified statement. Is it weird being out in those conditions, in those temperatures, standing on ice next to a body of water like that?
It is the most uncomfortable thing I think that you could go through, especially when you realize that when you're out here long enough with the spray, that you start to become a frozen icicle, a frozen branch or human, just like the tree and everything around you.
Yeah.
You just can't survive this in these conditions for too long. And that's why, you can only spend about 10 minutes out here, and then you've got to get inside. The extremities on the face, absolutely freezing. Horrible feeling.
Yeah, it gets cold covering hurricanes sometimes and tropical weather because of the wind and the rain. Never mind when the actual feels like temperatures dip below zero. That's Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray with the latest from Marquette. We'll be checking back with you. Thank you. Hey, just into Fox Weather, the breaking alert here. A portion of the tornado watch, South Carolina, Georgia, has been dropped. You also notice it's peeled back. The nation's capital stripped from the tornado watch. So some good news with that. That goes in some of these areas to talk about what we were just several minutes back discussing, areas that had storms that preceded that main front. And with that, just limited storm energy. It's a good thing, but still some powerful storms. The threat of severe weather is still there until that front has passed you by. And when that front passes you by, your temperatures go into a free fall, and then it doesn't feel like what Robert's feeling, but it feels something closer to that.
Yeah,
our version of it.
You're definitely going to feel it when that cold front comes through. With the wind gusts, too. I mean, we still have that storm potential. Thankfully, some of those earlier storms kind of dampening down that instability, so maybe not so much that tornado threat. In some of these spots, we still have a threat for that tornadic activity. And, of course, that severe weather. We still have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that are popping up as well into parts of Pennsylvania right now. But take a look at this. You can see some snow on the back end of this system. But we'll get to that in a minute. First, let's talk about what's going to be happening later on this evening, because this commute home for a lot of folks into the Northeast going to be a rough one. We have a lot of rain on the way, heavy rain as well. We're looking out for some flooding impacts. Of course, those gusty winds are going to be impactful as well, but this will continue pretty much all night long throughout the I-95 corridor with some widespread rain, a little bit of snow on the back end of that as well. Maybe not so much reaching the I-95 corridor, maybe just a little bit too warm there, but we will see some more of that snow impacting upstate New York as well as into parts of Pennsylvania. Those higher elevations also getting in on the action when it comes to that snowfall. Now, again, gusty. Wind advisories are in play all across the Northeast, as well as high wind warnings that are also in place into parts of Vermont, as well as into Massachusetts for later on tonight and into this overnight into tomorrow morning. You'll see here our wind gusts could be picking up to 60, 70 miles per hour into the New York area. Boston, same goes, 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts will be possible overnight and into our early hours. Now, once we get into the morning and into the afternoon on Tuesday, the gusts will still be there. It'll still be a breezy day, but a lot of the energy will be heading out of here more towards the Northeast and out into the Atlantic. But those flood watches are still in play, too. This is going to be through the rest of the day today and overnight into our Tuesday. Flood watches all along the Northeast. We'll see that into parts of Massachusetts as well as into Maine as well as in New Hampshire. So flood warnings are on deck as well into parts of Massachusetts, already getting a little bit more of those heavier rain impacts, those heavier storms that are continuing to track up towards the Northeast. But again, we could see a good 1 to 2 inches of rain in some of these higher elevations in some of those isolated spots as well. On top of this, with the rain and those warmer temperatures, we still have a lot of snow that's on the ground in some of these states. So a lot of snow melt is going to be occurring. And when we have that on top of extra inches of rain, that's when we have that real impact of some flooding. So watching out for that tonight and overnight into tomorrow. But just in general, for folks in the Northeast for this evening commute, it's going to be a rough one, so take it slow on the roads. And if it gets too rainy, if the rain rates are too intense, just pull over for a little bit. It's going to be a pretty intense night for folks in the Northeast.
Yeah, Ben, we still have severe storms ripping their way across the mid-Atlantic. The evening commutes will be impacted, dangerous in spots. This is already after flight disruptions have mounted from both the severe storms and the blizzard aspect of this that Robert just showed us. The number of flights impacted, more than 26,000. Check out the right side of your screen. That's our live blog on foxweather.com. All the latest information as it comes into our newsroom in the Fox Forecast Center. You can find it right there. It's an excellent resource. We're going to take a look at the radar. We'll talk more about the travel impacts when Fox Weather Now comes right back.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
I'm Jonathan Lawson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps.
The 3 what?
The 3 Ps.
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 54 and was a smoker, but quit. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I'm 65, retired, and take medications. What's my price?
Also $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80 and I'm on a fixed income. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. If you're age 50 to 85, call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn program. Options start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. You cannot be turned down because of your health. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. And this plan has a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, so your rate can never go up for any reason. Options start at $9.95 a month. Plus, you get a 30-day money-back guarantee. So call now for free information, and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record your important information and give helpful direction to your loved ones with your final wishes. And it's yours free, just for calling. So call now for free information.
Call 1-800-253-3903 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-253-3903. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-253-3903. Call now.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. As a blizzard, some strong and severe storms are finding their way to the East Coast, a partial government shutdown, all these things snarling travel across a big chunk of the country today. There's the misery map down across the southeast. We showed you the mid-Atlantic and up into the northeast. Look at Hartsfield-Jackson, world's busiest airport. They're in a ground delay, and the misery meter there is cranking up. We've got an overall misery index, level 4 out of 4, so the extreme category. That's the reason for it. I was just looking at the average delay there, somewhere around 70 minutes. 41% of flights are delayed, 14% are canceled, and there are de-icing operations underway. So, man, a tough day to travel for so many reasons, and we've got some new severe thunderstorm warnings issued. The Hampton Roads region of Virginia, both Norfolk and Virginia Beach, there's a couple of separate severe thunderstorm warnings. That one, moving through Norfolk, has tornado possible, so dangerous storm. We'll keep an eye on that. Same story for all of these storms, north to south, up and down the eastern seaboard. Let's head back out to Michigan. This is where we follow a monster blizzard. Traverse City, Michigan, under a winter storm warning. You've got widespread blowing snow expected to make the evening commute, if there is one, I don't think there is for most folks, awfully dangerous. We've got Fox Weather meteorologist Jay Manar out facing the storm. That's face-to-face right there. She joins us live with some updates. Jane, I've been watching some of your reports out there. Man, that's a tough, these are places that have had a tough winter, but you get into the middle part of March, you get a 1-2 of storms like end of last week and this. That's a situation right there.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. Anything goes here in March in Michigan, but these Michiganders, they know how to deal with it. The snow has just started yet again. It's almost as if we had a little TV magic on our hands with Mother Nature. Visibility drops every time we get into one of these bands coming off of Lake Michigan because the storm, it's pulling away. So the snow that we're going to get through the night tonight, which by the way could be quite hefty, we're talking possibly another 5 to 8 inches of snow in some areas, close to a foot. So we're not done with accumulating snow here in northern Michigan. The UP here down in Traverse City, up towards Petoskey, which is not too far away, maybe about an hour's drive. They had 20 plus inches of snow, people buried in. And I think what's been so interesting about this story is when we first got here, we were anticipating maybe 1 to 2 feet of snow. And then that forecast started to evolve. Models were hinting maybe we would get more on the ice side of this storm. Ice storm warning was put in effect here in Traverse City, and then the cold air just kept winning last night. We had a little sleet for a few hours. That mixed into some of our totals. Right now, our snow depth is about 13 inches, but these drifts have been incredible. I don't know if you guys saw my shots this morning, but the winds were howling as that area of low pressure, as our storm kicked across Michigan. We've had a nice break for about the last 2-3 hours in some of the strongest of those wind gusts, but now it's the backside of that low. And Green Bay, my goodness, Robert's shot, right? I mean, those winds are upwards of 40, 50 plus miles an hour. I'm eyeing that on the other side of the lake saying, I know that's coming in my direction. So things are slow go. We still have over 100,000 customers without power. Most of that where we had icing, Alpena, right? Over towards Gaylord. Cadillac even had 1/4 inch of ice. That's just to our south by about a half an hour. So there are some serious issues. Roscommon County, that is where we have a local state of emergency because over 90% of the county is without power. They have 480 crews working overtime to try to restore things, but winds make that tough, Ian, you know that, and unfortunately we're not going to see winds die down until maybe tomorrow at best, and it's still kind of a long night ahead of us here as we come in and out of these snow bands.
Yeah, some scenes right there, Jane. Ones we wondered if we would see again this winter, and this weekend answered that question. So we'll be checking back with you in a little bit. That's Fox Weather meteorologist Jane Menard in Traverse City, Michigan. Let's go back to the warm side of this storm. We're tracking dangerous severe storms up and down the coast. Damaging winds with the thunderstorms, that appears to be the most widespread threat, but tornadoes are still possible. So we're watching the radar awfully closely. We've got the president and CEO of the Norcast Media Group, Nick Pittman, joining us now. Nor'easter Nick. Nick, what are your thoughts on what's going on here? Because this is a little bit of a head-scratching scenario in the sense that the prefrontal trough, or this coverage of storms out ahead of the main line, completely over-delivered, in my opinion. What are you looking at?
100%. And, I think that has allowed for more stability. We have the onshore flow. I don't agree with the tornado watch being issued all the way to the coast. That was kind of a head scratcher to me. We always knew that area was going to be a little bit more stable. But this round of rain that is coming through, not very impressive. It's kind of moderate. But that line out to the west, if that can tap into the low-level jet energy, then, yeah, that is how we're going to perform to get those 60-plus mile-an-hour gusts. I have seen the severe thunderstorm warnings associated with that line, but so far the instability is not impressive. The wind shear is certainly there, and if you listen closely, anybody that goes outside can actually hear that low-level jet roaring. So we know that the wind is there, but you need a transfer mechanism in the form of heavy rain, and we just haven't had that in South Jersey yet. Now, that slug of rain is going to be heading up the coast. I don't really think that's going to be enough to tap into that energy, which is great because the last time I looked, we had some gusts to 45 miles an hour without thunderstorms. So in and of itself, it is still a windy day out there, but we have to watch that line to the west. And then if you look on the high resolution models, we have another band coming through 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight. So there's still opportunities on the table. I don't want anybody to think that, just because there's nothing going on in my backyard, well, quite literally, that we are out of the woods just yet, because there is still that potential that these thunderstorms break that cap and we transfer some of that energy down to the surface.
Yeah, my compliment on that backyard, by the way. Classy establishment you're running over there. But Nick, I do feel like it's pretty easy to Monday morning or Monday afternoon quarterback this a little bit. But this is a classic go, no go setup, right? Kind of a high ceiling, but one that also has bust potential. When you mentioned the winds aloft, the amount of shear, but the storm energy was always going to be limited.
Oh, 100%. And, I think a lot of people are just so in the zone of, oh, well, this is a bust. It's the first one of the season for the Mid-Atlantic. And to have a moderate risk of severe weather is very rare for this time of the year for this area. So I could understand how people could be a little bit upset. But, I always ask people that complain, what do you want me to tell you? I'm sorry that your roof wasn't torn off or something like that. The majority of people understand the nuances and the science that goes into all of it. But there's always that 1% of the population that just refuses to understand what we tell them. But no, I think that there is still some opportunity there as that frontal system actually comes through. We have that strong southerly breeze. You're going to abruptly change it, and that's going to add a little bit more spin. I wouldn't be shocked if there's a tornado warning or two in southeast Pennsylvania or the western side of South Jersey, for that matter, later on.
Yeah, and folks have to understand, too, there's no going the other way. You have to get the word out when there's a reasonable potential for upside like that or dangerous weather, and there still is. We'll be watching it. That's the president and the CEO of Norcast Media Group, Nick Pittman. Nick, always great to chat with you. Thank you.
Likewise.
We still have a few more hours to go as these storms find their way to the East Coast. Northeast getting into that heavy rain, some flash flooding, and Bane, what follows this, some folks like even less.
I know. We have some cold air coming in as well. It's not over yet, you guys, and we still have a long ways to go with all of this rain moving into the area. Looking ahead for the next couple of hours, this line of storms still tracking throughout the eastern part of the country and up towards the northeast. We're up next for even more of that rain, even that flooding impact as well as we continue to move throughout the next few hours. This will continue overnight and into our Tuesday with rounds of rain. It'll be intense rain at times. On top of this, too, we have quite a bit of wind alerts still in play until tomorrow morning. So those wind gusts are also going to be picking up close to 60, 70 miles per hour. That's going to be a possibility for folks into the northeast for the rest of the night and moving overnight into our Tuesday early morning. So a long ways to go. Rounds and rounds of showers here, Ian, but we also have that cold air on the way and even some snow for some spots in the northeast.
Man, much to watch on both sides of that powerful front, the severe weather potential and some snow. Not quite done with that just yet. That's going to do it for this hour of Fox Weather Now. Stay with us through the afternoon, through the evening, as we watch those powerful storms find their way to the East Coast.
Are you ready for a fresh new bath or shower? Well, now is the best time. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Hi, I'm Christina, and it's time to flip your old worn out bath or shower with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel today. Everyone knows the Jacuzzi brand. They're the most trusted name in water for more than 70 years. But did you know they can install a gorgeous bath or shower that feels incredible in as little as 1 day? It's no stress and no mess with a lifetime warranty. Now let's talk beauty. You deserve to start and end your day in a beautiful space that feels great and is custom designed just for you. So call or go online now to see the Christina preferred designs like Canyon, Farm, and Urban. Now that's the total bathroom beauty that I love at a price you can afford. And how about safety? Like an ultra low profile, easy entry shower, complete with grab bars and a custom design seat. You deserve safety and peace of mind without sacrificing style. Because with all the worries in daily life, taking a shower shouldn't be one of them.
Every time I stepped over my old tub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
I've been trying to get him to remodel that bath for years. I called and they did in just 1 day.
And at a price we could afford.
With one call to Jacuzzi Bath Remodel, you can effortlessly transform that old, ugly eyesore into the stunning bath or shower of your dreams that you'll love for years to come.
For a limited time, we're waiving all installation costs and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-7191. That's 800-384-7191. Call now.
It's 2026, and Medicare Advantage plans are available in zip codes across the United States. So what are you waiting for? Find out if you're eligible. Call now to check your zip code. If you don't have a Medicare Advantage plan, also known as Medicare Part C, now is the time to check your zip code. If you're confused about Medicare and want someone to help make it easier and simpler to understand your options, call to check your zip code. You may be eligible for a special enrollment period. Call to check your zip code. If you recently lost coverage and no longer have the coverage you need, now is the time to check your zip code. Enrolling in a Medicare Advantage plan is not automatic. It's up to you to call and check your zip code. Our licensed insurance agents are standing by to help determine if you're eligible for a special enrollment period. Call now to check your zip code and get your free Medicare benefits review.
Call 800-611-3928. That's 800-611-3928. Call now.
Hey, good Monday afternoon, everybody. Thank you, as always, for watching Fox Weather Now. I'm Ian Oliver. This is another potent spring storm, a brutally active start to this work week. It's just like we finished it back on Friday with a 1-2 of storms. This one produced a sprawling 1,000-mile tornado watch from Florida up to northern Jersey. There have been some tweaks to that. We'll show you in just a moment. It included almost 40 million Americans. What we do know is that more than 26,000 flights have been disrupted by this mammoth storm. And look at the power outages, well up over 400,000 customers without power at this point. Glad to report that, at least for right now, no active tornado warnings. We've got several ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings, though. So let's get to the radar as this dangerous weather threatens more than 85 million people up and down the East Coast. A rare 4 out of 5 severe weather threat issued for portions of the Mid-Atlantic. That includes D.C., Richmond, and Raleigh. There's some live pictures from Avon, North Carolina. Exclusive Fox Weather storm tracker Corey Gerken, man, he's been working. He was out west just yesterday, putting some miles in as he's tracking some of these strong storms. This setup, though, if you've been with us this afternoon, we've been talking about it, it is messy, and you're staring at that mess right here on Real Color Satellite. Actual area of low pressure still way up to the north, but in through here, you notice the amount of cloud cover. There are some spots where we have seen breaks today, but not much, and that was a function of out ahead of the main line, which was expected to be the main event moving forward through the next several hours. We had an impressive coverage of scattered thunderstorms, something like a prefrontal trough. That kicked up some storms, yes. Some were strong and severe, but there was a lot of cloud cover left over, and that limited the ability for the atmosphere to destabilize once again through the afternoon hours. And this is an update coming in. That level 4 out of 5 threat is no more. This is a brand new update from the Storm Prediction Center. Still a level 3 out of 5, which is considerable. And this threat shouldn't be slept on as we move forward through the next several hours. A tornado watch in many locations that still runs until 7 p.m. That's the case up into the northeast. Until that front is through, back through here, and you notice that being indicated now by the Storm Prediction Center, until that boundary is through, you still have some potential for severe weather to varying degrees depending on where you're at up and down that line. Now, down south, some of the strongest of the storms moving away from coastal Georgia, South Carolina. You do have a severe thunderstorm warning down Florida's Atlantic coastline, Outer Banks. You've been no stranger to these things lately. And then farther off to the north up into Maryland, we got one too. So right here, in through the coastal plains, strong storms moving this way. Out ahead of it, some of those strong storms into the Outer Banks. So this will be, Dare and Hyde. This has been a rough go of it. You had this through the latter part of last week, some of these strong storms rolling across the Pamlico Sound, the Albemarle Sound, farther off to the north, Kill Devil Hills all the way down to Hatteras, included in a severe thunderstorm warning. Hail is indicated. This looks to me more like wind is the issue. We could see some wind gusts up to around 60 miles per hour. There's the dew points, and this speaks to some of the severe weather potential. they're healthy. So this was a juiced atmosphere in terms of moisture. There is a ton of wind aloft, the low-level jet that's cranking at about a mile up. But the storm energy, the amount of instability or buoyancy to fuel the intensity of these storms, that was always going to be the question mark and the limiting factor, which with the storms around earlier in the day, it does appear as though that has come to pass some. There have been pockets where we've had some storm energy breakout. This is pretty limited, though, up into the northeast. So we'll be watching. The thought being here that storm energy was limited, yes, but look at the rotation potential. That was the considerable aspect of that and still is. Any storm that can tap into the available storm energy, of which it's lacking in many spots, but not all. Any of those storms that grow tall and strong can start to rotate, and that is the exact reason why we've seen such a huge coverage of tornado watches issued today. And with that, we've got these strong storms finding their way to the East Coast, stretching that potential from Florida up through New York. That's a live look right there at Richmond, Virginia. The strong winds, damaging wind gusts, the greatest concern, and we know these travel impacts have been massive, so much so that the number of disrupted flights, including both the severe weather, the cold side of the storm, and what's going on with the ongoing government shutdown, partial government shutdown, and the TSA problems, 26,000 flights have been impacted by this. Let's head out to Richmond, Virginia. That's where we find Fox weather correspondent Katie Byrne. Katie, what's the day been like? Because it has been, and I'm sure with some of the officials that you've spoke to, it's a tough messaging event because it comes in 2 rounds. It feels as though the first round robbed some, if not a lot, of the energy of the second one.
Yeah, I mean, when you hear level 4 out of 5 for such a densely populated region, I think it gets officials into that mode of just trying to prepare as much as possible and make sure people are taking this seriously. I drove in from the Philadelphia suburbs today. Now it's looking like I should have just stayed home because, of course, you're looking at that tornado watch just being canceled for the big cities, D.C., Baltimore, and then us here in Richmond, but still in effect for parts of Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. So we are seeing some schools ask parents to come a little bit early across the region today to pick up the kids. And now is likely that time where people who are still in that threat of severe weather are thinking about where their safe place will be should they get a tornado warning issued for them. So that's the most interior part of your home. Of course, if you have a basement, that would be perfect, but anywhere that's not on a higher level of your house and then away from the windows is what you're looking for. We heard from officials here in D.C. earlier today talking about this when we had this level 4 out of 5 threat for severe weather. They're especially concerned about damaging winds, but they just wanted to make sure people were taking this seriously, pointing out that it's very rare for the region to see a level 4 out of 5.
Our current risk level is similar to that of traditional tornado alley states like Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Tennessee. And the last time we had these conditions was the 2012 derecho that caused significant damage to the district.
And we've already seen some damage from these storms in the southwestern parts of Georgia and North Carolina, but particularly in Rockdale outside of Atlanta, about 25 miles east of the city, we've seen crews cleaning up downed trees there. So still waiting on the main event to enter into this region, but we have had some spotty showers, a couple downpours, more on the lighter rounds of rain though, and then lots of breaks in between, Ian. Though I will tell you, I did feel things warming up. I shed a layer after I got in, which of course those warming temperatures only fuel for the potential of tornadoes, damaging winds, so still should be on the lookout for that potential later on tonight.
Yeah, no question. Richmond thankfully dropped from the tornado watches, but some powerful storms still possible as that actual front moves on through. Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne, be safe out there. We'll be chatting with you again soon. Thank you. The timing of this is still problematic, and there is a lot of rain to come and colder air farther off to the north and east. Bane's back with us now, tracking what's still to come. It's that boundary, Bane. It comes through. The good news is once it's through, the severe weather threat is done. The bad news is what's actually after that boundary.
Right, we have cold air seeping on through, a little bit of snow as well, yeah, for the Northeast. But let's get through some of the rain first, because we also have that flooding impact starting to move through the area as we start to see more of these storms popping up along the Northeast. And we have a long night ahead of us. This is going to continue all night and overnight into our Tuesday early morning. So for folks that are going to be heading home for this evening commute, heading home from school, from after school activities, it's going to be a rough go of things. You're going to want to be very careful on those roadways, because timing wise, those strong systems, that frontal boundary continuing to move through the Northeast, comes in around 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock this evening. Widespread showers, could be very heavy rain at times, but you'll notice there's a little bit of snow on that back end as well. So for folks in the upstate New York, as well as into Pennsylvania, and even farther up north into parts of Vermont, we might see some more of that snow impact. Will it be a ton? No, it'll be a couple inches here and there, but 1 or 2 inches, that's not nothing, that's for sure. But wind alerts moving throughout the rest of the evening as well as into tomorrow morning. We have wind advisories all along the Northeast, as well as high wind warnings included in parts of Boston, included in that parts of Massachusetts, I should say, and also up towards Vermont. We do have those high wind warnings with those higher elevations there. We could see wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour as that front continues to track on in with those storm systems. So very gusty conditions. That's going to continue all throughout the night and overnight into early in the morning on Tuesday. By the time we get into the afternoon, winds will still be a little bit gusty, but it'll die down a little bit more. Not as gusty as what we're going to feel tonight. Now, that flash flood threat is at a level 1 out of 4 when it comes to that flash flooding throughout the Northeast. This includes parts of New York as well as into Jersey, Massachusetts, and up towards even further into parts of Maine as well. This is going to be continued into Tuesday early morning, so that flood threat is going to be there. We do have a flood watch in play for Massachusetts as well as into Maine and also New Hampshire. A couple of flood warnings popping up here and there. But, I mean, looking into timing-wise for folks near New York, we're going to see that rain really picking up around 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock this evening, on and off throughout the rest of the night. And we will see bouts of heavy rain, consistent rain continuing all throughout the evening, and then a little bit of that cool down moving through as that front moves in and the cool temperatures are right behind it. Maybe a few flakes flying around, but mostly for New York, we're just looking at that rain impact. But for folks a little bit towards the north, again, towards upstate New York and into parts of Pennsylvania, could see a couple inches of snowfall in there. Looking into our future track for Boston, look at these wind gusts that we could see. 20 to 30 miles per hour, 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts will be possible as these systems continue to track on in. This is going to be on and off all evening long, and we will get bouts of very heavy rain. Severe storms will be a possibility as well as we move throughout this evening and into the overnight hours. Now, the good news is right around that morning commute for your Tuesday, things start to die down a little bit. Maybe a couple of lingering showers here and there, but most of those stronger systems, they're going to be moving on out of here. Rain still to come into parts of Boston, into Massachusetts, probably closer to that 1/2 inch to 1 inch mark. But I will say this, there are some spots throughout the Northeast that still have quite a bit of snow on the ground. So we're going to have a lot of snow melting at this time. It's going to be aggressive. And on top of this, adding more inches of rain, that's really going to bump up that flood threat. So folks on the roadways, expect to see a little bit more of that flooding occurring as we continue throughout the next 24 hours. So we have a ways to go with this. The storms are not done quite yet. They're going to be moving through here, Ian, aggressively. So wind gusts, heavy rain, expect that throughout the Northeast all night long.
Yeah, no question. We're going to be watching these storms as they approach the eastern seaboard. Fox Weather is your severe weather HQ. These storms are putting big cities up and down the I-95 corridor on alert. Coming up, we're headed to the city of brotherly love for an update from Fox 29 Philadelphia meteorologist Kathy Orr. That's next when Fox Weather Now returns.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as 1 day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
Hi, honey. What a nice surprise. Is everything all right?
Hi, Mom. Yeah. No, I was just talking to my friend Ashley. And she said her mom recently moved to a new town and lost her Medicare Advantage plan coverage because she changed zip codes. She had to enroll in a new plan. And I think you may need to do the same thing since you just moved into your new condo.
I have to do what?
You have to check on your Medicare plan coverage.
But I already have Medicare.
Yes, but if you move or lose your coverage for any reason, you may be eligible for a special enrollment period. Her mom called and was able to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan that offered additional benefits and potential savings that weren't available to her before.
I had no idea moving could affect my Medicare plan. So what do I need to do?
It's easy. You just make the call, and a licensed insurance agent will look up the plans available in your zip code that may offer additional benefits and potential savings. Plus, they help you enroll right over the phone.
Okay, I'll call right now.
If you're moving, losing coverage, or new to Medicare, you may be eligible for a special enrollment period. Call the number on your screen right now for a free, no-obligation Medicare benefits checkup. A licensed insurance agent will look up the plans available in your area and let you know if you're eligible to enroll in a plan with additional benefits and potential savings that you may not have known about or were not previously available to you. Plus, you can enroll right over the phone. You are not automatically enrolled in a Medicare Advantage plan, so make the call to find out if there is a plan available in your area with additional coverage and potential savings. Call now for your free 2026 Medicare Benefits Checkup. The call and 2026 Medicare Benefits Checkup are free with no obligation.
Call 800-976-6291. 800-976-6291. 800-976-6291.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. We've got a travel nightmare unfolding as we watch this sprawling storm. Blizzard on the cold side, severe weather on the warm side of it, in close proximity with what we had right at the end of last week, a fast-moving storm that had some incredible winds with it. A spot like Detroit gusted up to 71 miles per hour. So that plus the partial government shutdown, there hasn't been a lot of downtime for some of these airports, their operations, to get back on schedule. Net result is this: more than 2,500 delays just at Northeast area airports today and more than 2,000 canceled flights. You look at Reagan, Baltimore, up toward LaGuardia, these misery meters are cranked up well in excess of halfway. And you also have a ground delay down at Hartsfield-Jackson. So the East Coast is a mess for air travel. And you know, when you're throwing out names of some of these airports, Hartsfield-Jackson, there's going to be ripple effects all across the country. 43-mile-per-hour gusts at Central Park, rain moving into Newark right now, ground delays at both Newark and JFK. LaGuardia, not currently in one, but it's got the same problems headed its way. 24% of flights delayed at New York area airports, 23% have been canceled. So those are big numbers across the board. Almost half of all flights out of New York area airports today have been disrupted by this storm and everything else we talked about. There's the radar and the severe storm threat, which I am glad to point out. This is now a level 3 out of 5. The Storm Prediction Center throttled it back a bit across portions of the Carolinas and up into the mid-Atlantic. That has every bit to do with an impressive and messy coverage of storms. Some have been strong and severe through the afternoon, but they did rob some of the energy for the main event, which was the actual front still back to the west. And they also didn't allow a long enough window where the cloud cover broke up a bit and the atmosphere this afternoon could destabilize with some higher marked sun, higher sun angle and effective solar insolation. We didn't get much of that through the day today. We did get a lot of rain in some spots with more on the way. Chesapeake, Norfolk, and Portsmouth all included in this flash flood warning. That was the severe storm we watched making its way through the Hampton Roads region. Did have a tour possible tag on it with a little bit of rotation. It was broad. But you look at this, on approach, it did weaken some. South of Suffolk, they got 1 to 2 inches of rain. But this stripe into an urban area where it's harder to, with the stormwater systems, get heavier rain out. It isn't the amounts that are the problem here. It was the rates. So it was a quick 1/2 inch to 1 inch of rain came through with that strong storm and some flooding occurring because of that across portions of the Hampton Roads region. Let's go farther off to the north, move our way up the I-95 corridor. That's a live look at Philadelphia, where we've been watching some of those strong and severe thunderstorms, a threat for those approaching. 65 degrees right now in Philly, south wind at 16. Temperature is good, but you know, very much like we saw last week, look how quickly those clouds are moving too. When you have temperatures that are that warm, things can change in a hurry working on through the spring season. Let's head out to Philly. Fox 29 meteorologist, our friend Kathy Orr, she joins us to chat about this severe mess. Kathy, man, it's just that, right? This has been kind of a sloppy setup, high topside, high potential with this. It doesn't appear as though that's necessarily translating, thankfully.
Thankfully, Ian, and you said it, you summed it up beautifully. Yeah, we haven't had a big break of sun, and that will contribute to this. Also, you know, there's no lightning with these storms. There's no hail. We never were worried about that. We were worried about straight line thunderstorm wind damage and spin. There's not much spin in the atmosphere. The majority of that would be near Baltimore and Washington when the front comes through. So, yes, we came in this afternoon, analyzed all the data, and even watching that cell cross the Chesapeake's only 46 degrees, so much different setup in March than you would see in July when you would see that warm, humid air of the Chesapeake. And we look at that even in Philadelphia for tornadic activity to form and go into Cecil County, Maryland, and then potentially move into our DMA, into Newcastle County, Delaware, and head toward Philadelphia. So we're looking at the water temperatures too. So that cell really faded as it moved east. In the summer, that wouldn't have happened. So yes, it's March. Yes, as you mentioned, we did not have that big window for the sun to come back out before the front came through. And we're watching a lot of this activity diminish as it moves east. And through the afternoon, it's been moving more northerly than easterly. So we're watching the heavy rain come up the coastal plain in South Jersey. We do have an advisory for winds, even unrelated to the front, a wind advisory till 2 o'clock tomorrow morning for 50-mile-an-hour gusts. But as you can see, there's pockets between that rain coming up from the south and the front that's approaching from the west. So yes, we are hoping that everything's going to come by in a weakened state and will escape this tornadic threat today.
It's a great point, Kathy. 46-degree water temperatures can do a lot to squash a thunderstorm, and we're watching that take place. But you guys are challenging 70 degrees today, making an honest run at that, at least with the south wind. Your forecast low temperature, tomorrow night, is in like the mid-20s. So there's more than one way to measure the intensity of a front, right?
Yeah, I mean, we were watching our friend Ian in Minneapolis and all the snow. I mean, that's the other half of this storm, right? So we're in the warm half, and we'll have a moderated end of the storm with maybe a few snow showers tomorrow morning in our northern zones. But yeah, a huge temperature crash. This is the second time in a week. Last week we're in the 80s, back-to-back record days, and then we plunged into the 30s and 40s. And now we're going to have a 30-degree temperature drop between this afternoon and tomorrow morning. So it is March Madness, I would say.
No question. And yeah, we love Ian, but not as much as we love his dog Baxter. And Baxter was back in his element one last time, we hope. We'll see with that big storm. Kathy, we know you're watching for anything that pops up, so you have your hands full. A busy afternoon. It's always great to talk to you. That's Fox 29 meteorologist Kathy Orr. Kathy, we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian.
That's what we were just talking about with Kathy. This is some turbulent switch up. Some places down south saw tornado warnings and then snow squall warnings in the same day. That's a lot going on there. That was down in Alabama. Kiana Lewis back with us now. Kiana, This is twice in a week.
Yeah.
Which is, for a lot of people, like 2 times too many.
I was going to say, I think it's a little bit too much now, but it's a true March extreme. We've been calling it March Mania here at Fox Weather. That's what we're seeing kind of play out once again this week. So get ready for it. I hope you haven't packed away that puffy jacket, because you will need it getting through the next couple of days. This was just yesterday across parts of the South. Look at an area like Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, all in the 70s, if not 80s. Montgomery, 82 degrees yesterday. You fast forward it to right now, and we're sitting at or below the freezing mark in Tennessee. We're in the 40s, a little farther to the south. So a lot of these cities actually sliced their highs in half, or at least by 40 to 50 degrees. You take it even farther to the south, you have areas like Louisiana, back towards Alabama, where we actually are getting in on reports of sleet and some snow this morning. So definitely some cold air that has kind of settled in behind this front. The front's still working its way to the east. You can see all of that cold air that's starting to take shape right now, and that's going to be sticking around through the next couple of days or so. Already we're watching where we did have a little bit of that Gulf moisture meet up with some of that cold air, that switch over to some snow. That's happening for northern Tennessee, back towards Kentucky, even into Virginia. That will continue to filter off towards the east. So we'll watch areas across the northeast by later tonight. We did see it down through the south earlier this morning. So I think this secondary round of winter is making itself very known. Look at how the temperatures have changed. Right now we have these feel-like temperatures back across the board. A lot of places feeling like teens, if not single digits. Des Moines feels like 0 degrees out there. Even down through the south, Nashville feels like 26 degrees with this north wind. As we take it big, you'll notice that we've seen this significant temperature drop. All of that deep shading of pink, 47 degrees cooler than this time, and the highs yesterday in Indianapolis. You look at Nashville, 41, even down through Texas, Midland, Texas, feeling about 31 degrees colder. Now, moving forward the next couple of days, as I mentioned, you will need the puffy jacket. You might even need a scarf and a hat, because all of this deep blue, if you're in that purple, you definitely will need all of the winter elements. A little bit farther to the south, it's not going to be as crucial in terms of temperatures getting that cold, but we do have freeze alerts up across the board for maybe a lot of our crops or any of those plants that are outdoors. That I could see kind of freezing over the next couple of days. A little farther north, though, the winter is definitely making a comeback, if you will. Pittsburgh's going to watch some of that rain switch over to some snow. Chicago's going to get really cold as well. We have a nice burst expected going through tonight from West Virginia into Virginia. You see a lot of that blue, some of that white, some of those higher reflections on the future radar showing where we could see some of the heavier snow. Bear in mind, this is along the Appalachians, so we could see some of those totals kind of peak there. But even as we head into tomorrow, overnight hours, we're watching these snow streamers kind of continue, maybe even some snow squalls once again up across the board through early tomorrow. West Virginia, even into parts of Pennsylvania, get ready for it. I definitely think we are looking at least 1 to 3 inches in some of these areas.
And Fox Weather is your severe weather HQ. We're continuing to track all aspects of this sprawling storm. You got strong and severe thunderstorms finding their way toward the East Coast. A historic blizzard playing out still in the Midwest. We've got a full slate of coverage as we head into the evening hours. Make sure you stick with us as Steve, Kiana, and Ari will have you covered later tonight. There's a lot happening with this storm. If you've seen the reports from Robert and Jane coming out of the Great Lakes region, cold side of this is still quite significant. Stay with us. More Fox Weather after the break.
Let me show you how to take your outdated, unsafe bathroom from this to this in as little as 1 day. Hey there, I'm Art Edmonds, jacuzzi bath remodel expert here to answer your burning questions on how you can get the bathroom of your dreams. First up, why should I upgrade my bath or shower? That's a good one. You can't stand the outdated look, the color, the cracked tiles, and the mold. Or maybe you're upgrading for safety. Stepping over a tub can be dangerous. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel makes it simple to get a beautiful new bath or shower that's also safer thanks to easy entry design, perfectly placed grab bars, a custom seat, and adjustable shower head.
It's awesome.
Hey!
It massively exceeded the expectations.
Is Jacuzzi Bath Remodel affordable? Yes. We have styles and options to fit every budget. And right now is one of our best offers ever.
Get started today, and Jacuzzi Bath Remodel will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
How long does getting a new bath or shower take? With other companies, it can take weeks or months. But with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel, installation takes place in as little as 1 day.
It's done in one day.
Oh my God.
It's beautiful work. Flawless.
How do I pick the style I want? A designer helps you select from a variety of beautiful shower walls, rich textures, designer colors, elegant accessories, and premium features like Jacuzzi's soft closed doors. Why is Jacuzzi the best company to choose? That's an easy one, with thousands of happy customers.
I could not be happier. Love it.
You can trust Jacuzzi to get the bathroom of your dreams.
It exceeded all my expectations.
When is the best time for a deal? Right now.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com for a limited time offer. We're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Call 800-417-4504. That's 800-417-4504. Call now.
If you have an air conditioner in your home, you've probably experienced this. That's a drain pan overflow and can cost you thousands. An AC shutdown will leave you hot and miserable. This is why. Funky smelling Zooglea bacteria lives, grows, and sticks inside everyone's air conditioner drain pan, creating disgusting odors in your home and also causing your AC to clog up and ultimately shut down. Look, pouring in bleach and vinegar corrodes your coils and will cost you thousands. Using other chemicals and wet vac doesn't eliminate the odors and makes you a slave to your AC. Get iFlow. iFlow is a smart device that easily installs in less than 15 minutes and automatically dispenses our specially formulated iFlow Biotic cleaning solution that breaks up and flushes the bacteria out of your drain line, keeping your AC clean and clog-free, guaranteed. Join the over 100,000 satisfied iFlow customers. Available at these fine retailers or learn more at iFlow.com. And for enhanced features, get iFlow Pro, professionally installed by your local air conditioning company. Ask for it by name.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. Thanks for being here with us at the bottom of the hour. I'm Ian Oliver. Active day today to get this work week rolling, just like we finished last week with that potent storm moving across the Great Lakes and some crazy wind gusts. Today, we've got this severe weather threat. Good news, bad news aspect of this. The good news, Storm Prediction Center seeing that the coverage of storms around through the afternoon and the widespread cloud cover limited the available storm energy. This is a great thing, and it's only a handful of severe thunderstorms right now. Bad news is we destabilize the atmosphere in spots, and until that boundary, that potent cold front is through, well, there is still some severe weather risk. Then life on the other side of that cold front is a whole lot colder. The snow that we're tracking is a testament to that. The outages, too. Cold side, the blizzard aspect of this storm, the strong winds with the thunderstorms. It's more than 400,000 customers without power across the country. And the travel delays are, when you add up the delays and canceled flights, up into the 5 figures. So the impact here is considerable. Let's get right to the radar as we track some of the dangerous thunderstorms finding their way to the East Coast. So Mark Sudduth's got his drone out. That's real time. All right, live storm tracking from aloft with exclusive Fox Weather storm tracker Mark Sudduth. He's in Bolton, North Carolina, and he's kind of panning his way around this. A little choppy. Lost the signal right at the end. But yeah, Mark capturing the scene from the skies. This is what I was talking about. So if the actual front is still back in through here, you look at the atmosphere out ahead of this. This is this prefrontal trough. It was kind of a soupy setup well out ahead of that front. You got these showers and thunderstorms that fired up, which zapped a lot of the energy out of the atmosphere earlier in the day, which oftentimes is fine for later rounds of severe weather, but the cloud cover was so persistent and there was a limited window to destabilize the atmosphere, kind of recharge it before that front moved on through. So this is a good thing. This limits the overall top-end intensity and the coverage of the storms. I just want to point out that there is still severe weather potential. That's why the Storm Prediction Center went 3 out of 5 and not nothing. So be aware of that, and we'll be tracking it with you through the next several hours. This is what it looks like on radar right now. So some of the storms down south, those are moving offshore, and I do think down this way, at least for spots like coastal Georgia. Florida Peninsula, you still have severe weather potential down into spots like Ocala, down through the Nature Coast and points northeast, right along the immediate coastline, coastal plains and the Outer Banks in North Carolina. points north, this coverage of rain's pretty healthy, and that should put a lid on the top end intensity of things. But there are a handful of spots where we're going to have to kind of nowcast this, track these storms in real time. This severe thunderstorm well off to the north of I-64 in Williamsburg, Gloucester, Lancaster, Matthews, Middlesex counties, wind gusts to 60 miles per hour possible, and they've got tornado possible on that too, indicating that the Weather Service has detected little areas of spin, and any of those could produce a weak, brief tornado. So we'll be watching for that. There's the dew points. It tells you the story of life on opposite sides of that sharp boundary. The air behind it is much colder, and it's also a whole lot drier. That dense air can undercut some of the, we'll call it more moist, a little more buoyant air out ahead of that. But you look at the storm energy, that's a good look. That was always the question mark with this, the amount of destabilization that would happen during the afternoon hours. Because the showers, the thunderstorms, and the cloud cover were around, this is a virtual minimum. In the whole swath of scenarios with how this could have played out, it would be hard to imagine a scenario where there's less available storm energy right now as that front moves on through. That being said, Weather Service still has a tornado watch up. You're saying, we just looked at the storm energy, there is none. The problem is what's going on aloft. You go about a mile up and the wind is screaming. We're talking about 60, 70 mile per hour winds, and there's a lot of spin or low-level shear. So the problem is, if any of these thunderstorms can overachieve and become tall and intense, could start twisting, mixing some of that wind down to the surface, damaging wind gusts are very reasonable, and in some spots we could see some twisting happening. So the tornadic threat is still there. The Weather Service acknowledging that, leaving this tornado watch up through 7 o'clock. So just plan accordingly. There's the future radar into the overnight hours. A front moves its way this way, and then we're in pretty good shape. Now, there is a considerable cold side to this, which is still happening. You head up to the Great Lakes. That's where the wind has been fierce, a verified blizzard. Some of those spots, that's been some scene. Let's get out into that and check it out. It's a life-threatening blizzard. It continues. The blizzard warnings are up in spots. You're looking at Marquette, Michigan, right here. Sunday, that was as it cranked on up. This morning, you get the idea. Left to right on your screen, that snow is blowing sideways. The live picture right now in Marquette doesn't show much in the way of improvement. And look at that feels like temperature. 10 degrees on the wrong side of zero. That's what it feels like out there on the 16th day of March. That's not just tough, it's a dangerous situation. Fox Weather's Robert Ray has been out there braving those elements, so let's check back in with him. Robert, I'm not sure if you could hear that. We were talking last hour about the feels like temperatures 10 below, which is why you're dressed, prepared for that.
You know what? It feels like it may even be less than that, certainly when the winds kick up. And that's the deal. We're getting all of these ebb and flow of the winds. I'm going to walk next to this massive snowdrift here as you see all the swirling snow creating these drifts and the winds well over 2 feet. And this is going to go on all into the evening and overnight into tomorrow morning. And we walk up this essentially between two buildings here, so you're going to get a little bit more intensity on the snow. But look at the size of the piles of snow already, and we just left Lake Superior. We wanted to get a view of what that was like, and it was just remarkable to see the icing of everything, trees, vegetation, us as we stood there and took the spray and quite literally the frozen coat and pants, got back in the vehicle, and it took a good half hour for all of that to unfreeze as the heater was on high, trying to eliminate all of that ice. And that's the thing, all day long here, this region has gone through significant winds, this morning, it's kicking 30, 40 miles an hour. And here this afternoon, 40 to 60, maybe even higher on Lake Superior with what we just experienced back there. The roadways are compromised, unfortunately, because of snow drifts and the amount of snow. All of this wind blowing it all over the place. Power outages persist in the state of Michigan. Well over 1,000 customers down in Wisconsin and Green Bay, an all-time daily record for snow. So this system is just relentless, and it's really kicking us right now. The wind coming right at us. Ryan going backwards, and he is fighting it as he's moving backwards through all of this snow and all of the debris, actually, that's vegetation kind of flying around because of the heavy winds. And so as the light goes down here tonight, this is not over. Essentially, this is going to be 48 hours of one of the heaviest winter storms these folks have ever experienced, and that's saying a lot for the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. I mean, earlier today I talked to a guy who was pushing snow, a plow driver, and he said he hasn't seen anything like this since the 80s. That is unbelievable when you think about it. So, you know, as you look at the roadways out here, Ian, and you see all of the snow caked, and as we were leaving Lake Superior, just coming through the park area back into Marquette proper, you really could not see more than 10, 15 feet in front of you. And that's the nature of all this based upon the geography or the landscape, the cuts of the lake and how the wind comes in and blows everything. So just situations and visuals and sounds like no other. You hear the roar of the wind when you're out here in person, and it whistles through the area. And when the light goes down, the dangers become even worse. And that's why all of this, when it's whited out and you can't see, your car can go into a snowdrift easily. We've seen many people stuck today. We tried to help a couple, which we did. I know Brandon Kopic has been helping people down in Wisconsin. The dangers exist, and these temperatures are so cold, and any exposed skin, it can become a problem very quickly. And so that is why we're going to get in our vehicle and maneuver to another part here of Marquette and bring you more live visuals of this historic winter storm here in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan and so many areas in the Midwest. Ian, back to you.
Yeah, Robert, great work out there. Watching your reports throughout the day today, it looks like you're north of the Arctic Circle. And to hear folks from the UP describe it in their own words, you said that earlier. I'm not sure how you can describe the intensity of a storm better than the folks that live in that part of the country, deal with this all the time, the way they've been talking about that one. That's Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray with the latest from Marquette. Thank you. Timing's everything with this system. We've got a little ways to go with the severe weather potential, rain that works its way across the northeast Maine, and then what follows the front producing the rain, some snow, nothing like what Robert's experiencing.
Right.
But our spring version of that, in a sense, for a couple of days.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be cold. We have a bit of that snow on the way. But first, we got to get through all of the rain that's moving through the northeast. And we have some strong storms that are continuing to track farther and farther north throughout the rest of this evening. And it's at the worst time. It's when folks are trying to head home from work around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. And then it just continues all night long, which is why we're looking out for that flooding impact. We do have the possibility of some flash flooding occurring throughout the northeast as we continue throughout tonight and through the morning hours on your Tuesday. Let's track this out for you. Already, we're starting to see those showers isolated at this point, popping up throughout the northeast. Now we have that strong line of storms continuing to track across the northeast thanks to that cold front that we've been tracking. It's going to be moving through 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock this evening for folks that are near New York, Philly, and then farther up north a little bit later on tonight. But you saw behind it, we do have a bit of that snow impact too. So some folks in upstate New York as well as in Pennsylvania will get in on the snow action. And looking into our wind alerts too, wind advisories in place all throughout the northeast. This includes New York, Pennsylvania, Jersey, farther south than that as well into Virginia, as well as into Maryland, even seeing high wind warnings in parts of Massachusetts, as well as up into Vermont. So folks need to be on high alert for that because these gusts are going to be no joke. We're talking 60, 70 mile per hour wind gusts possible in areas close to New York City, as well as into Boston, Massachusetts, we could see 50, 60 mile per hour wind gusts moving in tonight and into the overnight hours as well. Things will start to die down tomorrow morning, but we still will have a gusty day, probably around 40 mile per hour wind gusts possible into your Tuesday for most of the Northeast as that system continues to trek on out of here. Let's talk flash flood threat because we have a level 1 out of 4 for that flash flooding throughout the Northeast at this point. All of those storms continuing to train each other throughout the rest of tonight. So lots of rain still on the way. We do have flood watches in play for parts of Massachusetts as well as up all the way up towards Maine, the northern parts of Maine. Flood warnings also starting to come on deck from these storms. I mean, we have a lot of moisture available into our atmosphere. So we're grabbing onto that. We have some intense rain rates with these systems too. Let's take a closer look into what's going to happen into New York for the next few hours. Timing wise, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, we're already starting to see that rain forming here in the New York area. 30 to 40, 50 mile per hour wind gusts possible as these systems continue to track through. But you saw as we move throughout 8 o'clock tonight and through the midnight hour, the rain pretty much does not stop. We could see a little bit of a wintry mix trying to develop, but for the most part, a lot of that snow going to be a little bit farther up towards the north. Well, we're looking at a decent amount of rain, maybe close to ½ an inch to about an inch of rain throughout the area. Boston, same goes. We'll start off as we move throughout this evening. Widespread showers at times. Rain will be heavy. Rain rates will be intense. You don't want to be on the roadways during this, so staying home late tonight and overnight into tomorrow. Now, the good news is right around that morning commute, things seem to move out of the Northeast. So around 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning, should be on the clearer side. Maybe a couple of those straggler showers that will be remaining throughout the morning. But looking up into Massachusetts, we could see a good ½ an inch to an inch, maybe a little bit more than that in those isolated areas. Some spots will pick up 1 to 2 inches of rain. Now, keep this in mind, too. These areas also have a lot of snow still on the ground. So we're going to see a lot of snow melting rapidly, plus more rain on the way. That's going to cause some serious flooding issues on the roadways here, Ian. So a little bit of a messy night for folks into the Northeast.
Yeah, Ben, we're watching in spots some of these severe storms finding their way to the East Coast. The evening commutes, severe or not, with all that rain, will be impacted considerably. All the while, blizzard conditions continue on the cold side of this. There's a live picture. Buxton, North Carolina, man, the Outer Banks, we know the beating that they've taken over the past year. Just the end of last week, some storms coming from the sound side and more of them moving through now. That's courtesy of exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker Corey Gerken. We're going to take a look at the radar. We'll deep dive into the travel impacts when Fox Weather Now comes right back.
Are you ready for a fresh new bath or shower? Well, now is the best time. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Hi, I'm Christina, and it's time to flip your old worn out bath or shower with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel today. Everyone knows the Jacuzzi brand. They're the most trusted name in water for more than 70 years. But did you know they can install a gorgeous bath or shower that feels incredible in as little as 1 day? It's no stress and no mess with a lifetime warranty. Now let's talk beauty. You deserve to start and end your day in a beautiful space that feels great and is custom designed just for you. So call or go online now to see the Christina preferred designs like Canyon, Farm, and Urban. Now that's the total bathroom beauty that I love at a price you can afford. And how about safety? Like an ultra low profile, easy entry shower complete with grab bars and a custom design seat. You deserve safety and peace of mind without sacrificing style. Because with all the worries in daily life, taking a shower shouldn't be one of them.
Every time I stepped over my old tub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
I've been trying to get him to remodel that bath for years. I called and they did in just 1 day.
And at a price we could afford.
With one call to Jacuzzi Bath Remodel, you can effortlessly transform that old, ugly eyesore into the stunning bath or shower of your dreams that you'll love for years to come.
For a limited time, we're waiving all installation costs and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-7191. That's 800-384-7191. Call now.
If you have an air conditioner in your home, you've probably experienced this. That's a drain pan overflow and can cost you thousands. An AC shutdown will leave you hot and miserable. This is why funky smelling Zooglea bacteria lives, grows, and sticks inside everyone's air conditioner drain pan, creating disgusting odors in your home and also causing your AC to clog up and ultimately shut down. Look, pouring in bleach and vinegar corrodes your coils and will cost you thousands. Using other chemicals and wet vac doesn't eliminate the odors and makes you a slave to your AC. Get iFlow. iFlow is a smart device that easily installs in less than 15 minutes and automatically dispenses our specially formulated iFlow Biotic cleaning solution that breaks up and flushes the bacteria out of your drain line, keeping your AC clean and clog-free, guaranteed. Join the over 100,000 satisfied iFlow customers. Available at these fine retailers or learn more at iFlow.com. And for enhanced features, get iFlow Pro, professionally installed by your local air conditioning company. Ask for it by name.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. A blizzard, severe storms, big time temperature drop. We've got some issues to get this week started. That's what we're looking at. We talked about the good news and bad news of this. Storm Prediction Center dropped the overall threat probability down to a level 3 out of 5, but we're still watching for some renegade storms with severe weather, a tornado watch that's up farther off to the north, and for parts of the coastal Carolinas, North Carolina at least, until 8 p.m. So we got a little ways to go. There's only 3 active severe thunderstorm warnings right now. One of them, though, is in a bad spot as this line of storms. This is kind of a classic severe weather setup for the peninsula when you got a front that's moving in, grabbing some extra energy off of the Gulf. This one clips southern parts of Daytona Beach and points south, but that's I-95 right there. And the heaviest of the rain, some of the lightning, the strongest part of this severe thunderstorm is right over I-95. It's almost 10 of. We're coming up on 10 of. Folks will be getting out of work. A lot of folks moving around and contending with a storm like that. Then you move down I-4. This storm is sub-severe, but you eyeball that. It's going right into the Orlando metro area. That'll be crossing right over I-4 with some rain rates that are exceeding an inch per hour. So visibility will be down, some ponding of water on the interstate and the other outlying roads. Just be aware. That's going to be a tough go of it. That's on the roads. Then you head up to the airports. Look at Hartsfield-Jackson in Atlanta. The misery meter is cranked up almost to 2/3 as they've been in a ground delay. Winds gusting up to about 40 miles per hour. They've been doing some de-icing operations. Look at the number of delays, more than 1,000 just at Hartsfield-Jackson. Major hub that's going to ripple all across the country. 350 canceled flights. So with that, you get aircraft, you get crews out of position, and you start getting cascading impacts all the way across the country. We'll be watching that into the middle part of this week. All right, let's take it back out to the blizzard side of this, the cold side of this monster storm. Traverse City, Michigan remains under a winter storm warning. They've had widespread blowing snow expected to make travel still quite dangerous. You see what we're talking about right there with the live picture. Temperatures are in the upper teens, and yikes, breeze out of the north at about 20 miles per hour. That's where we find Fox Weather meteorologist Jane Menard facing the storm down. Jane, upper teens, you get that wind, the feels like temperature is going to be what? Down around nothing?
You know, it's interesting, though. It's actually really nice right now. I don't know what it is. I don't know. Maybe I've just been out here too long. But, you know, I'm really comfortable. I almost could take my gloves off. I'm not going to do that. I'm not crazy. But, you know, it is an afternoon that is I would say definitely a different pace than what we started the day with. We had consistently wind gusts for several hours, 30 to 40 miles an hour. It was just whipping off of the Grand Traverse Bay, and it brought snowdrifts everywhere. I mean, you should see some of these piles. They're like almost like 5-6 feet high and down some of these neighborhoods. Front Street here in Traverse City, I took a drive down there earlier. I mean, my goodness, they have the big rigs out trying to clear things away. I'm in one of these really quaint little quiet streets, and it's, first of all, it's just lovely. We've got a real light snow coming down. When we take a look at the radar, We do have a nice band coming in, which we expect on the backside of this low, but I'm going to do a little walk in this very deep snow. We've got about 13 inches of snow in Traverse City, but a lot of this, obviously, when I walk through it, it's drifted a bit. So you're not getting actual real measurements right now because the wind has just been picking it up and drifting it in piles. But just an incredible storm this has been. Expecting to see more snow tonight, probably on the order of another 3 to 5 inches of snow. I think some isolated areas could see closer to 8 to 12 inches, depending on how things play out for us with these bands as we get into the overnight. But wind gusts, that's going to pick up. Visibility continues to drop. Every once in a while, we get some of these nice bands, and that is what then leads to visibility down under a mile. You got the snow plows. They're coming on down. Look at that salt. My goodness, filled to the brim as he's going to go on down and lay some of the salt down and keep us safe as we work our way into the evening hours. Obviously, schools have been closed, and we are expecting to see perhaps another slow day tomorrow. I caught up with a couple folks in the neighborhood here, Martha and David. Take a listen to what they had to say about the storm coming in.
The snow has been so heavy. I'm so glad I shoveled about 10 times yesterday. We just rescued a neighbor lady. She is like 85 or whatever, and she's out there shoveling, making a slow go of it. And I can't let her do that.
And I got stuck in the driveway, and I'm really embarrassed. I can't come now. I gotta dig out my car. And all I did was put it back in the garage and then walked here. So I haven't seen it this thick, this deep.
It is, I think, the sentiment of a lot of folks here. Those the brother and sister there, David and Martha, they were born and raised here in Traverse City, and it has just been an incredible storm to watch unfold. They're loving it. Now, they're not the only ones that got stuck. So many of us were stuck. We were stuck this morning in the parking lot. We could not get out. The snowdrifts were so crazy, but I do think that, we are going to start to see some improvements as we work our way into tomorrow, but still the idea is stay home. And Ian, the icing threats, my goodness, just a couple counties over, we have local states of emergency, power out for nearly 80 to 90% of these counties, from Gaylord over to Alpena and Presque Isle, almost a half an inch of ice accretion.
Man, yeah, those are serious numbers for power outages when you consider what we were just talking about. Temperatures in the teens, feels like temperatures that are far worse. So that's an extended danger as this storm rolls on. Fox Weather meteorologist Jane Menard braving the storm in Traverse City, Michigan. Jane, thank you. We've still got a few more hours to go as these storms find their way toward the eastern seaboard. The Northeast also gets hit with a mix of heavy rain that could cause some flash flooding. And Bane, even in the absence of severe thunderstorms, there is a ton of wind in this overall setup. Some of the heavy rain will mix that down.
Yeah, exactly. We got gusty winds, we got rain, we got some flooding impacts on the back end of it. We also do have some snow as well. So we have a long night ahead of us, especially up into the Northeast. Timing this out, not looking too great for that evening commute for folks into the Northeast. The rain has been isolated so far, but widespread showers and storms will continue to track as that cool front continues to move on through. We will get bouts of very heavy rain at times, so being on these roads, not going to be the best idea. Behind this rain, though, is a much cooler weather with a bit of that snow. So some areas will also be picking up a couple inches or so, maybe closer to upstate New York and into Pennsylvania, getting a bit on that snow action. But that flood threat is still going to be here. Flood watches are in play all across the Northeast. A few flood warnings already popping up as well as we move throughout this evening. Wind alerts also in play. We have very gusty winds on the way. Wind advisories all throughout the Northeast. High wind warnings in place up into Massachusetts, just along the coast there. So we could see wind gusts 50 to 60 miles per hour near New York. Same goes for near Boston as well. And even into those higher elevations, also going to see very, very gusty conditions here, Ian. So again, a very long night ahead, more rain, more storms. Folks need to make sure they're being well aware of what's going on.
No question, and we'll be with you through all of it. That's going to do it for this hour of Fox Weather Now. Don't forget, you can download the Fox Weather app to stay up to date with the latest forecast. A bumpy evening ahead. We're tracking those storms for you. Stay with us.
Let me show you how to take your outdated, unsafe bathroom from this to this in as little as one day. Hey there, I'm Art Edmonds, jacuzzi bath remodel expert here to answer your burning questions on how you can get the bathroom of your dreams. First up, why should I upgrade my bath or shower? That's a good one. You can't stand the outdated look, the color, the cracked tiles, and the mold. Or maybe you're upgrading for safety. Stepping over a tub can be dangerous. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel makes it simple to get a beautiful new bath or shower that's also safer thanks to easy entry design, perfectly placed grab bars, a custom seat, and adjustable shower head.
It's awesome.
Hey.
It massively exceeded the expectations.
Is Jacuzzi Bath Remodel affordable? Yes. We have styles and options to fit every budget. And right now is one of our best offers ever.
Get started today, and Jacuzzi Bath Remodel will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
How long does getting a new bath or shower take? With other companies, it can take weeks or months. But with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel, installation takes place in as little as one day.
It's done in one day.
Oh my God. It's beautiful work. Flawless.
How do I pick the style I want? A designer helps you select from a variety of beautiful shower walls, rich textures, designer colors, elegant accessories, and premium features like Jacuzzi's soft closed doors. Why is Jacuzzi the best company to choose? That's an easy one, with thousands of happy customers.
I could not be happier. Love it.
You can trust Jacuzzi to get the bathroom of your dreams.
Exceeded all my expectations.
When is the best time for a deal? Right now.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com for a limited time offer. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Call 800-417-4504. That's 800-417-4504. Call now.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You gotta get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Visit or call us. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly. If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
Who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
Hey, good Monday afternoon, everybody. Thank you, as always, for being here with us on Fox Weather Now. I'm Ian Oliver. This is another active spring day to get the work week rolling. At one point, we had a sprawling 1,000-mile tornado watch that stretched from Florida up through New Jersey. Still some severe weather potential that we're watching through the next several hours. Meanwhile, this sprawling storm, blizzard on the cold side, severe weather on the warm side, has disrupted more than 26,000 flights from yesterday through Tuesday through tomorrow. So some big time impacts. This is what it looks like right now. You still have a level 3 out of 5 threat from the Storm Prediction Center. Some of the storms finding their way with the initial batch offshore. This is interesting, though. If you've been with us this afternoon, we talked about, because of the healthy coverage of early afternoon and morning storms and the cloud cover left over, there wasn't much of an opportunity for the atmosphere to destabilize, re-energize out ahead of the main event, the actual front. We're looking at that right there in North Carolina. On the actual front, we got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. So there will be spots, and that's what we'll be watching closely, working on through this next stretch. So let's get right to radar, show you where some of the dangerous severe weather is. There's a look at Cape May, New Jersey. 54 degrees. South breeze, look at the flag. South wind, that's a sustained wind, somewhere up around 28 miles per hour. The gusts have been impressive, and that's putting some serious stress on that flagpole, no question. So here's where we stand. You get the actual area of low pressure way displaced off to the north here, but you're looking at the eastern seaboard. There is a ton of cloud cover, more than advertised, to be honest, and that's a function of the coverage of storms we had around through the balance of our Monday. So Storm Prediction Center saw that, throttled back the severe weather probability, that threat, from a level 4 down to a 3. But this is still pretty sprawling coverage, southeastern PA all the way down to South Carolina. And on the backside of that front is some super cold air, especially by seasonal standards. You've got snow flying up into the Appalachians, but there's the severe thunderstorm warning, as I mentioned, in North Carolina, down into Florida, too, in through here. We've been watching that line of storms. It's pretty much right over I-4 at this point, from Daytona down through Orlando, eventually back to Tampa Bay. Yeah, here comes. It's a special marine warning now. So the worst of this storm is now offshore of Daytona Beach, but you move back through Orlando. We've seen some rain rates in that particular thunderstorm moving right across the metro, a couple of minutes past the hour into rush hour. Any thunderstorms, yeah, that's still estimated to be close to 1 inch per hour. Into Polk County, very heavily traveled zone. There'll be a lot of traffic in through here in Polk County, and then back into the Tampa Bay area. Old Tampa Bay, over all 3 of the bridges, you've got a thunderstorm. This is a really bad time in a place where there's a lot of folks out on the roads in Tampa Bay to have those thunderstorms moving through, all the way up 75, too, across the Nature Coast. Healthy coverage of those thunderstorms. There's the front approaching, and you can see it with dew points. Out ahead of it, you've got dew point values well up into the 60s. It's a soupy atmosphere. There's a ton of spin, a lot of wind shear. It's only about a mile up. You've got this low-level jet that cranks up to 60, 70 miles per hour. So if you're wondering, hey, well, what was up with the level 4 threat? It was conditional in the sense that this was an atmospheric setup that had a high ceiling. If the cloud cover broke and there was a bunch of sunshine during the day, all the other ingredients were there to generate powerful thunderstorms and tornado makers. So that was the big concern. So we're lucking out in the sense that cloud cover through the afternoon helped us out a lot. And you see that represented from the mouth of the Chesapeake points north. That's the available storm energy, or lack thereof. So that would be the fuel to grow tall, powerful storms. But there's still a tornado watch up. That's because of what I was mentioning. Should a storm be able to overachieve, it would easily tap into those stronger winds aloft and would start spinning, which obviously represents a big problem. That's why Philly is still in the mix with that. So we're going to have to watch these storms, especially interesting, too, that we had on the front itself up in North Carolina. That new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued. That one runs until 5:30. Here's the future radar showing you that as we move through the short term, future radar is doing a real nice job picking that up. Look at this line re-energizing. Along that, there will be some tornadic potential and severe weather risk until that's through. And you see how some of that heavy rain find its way across the tri-state, through portions of the Delmarva and up into the northeast. There is a lot of rain that we're expecting and wind to go along with that. So we'll talk about that coming up. Just know that the coverage and the top end severe weather potential, yes, it's come down some, no question, but it's not gone. So we'll be with you through the evening here on Fox Weather, tracking these storms and bringing you the latest. Let's get to the cold side of this, because it is quite something on the backside of this storm. Life-threatening blizzard continues to roar across the Great Lakes, and Marquette, Michigan is right at the heart of all of it. On your screen, you see what I'm talking about. On the left is yesterday, as the blizzard first arrived, started slamming the region. Center is the conditions intensifying early this morning, and on the right side, it's panning, but it's live. A temperature of 11. Feels like temperature is 10 below, and there's still snow blowing sideways. Some gusts up to 60 miles per hour possible. Fox Weather's Robert Ray has been out there braving this whole thing. Let's check in with him. Robert, you've been moving around. I know you mentioned that you were going to change up a location since we last spoke. What are these roads like, and what's the visibility like when you're moving around?
Well, right now, the roadways are, well, at least right here, okay. But, if you go, 3 blocks in any direction, it could be completely white out. And that's the scary part about it that we've experienced out here today. And plow drivers that we've talked to have also said, but look at how eerie this is. Look at the sun up there right now, Ian. And it's just a dot, right? And in the naked eye, in person, you can see the wind swirling with snow past the sun as they come in. It's very surreal to see that. And you also see this blowing, drifting snow all across here. And you just kind of walk up ahead and look at the snow piles behind Ryan. If you could take a look at those, they've already pushed so much of the snow to the side, and there's just a lot. And as the wind gusts continue to persist, basically anywhere between 40 to 60 miles per hour out here, the dangers become even more real. As you mentioned, how cold it is. I mean, it feels -10, -15, perhaps even worse. And if you're down by Lake Superior, which we were, and we took the spray, very, very unsafe. But we wanted to show that scenario to show the fury of this winter storm. And we left immediately after that. Just not a good place. But you look at all of this and just the depth of all this snow. And actually, this is very hard. Earlier, I was collapsing right into it. But earlier this snow was up to here on me, but now it's frozen over on top. And so you can quite literally walk the edges of the snow. I guess you fall in a little bit, and we've got well over 2 feet, and we could get, upwards to another foot or so tonight. This all ends at some point tomorrow morning, but the roadways are treacherous. You try to drive down out of the UP to Green Bay. That's not going to happen tonight. It's not going to happen really tomorrow morning. Maybe late, mid tomorrow afternoon, you could get down there. But flights as well are a complete disaster. In fact, we know the thousands of cancellations and delays across the country because of this. But in this region, I was looking at flights potentially out of Marquette on Wednesday, 0. Out of Green Bay, 0. You'd have to go down to Milwaukee or Chicago or cut across to Minneapolis to even fly out of this region. So power outages still exist in the state of Michigan, over 100,000 customers. Wisconsin has major issues as well. And again, all of this winter weather started well over 24 hours ago. As a matter of fact, probably 35 hours ago at this point, and we still have another, 12, 15 hours of pretty intense conditions as far as winds and more snow that is going to come in here. And those are the kind of vehicles that you just saw that can make their way through here. You got to have 4x4, you got to have snow tires, otherwise you're really taking a risk, especially when you hit these whiteout conditions that we have experienced today and others who have gone out here. Ian, back to you.
Yeah, just incredible, the scenes. And it's, if anyone asked themselves the question if winter was over, both with the snow, what you've showed us, clearly it's not, and with the temperatures, not to what you're experiencing, but to a more reasonable springtime extent. We've got that across the whole eastern part of the country into the middle of the week. That's Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray in Marquette with the latest. Thank you. Let's get into that. We'll get back to the East Coast, timing everything with this system. Bain's back with us now. And Bain, we have the actual cold front. That boundary needs to work its way through. Still expecting some strong and severe storms with it, and a bunch of rain and wind.
A bunch of rain and wind. And yes, there might be some snow behind it as well. We have a long night ahead of us. But, looking at what we have currently on satellite, we were talking about this earlier with Ian. A lot of cloud cover kind of building in there. So that kind of dampened down a little bit more of that severe threat. But there is that chance for some of these severe storms tracking on in later on this evening into the Northeast. So be aware. But on top of this, it's going to be very heavy rain at times, gusty winds with these systems. And you'll notice this, of course, we have a lot of rain moving into the Northeast, but just behind it where that front is, we also have a lot of snow rolling on through the area too. So more on that in just a minute. Let's focus more on the rain effect, because as we continue to track over the next few hours, this is kind of the worst time. It's going to be around 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, where more of those isolated showers become a lot more widespread as that front moves through. This is a time when folks are heading out on the roads, getting off work, getting out of after-school activities. It's going to be a tough go of things. Be careful out there. We will get bouts of very, very heavy rain at times throughout the evening. This is going to be pretty much all night long and into the very early hours on your Tuesday. Now, the good news is, looks to be around Tuesday early morning, probably around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. A lot of the action gets out of the Northeast, so that Tuesday morning commute won't be as bad. Maybe some lingering showers, but it'll be nice and chilly. So you're going to want to grab the coat if you are going to be in the Northeast for tomorrow morning. Also looking at what our wind gusts are right now. A little bit gusty out there. We still have about 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts rolling into the area. We have wind advisories in play through tonight and into your Tuesday morning. High wind warnings also on deck for folks in Massachusetts. This is going to continue all night long as well. We could see good 40, 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts impacting areas near New York, as well as up towards Boston, Bar Harbor as well. Into Maine, we'll be dealing with some really gusty winds overnight too. The good news is with this, even though it'll be gusty tomorrow afternoon as well, not as gusty. Maybe about 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts still possible throughout the afternoon hours, but it's not going to feel good. So you're going to want to make sure that you're bundling up for tomorrow as those temperatures start to drop just a little bit. Flash flood threat is going to still be in play too for tonight and into tomorrow morning. A level 1 out of 4 for that flash flood threat throughout the Northeast. Already have flood watches in play for Massachusetts up all the way into Maine as well. You'll see here closer to New York, the rain, it's been pretty on and off throughout the day, but now it's going to start to be pretty consistent. Again, heavy bouts of rain will be possible throughout the night. A couple of rumbles of thunder, also a possibility. We could still see a couple of these severe storms catching in later on this evening into our overnight hours. How much rain will we see towards the New York area? Probably closer to half an inch to about an inch of rain. But do remember that a lot of these areas over into Jersey and farther up to the north, we do have a lot of snow still on the ground. So a lot of that's going to start to melt with this front moving through. Add in a couple inches of rain, that's going to be some serious flooding impact. So watching out for that as well. Looking at closer into Boston, I guess, again, timing-wise, going to continue all night long. Heavy rain is going to be a major possibility. We could see some intense rain rates coming into the overnight hours. But by the time we get into early Tuesday for that Tuesday morning commute, things look to be clearing out, but we could still pick up a good 1, maybe 1.5 inches of rain throughout Massachusetts and some of those isolated areas. Higher elevations may be getting in a little bit more of that rain impact. Upstate New York, Pennsylvania, could see a couple inches of snow here too, Ian. So the snow impact is still here. We still have a little bit of winter here in the Northeast, but tonight it's going to be a little bit messy, so just be really careful out there in the Northeast.
Oof, yeah. Plan accordingly. That
Yeah.
rain moves in the wind along with it. Fox Weather is your severe weather HQ. Severe storms rocked parts of the southeast today as this storm continues to sweep through. Coming up, that's a live picture from Buxton, North Carolina. We know the beating that particular stretch of coastline has taken over the past couple of years. We're going to head there to speak with exclusive Fox Weather storm tracker Corey Gerken when Fox Weather comes right back.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
What a dinner!
Great call making tacos on a Monday.
Thank you. Speaking of calls, I called today and got my new Medicare Advantage plan.
I thought you already had a Medicare plan.
Well, I heard that if you move or lose coverage for any reason, you could be eligible for a special enrollment period. Since we just moved, I called and found out I'm eligible for a new Medicare Advantage plan with additional benefits and savings right here in our new zip code. You should call too.
I'll get around to it.
You should call right now to see if you have the coverage you need. A Medicare Part C plan could help you save money and include additional benefits. You could be eligible for plans with additional benefits you may not be receiving now or that may have previously not been available to you.
Why am I not getting these benefits now?
You don't get a plan with additional benefits automatically, so you have to call to see what Medicare Part C plans are available to you in our zip code.
So I could be missing out on additional benefits?
Yes, exactly. And right now is the time to call and make sure you have the coverage you need.
All right, I get it. I'll call now.
If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call for your free 2026 Medicare coverage checkup. We can look up your zip code to see if there's a Medicare Advantage plan available to you in your area, with additional benefits and savings you may not be receiving now, or that may have previously not been available to you. With just one call, you can get your questions answered, find out if you're eligible for a special enrollment period, and see what plans are available to you in your zip code. So call now. You don't get a plan with additional benefits and potential savings automatically. Different plans are offered in different zip codes. Call now for your free 2026 Medicare Benefits Checkup. The call and 2026 Medicare Benefits Checkup are free with no obligation.
Call now, 800-919-1379, 800-919-1379, 800-919-1379.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now as we check in on the misery map across the Northeast. This is courtesy of our partnership with FlightAware. It is not a good look, especially when you think back to that potent storm moved its way across the Great Lakes in the Northeast end of last week. Some serious winds and a bunch of disrupted flights. Well, now we've got this one with the severe weather potential continuing. The number of delayed flights at Northeast area airports approaching 3,000. It's exceeded 2,000. So you've got aircraft, you've got crews out of position, and we've seen in total it's more than 26,000 flights from yesterday, today, and tomorrow that have been disrupted by this sprawling storm. Just know it'll be days before things get back on track. And with what we've seen in the Northeast, big disruption today down at Hartsfield, Jackson, and Atlanta, there will be ripple effects all across the country. This is how it looks right now in New York. Gusting to 32 at Central Park. Temperature is 52 degrees. It's gusty. You've got 26% of flights. Newark, JFK, LaGuardia, 26% of flights have been delayed. 23% have been straight up canceled. 833 of those. So the misery index is a 4 out of 4 on a Monday. That is never good. Now we look at what's going on from north to south across the eastern seaboard. Still that level 3 out of 5 threat from the Storm Prediction Center, down from a 4. But what we're watching here, there's been a limited opportunity for the atmosphere to reload or re-energize after what was a healthy coverage of storms around throughout the day today. But right along the front, there's enough forcing that some of these storms are becoming strong. You see a number now, three separate severe thunderstorm warnings in North Carolina up into Virginia. We're going to have to watch that front very closely into this evening. As we continue to watch these storms finding their way to the coastline, that's a look from exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker Corey Gerken. He's made his way across I guess, half the country over the last couple of days, and he joins us now by phone from Buxton, North Carolina. Corey, man, what's your journey been like following these? I know there was a marine warning, some super strong storms that are offshore, but this is a portion of coastline that has taken a beating over the last couple of years.
Yeah, literally just to my north is where those houses are that been continuously falling in for like the past year. So yeah, this area has been prone to quite the weather events, especially, wasn't too long ago we were here for the big snow event that just happened, and now a few weeks later, we're here for severe weather.
Yeah, I remember that. It was hard to tell what was a snowdrift and what was a dune. What was your journey like? And what would you say about this event? Because it was one with a high ceiling, no question, but that coverage of storms around through the day today overperformed by a considerable margin.
Yeah, it's been pretty difficult because I was especially starting yesterday. The storm motion was so fast. There was that rope tornado. We could have made it on that, but you don't want to leave the interstate because then you fall behind the line, and that would have put us out of position for today. And then was targeting like the prefrontals because that's where you had your strong tornado threat today. And it's kind of like yesterday, it over-convected, got messy, so we ended up here on the coast. Probably 2-3 hours ago, maybe there was a pretty stout water spout, just south of where we're sitting. So kind of sitting here waiting for these next round of cells coming in because they look like they might be water spout producers also.
Yeah, we're actually showing what you saw earlier, and there's something wild about a water spout. I saw one of those coming over the causeway, Clearwater into Clearwater Beach, and it's they're majestic to look at if they're offshore and they don't bother anybody. Corey, that stretch of Highway 12, you've come to know it well, you could say. What does it look like? We talked about the coastal erosion, some of those homes. That's something that we haven't checked in on in a few weeks. What was the scene like as you were driving through there?
Well, this is the first time I've driven through here, and you didn't have the blowing sand and the surge issues going on.
Right.
But 12 is pretty clear. It doesn't take much when it rains. It starts kind of flooding in some spots. But a lot of these houses down here, they're pretty rough shape just from the relentless beatings they've been getting here. So just overall, like the further south you come down on 12, just a little bit rougher everything gets.
Yeah, relentless is a good way to put it. And just this week, they've had storms coming from the sound side. It was the closeout last week, and now some that have moved through today, more on the way, to your point. So we'll keep an eye on your feed. That's exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker Corey Gerken, working hard last several days, as he always does. Corey, thank you. This is some turbulent switch up. Some places down south saw tornado warnings and then snow squall warnings in the same day. That's a lot going on there. That was down in Alabama. Kiana Lewis back with us now. Kiana, this is twice in a week, which is for a lot of people like 2 times too many.
I was going to say, I think it's a little bit too much now, but it's a true March extreme. We've been calling it March Mania here at Fox Weather. That's what we're seeing kind of play out once again this week. So get ready for it. I hope you haven't packed away that puffy jacket, because you will need it getting through the next couple of days. This was just yesterday across parts of the South. Look at an area like Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, all in the 70s, if not 80s. Montgomery, 82 degrees yesterday. You fast forward it to right now, and we're sitting at or below the freezing mark in Tennessee. We're in the 40s, a little farther to the south. So a lot of these cities actually sliced their highs in half, or at least by 40 to 50 degrees. You take it even farther to the south, you have areas like Louisiana, back towards Alabama, where we actually are getting in on reports of sleet and some snow this morning. So definitely some cold air that has kind of settled in behind this front. The front's still working its way to the east. You can see all of that cold air that's starting to take shape right now, and that's going to be sticking around through the next couple of days or so. Already we're watching where we did have a little bit of that Gulf moisture meet up with some of that cold air, that switch over to some snow. That's happening for northern Tennessee, back towards Kentucky, even into Virginia. That will continue to filter off towards the east. So we'll watch areas across the northeast by later tonight. We did see it down through the south earlier this morning. So I think this secondary round of winter is making itself very known. Look at how the temperatures have changed. Right now we have these feel-like temperatures back across the board. A lot of places feeling like teens, if not single digits. Des Moines feels like 0 degrees out there. Even down through the south, Nashville feels like 26 degrees with this north wind. As we take it big, you'll notice that we've seen this significant temperature drop. All of that deep shading of pink, 47 degrees cooler than this time, and the highs yesterday in Indianapolis. You look at Nashville, 41, even down through Texas, Midland, Texas, feeling about 31 degrees colder. Now, moving forward the next couple of days, as I mentioned, you will need the puffy jacket. You might even need a scarf and a hat, because all of this deep blue, if you're in that purple, you definitely will need all of the winter elements. A little bit farther to the south, it's not going to be as crucial in terms of temperatures getting that cold, but we do have freeze alerts up across the board for maybe a lot of our crops or any of those plants that are outdoors, that I could see kind of freezing over the next couple of days. A little farther north, though, the winter is definitely making a comeback, if you will. Pittsburgh's going to watch some of that rain switch over to some snow. Chicago's going to get really cold as well. We have a nice burst expected going through tonight from West Virginia into Virginia. You see a lot of that blue, some of that white, some of those higher reflections on the future radar showing where we could see some of the heavier snow. Bear in mind, this is along the Appalachians, so we could see some of those totals kind of peak there. But even as we head into tomorrow, overnight hours, we're watching these snow streamers kind of continue, maybe even some snow squalls once again up across the board through early tomorrow. West Virginia, even into parts of Pennsylvania, get ready for it. I definitely think we are looking at least 1 to 3 inches in some of these areas.
Fox Weather is your severe weather HQ. We continue to watch these storms, the severe storms, finding their way to the East Coast. But on the cold side of this, look at Marquette, 9 below. That's where we've been checking in with Robert Ray. That's pure winter right there. It hasn't quit just yet. Blizzard conditions ongoing in some of these areas. We've got a full slate of coverage as we head into the evening hours to show you what's happening on both sides of the storm, cold and warm, the blizzard conditions, the severe weather. Make sure you stick around as Steve, Kiana, and Ari have you covered all the way through the evening and tonight. Stay with us. More Fox Weather after the break.